As a college student, I can earn billions of US dollars every day. In just 2.5 years, I became the world's richest person. It was just because of the physical training that day. I unintentionally downloaded a game called 100 Billion Subsidy. Everything inside can be bought with money. At the beginning, there were only 3 items in the store. The school beauty's saliva for $0. $1, Ferrari S888 for $0. $2. 50 million standalone villa for $0. $3. After seeing a burst of complaints, I realized that game developers nowadays dare to release anything just to make people spend money, but I can understand the last two. This school beauty's saliva is really outrageous. I instinctively clicked the uninstall button, but the expected uninstallation success prompt did not appear. Instead, a text message caught my attention. Your card has been successfully charged $1. Seeing this, I quickly returned to the game's homepage. Sure enough, the purchase button for the school beauty's saliva had turned gray. Before I could examine it carefully, the physical training began. The intense fatigue made me quickly forget about this matter. 2 hours later, the physical training ended. Under the scorching sun, everyone was sweating profusely, with dry mouths and parched tongues. But because it was the first day of physical training, most people did not bring water. At this moment, a tall boy walked over. Did none of you bring water, guys? Joe Howren, did you bring some? Someone asked excitedly. I didn't bring it either. If you didn't bring it, why bother saying anything? Hearing Joe Howren's response, the person who just asked retorted in disappointment. I didn't bring it, but I can have my girlfriend bring it. Joe Howren boasted proudly. The attention of everyone present immediately focused on Joe Howren at the mention of his girlfriend. They had just started the new semester, and the majority present were single. Having a girlfriend who could come to deliver water was indeed something to boast about. Seeing the envious looks from everyone, Joe Howren became even more smug, looking at the time with great satisfaction. My girlfriend will be here soon. Remember to call her sister-in-law. Maybe she'll be happy to bring a bottle for you. To show off, he had arranged with his girlfriend a week ago to bring him water during physical training. Now it seemed like the right choice. The feeling of showing off was indeed satisfying. Soon, Joe Howren's phone rang. Baby, I'm here. Where are you? Hearing the voice, Joe Howren quickly looked towards the entrance of the playground. He saw a nearly 2-meter-tall, dark-skinned girl, wandering around with a bucket of 4 yuan iced tea. Their eyes met directly. Seeing Joe Howren, the girl gave a charming smile and ran towards him joyfully. Feeling the vibration under his feet, Joe Howren was stunned. He quickly took out his phone and looked at a photo of his online girlfriend. In the photo, there was a fair-skinned, innocent-looking girl who bore a 70% resemblance to this tough girl. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "Are you?" From a distance, the girl blushed and said coquettishly, "Annoying, so many people, and still calling someone Su Meng to come and feed baby water. It's such a hot day, it's really embarrassing." Seeing this scene, everyone present fell silent. This person is Joe Howren's girlfriend. Is it true or not? Even the few boys who were about to call her sister-in-law just now, all hid behind without saying a word. Joe Howren's face instantly turned dark. Online dating is causing trouble. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said, "Yifan, don't you have a girlfriend to bring you water? Come and have mine, no need to be polite." Hearing Joe Howren's words, everyone's gaze suddenly focused on me. He didn't ask this casually. He observed before that among all the boys in the class, I have the highest looks. From a distance, he looks like James Bond. Up close, he resembles Leonardo. This made Joe Howren, who has always been proud of his looks, feel deeply threatened. In order to smoothly become the class monitor later, he has been looking for an opportunity to suppress me. Now is a perfect opportunity, as it can not only ease his embarrassment but also elevate his image in front of his classmates. Seeing that I didn't speak, he became anxious and hurriedly tried to put the water into my hands. But before he could succeed, Joe Howren was surprised to find that everyone suddenly looked towards the entrance of the playground, dumbfounded. He was curious too and turned his head, equally stunned. At the entrance of the playground, a stunning girl walked in slowly, with a flawless face and a cold temperament, as if she had stepped out of a painting as a fairy. The moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention, and it was none other than her. It was the school's most famous aloof beauty, Su Meng. Under everyone's gaze, she stood at the entrance of the playground for a while, as if looking for something. Eventually, she seemed to find her way, holding a bottle of Nongfu spring water, and headed straight for our class. "Mom, I'm in love. What a beautiful young lady. Is she here to find me? She's holding water. Could it be that she's here to deliver water to someone?" As they watched Su Meng approach slowly, the boys in the class excitedly discussed. As Su Meng walked closer, everyone's heartbeats couldn't help but quicken, all because of her appearance. Zhou Haoran, who was the center of attention, was instantly ignored. As Su, the school beauty, walked up to everyone, their hearts were all on edge, each of them perking up to hear what she had to say. "Is Yi Fan here?" Su Meng blushed and asked shyly. "The school beauty Su speaks so nicely. Yi Fan is here, is here." Yi Fan, Su Meng's words struck like a bolt from the blue, resounding in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone turned their heads and looked at me in unison. Equally shocked were those who knew Su Meng. You see, even the student council president and those successful entrepreneurs are hard to get a response from, yet the school beauty is actually here to find Yi Fan. My God, how is this possible? Everyone's face is filled with shock and confusion. On the other side, Zhou Haoran's iced tea, which he just got from his girlfriend, fell directly to the ground. He was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Su Xiaohua came to find Yi Fan. His eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, looking like he was about to have a heart attack. Never mind these people, I myself am extremely puzzled and amazed. I really don't know this Su Xiaohua. What is she doing here to find me? Just as I was dazed, Su Meng took the initiative to come over with a bottle of Nongfu spring water. Yi Fan, darling, suffering from physical training, right? She came to drink water and saw this scene. Everyone present was shocked. What is going on? On the first day of physical training, the aloof school beauty took the initiative to give water to a freshman and even called him darling. At this moment, all the boys on the playground were extremely envious. Is the gap between people really this big? They haven't even touched a woman's hand, and someone already has a school beauty bringing them water. Thank you. I took the mineral water from Su Meng and drank it all in one go, although I appeared calm on the surface. But my heart had already exploded. There was lipstick inside the mouth of the mineral water bottle, and the water level was also off. It was obviously drunk by someone. Thinking about how I just spent $1 to buy the school beauty's saliva, my God, that game is actually real. Since the school beauty's saliva has been obtained, what about the others? A 20-cent Ferrari. A standalone villa for 3 cents. Just thinking about it made my heart race. I was extremely excited. It seemed like my chance to soar to the sky had arrived. I quickly took out my phone, entered the mall, confidently paid 5 cents, and as the deduction succeeded, a roar suddenly came from above, and I saw a transport plane with a super VIP exclusive logo slowly landed on the playground. A group of dozens of elegant secretaries walked down and asked, "Is Mr. Yi Fan, the president, here?" Hearing this, several people instantly looked at me. I am Yi Fan. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm the staff from the Yun Palace Villa area that you contacted before. Could you please sign these 2 contracts? Hearing the introduction of several stunning ladies, the people beside me were a bit stunned. Yun Palace Villa area. That is one of the top villa areas in Jiangzhou. It must be at least 20 to 30 million. A freshman who has just entered university can afford a villa? Don't joke around. After signing the contract, the staff respectfully handed me the villa keys and other items, and left. Cousin Zhao Shuxian came over first and curiously asked, "Yi Fan, what's going on?" I put away the keys and casually replied, "It's nothing, just bought a villa." In my heart, even though this villa is purchased with only 30 cents from the 10 billion subsidy game, it still counts as a purchase. Is it okay for me to say that? Upon hearing my words, the people present were dumbfounded. What did they hear? Su Meng and Zhao Shuxuan's faces showed expressions of disbelief. Lin Xiang also felt like he was dreaming. As a local of Jiangzhou, he knew more about the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa. Any villa there costs over 50 million. The selling price is all over 50 million. This price made many tycoons hesitate. This Yi Fan actually bought a villa in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace, causing Lin Xiang's brain to short-circuit instantly. Zhao Shuxian covered her mouth, a bit incredulous. "Yi Fan, are you telling the truth?" Of course, I wouldn't hide it from my cousin Zhao Shuxian, so I directly handed her the just-signed contract. Zhao Shuxian took the contract, opened it, and indeed it was the Lingyun Heavenly Palace Villa purchase contract. Lin Xiang couldn't believe it was real, so he also leaned over to take a look. In an instant, Lin Xiang was as if struck by lightning. He was completely at a loss. "Yi Fan, actually buying a villa in the Lingyun Heavenly Palace, how is that possible? How is that possible?" Lin Xiang was dumbfounded. Originally, I thought that buying a 200 square meter duplex was already quite impressive and wealthy. Just now, I was mocking Yi Fan, saying it would take him decades to afford a house like mine with a loan. But the blow to my face came so suddenly. Is this the difference? It turns out that after all this time, I am the laughingstock, truly ridiculous. In an instant, a wave of frustration surged in Lin Xiang's heart. He let out a long sigh and left in a daze. The current situation is not suitable for continuing the walk, so Su Meng also chose to leave. Before leaving, Su Meng and I, at Zhao Shushuan's strong suggestion, exchanged WeChat and contact information. After Su Meng left, Zhao Shushuan immediately asked me what exactly was going on. After all, as my cousin, she is quite familiar with my family situation. It's nothing. Do you know about cryptocurrency? I got a batch a long time ago, but I forgot about it after a while. I only remembered recently, I explained. The matter of my revenge will have to be told to my family sooner or later. It's okay to tell Zhao Shushuan now. This is the reason I thought of all morning, slightly more reasonable than winning the lottery or something. Hearing this, Zhao Shushuan finally relaxed a little, and after a while of conversation, she left. Even now, she is still dazed, not quite believing everything that just happened. Her little brother has become a tycoon now. It's all too surreal. After returning to the dorm, I decided to call my parents. Tell them that I have amassed countless wealth through cryptocurrency, bought a mansion, and a luxury car, just as a precaution. After I finished my physical training in the afternoon, my cousin Zhao Shushuan sent me another message. This morning, Ning Shuang brought you water. Did you take her out for dinner tonight to show your gratitude? Cousin still hasn't forgotten to matchmake me and Su Meng. As I was pondering this, my phone suddenly beeped with a system notification. I quickly opened the game, and as soon as I logged in, I saw that the game had issued a task to agree to Zhao Shushuan's request to take Su Meng out for dinner. The task reward is 100% ownership of the top restaurant Changranju, becoming the owner of Changranju, 5 experience points, and 2 points. The reward for this task is really generous. I really have no reason to refuse. Changranju is a well-known top restaurant in Jiangzhou, with a constant stream of customers and an average expenditure of 3,000 to 5,000 per person. The total value is probably over 100 million. At this moment, in the female dormitory, Zhao Shushuan sat down next to Su Meng and said, Ning Shuang, Yi Fan is very tired from his physical training. I was planning to take him out for a big dinner tonight, but something came up. Can you take my place and go out for a meal with Yi Fan? After I finish dealing with the matter, I will come find you immediately. Upon hearing Zhao Shushuan's words, Su Meng was stunned and somewhat hesitant. At this moment, another girl from the dorm, Zhang Wan, suddenly approached Ning Shuang and Shu Xian. Are you going out for dinner tonight? Zhang Wan asked curiously. I made plans with some classmates and we're going out to eat. Why don't you join us? Su Meng wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist Zhang Wan's enthusiastic invitation. She eventually agreed. Zhao Shushuan didn't object either. Indeed, it would be too hasty to let Ning Shuang have dinner alone with Yi Fan. After confirming the meeting point, I hung up on my cousin Zhao Shushuan, then asked my roommate to help me get there tonight. Glancing at the time, I grabbed the Ferrari keys and headed straight to the meeting point Zhao Shushuan mentioned. When I arrived, Su Meng and Zhang Wan were already there. One of the fair-skinned male students, upon seeing me standing with Su Meng, immediately showed a hint of hostility in his eyes. This young man is named Feng Buochao. He is a classmate of ours and also a well-known second-generation rich kid. Originally, Feng Buochao hadn't made plans to go out to dinner with Zhang Wan, but he accidentally heard about it this afternoon. Especially upon learning that Su Meng would also be there, Feng Buochao immediately joined in and promised to cover the dinner bill tonight. Since someone offered to pay, Zhang Wan naturally wouldn't refuse. Feng Buochao is an admirer of Su Meng. He saw the post from yesterday and found out about Su Meng delivering water to me. Originally, he was envious and jealous of me, and now seeing us going out to eat together, he became even more angry. No. Later, we must target this guy properly and make him embarrassed in front of Su, the school flower. Feng Buochao and a few others then came over. Su Meng, who was originally calm, had a slight change in expression upon seeing that Feng Buochao was among the newcomers. Obviously, she had a very bad impression of Feng Buochao. If it weren't for her promise to someone else, Su Meng probably would have left already. After meeting, we first introduced ourselves. I know of a very good top-tier restaurant. I'm actually a gold member there. Let's go there to eat later. Feng Buochao acted like the host. You all wait here. I'll go and pick you up in my car. Just as we were about to leave, Feng Buochao suddenly slapped his head and said regretfully, I forgot, this time there's Yi Fan with us. We're a total of 6 people, and my car can only fit 5. Feng Buochao started making difficulties, suggesting something else. Yi Fan, you take a taxi by yourself. I'll cover the fare. Upon hearing this, the others didn't have any objections. Only Su Meng frowned slightly, feeling that this wasn't quite right. He came today mainly to take care of Yi Fan on behalf of Shu Xian. How could he possibly let Yi Fan take a taxi alone? Su Meng was just about to speak up, wanting to take a taxi with me. But before she could, I spoke first. It's okay, I have a car. no need to trouble yourselves. Upon hearing my words, Zhang Wan and the others were stunned. It's normal for Fang Buqiao, as a second-generation rich, to have a car, but they didn't expect that I also have a car. My response left Fang Buqiao stunned. He was originally hoping to take the opportunity to ostracize me, but he didn't expect to fail. Even better, you can drive as well. With a turn of the mind, a smile once again appeared on Fang Buqiao's face. It's even better that you have a car. In a while, I'll bring my own BMW 7 Series worth over 1 million. By comparing the two, won't it highlight my strength even more? When the time comes, Su Shuahua will naturally understand who to ride with. With that said, Fang Buqiao couldn't wait to go and drive his car. The parking spot for Fang Buqiao's car was very close to here. In no time, Fang Buqiao drove his BMW 7 Series over, parked the car next to the group, and slowly lowered the window. I'll go with the BMW 7 Series. The boys waiting in place were extremely surprised as they looked at Fang Buqiao's car. Boss Fang, how much did you pay for this BMW 7 Series? A curious boy asked. Not much, just over 1.2 million, not expensive, Fang Buqiao said indifferently. Hearing Fang Buqiao's words about over 1.2 million, they were all frightened by Fang Buqiao's formidable financial power. Only Su Meng remained calm on the scene, without the slightest change in expression. Fang Buqiao spoke as he got into the car. Several classmates nodded excitedly, then opened the car door and eagerly got in. Of course, they considerately left the front passenger seat empty. Soon, only Su Meng was left outside. Sun Xiaohua, why don't you come up too? Seeing Su Meng standing still, Fang Buqiao invited. No, thanks. I'll ride with Yifan later. Blatantly rejected by Su Meng, Fang Buqiao's expression instantly changed, but he still refused to give up. What's so good about Sun Xiaohua's Yifan's car? He can't possibly drive a good car. It definitely can't be as comfortable as my BMW 7 Series. A girl in the car also chimed in and persuaded Su Meng. Seeing Fang Buqiao driving a 1 million luxury car, he naturally chose to stand on Fang Buqiao's side immediately. That Yifan can at most drive a car worth 100 to 200,000. How can that kind of car match up to Sun Xiaohua? Fang Buqiao wanted to persuade Su Meng, but before he could finish his sentence, a beast-like roar came from a distance. A red Ferrari was speeding towards them. I wonder which big shot is driving the Ferrari. A few people murmured foolishly. Under the gaze of the people, the Ferrari stopped in front of Fang Buqiao's BMW 7 Series, and the next second the door opened. A handsome guy walked out slowly. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What did they see? It was actually Yifan who walked out of the Ferrari. Oh my god, they never expected that Yifan's car was actually a Ferrari worth millions. A sound of swallowing saliva came from the quiet BMW 7 Series, leaving everyone deeply shocked. Zhang Wan and the others stared blankly at the Ferrari in front of them, feeling very conflicted. Especially the two who had just spoken up for Fang Buqiao, were feeling extremely ashamed. As for Fang Buqiao, he was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. He made a big mistake, and the newcomer actually drove a Ferrari. This can't be a joke. He had just mocked Yifan, saying he couldn't possibly drive a good car. At most, it would be a car worth 1 or 200,000. Definitely not as good as his BMW 7 Series. But now, he actually drove a Ferrari. This car alone could buy several BMW 7 Series. At this moment, he had become the subject of ridicule. No, this matter cannot be left like this. He must take back his factory. Without saying a word, Fang Buqiao started the car and left first to take back what was his. More than 20 minutes later, several people arrived at a luxuriously decorated top-class restaurant. After arriving at their destination, Buqiao and Zhang Wan's group got out of the car. I also got out of the car with Su Meng. Let me introduce you, this is the most famous restaurant in Jiangzhou, Changranju. Pointing to the top-class restaurant in front of him, Fang Buqiao proudly introduced. He is a VIP member here, spending over 6 figures annually. As he spoke, Fang Buqiao led the group towards Changranju. However, before Fang Buqiao could enter, the waiter stopped him. Sir, our restaurant is fully booked today. I'm really sorry. If you're willing, you can wait in line, the waiter said politely. Mr. Fang Buqiao was immediately embarrassed. He was boasting just now, saying he's a gold member here with special privileges. But now, he can't even get into Changranju. Isn't he just humiliating himself? Zhang Wan and the others also changed their expressions. They came all this way with great effort, thinking they could experience the life of the rich. But now, they can't even get in the door. Confidently, Mr. Fang Buqiao said to Zhang Wan and the others, I am a gold member of Changranju, so I don't need to queue. He then proudly handed his gold membership card to the waiter. I'm really sorry, sir, but you still need to queue, said the waiter, not even taking Mr. Fong Buchao's membership card. Why did Mr. Fong Buchao get angry? He's a gold member, he should have special privileges and not have to queue. I'm really sorry, sir, but the people in front of you are also gold members, said the waiter. Mr. Fong Buchao was stunned. Okay, good, he thought, feeling the burn on his face. I know your money manager. You can tell him that Fong Buchao is here, and he'll come out. Seeing this, Mr. Fong Buchao will be satisfied. Don't worry, I know the money manager here. As long as I speak, the money manager will definitely agree, Mr. Fong Buchao said confidently to Zhang Wan and the others as he turned around. Go ahead, Mr. Fong Buchao said smugly, glancing at me. Now, he was about to show off his powerful connections. Even if you drive a supercar, in this era, connections are the most important. Without connections, nothing can be accomplished. Thinking this, Mr. Fong Buchao felt a surge of superiority in his heart. Quickly, the waiter who just left hurried back. Seeing this, Fong Buchao prepared to take a few people inside, but as he took a few steps, he was once again stopped. Mr. Fong, I'm really sorry. Our manager said the restaurant is fully booked today, so we can't let you in directly. Please be patient and wait. As soon as this was said, Fong Buchao was dumbfounded. He rejected being rejected again, and the manager Chen didn't even come out to see him, just casually dismissed him. Thinking about his confident appearance just now, Fong Buchao wished he could find a hole to hide in. This time, he really embarrassed himself. Hearing the waiter's words, the others were also helpless. Even Fong Buchao couldn't use his connections to get in. It seems they can only wait or go eat elsewhere. Just as the group was preparing to go eat elsewhere, a figure slowly emerged and told them that manager Yifan had arrived, asking to find a place for him. Please wait a moment. The waiter hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned to enter the restaurant again to find the manager. Seeing this, Fong Buchao sneered, mocking himself for overestimating his abilities. It seems that this is Yifan's first time at Ranyan residence, and even he, as a golden member who knows the manager, can't get in. Just a word from him could immediately get them in to eat. What a joke. Not to mention Fong Buchao, even Zhang Wan and the others don't have much confidence in me. Beside him, Fong Buchao crossed his arms, looking as if he was watching a show. He wanted to see how Yifan would react if he was also rejected. It would definitely be very exciting. After all, after his own failure, Yifan took the initiative to step forward. Being rejected again, he feels even more embarrassed than himself, especially in front of Su Xiaohua. Thinking of this, Fong Buchao, who was originally very upset, felt a sense of relief. His mood became more cheerful. On the other side, in the manager's office of Changranju, Shen Yongwen suddenly received a call from the boss. What? After answering the phone and hearing the boss's words, Shen Yongwen was a little stunned. The boss told Shen Yongwen that Changranju had been sold by him. From now on, he was no longer the boss of Changranju. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Shen Yongwen was still in a daze for a while. The business of Changranju was exceptionally hot. How could the boss sell Changranju? It looks like it must be the buyer who offered a price that the boss couldn't refuse. Ding! Shen Yongwen's phone vibrated. He received a message from his boss, which contained some information about the current owner of Changranju. Looking at the photo of the new boss, Shen Yongwen was dumbfounded. How could his new boss be so young? It looks like he's at most 20 years old. It's quite terrifying that someone so young can easily acquire Changranju. His new boss's financial power is quite scary. Looking at the information of the new boss, Shen Yongwen muttered to himself when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Opening the office door, the waiter who had just been there walked in. Among the manager and the others who came with Fong Buchao, there was a gentleman named Ji Fan. The waiter spoke very respectfully. When the name Fong Buchao was mentioned, manager Qian became impatient. He knew Fong Buchao's father. If it were before, out of respect for Fong Buchao's father, he might have agreed. But now the Fong family has declined, so there's no need to give Fong Buchao any special treatment. Everything should be done according to the rules. Didn't I tell you? There's no privilege for Fong Buchao to jump the queue. Manager Qian impatiently waved his hand. Okay, manager. The waiter nodded and turned to leave. Wait, hold on. The manager glanced at the name of the new boss and the information and suddenly remembered what the waiter had said earlier. Manager Qian quickly called him back. What did you say just now? Is there a Mr. Yi Fan? Yes, the waiter nodded. Manager Qian suddenly stood up, somewhat disbelieving his ears. Come here and take a look. Is Mr. Yi Fan like this? Manager Qian gestured for the waiter to come and look at his phone. Yes, it's this gentleman. The waiter looked and said with absolute certainty, confirmed. Manager Qian's expression changed completely. Quickly, hurry and bring Mr. Yi to our top VIP room. Manager Qian also hurriedly ran out, preparing to personally welcome the new boss. Outside, Fong Buchao sneered, "Are you capable? If not, we'll go eat somewhere else. Don't waste our time. You're not even a basic silver member, yet you want to cut the line and eat here. Dream on." However, before Fong Buchao's voice had even fallen, the hurried sound of footsteps suddenly came. Soon, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out. It was Manager Qian. "Boss, you're here, please come in quickly." Manager Qian made a respectful gesture of invitation. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? The manager of Changranju personally came out to greet? Does Yi Fan have such great power? It's too incredible. Zhang Wan and the others were deeply shocked. Fong Buchao was dumbfounded. How could things turn out like this? He didn't want to believe it. As a prestigious gold member of Changranju, and even acquainted with Manager Qian, he was casually dismissed by Manager Qian with just a few words. But when Yi Fan appeared, Manager Qian actually came out to greet him personally. Why? The crowd was initially shocked by Manager Qian's actions, but now they slowly realized that something was amiss. It seemed that the important thing was not the manager of Changranju personally coming out to greet, but the way Manager Qian addressed Yi Fan. Boss? Manager Qian called Yi Fan the boss? Could it be that Yi Fan is the boss of Changranju? How is that possible? Yi Fan is just an ordinary college student, how could he suddenly become the owner of a top restaurant? This is too unbelievable. Yi Fan, you are the boss of Changranju? Zhang Wan asked with a trembling voice. Yes, I just acquired Changranju. Yi Fan replied casually. Yi Fan's words were like a bombshell, ringing in the ears of the few people. Just acquired Changranju? Acquiring a top restaurant worth tens of millions, why does it sound so easy coming from Yi Fan's mouth? As if he bought a cabbage? Is this the real deal? Terrifying. Upon hearing Yi Fan's affirmative reply, Fong Buchao's face immediately turned pale. At this moment, he finally understood why Manager Qian came out to greet Yi Fan when he arrived. So Yi Fan is the boss of Changranju. It makes sense, how could he, a mere gold member, compare to the owner? He had just been boasting in front of Yi Fan that he was a member of Changranju. Wasn't that like showing off in front of Guangdong? Fong Buchao's mindset was completely blown. He had thought that he would be the protagonist when he came out to dinner this time, leaving a good impression on Su Xiaohua. But in the end, he was just a clown. Finally, led by Manager Qian, they arrived at a meticulously decorated private room. A few minutes later, Zhao Shuxian, the cousin, arrived. At the dining table, Fong Buchao ate silently, not daring to speak, his body even trembling slightly. Zhang Wan and the others, on the other hand, changed their previous cold attitude and desperately flattered Yi Fan. Only Su Meng remained calm. But to be honest, when she found out that Yi Fan was the boss of Changranju, she was also very shocked. After this time, and the last time, Su Meng became very curious about Yi Fan. As time passed, this meal was finished. Zhang Wan and Fong Buchao went back. Yi Fan, Su Meng, and Zhao Shuxian went shopping nearby. The three of them didn't pay attention to the time, and when they did, it was almost 10 o'clock at night. It would probably be 10:30 by the time they rushed back to school. By then, the dormitory building's door would already be closed, and they wouldn't be able to get in. What should we do? Zhao Shuxian pondered. It's impossible to go back tonight, so why don't we stay in a hotel tonight? There was no other way, even if they went back, they couldn't get into the dormitory, so they could only stay in a hotel. Yi Fan has no problem, worst case scenario is to make a phone call, take a day off, and rush back to school early tomorrow. As for Su Meng, upon hearing Zhao Shuxuan's words, she was slightly stunned. Originally, she was a bit resistant, but after some thought, since Xu Xian was accompanying her, there shouldn't be any problems, so she agreed. In the end, Yi Fan found a nice hotel not far from here. In a few minutes, the three of them walked in. However, before entering the hotel, Zhao Shushan suddenly spoke up. You two go ahead and get the room. I feel like having some fruit. I'll go buy some. See you later. With that, Zhao Shushan handed her ID to Su Meng and headed towards the other side. Yi Fan and Su Meng walked towards the hotel together. They arrived at the front desk. Hello, do you have any rooms available? Yi Fan asked. Of course we do. The front desk attendant was looking down at his phone, and upon hearing someone speak, he casually replied. All right, give us 2 rooms. No problem. As he spoke, the front desk attendant looked at the computer, preparing to find a room. However, when he looked up and saw that Yi Fan and Su Meng were a man and a woman, he was slightly stunned and immediately changed his tune. I'm sorry, we only have 1 room available. With that, the front desk attendant discreetly gave Yi Fan a look, as if to say, don't worry buddy, I understand what you mean, I won't let you down. For some reason, Yi Fan suddenly understood the meaning behind the front desk attendant's look. For a moment, Yi Fan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Where was this front desk attendant going with this? He and Su's sister had just met. Because of what the front desk attendant said, the atmosphere became awkward. Miss, at this time, most hotels probably don't have any rooms available. The front desk attendant continued to assist. We have 1 room available here, which is already quite good, it might be gone soon. You 2 lovebirds can stay in 1 room, it's fine. Hearing the front desk attendant say this, Su Meng's face turned red all of a sudden. Beside her, Yi Fan didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. If it were any other time, encountering such an understanding guy would be considered lucky. But now, Su's sister and I are not a couple, and tonight we have 3 people. Seeing Su Meng blushing and feeling extremely shy, even preparing to leave, Yi Fan quickly spoke up. Huh? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the front desk attendant was stunned, feeling extremely embarrassed. Oh, I see. The front desk attendant glanced at the computer again. Oops, I made a mistake just now, sorry about that, there are other rooms available. The front desk attendant's acting skills were on point. It's okay, give us 2, no, 3 rooms. Yi Fan said. Originally, he was planning to book 2 rooms, so that his cousin and Su's sister could stay together. But in the end, he decided to book 3 rooms, so it would be more convenient. All right. Taking the ID, checking in, Yi Fan and Su Meng waited in the hotel lobby for a while. A few minutes later, Zhao Shushan returned with fruits. Actually, Zhao Shushan was planning to leave just now, but as she was about to go, she came back. After all, Su Meng and Yi Fan had just met, it wouldn't be right to leave them alone in the hotel. Who knows, if she left, maybe Su Meng would leave too. After all, Su Meng's home was in Changranju, she might go back home. It's better to find time later to give the 2 of them a chance to be alone. As for why she didn't leave after eating just now. Well, the food was just too delicious, she got a bit carried away while eating. Seeing Zhao Shushan return, the 3 of them went upstairs to their respective rooms. Back in the room, Yi Fan first called in sick, after all, he wouldn't be staying in the dorm tonight. Afterwards, Yi Fan started playing with his phone. After dinner tonight, the 3 of them chatted for a while, and Yi Fan felt a bit thirsty. Just as Yi Fan was about to drink the hotel's mineral water, he stopped. He couldn't help but think of this morning when Sister Su brought water for him. Sister Su braved the scorching sun to bring water for herself. Now that he was tired and a little thirsty, maybe Sister Su was thirsty too. How about he also bring some water for Sister Su, as a way to express his gratitude? Of course, Yi Fan couldn't bring water again. Thinking about it, Yi Fan opened his phone and ordered bubble tea delivery. Girls generally like to drink bubble tea. 20-something minutes later, the bubble tea arrived. Yi Fan ordered 3 cups, 1 for himself, 1 for Sister Su, and 1 for his cousin. Yi Fan picked up a cup of bubble tea and first brought it to Sister Su. Standing in front of Sister Su's door, Yi Fan knocked. Who is it? Inside the room, Su Meng was getting ready to take a shower, and suddenly heard the knocking, feeling a bit nervous. Sister Su, it's me, Yi Fan, came Yi Fan's voice from outside the room. Yi younger brother? Hearing Yi Fan's voice, Su Meng was stunned. It was already around 11 o'clock at night. Why would Yi younger brother come knocking on her door at this late hour? What did Yi younger brother want? Thinking about this, Su Meng's face turned red with nervousness. Sister Su, I bought a few cups of bubble tea, and I brought one for you. Afraid that Su Meng might misunderstand, considering the late hour, Yi Fan continued to explain. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Meng felt a bit embarrassed. So, Yi younger brother came to bring her bubble tea. Realizing this, Su Meng quickly opened the door and invited Yi Fan in. Yi Fan entered the room and handed the bubble tea to Su Meng. Thank you. Su Meng thanked repeatedly, feeling quite thirsty. She didn't expect Yi younger brother to bring her bubble tea. It was very timely. Yi younger brother, you were so kind, Su Meng expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. After sitting down, Yi Fan waved his hand. Su Meng took a few sips of bubble tea, preparing to speak, when suddenly another knock on the door was heard. Who is it? Su Meng asked in surprise, wondering who was knocking on her door again. Su Meng, it's me, Zhao Shuxian spoke. So it was Shu Xian. Setting down the bubble tea, Su Meng opened the door. I forgot earlier, I brought you some fruits. The door opened, and Zhao Shuxian was holding some fruits. But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Yi Fan inside the room. Clang! The next moment, the fruits slipped from Zhao Shuxuan's hands. Zhao Shuxuan's mouth fell open, with an incredulous expression. What did she see? Her cousin was in Su Meng's room? So late at night, her cousin and Su Meng in the same room? Oh my god! Zhao Shuxian was shocked. Did her cousin and Su Meng develop so quickly? They just met in the morning, and now they were staying together at night? Zhao Shuxian was completely stunned. Was her cousin this amazing? He already won Su Meng over. Sensing Zhao Shuxuan's astonishment, Su Meng quickly explained, Shuxian, you misunderstood. Su Meng's face turned red to the roots of her ears. Yi younger brother just arrived, he came to bring me bubble tea. Is that so? Zhao Shuxian was somewhat skeptical. In the middle of the night, two people in one room, claiming to bring bubble tea, who would believe that? I really came to bring Sister Su bubble tea. Look, the bubble tea is still here, Yi Fan also stepped in to explain. Following Yi Fan's gesture, they saw a cup of bubble tea on the table. Could it be that she misunderstood? Zhao Shuxian was still somewhat doubtful. By the way, sis, I have bubble tea prepared for you in my room. I was planning to bring it to you later. Yi Fan spoke up. Since you're here now, I'll take you to get it. With that, Yi Fan got up, bid farewell to Su Meng, and left with Zhao Shuxian. Phew! After the two left and closed the door, Su Meng still had a red face. It was really embarrassing just now. When she arrived at Yi Fan's room and saw the milk tea, Zhao Shuxian finally believed it. After a few words with Yi Fan, Zhao Shuxian also left. Yi Fan sighed, almost causing a misunderstanding just now. He is a decent person, right? Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock, and midnight was not far away. The mall was about to refresh, and he didn't know what good things would be available this time. Yi Fan was very excited. When the time came, Yi Fan entered, and the mall did change, with new products appearing. One Bentley Continental, priced at 0.2 yuan, one Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch, priced at 0.3 yuan, top-notch driving skills, can make you a pro driver in minutes, priced at 0.9 yuan. Looking at the three new products in the mall, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This time, the mall seemed a bit different. The Bentley car and Patek Philippe watch were luxury items, no need to mention. But the third item was different, it was actually a skill. The mall even had skill purchases, which was great. Last time, the Lingyun Tiangong villa in the mall only cost 0.3 yuan. But now, this skill was as high as 0.9 yuan, 3 times more expensive. Although it was 3 times more expensive, it was still cheap at 90 cents, but this proved the skill's excellence. Later, Yi Fan also checked the information on the other two products. The Bentley Continental had a price close to 5 million, maybe even more expensive. He used to wonder if there was a luxury car that could accommodate more people. Now, the game had refreshed it for him. The Patek Philippe chronograph Series 5074, a rose gold black dial watch, was priced at nearly $6 million. They were all worth millions. After some thought, Yifan finally decided to get the most expensive top-notch driving skill today. After all, it was the first appearance of a skill. As for the Bentley and Patek Philippe, he certainly wouldn't give up on them. It just required waiting, only 24 hours, and he could buy them again. Soon, both the Patek Philippe and Bentley were his. Thinking about it, Yifan directly purchased the top-notch driving skill and became a qualified pro driver. Congratulations, the purchase of the top-notch driving skill was successful. You have become a qualified pro driver. With the successful purchase, a huge amount of memories suddenly rushed into Yifan's mind. Along with these memories, there were muscle memories that caused subtle changes in Yifan's body, turning him into a true pro driver. At this moment, Yifan's understanding of cars had surpassed that of ordinary people by countless times. His driving skills were probably not even comparable to some professional racers. Yifan was quite satisfied, and he was looking forward to other skills appearing in the mall. After looking at the remaining 2 items, Yifan exited the game. He didn't need to choose among these 3 items, he just took them all. Only children make choices, adults take everything. The next day, because of military training, Yifan sent a message to Su Meng and Zhao Shuxian and left early. A day passed quickly. In the evening, Yifan was originally planning to go to the dormitory, but suddenly thought of the villa he had just bought. He was very curious about what his villa looked like. Tonight, he was going to find out and experience what it was like to live in a villa. He got in the car, turned on the navigation, and headed straight to the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area. Half an hour later, Yifan arrived at his destination. Proving his identity, Yifan smoothly entered the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area. It had to be said that the environment here was really good, comparable to some nice scenic spots. But unfortunately, it was at night, so the visibility wasn't very good. After some searching, Yifan found his own number 8 villa. The number 8 villa was one of the largest villas in Lingyun Tiangong. Located next to the famous Lingyun Lake, with beautiful scenery, you can enjoy the beauty of Lingyun Lake from home. Stopping the car, Yifan headed straight to the villa door. As one of the top villa areas in Jiangzhou, even the villa door is very exquisite. It is a double-opening door, grand and majestic. It is produced by the world's top armored door manufacturer, Bifar Company, equipped with the world's top security system. In addition to passwords such as numbers, fingerprints, and palm prints, it can even be unlocked with an iris setting. It can withstand a force of 3 tons, and even has functions such as explosion-proof and bulletproof, giving you a real sense of security. Entering the villa, there is a 7-meter-high entrance hall, showing luxury. The villa's sofas are all Fendi, handcrafted, and expensive. In addition, the villa is equipped with a private swimming pool, wine cellar, gym, private cinema, and a series of other facilities. Behind the villa, there is a huge garden designed by a master, very exquisite. After touring the villa, Yifan was very satisfied. Is this the villa? It seems pretty good. After watching, Yifan lay on the sofa and checked his phone. Meow, meow. A few minutes later, Yifan suddenly heard a faint call. It seemed to be outside the villa. Curious, Yifan opened the villa door. Just then, a stunning mature beauty with glasses was walking towards Yifan. Her black hair was lightly tied up, complemented by a flawless face, almost perfect. She was like a piece of art, without any flaws, whether in appearance or figure. Originally about to knock on Yifan's villa door, the stunning mature beauty was taken aback when she saw Yifan suddenly speak. Hello, I live next door, and my cat accidentally ran out. It seems to have run into your yard, can I come in and look for it? After a moment of confusion, the stunning mature beauty explained. She was also a bit helpless, her newly raised kitten was very lively. This was already its 3rd time running away from home. Previously, it had only run into their own yard, which was not a big deal. But now that it had run into someone else's yard, it was a bit embarrassing. Sure. Understanding the stunning mature beauty's intention, Yifan nodded. So she's a neighbor. Thank you. The stunning mature beauty thanked Yifan and quickly began searching. After all, they were neighbors, so Yifan also helped her look around. Meow, meow. After a search, Yifan finally found it in a corner of the backyard. A small white cat. Yifan gently picked it up and handed it to the stunning mature beauty. Thank you so much. Seeing the kitten, the stunning mature beauty finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was very worried that the kitten would not be found. Afraid that the kitten would run away again, after thanking Yifan repeatedly, the stunning mature beauty hugged the kitten and walked back. By the way, I'm Mo Mengfei, I live in the villa next door, number 9, feel free to come over and play when you have time. Before leaving, the stunning mature beauty said this to express her gratitude. Yifan. Yifan also replied. With the matter settled, Yifan returned to the villa and started checking his phone. Yifan was ready to wait until midnight to buy the Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch. As time passed, midnight finally arrived. As soon as the time came, Yifan immediately opened the game. If my salary is 3,000, I'm the richest in the world. Yifan spent 0.3 yuan and successfully bought the Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch worth nearly 6 million. After all, this Patek Philippe watch was a bit more expensive than a Bentley Continental, which he could buy tomorrow. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch. It is now placed on your desk. The game prompt indicated that Yifan had received the Patek Philippe watch. Yifan immediately got up and went to the study, and sure enough, he saw something new on the desk. A Patek Philippe watch box, along with an appraisal certificate, a collection certificate, and so on. Yifan didn't look at the certificates, he directly opened the watch box. In an instant, a high-value Patek Philippe watch caught Yifan's eye. Made of 18K rose gold, paired with a crocodile leather strap, black dial, it exuded luxury. This Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch is equipped with Cal Dot or 27Q, automatic mechanical movement, using Gyromax balance wheel, with 467 components. It has functions such as date display, day display, month display, year display, perpetual calendar, moon phase, and minute repeater. Yifan was very satisfied and liked this Patek Philippe chronograph series 5074 or rose gold black dial watch. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, seems to make some sense. However, Yifan likes luxury cars and watches. Of course, he also likes to collect luxury cars and watches. Before, this was just a dream. But now with this game that can turn into reality, it's no longer just a dream. After shopping, Yifan continued to browse his phone for a while before going to sleep. Waking up to a new day, it was still early. After washing up, Yifan walked out of the villa. Last night was too dark, and Yifan didn't see clearly around him, as well as the scenery of Lingyu Lake. Now coming out to take a look, it was indeed beautiful. Not far away, a slender woman was running towards him. She was none other than the beautiful neighbor Mo Mengfei that Yifan had met last night. Today, she was wearing sportswear, looking very capable. What a coincidence, want to run a lap together? Mo Mengfei asked. Mo Mengfei liked to run a few laps around Lingyu Lake in the morning, exercising while enjoying the scenery and breathing fresh air. Sure. Yifan nodded, he also wanted to enjoy the scenery of Lingyu Lake. Yifan and Mo Mengfei ran a lap around Lingyu Lake together. Back at the villa, it was almost time. Yifan took the car keys and prepared to go back to school. After staying at the villa for one night, Yifan felt that the villa was just like that. Such a big villa, only one person living in it, felt a bit empty. Overall, it was barely acceptable. If others knew Yifan's evaluation, they would probably be shocked. Are you in Versailles? This is one of the top luxury homes in Changranju, and it's just average? Driving the Ferrari, Yifan headed straight to school. Half an hour later, Yifan arrived at the school. At the school gate, Yifan met Su Meng, who had just returned. Su Meng was going back to the dormitory, and there happened to be a parking lot nearby, so Yifan let Su Meng get in the car, ready to give her a ride. Su Meng did not refuse and got into Yifan's car. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yifan stopped the car in the parking lot. Because it was morning, there were unusually many people coming and going. And Yifan's car was a Ferrari, attracting even more attention. Therefore, when many passers-by saw Yifan stop the car, they all stopped to take a look, wanting to see who the big shot driving the Ferrari was. Some even took out their phones to take pictures. The door of the Ferrari opened slowly, and a young man and woman walked out. After seeing who got out of the Ferrari, the onlookers were stunned. Oh my God! What did they see? The school flower Su actually got out of a car with a guy. And it's in the morning? Did the two of them stay together last night? Thinking of this, the crowd was no longer shocked but horrified. This was definitely an explosive piece of news that would surely make waves throughout the school. This was the aloof school flower Su Meng who had countless suitors. During her university years, she had rejected countless suitors. Even if the pursuer was outstanding, Su Meng did not agree. Among them, Su Xiaohua has never been involved in any rumors with any boy. But today, Su Xiaohua actually got out of a boy's car. And it was a Ferrari in the morning. It's hard to explain. My goodness, what did I just see? This is crazy, truly crazy. Many passers-by stared blankly at this scene, feeling a bit confused. Especially some boys present, they were heartbroken. Their aloof school flower, that aloof goddess who never showed any interest in any boy, now has someone special. What a pity. Some people sighed, while others secretly took photos. On the other side, as Su Meng got off the car and found so many people surrounding her, she was slightly stunned for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She didn't need to explain anything to anyone. Thank you, your military training should be starting soon, I'll head back first. After getting off the car, Su Meng thanked Yifan and bid him farewell. Yifan returned to the dorm, changed into his military training uniform, and headed straight to the training ground. Fortunately, when Yifan arrived, there were still a few minutes before the military training began. Olji, where did you go last night? Yeah, why didn't you come back? When they saw Yifan, several roommates approached curiously and asked. Last night during the room check, they barely managed to get through. I went home last night, Yifan explained. Now Villa number 8 in Lingyun Tiangong belongs to Yifan, it can also be considered Yifan's home. Later, Yifan planned to apply for a day student procedure. Then he wouldn't have to worry about room checks anymore. Just as the others were about to ask more questions, the instructor arrived, and the military training continued. On the other side, while Yifan was in military training, a photo of Su Meng getting out of Yifan's Ferrari became a hot topic on various forums, Tiaba, confession walls, and so on. Ah, my goddess. Su School Flower, how could you have a boyfriend? Who is this guy? Tell me, I want to have a friendly chat with him. Watching Su Meng get out of Yifan's car, countless boys were envious and jealous. Some even formed teams to go and have friendly interactions with Yifan. If Yifan knew, he would probably be more determined to apply for day student status. After this incident, he probably couldn't stay at school anymore. As time passed, the morning military training reached its halfway point, and there was a break. Yifan and his classmates went to a shaded area to rest. While Yifan was resting, a boy happened to notice the Patek Philippe watch on Yifan's wrist and his eyes lit up. Yifan, your watch is so cool, the boy said admiringly. Hearing this, the others nearby also looked over curiously. Indeed, they hadn't noticed before, but Yifan's watch was really cool. Olji, how much did you pay for this watch? Someone asked curiously. A little over 500, Yifan wiped his sweat and casually replied. A little over 500? That's not expensive, they could afford it. At this moment, a thin boy from the next class happened to pass by, overheard the discussion, and looked over. Initially, he thought Yifan's watch was expensive, so he didn't say anything. But when he learned that Yifan's watch was only worth a little over 500, he couldn't help but smile. He thought it was some kind of luxury watch, but it turned out to be an ordinary one. What's so cool about it? Does it compare to my Rolex Yachtmaster Series M2686222? Clearing his throat, the thin boy stepped forward, boasting proudly. As he spoke, he waved the Rolex on his wrist. He bought this Rolex for over 80,000 yuan. It was over 100 times more expensive than Yifan's trashy watch. Rolex? Hearing that the thin boy was wearing a Rolex, everyone turned to look. Rolex was a luxury item for them. They have only seen it in movies and TV dramas, and have never seen it in real life? Is this a Rolex? Indeed, very handsome. Several people stared at the thin man's watch for a while, all feeling emotional. Even if someone thinks it's just okay, the brand and price are there, so it has to be handsome. Brother, how much is your Rolex? I think it's at least 20,000. No, I've seen a Rolex for over 10,000, definitely not as nice as this one, I think it's at least 30,000. Someone speculated. 30,000? Hearing this, the thin man smiled disdainfully. What a joke, my watch is over 80,000, close to 90,000. The thin man said arrogantly. What? Hearing this, the onlookers were instantly dumbfounded. Over 80,000, close to 90,000? Oh my God? Much more expensive than their 4 years of living expenses. Is this the life of the second generation rich, the life of the wealthy? Looking at the shocked and envious eyes of the crowd, the thin man felt a bit inflated. Why do I feel that this Rolex is not as good looking as Yifan's watch? Someone muttered quietly. I think so too. Beside them, someone else agreed. Hearing this, the thin man immediately became unhappy. His own Rolex, costing over 80,000, is not as good as a watch that costs over 500? Do these people have a problem with their taste? Yifan, is your watch a Patek Philippe? At this moment, a girl asked curiously. Her father is a fanatic watch enthusiast, and with her father's influence, she has some knowledge of watches. Just now, hearing someone talking about watches, she walked over out of curiosity. At first glance, she was extremely certain that Yifan's watch was definitely not an ordinary one. The craftsmanship is definitely not comparable to an ordinary watch. Even Rolex is far behind. Unable to contain her curiosity, the girl approached and asked. She wasn't sure if Yifan's watch was a Patek Philippe or a Vacheron Constantin. But she didn't want to ask directly, so she chose Patek Philippe. Yes. Yifan nodded, not hiding anything. Huh? Seeing Yifan nod, the girl was stunned. This was something she never expected. Yifan's watch turned out to be a top-notch Patek Philippe. Even more incredible, Yifan actually admitted it. Patek Philippe? Yifan's watch is a Patek Philippe? Hearing the conversation between the girl and Yifan, the others, especially the thin boy, were dumbfounded. They could hardly believe what they heard. How is that possible? Yifan said the watch was worth over 500, and it turned out to be a Patek Philippe? Isn't Patek Philippe a top-notch watch brand? How could it be worth just over 500? Wait, that's not right, is it? Just now, Yifan only said over 500, there seemed to be no unit afterwards. Subconsciously, they took the unit after over 500 as yuan. Thinking of this, they covered their mouths, unable to believe the guessed result. Could it be that when Yifan said over 500, the unit wasn't yuan? Yifan said over 500, and it's in thousands? Yifan's watch is worth over 500,000? They were all shocked by their own guesses, their bodies trembling slightly. How is that possible? Just a watch, how could it be so expensive? But then again, if Yifan's watch is really a Patek Philippe, perhaps it's really possible. After all, it's absolutely impossible to buy a Patek Philippe for just over 500 yuan. Even a high-quality imitation of Patek Philippe is unaffordable. Over 500,000 seems to be more in line with the brand of Patek Philippe. Yifan, your watch is over 500, over 500,000? Finally, someone couldn't help it, tremblingly asked. Yeah, what's wrong? Yifan asked, puzzled. Yeah? Yifan answered yes. Is his watch really worth over 5 million? Over 5 million, you could buy 2 houses in the center of Changzhou City. Where Yifan is wearing a watch, it's clearly two houses. Several people stared blankly at Yifan's Patek Philippe, feeling extremely complicated. On the scene, the thin man who had just shown off his Rolex felt the most embarrassed. Showing off with a watch worth over 80,000 in front of someone with a Patek Philippe worth over 5 million, what was he thinking? Isn't he just a clown? Isn't that too embarrassing? The thin man's face immediately turned red. After a long pause, he finally came to his senses. Wait, something's not right. From start to finish, it seems like everything Yifan said. Did Yifan say his watch is a Patek Philippe worth over 5 million? He didn't present any evidence at all. A regular freshman wearing a Patek Philippe worth millions? Is that possible? Yifan could totally be bragging, no need for any proof. Thinking this, the thin man understood. He was sure Yifan was just bragging to save face. How do you prove it's over 5 million? The thin man sneered and confidently asked, I'm certain that Yifan's watch cannot be worth over 5 million. But before the thin man could finish his sentence, someone nearby exclaimed, Quick, check the forums and confession wall, something big is happening. Check the confession wall? Check the forums? Something big is happening? What big thing is happening? Curious, everyone opened the confession wall or forums. The next moment, looking at the photos, everyone was stunned. As soon as they entered, they saw a picture of Yifan and Su Meng getting out of a Ferrari. And clearly, it was Yifan getting out of the driver's seat. This means Yifan's car is a Ferrari. Thinking this, everyone completely believed. Yifan's Patek Philippe must be real. After all, how can a person driving a Ferrari to school be poor? Looking at the photos on the forums, the thin man felt ashamed seeing Yifan getting out of a Ferrari. He was wrong. Yifan was driving a Ferrari? At that moment, he felt completely hopeless. Taking advantage of everyone looking at the confession wall, the thin man quickly slipped away. As they scrolled down, they even found a video. Although in the photos, Yifan's face was only partially visible. But anyone who had seen Yifan could confirm it was him. Especially thinking back to yesterday's military training when Su, the school flower, personally brought water to Yifan. Yesterday, Yifan said he and Su had nothing going on. But today, they were getting out of a Ferrari together. It seemed like this morning? How could they have no relationship when Su was willingly bringing him water? Yifan's classmates looked at him with envy. They never imagined there was such a wealthy person among them. Some envied Yifan and Su's relationship, while others envied that Yifan was driving a Ferrari. Lao Yi, tell us honestly, were you with Su the school flower last night? You're not being honest with us, Lao Yi. Yesterday you said your relationship with Su was average, today you're getting out of a car together, men. Yifan's roommates surrounded him, wanting to know the truth about his relationship with Su. Yifan didn't answer them but looked at the comments below the forums. Especially seeing that some people were planning to come and talk to him, Yifan felt helpless. The relationship between him and Su was innocent, right? At least now it's clear. The future is uncertain. There's nothing between him and Su Xiaohua. It seems right to think about becoming a day student. There's nothing between him and Su Xiaohua now, but he has already become the enemy of all the male students in the school. In case something really happens with Su Xiaohua in the future, then he probably wouldn't dare to stay in this school anymore. Before Yifan could answer the questions of a few people, military training continued. At noon when the military training ended, Yifan did not go to the cafeteria with a few people, but drove out to eat by himself. Yifan felt that it wouldn't be safe to appear in the cafeteria after this incident. It's better to eat outside these days. Coincidentally, he still had a novice gift package and a cashback card with 1,000 times return. It's going to expire in 3 days. He can spend it now. Yifan only needs to spend 5,000 yuan to get back 5 million. If it weren't for the limit on this card, Yifan could definitely, just with this card, become the richest man in the world this afternoon. But unfortunately, the game doesn't give Yifan a chance to exploit loopholes. At noon, Yifan spent over 1,000 yuan he had on him. After all, he temporarily didn't even have 5,000 yuan in his hands. He got back over 1,000,000. After that, Yifan spent over 3,000 and got back over 3 million. Yifan successfully spent the 1,000 times cashback card. At this moment, Yifan's bank card, which was previously a 4-digit number, has now become a 7-digit number. Yifan was very satisfied. In the afternoon, military training continued, and after the military training ended, Yifan found the counselor and completed the procedures for becoming a day student. After all, the dormitory is not as comfortable as his villa. Moreover, as Yifan, who is now the enemy of the whole school, it's not safe to stay in the dormitory. That night, Yifan returned to the villa. At midnight, Yifan spent 0.2 yuan to buy the Bentley Continental GT worth 4 to 5 million. The Bentley Continental GT is a luxury coupe with 2 doors and 4 seats. Congratulations, the purchase of the Bentley Continental GT was successful. It is now parked in your garage, please check it out. Without feeling sleepy, Yifan went straight to the villa's garage. At this moment, besides Yifan's Ferrari, there was a majestic black luxury car in the spacious garage. It was the Bentley Continental GT that Yifan had just bought. Yifan was very satisfied with this Bentley Continental GT. Although the Ferrari was great, it could only accommodate 2 people. It would be inconvenient with more people. But now, with this Bentley Continental GT, many things would be more convenient. The next day, because he had just acquired this Bentley Continental GT, Yifan drove this car to school. On the way, Yifan unexpectedly received a phone call. It was from his cousin Zhao Shuxian. Yifan was somewhat surprised that his cousin Zhao Shuxian called him at this time. "What's up, cousin?" Yifan answered the phone, curious. He instinctively thought something had happened. "Yifan, tonight I'm going out shopping with Su Meng, come with us." Zhao Shuxian's voice came through the phone. Zhao Shuxian had not forgotten about trying to match Yifan and Su Meng. This time, she made an appointment with Su Meng to go shopping, just the 2 of them. By inviting Yifan, there would be 3 people. When they were shopping, she would make an excuse to leave, giving the 2 of them space to be alone. With time, it would definitely have an effect. Being an older sister is not easy. She sighed in her heart for the sake of her younger brother's happiness. Is it okay for me to join you guys shopping?" Yifan asked softly. "There's nothing wrong with that. The weather will cool down in a while, and you've just started university, so you definitely didn't bring many clothes." Zhao Shuxian countered Yifan. "This time, consider it as buying you some autumn clothes." "It's settled then, see you tonight." Having said that, without giving Yifan a chance to refuse, Zhao Shuxian directly hung up the phone. Seeing Zhao Shuxian hang up, Yifan didn't know what to say. "It's just going shopping, let's go." To be honest, he didn't bring many autumn clothes, and once the weather gets cold, he won't have enough clothes. This time, he'll consider buying clothes for himself. His cousin has helped him a lot, even trying to match him with Su Meng, and even more concerned about his lifelong matters than himself. Now Yifan is different, his net worth has exceeded 1 billion. This shopping trip can also be an opportunity to buy her a small gift. When he has time on the weekend, he'll go home again. Ding dong. At this moment, Yifan's phone vibrated. There was a message from the game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest in the world. Since he was waiting at a red light and had time, Yifan opened the game. Selective challenge, option 1, agree to go shopping with cousin and Su Meng in the evening, task reward, a building in Xintai shopping center, option 2, refuse to go shopping with cousin and Su Meng, stay at the villa alone in the evening. Task reward, 5 million cash. Looking at the selective challenge released by the game this time, Yifan didn't hesitate at all. The reward for option 1 is Xintai Shopping Center. Xintai Shopping Center is one of the largest shopping centers in Changranju. Covering an area of over 100 acres, with a total construction area of up to 100,000 square meters, it already has top world brands such as Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Prada, Cartier, Armani, Tiffany, etc. The total value is at least over 1 billion. In contrast, the reward for the second option is only 5 million. It's incomparable to the first one. Moreover, Yifan has already promised his cousin, so he naturally won't break his promise. It seems that Xintai Shopping Center is destined to be his. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, another small goal is about to be achieved. Yifan's net worth is also about to exceed 2 billion. Ah, it's really annoying. Achieving a small goal in just 1 or 2 days, isn't it too easy? The green light came on, Yifan put down his phone and drove to the school. On the other side, the incident of Yifan and Su Meng getting out of a car yesterday has also temporarily come to an end. It's not that everyone has accepted that Su, the school flower, is already taken. It's because someone posted a few photos below the post. It was a photo of Su Meng getting into Yifan's car at the school gate yesterday morning. It turns out that the school flower Su got into Yifan's car at the school gate. In other words, the night before yesterday, Su, the school flower, was not with Yifan. Thinking of this, countless boys breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday morning, Su, the school flower, might have been tired of walking, so she took a ride. After all, the parking lot is not far from the girls' dormitory. With Su's cool personality, she naturally wouldn't come out to explain such groundless rumors. Whether it's delivering water or hitching a ride, it doesn't prove that Yifan and Su, the school flower, are in a romantic relationship. Maybe they are just ordinary friends or distant relatives. Many boys comforted themselves this way. Their goddess in their hearts is still the aloof school flower. Thinking like this, they felt much more comfortable and didn't clamor to go find Yifan for a friendly chat. This matter has temporarily come to an end. The fact that Su Meng got into Yifan's car at the school gate is also known to the people in Yifan's class. Yifan was telling the truth. He and Su, the school flower, don't have any special relationship. Thinking of this, all the boys in the class breathed a sigh of relief, no longer envying or being jealous of Yifan. Not only that, they even felt a bit of schadenfreude. On the other hand, the girls in the class, especially those who consider themselves somewhat attractive, were happy. Yifan is still single. They still have a chance. After all, Yifan's Ferrari is real. And Yifan's looks are so good. The handsome and wealthy man, can he not make people's hearts flutter? Since last night, they couldn't wait to actively add Yifan's WeChat. Not only the girls in the class, but also students from other classes, even senior students from the 2nd and 3rd year, actively added Yifan's WeChat. After all, with Su Meng here before, they felt they couldn't compete with her. But now it's different. When Yifan arrived at the playground, many beautiful girls surrounded him, eagerly offering him water, milk tea, and so on. Seeing this scene, the boys who were somewhat envious before, became envious again. Yes, even if he has nothing to do with the school flower, so what? He is still a top handsome and wealthy man, driving a Ferrari, wearing a Patek Philippe. Thinking of this, they felt sad again. Surrounded by so many girls all of a sudden, Yifan was a bit stunned. Yifan finally struggled out of the crowd and came to his roommates. Lao Yi, although there is no Su school flower now, it's still cool to be approached by so many girls. Yes, Lao Yi, you have to be strong. Even without Su school flower, there are still many beautiful senior sisters and pretty girls. The 3 of them advised Yifan. Yifan listened to the 3 of them in a daze. Before Yifan could speak, the instructor came over, and military training resumed. As time passed, in the afternoon when military training ended, Yifan drove back to his villa, took a shower, changed clothes, and then drove his Bentley to the school to pick up Su Meng and Zhao Shuxian. On the other side, Zhao Shuxian and Su Meng also came down from the dormitory building and walked towards the school gate together. Zhao Shuxian and Yifan had agreed to meet at the school gate. Earlier, Zhao Shuxian had already told Su Meng that Yifan would come. After all, neither of them could drive, and they didn't have a car, so Yifan coming could serve as a free driver. Su Meng not only did not refuse, but she also had a hint of expectation in her heart for Yifan's arrival. Su Meng couldn't describe exactly what she was feeling. Perhaps because in the previous few times, Su Meng was curious about Yifan. The two arrived at the school gate and waited for a while, and Yifan arrived by car. Looking at Yifan's Bentley Continental, Zhao Shuxian was a bit dumbfounded. This time, the 3 of them, Zhao Shuxian specifically instructed Yifan not to drive the Ferrari. After all, 3 people couldn't fit in, and it was too flashy. Yifan said he had just acquired a more low-key car, which could accommodate all 3 of them. But never did they expect that Yifan's so-called low-key car turned out to be a Bentley. How was this low-key? Zhao Shuxian complained in her heart. But compared to the Ferrari, the Bentley was considered a bit more low-key. On the other hand, Su Meng remained calm when she saw Yifan's Bentley. If you observed carefully, you would notice that when Su Meng saw Yifan's Ferrari last time, she was equally calm. Only when she found out that Yifan was actually the boss of Changranju last time, Su Meng was a bit surprised. But it was just a slight surprise, not too astonished. Su Meng's family background seemed complicated. The two got into the car, and Yifan drove straight to the Xintai shopping center. After all, the Xintai shopping center would soon belong to him, so this time he went to inspect the business and take care of his own business. After half an hour, Yifan slowly stopped the car. The 3 got out of the car and entered the spacious Xintai shopping center. Yifan was average in shopping, Zhao Shuxian was very excited, Su Meng remained aloof, somewhat similar to Yifan. Led by Zhao Shuxian, the 3 started shopping at the Xintai shopping center. After a while, Yifan's phone vibrated. Yifan found a corner, took out his phone, and indeed it was a message notification from the gained monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest in the world. Yifan clicked into the game, and several reminders popped up. Agreed to complete the challenge of going shopping with cousin. And Su Meng at night, congratulations on acquiring ownership of Xintai Shopping Center and becoming the new owner of Xintai Shopping Center. Congratulations on gaining 8 experience points. Congratulations on gaining 3 points. Yifan took a look at his player level and is now at LV1, 13/100, store level, 1-star store, 15/50ths. Leveling up is not too slow, it won't be long before he becomes an esteemed LV2 user. The store will also be upgraded to 2 stars. Not bad, not bad. At the same time, the management of Xintai Shopping Center received news. The former owner informed them that Xintai Shopping Center had been acquired by someone else. They have a new owner now. Later, after walking around for another 30 to 40 minutes, Zhao Shuxian made an excuse of needing to use the restroom and left first. Before leaving, Zhao Shuxian didn't forget to signal to Yifan. With Zhao Shuxian temporarily gone, both Yifan and Su Meng were a bit tired. So the 2 of them discussed and found a place to rest. However, neither of them noticed that not far behind them, 3 girls were looking in their direction. Hey, isn't that Su's school flower? She's actually shopping with a guy? Seeing Yifan and Su Meng, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. They were from the same school as Yifan and Su Meng, who were out shopping today. But they unexpectedly spotted Su Meng. The famous aloof school flower was now out shopping with a guy? This was unbelievable. Who's the guy next to her? A slightly chubby girl curiously asked. It seems to be that freshman, called Yifan. That's him, I've seen Su's school flower bring him water before, and there are photos of Su's school flower getting out of his car, a girl said with great certainty. Originally, she thought Su's school flower had no relationship with Yifan, but now seeing them shopping together was not normal. Let's go take a look. Out of curiosity, the 3 of them quickly walked towards Yifan and Su Meng. When Yifan and Su Meng turned a corner, Su Meng accidentally twisted her foot and stumbled to the side. Fortunately, Yifan was quick to react and reached out, catching Su Meng to prevent her from falling. On the other side, the 3 girls happened to walk over. Because of the turn, they didn't see the scene of Su Meng twisting her foot. As they approached, they saw Yifan holding Su Meng. Seeing this scene, the 3 girls were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Oh my god, what did they just witness? Su's school flower was actually being held in someone's arms, and she didn't refuse? Oh my god. This was a huge deal. Previously, whether it was delivering water or both of them getting out of the car together, it didn't mean anything? But now, Yifan was holding Su's school flower? And Su's school flower didn't refuse. This was enough to explain everything. Oh god, it's too unbelievable. A freshman who had just started school managed to capture the aloof school flower. This was incredible. One of the girls, quick-witted, directly took a picture of this scene. Not wanting to be discovered by Yifan and Su Meng, she took the photo and quickly turned around, heading in the opposite direction of Yifan and Su Meng. On the other side, Zhao Shuxian also came out of the restroom. Originally, she was planning to leave, but suddenly thought of something. Yifan and Su Meng had only recently met after all. If she wasn't around, even if they had some time alone together, they probably wouldn't stay long. After thinking for a while, Zhao Shuxian came back. She planned to go to the restroom a few more times to create more opportunities for the two to be alone together. This way, they wouldn't be able to leave and could only chat together. With this back and forth, wouldn't they become more familiar with each other? As she thought about it, Zhao Shuxian walked over here. When Zhao Shuxian was not far from Yifan and Su Meng, she froze. She widened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Yifan actually hugged Su Meng? Oh my, this is too fast. Even she, who had always wanted to matchmake Yifan and Su Meng, was taken aback for a moment. Have the two of them already developed to this extent? Isn't it too quick? Is Yifan's ability to flirt so strong? It seems that she was overthinking it. Perhaps even without her, Yifan could easily catch up with Su Meng. At this moment, she must not be a third wheel and disturb the two. Thinking this, Zhao Shuxian quickly ran into the nearby store while Yifan and Su Meng were not paying attention. On the other side, Yifan squatted down and looked at Su Meng's ankle. At this moment, Su Meng's ankle was slightly swollen. Without delay, Yifan directly carried Su Meng and walked outside. He was prepared to take Su Meng to the hospital for a checkup to prevent any accidents like fractures. On the other side, being held dominantly by Yifan, Su Meng's face turned red all of a sudden. Her heart rate also accelerated. This was the first time she had been hugged by a boy, and she felt very uncomfortable. But she knew that Yifan was doing it for her own good, to take her to the hospital for a checkup. She couldn't walk on her own, so she couldn't refuse Yifan. So she could only act like an ostrich, letting Yifan carry her and walk outside. Being hugged by a boy for the first time, Su Meng dared not look at the eyes of the people around her, subconsciously closing her eyes. With her head down, Su Meng's heart rate suddenly increased, her face flushed, and her cheeks turned red to the roots of her ears. For the first time in history, being held like this by a boy, Su Meng really felt uncomfortable. She could only silently hope to get to the car faster. However, it seemed like fate was against her today. What usually took only a few minutes turned out to be particularly long for Su Meng. Today, as if she had walked for a century. Even though she had a relatively cold personality and was even called the cold campus beauty, at this moment, she was like a little girl. She was just too shy. Because of her shyness, Su Meng momentarily ignored the pain coming from her ankle. On the other side, watching Yifan carry Su Meng away, Zhao Shuxian was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Zhao Shuxian couldn't believe her eyes. Was what she just saw real? Or was it just her imagination? The relationship between Yifan and Su Meng had always been lukewarm before, but how long had it been today? They had already developed to this extent, which could be considered a real couple. Could it be that the indifference Yifan and Su Meng showed in front of her before was intentional, just an act? In reality, had Yifan already started pursuing Su Meng and even won her over? Various bold speculations surged in Zhao Shuxian's mind for a moment. She never expected that her cousin had a way with girls. Even someone like Su Meng, who was known for being aloof, was easily won over. Men, ha! Regardless, the fact that Su Meng and Yifan could be together was all thanks to her. Whether Yifan had really succeeded or not, she must make him pay. She had been craving a seafood feast for a long time, especially king crabs and lobsters. She helped him win over the prestigious cold campus beauty? It wouldn't be excessive to make him bleed a little and treat herself to a feast. Zhao Shuxian stood still and did not follow. On the other side, as Yifan carried Su Meng outside, many passers-by couldn't help but stop and take a few more glances, whether they were boys, girls, or even couples. Boys were extremely envious of Yifan for having such a beautiful girlfriend, while girls envied Su Meng. They thought Su Meng was tired from shopping, So her boyfriend took the initiative to carry her? They also want such a handsome and considerate boyfriend. As for the couples who saw the scene, the women were envious of Su Meng and asked their boyfriends to hold them too. At this moment, the male partner of Yifan, who was just envied, was extremely bitter. Especially for a skinny boy, hearing that his chubby girlfriend, who weighed close to 200 pounds, wanted him to carry her made him almost faint. On the other side, after a long wait, Yifan finally carried Su Meng into the car. Phew! Su Meng took a long breath and relaxed slightly. She felt that her face was hotter than having a fever. Yifan closed the car door, went to the driver's seat from the other side, started the car directly, and headed straight to the nearest hospital. Yifan drove meticulously, using his experienced driving skills and the powerful performance of the Bentley Continental to speed along the road. Beside him, watching Yifan's serious profile. At this moment, Su Meng's silent heart suddenly skipped a beat. The serious Yifan at this moment looked so handsome. Is this the feeling of being cared for by a boyfriend? This warm feeling made her ankle less painful. If one day Yifan could be her boyfriend. Ha! Thinking of this, Su Meng was stunned. What was she thinking just now? Su Meng dared not recall it herself. Could that strange feeling just now be what they call a crush? Su Meng wasn't sure. After all, she had never been in a relationship or liked any boy before, so she didn't know what a crush felt like. Just now, Su Meng confirmed that she had a feeling in her heart that she had never experienced before. This feeling was so strange and indescribable. It seemed that with Yifan around, nothing was a problem. Su Meng had never thought about what it would feel like to have a boyfriend. But if she had a boyfriend who cared for her when she was sick, listened to her when she was sad, comforted her, and stood up for her in times of trouble, it wouldn't be bad. At this moment, a subtle change occurred in Su Meng's heart. This slight change went unnoticed even by Su Meng herself. Thanks to Yifan's driving skills, the 20-minute journey to the hospital only took Yifan 12 to 13 minutes. If he had driven a Ferrari instead of a Bentley today, it might have been even faster. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yifan carried Su Meng again and walked towards the hospital. This time, although Su Meng was still shy, she didn't resist as much. Being carried by Yifan, they went through a series of procedures and finally stood in front of the doctor. After asking about the situation, the doctor began the examination. After the examination, the doctor said to Su Meng, "Young lady, you have a good boyfriend. If he hadn't brought you to the hospital in time, things might have been worse." Boyfriend? Hearing the doctor's words, Su Meng, who had just calmed down, blushed again. We are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Su Meng replied softly. No, then you should be even more grateful to him. Young men who are so caring and responsible are rare nowadays. The doctor casually remarked before discussing Su Meng's ankle condition. Because they arrived in time, the problem was not serious. The doctor prescribed some medication and advised her to rest for 3 to 4 days. Okay, thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. The two thanked the doctor, and Yifan carried Su Meng outside. Yifan placed Su Meng on a nearby seat and went to pay the bill and get the medicine. Since it was inconvenient to return to school for rest, Su Meng called her mother to pick her up and take her home for a few days. After the recent incident, Su Meng was too shy to let Yifan accompany her home. And letting Yifan take her home, her father would definitely ask a lot of questions, which would be troublesome. With a plan in mind, Su Meng called her mother. 20 minutes later, Su Meng's mother hurried over. When she arrived, Fan was still waiting in line to get medicine. Even though it was already evening, the hospital was still quite crowded. Su Meng, how are you? Su Meng's mother saw Su Meng and asked anxiously, her tone filled with worry. Mom, I'm fine, just twisted my foot a bit. Su Meng explained, and then she told her mother the whole story. I see, what about that boy? After listening, Su Meng's mother looked around and saw only Su Meng, no sign of the boy. Yifan went to get the medicine. Su Meng explained. Let's wait for him. Yes, let's wait and thank him properly. Su Meng's mother nodded. If it weren't for this boy, her daughter would have been in danger today. 4 or 5 minutes later, Yifan came back with the medicine. From a distance, Yifan saw a middle-aged woman next to Su Meng who looked very gentle. Needless to say, this must be Su Meng's mother. At this moment, Su Meng's mother also looked carefully. Being scrutinized by Su Meng's mother made Yifan, who was originally calm, a bit nervous. For some reason, he felt that Su Meng's mother was looking at him as if she were sizing up a potential son-in-law. Su Meng saw Yifan approaching and turned to her mother. "Mom, Yifan is here." Having heard Su Meng's description earlier, Su Meng's mother already had a rough impression of Yifan. As a mother, she knew her daughter's personality very well. From her daughter's tone earlier, Su Meng's mother could sense something peculiar between her daughter and Yifan. Moreover, her daughter deliberately didn't mention how she got to the shopping center after twisting her foot and how she ended up at the hospital. It was impossible for her daughter to walk out of the shopping center on her own with a sprained foot. So the only conclusion was that she was either supported or carried by Yifan. But her daughter didn't object to either scenario, which meant it was normal, yet abnormal. Su Meng's mother knew her daughter very well. If her daughter accidentally sprained her foot, she would never let a boy help her unless she didn't dislike him and even had a hint of liking him. Her daughter was already grown up, so Su Meng's mother didn't point this out. Therefore, when she heard her daughter say that Yifan had returned, her gaze towards Yifan seemed a bit off. It carried a hint of scrutinizing him as a potential son-in-law. Yifan's feeling was right. She didn't oppose her daughter dating, but she would definitely scrutinize any potential boyfriend. If there was anything unsatisfactory, there was no chance of being with her daughter. Being watched by Su Meng's mother, Yifan had an indescribable feeling. Yifan walked over and greeted very politely, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello." Su Meng's mother nodded. Her first impression of Yifan was acceptable. This young man was very polite and looked good. "Senior Su, this is the medicine I picked up, and this type." Yifan handed the medicine to Su Meng and began to explain how to take each type. Su Meng's mother watched and was quite satisfied with Yifan. This young man was quite good to her daughter, caring and responsible. Looking at Yifan, Su Meng's mother nodded. Yifan passed the initial test. But to become her future son-in-law, he would need further observation and testing. "I've noted it down," Yifan said once, and Su Meng remembered. At school, Su Meng was not only a famous cold beauty but also a well-known top student with exceptionally outstanding academic performance. It's the kind of person who wins awards easily. Moreover, Yifan had heard before that although Su Xiaohua is a top student, she is not the type who only knows how to study and nothing else. Su Xiaohua is talented in many ways. It is said that she is strong in singing, piano, classical dance, and so on. After getting the medicine, there was no need to stay in the hospital. So Su Meng's mother and Yifan walked outside together, each supporting Su Meng on one side. Although Yifan didn't mind taking Su Meng out in the same way as before. Of course, Yifan had no other intentions, he just thought it would be more convenient and time-saving to go out this way. Yes, that's it. Yifan is a serious person. Although Yifan had no other opinions, Su Meng's mother probably wouldn't agree. Therefore, Yifan could only carefully support Su Meng with her mother, one on each side, and walk out. 10 minutes later, Yifan and Su Meng's mother helped Su Meng out of the hospital. Su Meng's mother's car was parked outside the hospital. Yifan took a look from a distance. It seemed to be a black Mercedes-Benz worth over $1 million. The license plate was good, with SJ888 on the back. When they reached the car, Yifan helped Su Meng get in. "Xiaochen, you've worked hard today. How about coming to our house for a visit?" After Su Meng got in the car, Su Meng's mother warmly invited Yifan to their home. "Not today, it's getting late." Yifan shook his head. He couldn't stand the way Su Meng's mother looked at him as a prospective son-in-law. "Next time, I will make time to visit Auntie," Yifan replied. "Okay, it's settled then. Let Su Meng chat with you in detail later." However, Su Meng's mother took Yifan's words seriously. "All right." Since she said so, Yifan could only nod. "Xiaochen, goodbye then." Su Meng's mother bid farewell to Yifan and got into the car. Su Meng also said goodbye to Yifan. Watching the Mercedes slowly drive away, Yifan suddenly thought of something and looked again. SJ888. SJ888. Isn't this the Su family's 888? Yifan thought in surprise. Watching the Mercedes license plate slowly move away, Yifan suddenly realized. Initially, he thought the SJ on the license plate had no special meaning. But just now, he inadvertently thought of Su Meng's surname, and then he realized. With this in mind, this license plate was quite extraordinary. If it was just 3 8s, it would be good but not particularly special. But now, Yifan realized that the meaning of Su Meng's family's license plate was actually Su Family 888, which was quite remarkable. It seemed that Su Meng's family background was far more impressive than he had imagined. Originally, Yifan thought that Su Meng should be a wealthy beauty with a relatively privileged family background. But now, seeing this license plate, Yifan felt that Su Meng's family background was much more powerful than he had imagined. It would be difficult to obtain such a license plate. After all, although a license plate with consecutive 8s is stylish and prestigious, many wealthy people and big shots would not choose it. After all, it's too ostentatious, and the more complex a person's background is, the more they prefer to keep a low profile. Therefore, license plates with special meanings and good numbers at the end have become the first choice for these big shots and wealthy individuals. Just like the license plate of Su Meng's family, which was Su Family 888. To obtain such a license plate, it probably requires a very influential network. After a brief moment of confusion, Yifan left, found his Bentley, and drove away. When he got home, Yifan messaged his cousin Zhao Shuxian and told her about what had happened earlier. After listening, Zhao Shuxian was somewhat regretful, but this explanation made sense. After all, in such a short time, how could Yifan possibly catch up with Su Meng? But this way, it's not bad either. After this incident, Yifan's relationship with Su Meng would definitely further warm up. Zhao Shuxian was still quite satisfied. The only thing she regretted was the seafood feast that she was about to enjoy, but it slipped away. No, sooner or later, she would have that seafood feast. After chatting with Zhao Shuxian, Yifan sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, waiting for midnight to refresh the game store. Just then, Yifan suddenly received a WeChat message. It was actually Su Meng who took the initiative to send it. Thank you. Su Meng expressed her gratitude to Yifan for helping her so much tonight. If it weren't for Yifan, things would have been troublesome. You're welcome, Yifan replied. Good night, heart, Su Meng replied to Yifan with a good night message, followed by a heart symbol. After sending the message, Su Meng immediately closed her phone, a blush appearing on her face again. This was the first time she had said good night to a boy and sent a heart symbol. For her, it was already a big breakthrough. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and Su Meng's mother walked in slowly. Su Meng, you don't look well, go to bed early. Her mother advised Su Meng to rest early and not stay up late playing on her phone. Okay, good night, Mom, Su Meng replied. Just as her mother was about to leave, Su Meng suddenly asked, by the way, Mom, has Dad not come back yet? Not yet, he has a social engagement tonight because of work. He has to meet some important clients, so he will be back late tonight, Su Meng's mother explained. Because of work, Su Meng's father often came home late. Over the years, both Su Meng and her mother had adapted to it. By the way, Mom, can you not tell Dad about what happened with Yifan today? After hesitating for a moment, Su Meng asked weakly. Her father was a very serious and meticulous person. If he found out about what happened with Yifan today, he would definitely ask a lot of questions, and might even send someone to investigate Yifan's background. It would be annoying. Okay, Su Meng's mother thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She naturally knew her husband's temperament. If her daughter finally had a slight feeling for a boy, it would be bad if her husband ruined it. Thank you, Mom, Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her mother agree. On the other side, in Yifan's villa, after replying good night to Su Meng, Yifan exited WeChat without continuing the conversation. Su Meng was not feeling well today, so she should rest early. Yi Fan went back to his own business. Time passed like flowing water, and finally, Yi Fan waited until midnight. Yi Fan opened the game. If my salary is 3,000, I'm the richest in the world. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan headed straight to the store. Sure enough, the store had been updated. Master level piano performance, price, 0.8 yuan, 10-fold rebate card, up to 30 million, price, 1.5 yuan, Centurion black card, price, 2.5 yuan. This time, there were 3 new items. The first was the master level piano performance, which was self-explanatory. It meant having the same piano playing level as a top master, a good skill to have. Now, Yi Fan was very interested in skills. Previously, Yi Fan was very satisfied with the top-level driving skills he had acquired. Many times, top-level driving skills had played a crucial role. Not to mention today when he took Su Meng to the hospital. Without top-level driving skills, Yi Fan had just obtained his driver's license, and the 20-minute journey would probably have taken him half an hour. But with top-level driving skills, even if he drove a Bentley this time, Yi Fan only took 13 or 14 minutes to arrive. If he drove a sports car, he might have arrived in 10 minutes. This highlighted the importance of skills. Master-level piano performance was also good and could be crucial in many situations. The second item was the 10-fold rebate card. Although it may not seem as good as the 1,000-fold rebate card Yi Fan obtained from the beginner's gift pack before. After all, one is only 10 times, while the other is 1,000 times. But pay attention, the limit of this 10-fold rebate card is 30 million. In other words, Yi Fan only needs to spend 3 million to get 30 million in hand. By this calculation, Yi Fan can earn a whopping 27 million. On the other hand, the previous 1,000-fold rebate card had a limit of only 5 million. Yi Fan only made just under 5 million from it. The difference between the two is 20 million. This 20 million is an astronomical figure that an ordinary person wouldn't dare to dream of in a lifetime. Ordinary people, let alone working for a lifetime, may not even be able to save 2 million in 10 lifetimes. This 10-fold rebate card is excellent. As long as Yi Fan gets it, the few million in the bank card will quickly turn into tens of millions. As for the third one, the Centurion black card. This is also the most heavyweight item in the mall this time. Speaking of black cards, many people only know that they are powerful, but they don't know the specifics. Internationally, the most famous black card is the Centurion black card. The Centurion black card, officially known as the American Express Centurion black card, is internationally recognized as the king of cards. To own such a card, one's total assets must be at least in the 9 digits, the card issuance fee is as high as tens of thousands, and an annual fee of 1 to 2,000 must also be paid. The Centurion black card is positioned for the high-end crowd. Various dignitaries, billionaires, social celebrities, etc., are important holders of the Centurion black card. Owning this Centurion black card allows one to enjoy various top-notch services. For example, VIP seats at various global events, exclusive treatment at top private clubs in major cities worldwide, and various top-notch treatments in global travel, events, entertainment, etc. You can also enjoy experiences such as F1 racing, airport expedited services, 24-hour private banking, free overnight stays at top 5-star hotels such as Hilton, Banyan Tree, and Intercontinental hotels worldwide, and more. In short, it symbolizes status, position, and connections. In addition, there is one more crucial point, which is the condition for obtaining the Centurion black card. Unlike other types of bank cards, the Centurion black card cannot be obtained through personal application. If you want to obtain it, you can only be invited by other cardholders and the bank. This condition is very strict, leaving many billionaires and dignitaries out in the cold. You can randomly find a dozen or even dozens of billionaires, and you may not find a person who owns a Centurion black card. To obtain it, you must have exceptionally strong connections. Now, this is the Centurion black card that countless billionaires and dignitaries have long coveted. It unexpectedly appeared in the one-star mall of the game, and the price is only $2.05. If those billionaires knew about this, they would probably envy Yi Fan. Despite their efforts and various connections, they couldn't get their hands on the Centurion black card. Yi Fan only needed $2.05 to get it. That's the difference. After some thought, Yifan had made a decision. The first thing he wanted to buy was naturally the Centurion Black card, the most heavyweight item in the one-star mall this time. Tomorrow, he would buy the tenfold rebate card, and finally, the master-level piano proficiency. After making the decision, Yifan spent 2.5 yuan without hesitation to buy this Centurion Black card. Congratulations, the purchase of the Centurion Black card was successful and is now placed on your desk. Please check it carefully. The game prompt indicated that Yifan's purchase was successful. Yifan turned his head and indeed saw a black bank card on the table at this moment. In addition, there were Yifan's card issuance certificate and other documents. The game had thoughtfully arranged everything for Yifan. Yifan picked up his first black card and looked at it for a while, nodding in satisfaction before putting it into his wallet. Yifan was satisfied and ready to rest, as he still had military training the next day. As Yifan was getting ready to rest, various forums, confession walls, and groups in the school were unusually lively. They had been discussing for several hours, from 8 or 9 in the evening until now at midnight. Even after several hours had passed, they were still arguing heatedly without any intention of stopping. Why were these people so excited? It was simple, because of a picture. A picture that was secretly taken by a few girls in the mall, showing Yifan hugging Su Meng from behind. Because of this picture, everything exploded. Previously, whether it was delivering water or Yifan and Su Meng getting off a car, none of it mattered. But now, Yifan was actually hugging Su Meng. Things suddenly became complicated. Yifan was hugging the school flower Su, and Su did not reject or struggle. This was very unusual. Could the rumors be true? Were the two of them already in a relationship? How was that possible? One was a freshman who had just entered the school not long ago, and the other was the famous aloof school flower. In just a few days, Yifan successfully pursued Su Meng? This was unbelievable. Looking at this picture, everyone was extremely shocked. Before this, most people believed that Yifan and Su Meng had no relationship. After all, someone had previously clarified that Su Meng was just getting out of Yifan's Ferrari at the school gate, and the two were not together for the night. At that time, Su Chuqing's pursuers breathed a sigh of relief, even gloating over Yifan's misfortune. They felt that Yifan was not worthy of their aloof goddess. But now, seeing the picture of Yifan hugging Su Meng, those who had previously gloated over Yifan were almost in tears. What was going on? Were Yifan and Su Meng really together? All the boys envied Yifan greatly. Of course, more people admired Yifan very much. 2. Successfully win over the school flower shortly after entering the school, what an idol. But even so, some people still didn't believe it. After all, this was just a picture of their backs, and neither Yifan nor Su Meng's faces were fully visible. Those who didn't believe the authenticity of this picture suspected. The couple in this picture looked like Yifan and Su Meng from behind. Or perhaps someone deliberately photoshopped the image to tarnish Su Meng's reputation. Because the argument was so fierce, even the girls who took the picture dared not come forward to confirm its authenticity. At this moment, they were somewhat afraid and regretted sending out the picture. But now, it was too late. Because of the authenticity of this picture, countless people were arguing. Whether they believed the picture was real or thought it was photoshopped, they all envied Yifan greatly. To have a scandal with the school flower Su Meng was definitely a stroke of luck in one's lifetime. If it were them, they would probably wake up from their dreams laughing. They envied Yifan too much. In the end, several groups of people had already planned to visit Yifan's dormitory in a friendly manner tomorrow night. The next morning, Yifan got up and once again met his neighbor Mo Mengfei, a top-notch mature lady, while jogging outside. The two of them ran around Lingyun Lake together, chatted for a while, and then Yifan returned to his villa. After tidying up, he drove his Bentley Continental and headed straight to the school. When Yifan arrived at the playground again, everyone looked over at him immediately. This time, Yifan's arrival attracted more attention than the previous times. What happened before, like delivering water, was nothing compared to this? Hugging the aloof school flower in his arms, that was the most awesome. Whether it was real or fake, it was impressive. The wallet that Yifan just took out, it looks like a very ordinary wallet sold in a store. What's so good about it? The only person at the scene who was interested in Yifan's wallet was the beautiful girl who had just won the game. This beautiful girl has a very high appearance value, several levels higher than the other girls present. This time, the reason she asked the losers to take out their wallets was more out of curiosity about what was inside Yifan's wallet. The things in a wallet sometimes reflect various aspects of a person from the side. Actually, it's better to look at the phone. There are more secrets on WeChat, but since it's the first time meeting, it's not good to check the phone. So after some thought, the beautiful girl chose to look at the wallet. As for the fat guy, he is very familiar with Yifan and has seen Yifan's wallet many times, so he is not interested. Zhang Yanning was the first to act. He opened the wallet. Instantly, he attracted the attention of several people. The first thing Zhang Yanning took out was a stack of money. It looked like a few thousand. This was within everyone's expectations, and no one was surprised. But then, what Zhang Yanning took out next left everyone stunned. Zhang Yanning took out a bunch of cards from the wallet. Among them were high-end bank cards, as well as some high-level membership cards. These cards immediately caught the attention of several people. Wow, how many cards are these? Zhang Xiao is really awesome. Several people marveled and roughly estimated. Among the cards Zhang Yanning took out, there were 4 or 5 bank cards and 5 or 6 membership cards. Marriott Hotel Group Platinum Card. Beichen Golf Club Gold Card. Several people began to check what these cards were, and they first looked at the membership cards. These were membership cards for some high-end places. Each card's level was not low, and to obtain such a card, the annual spending was probably in the 6 figures. So amazing. The Beichen Golf Club's Gold Card. Several people were full of admiration, and the most impressive among these membership cards was the Beichen Golf Club's Gold Card. The Beichen Golf Club is the top golf club in Jiangzhou, without a doubt. Those who go in and out of there are all millionaires, dignitaries. The requirements to become a member there are very strict. It was unexpected that Zhang Yanning actually had a gold card from there. Impressive. After looking at these membership cards, several people then looked at the bank cards. These bank cards were also not ordinary, mostly gold cards, platinum cards, and the like. Huh, what kind of bank card is this one from Construction Bank? I've never seen it before. A boy pointed to a strange card among the bank cards, curious. Following the boy's gaze, the others also furrowed their brows. What kind of card is this? They had never seen it before. This is the Construction Bank's diamond card. Glancing at it, Zhang Yanning answered casually. Construction Bank's diamond card? Does Construction Bank have a diamond card? They had only heard of gold cards and platinum cards, never expected there was a diamond card. Everyone looked surprised. This was something they had not come across before. Zhang Xiao, are there any requirements to apply for this Construction Bank diamond card? The boy continued to ask. Requirements? Zhang Yanning thought for a moment and calmly replied, I remember it's not very difficult. You just need personal assets of over 10 million, and an annual spending of no less than 300,000. Personal assets over 10 million? When Zhang Yanning said this, everyone present was no longer calm. Oh my god. To have a Construction Bank Platinum card like this, you need over 10 million in assets? Everyone was shocked. Zhang Yanning has such a diamond card, does that mean his personal assets have exceeded 10 million? Thinking of this, several people were even more shocked. Especially when they remembered Zhang Yanning saying that it wasn't very difficult to get this kind of diamond card. Implicitly, isn't it not very difficult to have 10 million in assets? Is this the legendary arrogance? Gulu, gulu. Admire, admire, Zhang Xiao is truly impressive. Even having such a cool ICBC diamond card, Zhang Xiao is mighty. After a moment of daze, whether male or female, they all began to flatter Zhang Yanning. Enjoying the praise of several people, Zhang Yanning felt proud. To be honest, this diamond card is not his, but his father's. And there isn't much money in the card either. In order to show off, Zhang Yanning secretly took this diamond card from his father. He has shown off with this ICBC diamond card several times, and each time was exceptionally successful. Apart from money and these bank cards, membership cards, Zhang Anning has nothing else in his wallet. As for Yi Fan, he was almost ignored by several people. What's the use of being handsome, can it feed you? By the way, Yi student, why don't you show yours too? When everyone was trying to please Zhang Anning, the most beautiful girl suddenly said to Yi Fan. She was probably the only one interested in Yi Fan's wallet after seeing Zhang Anning's. Hearing the beautiful girl speak, the others reluctantly looked over. Okay. Yi Fan nodded and opened his wallet. There were even fewer things in Yi Fan's wallet. Besides his ID, there were just 2 bank cards. One bank card was the most common kind. The other was a black bank card. Several people saw this black bank card and were curious. They had never seen it before. But because this bank card was together with another ordinary bank card, they didn't ask further, thinking it must be a newly issued bank card. They speculated in their minds. After looking at Yi Fan's wallet, these men and women started praising Zhang Anning again. Then, a young man dressed in a dandy style passed by. When Zhang Anning saw this young man, his eyes lit up. Huang Xiao. Zhang Anning quickly stood up and respectfully called out. Ha! Hearing someone call him, the young man turned in surprise. Xiao Zhang, it's you? After seeing Zhang Anning, the young man nodded slightly, looking extremely arrogant. Xiao Zhang? Huang Xiao? Hearing the mutual address between Zhang Anning and this young man, everyone was confused. Zhang Anning, who they thought was very impressive, was Zhang Xiao. In front of this young man Huang Xiao, he became Xiao Zhang? Then what is the identity of this Huang Xiao? Several people dared not imagine. Let me introduce you, this is Huang Hai, Huang Xiao. Zhang Anning introduced the young man to everyone. Hello, Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao. Everyone quickly greeted Huang Xiao, wanting to appear familiar in front of him. Huang Hai just responded indifferently, then turned to leave without saying another word. These people are not worthy. However, just as Huang Hai was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the black card in front of Yi Fan, and his expression changed instantly. This. Huang Hai stared at the black card in front of Yi Fan, his eyes widening in shock. Seeing the strange expression on Huang Xiao's face, everyone was puzzled. What's going on? What's wrong with Huang Xiao? Huang Xiao, what's the matter? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Anning walked up to Huang Hai and asked respectfully. It seemed like Huang Hai didn't hear Zhang Anning's words, but took a step forward, tremblingly picked up the black card in front of Yi Fan and carefully examined it. Huang Hai's actions made the people present even more puzzled. Why is Huang Xiao looking at Yi Fan's bank card? They all couldn't figure out what was going on. After carefully looking at it, Huang Hai swallowed hard with envy. Then he politely looked at Yi Fan and asked, "Excuse me, is this Centurion black card yours?" Centurion black card? The name of this black bank card made everyone present tremble with fear. Although they had never seen it, they had heard of the fame of the Centurion black card. It was said to be the most prestigious bank card. People who owned such a Centurion black card were all multi-millionaires. Could it be that Yi Fan's bank card was the legendary Centurion black card? How could that be possible? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their own speculations. After all, in their impression, Yi Fan was just like them, an ordinary college student at most slightly more attractive. But no matter how you looked at it, Yi Fan didn't seem like a wealthy person. In their impression, a wealthy person was someone like Zhang Anning, draped in luxury goods. Even the wallet they rarely used was LV. Although they were surprised earlier that Yi Fan's bank card was black, no one had speculated that Yi Fan's black bank card might be a Centurion black card. But now, several people were shocked. "It's mine," Yi Fan nodded. Seeing Yi Fan nod, everyone now completely believed it. Was Yi Fan's bank card really the legendary Centurion black card? Yi Fan turned out to be someone who owned a black card? This was too terrifying. Huang Hai respectfully returned the Centurion black card to Yi Fan. "Boss, may I ask how I should address you?" Huang Xiao was very excited and curious. "Yi Fan." "Hello, Fan Ge, I'm Huang Hai, you can call me Xiao Wang." Huang Xiao said very politely. "Xiao Wang?" Several people were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had heard. The big shot in their eyes, Huang Xiao, was now letting Yi Fan call him Xiao Wang. Didn't this mean that Yi Fan was even more impressive than him? "Fan Ge, can I sit for a while?" Huang Hai asked tentatively. "Sure," Yi Fan nodded. Seeing this, Huang Hai quickly sat next to Yi Fan and began to praise him in various ways. Zhang Yanning and the others stood still, as if they were wooden statues. The most shocked person present was Zhang Yanning. Didn't he know how powerful Huang Xiao was? Huang Xiao came from a well-connected family and was a true big shot who could dominate in Jiangzhou. Compared to Huang Xiao, he was nothing. But now, this Jiangzhou big shot was acting like a little brother, constantly trying to please Yi Fan. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. So this very low-key Yi Fan turned out to be a hidden big shot. "Fan Ge, I toast to you." "No, no, no, I toast to you." Zhang Yanning reacted quickly, immediately picked up a glass of wine, and respectfully toasted Yi Fan. "I drove here, so I don't drink." Yi Fan waved his hand, declining. "I see." Zhang Yanning thought for a moment, immediately changed the wine in his hand to juice, and then toasted Yi Fan again. Soon, Zhang Yanning also joined the ranks of pleasing Yi Fan. As for those who had ignored Yi Fan earlier, they changed their previous cold attitude and began to fawn over Yi Fan. The beautiful girl looked at Yi Fan with a strange light in her eyes. Her judgment was indeed correct. This little brother was extraordinary at first sight, and now it was being confirmed. After playing for a while, Yi Fan felt it was meaningless and stood up to leave. "By the way, Fan Ge, where do you live? Can I come find you sometime?" Seeing Yi Fan about to leave, Huang Hai quickly spoke up. "I just moved into Villa number 8 at Lingyun Tiangong." Yi Fan replied casually. "Moved into Villa number 8 at Lingyun Tiangong? Oh my god." Yi Fan's words once again shocked everyone, including Huang Hai. Lingyun Tiangong, one of the top villa areas in Jiangzhou. Yi Fan actually lived there? This is the true rich and powerful person. Several people sighed in admiration. Such an impressive figure, yet so low-key. Zhang Yanning also felt emotional, deciding to learn from Fan Ge in the future, to be more low-key and not indulge in so many luxury goods. Huang Hai, knowing more than others, was even more unsettled. He knew that Villa number 8 in the Lingyun Tiangong villa area was one of the largest in Lingyun Tiangong. Of course, that villa was also one of the top luxury homes in Jiangzhou. He never expected that Fan Ge would live there. The security in such top villa areas was very strict. Even if he wanted to visit Fan Ge, he couldn't get in. "Fan Ge, how about adding me on WeChat?" Huang Hai didn't want to miss the chance to get to know Yi Fan, saying again. Finally, under Huang Hai's strong request, Yi Fan agreed. The pretty girl nearby also came over and added Yi Fan on WeChat. As for the others, thinking about how they had ignored Yi Fan earlier, naturally they didn't dare to add Yi Fan on WeChat. Fatty also wanted to leave, so Yi Fan offered to give him a ride back to school. As Yi Fan walked out of the bar and saw that his car was a Ferrari worth over 5 million, the others were even more envious. Huang Hai personally opened the car door for Yi Fan, then watched as Yi Fan and Fatty left. Once Yi Fan was far away, Huang Hai resumed his initial aloof and arrogant demeanor and left as well. Only Zhang Yanning and the others stood still, not knowing what to think. In the car, Fatty couldn't recover for a while. He still couldn't accept the fact that his old classmate, his old friend, had changed so much. How did he transform into a second-generation rich or even a first-generation rich? Driving a Ferrari, living in a villa, and even having the legendary black card? Was this his illusion? Fatty touched the Ferrari, finally believing that all of this was real. "Lao Yi, you've made it big." "Lao Yi, it hasn't been long since we last met, how did you undergo such a huge change?" Fatty couldn't help but ask. Did you hit the jackpot? No, even if you hit the jackpot, you wouldn't have this much money, right? Fatty, stop pretending. I'll come clean. Actually, I caught the eye of a rich woman. Yi Fan said seriously. Caught the eye of a rich woman, you? Well, it actually seems possible. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Fatty blurted out. But as he was speaking, he saw Yi Fan's handsome face and suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible for Yi Fan to attract a rich woman. You really caught the eye of a rich woman? Fatty still found it hard to believe. What rich woman? That's called my dear. Yi Fan wanted to tease Fatty, so he corrected himself. Fatty fell into thought, but when he noticed the slight smile on Yi Fan's lips, he instantly understood. Damn, you could have just said it. Fatty complained and didn't want to ask further. Yi Fan dropped Fatty off near his school and returned to his villa. As time passed, a few days later, the military training ended smoothly. In the evening, to welcome these new students, the school held a freshman welcome party. Su Meng and some classmates also came. Su Meng had returned to school yesterday and her health had almost recovered. There were many performances at the party, but undoubtedly, the new students' favorite was the dance by the beautiful senior sisters. The party proceeded as usual. Behind the scenes, the minister of the propaganda department, Su Ran, was discussing with several members of the department. Tonight, there was an important program. To increase interaction and liven up the entire freshman party, with the approval of the leadership, they added a special program. That is to randomly select a lucky audience member and have him, her, perform a program on the spot. Singing, dancing, magic, crosstalk, anything goes. In a moment, our lucky audience member will be chosen. Su Ran took out his phone, found a photo, and said to a few companions. The lucky audience member has been pre-selected? With curiosity, a few people looked over. They saw a photo of Yi Fan and Su Meng on Su Ran's phone. It was the photo of Su Meng giving water to Yi Fan on the first day of military training, which was secretly taken. At this moment, the person Su Ran was referring to was Yi Fan. With just one look at the photo, these people understood why Su Ran was doing this. Su Ran's actions were definitely not for the good of Yi Fan. Having been in the publicity department for a long time, they all knew that Minister Su Ran was a pursuer of Su Meng. He even confessed his feelings to Su, but was decisively rejected by her. Now, Su Ran wanted to choose Yi Fan as the lucky audience member. It was definitely to embarrass Yi Fan. What's wrong, any problem? Su Ran asked. Understood. I'll go find Yi Fan's location right away. Su Ran spoke, and the others naturally had no objections. Yi Fan, just wait. A hint of a cold smile appeared on Su Ran's face. Originally, this selection of a lucky audience member was indeed to increase interaction and enhance the atmosphere. But when Su Ran saw the photo of Yi Fan hugging Su Meng, he exploded instantly. How could his goddess be hugged by another man? This was absolutely unacceptable. So Su Ran came up with this plan. As long as he and a few companions didn't say anything, who would know that the selection of the lucky audience member was prearranged? When Yi Fan was chosen later, the show would begin. He had inquired before that Yi Fan seemed to have no talent at all. Therefore, when he was chosen later, there was a high chance that Yi Fan would refuse. Refusing in front of so many people, Yi Fan would definitely lose face. And just now, he noticed that Su, the school flower, was also there. In this way, Yi Fan would embarrass himself in front of Su. That would be very exciting. Of course, besides refusing, Yi Fan might also agree. After all, being watched by so many people, especially in front of Su, Yi Fan might reluctantly agree. That would be even better. Yi Fan had no talent at all, so even if he went on stage, he would definitely make a fool of himself. Equally exciting. No matter which option Yi Fan chose, the outcome would not be good. This was what Su Ran wanted to see. He didn't care if the photo of Yi Fan hugging Su was real or not. Even if it was fake, for daring to have rumors with Su, Yi Fan must pay the price. This was Su's first rumored relationship. The crosstalk performance on stage ended, and the selection of the lucky audience member began. Below the stage, some were excited, wanting to be chosen, to show themselves in front of the whole school. Others were praying not to be chosen. They didn't know anything, and if they were chosen, it would be a huge embarrassment. Soon, all the lights in the venue went out, leaving only a white light. The white light began to rotate continuously in the venue. In the end, the white light inevitably shone on Yifan. Su Tyrant's conspiracy officially began. Good, the lucky audience member has been selected, it's this student. On stage, the host said excitedly. Instantly, everyone below the stage looked at Yifan. Especially those who knew Yifan or had heard of him were very surprised at this moment. They didn't expect him to be the final lucky audience member. Yifan was also somewhat surprised. Was it just a coincidence? Ding dong. Suddenly, Yifan's phone rang because he had just been looking at it. Yifan saw the new message, which surprisingly came from the game I am the world's richest with a monthly salary of 3,000. He immediately opened it. Challenge announcement, no longer Loki, come on stage to showcase your talent and let everyone know your strength. Challenge reward, become the CEO of Yilin Entertainment Company, obtain 30% ownership of Yilin Entertainment Company, worth 3 billion. Seeing this, Yifan was stunned. He didn't expect the reward for this challenge to be so generous. Not only would he become the CEO of Yilin Entertainment Company, but also obtain 30% ownership of the company worth 3 billion? This challenge must be completed. This was the biggest reward Yifan had encountered. Yifan put away his phone, already having made his choice. Soon, a staff member approached and invited Yifan onto the stage. Another staff member handed Yifan a microphone. How should we address this student? The host politely asked. Yifan. Yifan, do you have any talent to showcase? The host asked. If you do, you can show it to everyone. If not, it's okay to refuse. I can play the piano, Yifan answered after some thought. Earlier, Yifan had just purchased a master-level piano performance skill from the game store. He didn't expect to be able to use it so soon. Ha! Upon hearing Yifan's answer, the host was surprised. This was different from what Zutaran had told him earlier. Wasn't this Yifan supposed to be unable to do anything? How could he play the piano? Behind the scenes, Zutaran was also puzzled. This was different from his investigation. When did Yifan learn to play the piano? Seeing how relaxed Yifan looks, he must play the piano very well, the host, who had hosted many large-scale events, immediately realized. Just average, Yifan casually replied. He considered his current piano skills to be just average, slightly inferior to those of top international masters. Just average? Upon hearing this, the host nodded, thinking it was manageable. Behind the scenes, Zutaran breathed a sigh of relief, a cold smile appearing on his face. Since it was just average, that was very good. Suddenly, Zutaran had a flash of inspiration and came up with a better idea. Yifan, you can play the piano very, very well. Zutaran quickly whispered to the host through the earpiece. After listening, the host nodded in understanding. Yifan, we've already heard a regular piano performance earlier, the host began. There had already been a piano performance on the show. Do you happen to know a piano piece for four hands? Forehand piano, in simple terms, is when two people sit together and play on the same piano. It's very challenging. Forehand piano? Upon hearing this term, the previously uninterested audience suddenly became attentive. They had only seen such amazing performances on TV and were very impressed. They didn't know if they would have the chance to witness it in person today. I can do that, Yifan nodded. That's great, the host said. Let's do this, I'll find an audience member from the crowd to play a forehand piano piece with you. With that, the host stepped forward and said to the audience, I don't know who among you can play the piano, please volunteer. Upon hearing this, the previously attentive audience fell silent. Few people could play the piano, let alone the more challenging forehand piano. The venue fell into silence, with no one raising their hand. On the other side, Zutaran quietly walked out from backstage and joined the audience. This plan had suddenly occurred to him. Unfortunately, Su Taran had been playing the piano since he was young and had considerable skills. He had even learned to play forehand piano for a year just to impress girls and show off. Therefore, when Yifan said he could play the piano, Su Taran had a new idea. He could play the piano, and even play four hands together. Su Taran thought that in the whole scene, there was only himself. He also wanted to go on stage. Today, Su Xiaohua came. After a while, he raised his hand proactively and played with Yifan. By then, with Yifan, whose piano skills were just average, he could better highlight his own impressive piano skills. His own excellence could be showcased perfectly. Su Xiaohua understood at a glance. Just as he walked to the audience seat, Su Taran did not rush to raise his hand, but looked around. In the whole scene, no one raised their hand. Just as he imagined. The opportunity to show off, to step on Yifan and win Su Xiaohua's heart, was coming soon. Thinking about it, Su Taran already had a victorious smile on his face. I am willing to perform with Yifan. However, just as Su Taran was feeling proud, a sudden voice came from behind. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone turned to look back. When all the audience saw the person standing up, they were all stunned, unable to believe what they saw. How could this be? This voice also pulled Su Taran out of his fantasy. Su Taran also turned his head and looked at the person standing up, equally stunned. Su Xiaohua? How did Su Xiaohua stand up? Yes, the one who stood up voluntarily to perform with Yifan was Su Meng. Looking at Su Meng, Su Taran was completely dumbfounded. The development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations. He really didn't expect Su Xiaohua to stand up. At this moment, Su Taran's mind was blank. With that, Su Meng walked out on her own. To be honest, Su Meng can indeed play the piano, and she plays well. But she hasn't tried playing four hands much. Originally, with her personality, she wouldn't have stood up. But seeing that no one was willing to stand up and play with Yifan, Su Meng, after thinking for a moment, stood up. On stage, the host, looking at Su Meng who stood up, was also stunned. How did things turn out like this? Wasn't it supposed to be Su Taran who stood up? While the host was in a daze, Su Meng had already walked onto the stage. By the time the host realized, it was too late. The host couldn't help Su Taran anymore. The host had to announce that Yifan and Su Meng would perform together. Several staff members brought the piano up. Yifan and Su Meng discussed for a moment, then sat together at the piano. Seeing this scene, all the boys were extremely envious. They also wanted to sit so close to Su Xiaohua. Next, please welcome Yifan and Su Xiaohua to perform the famous piano piece Liangzhu together. Everyone, welcome. The host announced loudly. I'll see how you'll drag Su Xiaohua down later, Su Taran muttered fiercely as he looked at Yifan. At this moment, he was extremely jealous of Yifan being able to play the piano with Su Xiaohua. He should have raised his hand earlier. If he had raised his hand earlier, Yifan wouldn't have been able to play with Su Xiaohua. It was too late for everything, and now Su Taran could only envy Yifan while cursing him for making mistakes and dragging Su Xiaohua down. Just now, Yifan said he played just average. Soon, Yifan and Su Meng started playing. The melodious music filled the air, and in an instant, all the audience members were captivated by the piano sounds. At this moment, everyone had a feeling. It seemed that Yifan and Su Meng sitting on the stage had become a pair of lovers like Liangzhu. Yifan and Su Meng were truly a perfect match. The two played in perfect harmony, it could be called heart-to-heart communication. After watching Yifan and Su Meng on stage for a while, everyone realized that something was off. Wasn't this supposed to be a freshman welcome party? How did it suddenly turn into a scene of public display of affection? Especially for those who were single, they felt very unfriendly. They were just here to watch the show, not to witness a lovey-dovey scene. They felt like they had been hit with a critical strike. As for Su Taran, he was completely bewildered. He couldn't believe his ears. Was this what Yifan meant by playing just average? Was this really just average? This was already comparable to those master pianists in the country. Su Tairan was silently complaining in his mind. At this moment, Su Tairan regretted to the extreme. Wasn't he trying to embarrass Yifan? How did it turn into helping Yifan showcase his talent and pursue the campus beauty? If Su Tairan knew that it was because of his idea of forehand piano duet that made Su Meng decide to step forward, he would probably cough up blood. Did he want Yifan to embarrass himself in front of everyone in Su Meng? But it turned out to be helping Yifan and Su Meng deepen their relationship. Su Tairan was not feeling good at all. On the other side, as the music slowly faded away, Yifan and Su Meng finished their performance. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although all the spectators felt like they had just eaten a mouthful of dog food and were not too happy about it, the truth was that the two played really well, especially Yifan. All the audience members applauded sincerely from the bottom of their hearts. Even Su Meng's admirers couldn't help but applaud Yifan. Although they considered themselves rivals, that's what they thought, they had to admit that Yifan played really well. Watching Yifan and Su Meng sitting together, everyone felt that they were a perfect match. The only one not applauding on the scene was Su Tairan. Su Tairan sat there, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yifan had played like that just now. Was this already at a master level? Was this what Yifan meant by just average? Su Tairan felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. This time, he chose Yifan as the lucky audience member to embarrass him. But in the end, he ended up helping Yifan deepen his understanding with Su Meng. The more he thought about it, the angrier Su Tairan became. Smack! In the end, he couldn't help but slap himself. The people next to Su Tairan, watching him inexplicably hit himself, were dumbfounded. After a moment of daze, these people walked away. They didn't expect to encounter a lunatic in college. After Yifan and Su Meng finished playing, they slowly stood up. You played so well, let's give a round of applause to Yifan and Su. Shuehua. The host walked onto the stage, feeling very emotional. Another round of enthusiastic applause followed. After Yifan and Su Meng left the stage, they went their separate ways. Watching Yifan walk towards the class, Su Meng became even more curious about him. She had taken the initiative to play with Yifan this time to ease his embarrassment. A forehand piano duet required strong skills. She originally thought that Yifan's piano skills were similar to hers. But during the performance just now, Su Meng was truly shocked. Yifan's level was unexpectedly high. He could be called a master. She almost made several mistakes just now, but luckily Yifan helped her. Yifan turned out to be a hidden gem among male students. In Su Meng's mind, Yifan's image was gradually changing. These changes were very subtle, to the point that even Su Meng herself hadn't noticed. Old Ji, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Well done, Old Ji, your skills have amazed everyone. Playing the piano with Su Shuehua, Old Ji, you are really lucky. Yifan returned to the location of his own class, and some classmates who were familiar with Yifan quickly gathered around, saying with emotion, "So, just a so." Yifan replied modestly. Then he found a corner with fewer people and sat down. After making sure that no one was paying attention, Yifan couldn't wait to take out his phone. The reward for this challenge was what Yifan valued the most. It was something worth 3 billion. How could one not be excited? Once he obtained these rewards, Yifan's net worth would also surpass 5 billion. Excitedly, Yifan opened the game. If my monthly salary is 3,000, I'll be the world's richest. Challenge completed. Congratulations on acquiring 30% ownership of the Yilin Talent Agency and becoming the CEO of the Yilin Talent Agency. The acquisition contract has been placed on your villa's desk. Please check it. Received 7 experience points, received 3 points. As soon as he opened his phone, a pop-up appeared. The challenge was successfully completed, and Yifan not only obtained the ownership of the Yilin Talent Agency worth 3 billion but also became the CEO of the agency. He also gained 7 experience points and 3 points. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Yifan also checked his level. Player level, LV1, 20/100, store level, 1-star store, 18/50ths. At this moment, Yifan already had 20 experience points and 18 points. The advancement in levels was getting closer. Yifan was very satisfied. View detailed information about the Yilin Talent Agency? Suddenly, another prompt appeared. The game was considerate, even preparing the information about the Yilin Talent Agency for Yifan. View. Yifan happened to be unfamiliar with the Yilin Talent Agency, so with the information now available, how could he not look? After all, he was now the CEO of the Yilin Talent Agency, a part of the company that belonged to him. Soon, the game displayed the information about the Yilin Talent Agency. Yifan glanced through it and had a good understanding. The Yilin Talent Agency was founded 3 years ago by several bosses. Its main business was cultivating internet celebrities and live streamers, primarily on platforms like Douyin and Shark Live. As of now, the total value of the Yilin Talent Agency had reached 1 billion. The company had already nurtured several internet celebrities with millions of followers on Douyin and had trained multiple promising live streamers on Shark Live. With the current popularity of short videos and live streaming, the Yilin Talent Agency was thriving. This also meant that although Yifan currently owned 30% of the company, valued at 3 billion in a year, it could be worth more than that. More importantly, the Yilin Talent Agency was located in Changranju. After reading through, Yifan was very satisfied. He was ready to go for a visit. After all, as the CEO, it was important to inspect the company. With the 30% ownership of the Yilin Talent Agency, Yifan's net worth smoothly exceeded 5 billion. Yifan was deeply moved. This game truly deserved the title, "If my monthly salary is 3,000, I'll be the world's richest." After all, with just a few dollars spent on recharging, his net worth had skyrocketed countless times, making him a millionaire. Who could have imagined that not long ago, Yifan was just an ordinary student entering university? Now, he was the owner of a top restaurant, shopping center, and a large economic company. The game "If my monthly salary is 3,000, I'll be the world's richest" was truly amazing. Military training was over, and tomorrow happened to be Saturday, a day off. Yifan checked the address of the Yilin Talent Agency and decided to visit it tomorrow. At the same time Yifan became the owner of the Yilin Talent Agency, in the meeting room of the Yilin Talent Agency, all the high-level executives were summoned. The CEO of the Yilin Talent Agency announced to everyone. There was a mysterious tycoon who acquired ownership of the company. From now on, there is a new president of the company. After hearing this, all the top executives of the company were in an uproar. This is too sudden. But in this industry, it is considered normal. I don't know much about your future new boss, only that his name is Yifan, the former president said before leaving. This left the rest of the top executives in intense discussion. I wonder what kind of person this Mr. Yi is. As the saying goes, new boss, new ways. Now that we have a new boss, we need to work even harder in the future. Everyone had their own thoughts. These top executives were all thinking about how to please the new boss, Yifan. Ahem, everyone, please calm down, eh? Man in his 30s or 40s stood up. He was Yang Xuemin, the general manager of the Yilin Talent Agency, second only to the president in the company. Now that the president has been replaced by Mr. Yi, I think we should contact him as soon as possible, Yang Xuemin suggested. The former president had already left Yifan's contact information. I agree. Okay. Others nodded in agreement. Yang Xuemin nervously dialed Yifan's number on his phone. Soon, the call was answered. Is this Mr. Yi? I am Yang Xuemin, the general manager of Yilin Talent Agency. Yes, Manager Yang. Yifan's voice came through the phone. We just found out that you acquired the company. Do you have any instructions for us? I will come to the company tomorrow morning, nothing else. Yifan replied. Okay, I will make sure everything is ready for your arrival tomorrow. Yang Xuemin said, trying to please him. After hanging up, Yang Xuemin informed the others present about Yifan's visit to the company the next morning. Instantly, everyone became nervous. Meeting the new boss, how could they not be nervous? Everyone must be on their best behavior tomorrow. We must leave a good impression on Mr. Yi, Yang Shuemin emphasized once again. After all, first impressions are important. Time passed, and a new day arrived. After finishing military training, Yi Fan slept in. In the morning, Yi Fan drove his Ferrari and headed straight to the Yilin Talent Agency. All the top executives of the Yilin Talent Agency were anxiously waiting. Following the navigation, half an hour later, Yi Fan arrived at the front of the Yilin Talent Agency. After parking the car, Yi Fan got out slowly, looking around curiously. The Yilin Talent Agency rented a small office building. Part of this office building was the office space for various departments of the Yilin Talent Agency. The remaining part was converted into independent broadcasting rooms for the company's anchors to work in. The surroundings of the Yilin Talent Agency were quite nice. Just as Yi Fan was about to walk towards the entrance of the Yilin Talent Agency, a roaring sound came from not far away. A rare pink Lamborghini drove up. Eventually, the pink Lamborghini parked directly in front of the Yilin Talent Agency. Following that, a tall woman with sunglasses slowly got out of the car. This woman with sunglasses had a high level of attractiveness, clearly a standard internet celebrity face. After getting out of the car, the woman with sunglasses looked around arrogantly. Finally, her gaze fell on Yi Fan. "Are you also from the Yilin Talent Agency?" The woman with sunglasses asked Yi Fan condescendingly. "Sort of, I just joined the company yesterday," Yi Fan replied after a moment of thought. Seeing Yi Fan nod, the woman with sunglasses directly threw the car keys of the Lamborghini to Yi Fan. "Help me find a place to park the car," the woman with sunglasses ordered Yi Fan as if she were treating him like a valet. Looking at the sunglasses woman, Yi Fan was puzzled. What's going on? Wasn't he here to inspect the company? How did he end up becoming a parking attendant? Go by yourself. Yi Fan directly threw the Lamborghini car keys to the sunglasses woman. Although the sunglasses woman was somewhat pretty, she seemed like the type who had many admirers. But Yi Fan wasn't going to indulge her. Regardless of Yi Fan's current status, even if he wasn't the boss of the Yilin Talent Agency, nor a wealthy man, he wouldn't indulge her. Ha! Taking the Lamborghini car keys thrown by Yi Fan, the sunglasses woman was puzzled. Was this the first time she encountered such a situation? Normally, wherever she went, having someone help her park was considered a great honor, and countless men would vie for the opportunity. But now, she was actually rejected by a man? And he was a new employee who had just joined the Yilin Talent Agency? The sunglasses woman couldn't believe it. As a new employee who just joined, are you sure you want to reject me? The sunglasses woman retorted. Do you know who I am? I am Ling Xier. The sunglasses woman tried to intimidate Yi Fan by revealing her identity. Who is Ling Xier? I don't know her. Yi Fan shook his head. Indeed, he had never heard of Ling Xier. Looking at Yi Fan, the sunglasses woman was extremely angry. She was one of the pillars of the Yilin Talent Agency, with millions of followers as a popular Douyin influencer. Ling Xier threatened Yi Fan, believe me, with just a word from me, you will be immediately fired by the company. Is that so? Yi Fan chuckled. At this moment, probably no one in the entire Yilin Talent Agency, except Yi Fan himself, could achieve that. Is that so? Hearing Yi Fan's doubt, Ling Xier exploded in anger. Just you wait. As she spoke, Ling Xier took out her phone, preparing to make a call. Xier, don't be angry. Suddenly, a tall girl in a white t-shirt walked over and quickly calmed Ling Xier down. Originally quite pretty, Ling Xier appeared very ordinary compared to this tall girl. This tall girl had exceptionally high looks, on par with a campus beauty queen. He's just a new employee who recently graduated from college and knows nothing. The tall girl spoke up for Yi Fan. The tall girl instinctively regarded Yi Fan as a fresh graduate who had just entered society. Earlier, the tall girl by Han Yan had just come out of the company and happened to overhear the dispute between Yi Fan and Ling Xier. Somehow, looking at Yi Fan, she thought of herself when she had just graduated last year. At that time, she knew nothing and caused a lot of trouble. If someone had helped her and spoken up for her back then, she wouldn't have been fired from her previous job. Now, watching Yifan, Bai Hanyan stepped forward voluntarily to help Yifan out. Oomph, just graduated and knows nothing? Ling Xier sneered. Xier, he. Bai Hanyan tried to speak again. Shut up. Ling Xier was completely impatient. Bai Hanyan felt a bit wronged, but she didn't give up. Since she had decided to help this young man, she naturally wouldn't give up. Bai Hanyan was still prepared to explain for Yifan, but Yifan stopped her. Thank you for your kindness, Yifan said to Bai Hanyan. He appreciated Bai Hanyan's kindness, but there was no need to please Ling Xier for his sake. You just graduated, you will suffer a lot like this, Bai Hanyan explained. She had been in a similar situation with Yifan before, and the result was being fired, working for free for several months, and not receiving a penny of salary. Just you wait. Ling Xier confidently dialed a number. Uncle Lu, I was insulted by a new employee of our company at the company's entrance. On the phone, Ling Xier directly distorted the truth. Ling Xier's Uncle Lu is a supervisor at the Yilan Talent Agency, one of the top executives. He has a good relationship with her father and is also a strong supporter of Ling Xier. The reason she dares to act recklessly at the Yilan Talent Agency is not only because of her own popularity, but also because of this Uncle Lu. Alright, wait for me, I'll come over and take a look. In the meeting room, Supervisor Lu hung up the phone. Lao Lu, what's wrong? Yang Xueming asked in surprise as he saw Supervisor Lu's expression change. At this moment, Yang Xueming and other senior executives of the company were waiting in the meeting room for the arrival of President Yi. It's nothing, just that Ling Xier got into a little trouble outside the company, Supervisor Lu explained. Hearing this, Yang Xueming's expression also changed. He knew about Ling Xier's arrogant personality, but because she was considered one of the pillars of the Yilan Talent Agency, and also because of Supervisor Lu, Yang Xueming chose to turn a blind eye. Now that President Yi is about to arrive, Ling Xier is causing trouble at the company's entrance again. What if President Yi sees it and becomes unhappy? Can Ling Xier handle this responsibility? Let's go together and make Ling Xier calm down a bit. Look at the time, President Yi is almost here, we can go and meet him. After thinking for a moment, Yang Xueming made a decision. The others in the meeting room couldn't sit still either, so they all agreed to go to the company's entrance together to welcome President Yi. Soon, led by Yang Xueming, the group of senior executives headed towards the company's entrance. Just wait, you'll be crying soon, Ling Xier said triumphantly to Yifan. Sister she. Bai Hanyan naturally knew the weight of Ling Xier's words in the company. As long as Ling Xier did this, most likely, this young man would be fired. Finding a job now is very difficult, and relatively speaking, the treatment at the Yilan Talent Agency is quite good. It's very difficult for a recent college graduate to enter such a company. Just then, a hurried footsteps were heard. A group of company executives came out. Seeing Supervisor Lu in the crowd, Ling Xier felt even more confident. After coming out, the group of senior executives from the Yilan Talent Agency saw Ling Xier, Yifan, and Bai Hanyan at first glance. But unfortunately, they only recognized Ling Xier and Bai Hanyan, not Yifan. The former president had only provided them with Yifan's contact information, without a photo. The group of senior executives from the Yilan Talent Agency stood at the company's entrance, ready to welcome President Yi who would arrive soon. Manager Yang, I'll go handle it first. Supervisor Lu glanced at Ling Xier and said to Yang Xueming. Go ahead, and from now on, make sure Ling Xier behaves properly. Yang Xueming nodded, adding deliberately. Understood. Supervisor Lu nodded and walked towards Ling Xier, Yifan, and Bai Hanyan. Seeing Supervisor Lu approaching, Ling Xier became even more arrogant. Get ready to be fired by the company. Ling Xier crossed her arms and stood tall. What's going on? Supervisor Lu walked over, sounding a bit impatient. President Yi is about to arrive, and you causing trouble at the company's entrance, isn't that causing problems for the company? Supervisor Lu, they were insulting me, Ling Xier complained, pointing at Yifan and Bai Hanyan. I work hard for the company. Ling Sierra pretended to be innocent. Now even my own colleagues are trying to exclude me. Supervisor Lu, you must stand up for me. After listening to Ling Sierra's words, Supervisor Lu nodded. He roughly understood that although Ling Sierra said this, he knew her personality well. Supervisor Lu also knew that what had just happened should be different from what Ling Sierra was saying. But now, he didn't care about what had actually happened. At this moment, the most important thing is to settle this matter, so that Ling Sierra will no longer cause trouble and can properly welcome Mr. Ye's arrival. The reason Ling Sierra came to the company today was specifically instructed by Manager Lu. He called Ling Sierra to have her show her face in front of Mr. Yi. The goal is to make Ling Sierra familiarize herself with Mr. Yi and leave a good impression. Manager Lu, things are not like that. Bai Hanyan quickly explained on behalf of Yifan after hearing Ling Sierra's words. It was Ling Sierra who made things difficult for him as soon as she arrived. He spoke up for me, Ling Sierra. Before Bai Hanyan could finish, Manager Lu suddenly spoke up. You don't need to say more. Do you think I don't know what really happened? Manager Lu reprimanded. Hearing Manager Lu speak like this made Bai Hanyan very angry. Clearly, it was Ling Sierra being arrogant, but now Manager Lu not only did not blame Ling Sierra but instead reprimanded her. Seeing Manager Lu reprimand Bai Hanyan, Ling Sierra's face lit up with a bright smile. Manager Lu, such people should not be allowed to stay in the company. Let's dismiss them together. Ling Sierra spoke up again. I will consider this matter. If things are as you say, they will not continue to stay at Yilin Talent Agency. Manager Lu spoke, appearing fair in handling the situation. Even a fool could tell from Manager Lu's words. He had already sided with Ling Sierra and was ready to dismiss Yifan and Bai Hanyan together. Thank you, Manager Lu. Ling Sierra quickly spoke. You are the most caring and fair leader in the company. Ling Sierra tried to please Manager Lu while mocking Yifan and Bai Hanyan. At this moment, Ling Sierra almost had the words arrogant and smug written on her face. Seeing Manager Lu siding with Ling Sierra, Bai Hanyan was so angry that her body trembled. Such a person who clearly favored Ling Sierra but pretended to be fair and just was despicable. Hee, with a leader like you at Yilin Talent Agency, trouble is bound to happen sooner or later. I'd rather not stay in such a company. Bai Hanyan was disappointed. Although she had previously pleaded with Ling Sierra on behalf of Yifan, she had her limits, and in a situation like this, she would never beg. She could just quit. You. Being criticized face to face by Bai Hanyan made Manager Lu extremely angry. Without Manager Lu needing to say more, Bai Hanyan was ready to turn around, pack up, and leave on her own. Before Bai Hanyan could turn around, she was suddenly stopped by Yifan. Today's matter, Yifan would handle it. He would protect Bai Hanyan. With a leader like you, I am ashamed for Yilin Talent Agency. After stopping Bai Hanyan, Yifan confronted Manager Lu coldly. Previously, he could ignore such employees and leaders at Yilin Talent Agency. But now, as the president of Yilin Talent Agency, he would handle this matter to the end. Seeing Yifan suddenly stepping forward, several people were once again surprised. What kind of leader are you at Yilin Talent Agency? Yifan asked. I am the head of the personnel department at Yilin. Manager Lu replied coldly. Originally, I wanted to investigate the matter thoroughly before taking action. But now, seeing how disrespectful you all are to the leader, there's no need to say more. Pack up and get out, you're fired. Manager Lu was very angry and directly fired Yifan and Bai Hanyan. Hee, I think the one who should leave Yilin is you. Yifan stood there calmly, his words shocking. After Yifan's words, the people around were all stunned. What? Did they hear correctly? This young man just said that the one who should leave Yilin is Manager Lu? They weren't hallucinating, were they? Bai Hanyan was a bit stunned, not expecting Yifan to be so bold. Even Ling Sierra's face was filled with surprise, unable to believe that Yifan would say such things. Supervisor Lu was thoroughly enraged. Good, very good, excellent, Supervisor Lu shouted at Yifan. Not far away, Yang Xuemin and others who were waiting for Mr. Ye's arrival heard Supervisor Lu's loud scolding and were very surprised. What happened over there? Yang Xuemin's expression became somewhat unpleasant. He urged Supervisor Lu to quickly handle the matter, as the more it was handled, the bigger the problem became. Thinking this, Yang Xuemin set off towards Supervisor Lu. Seeing Yang Xuemin move, other company executives followed suit. Bai Hanyan, and you. Supervisor Lu pointed at Yifan and Bai Hanyan, reprimanding them loudly. But as he finished saying Bai Hanyan's name, he was about to call Yifan's name. It was then that Supervisor Lu realized he didn't know Yifan and didn't know Yifan's name. Kid, what's your name? Supervisor Lu questioned Yifan. Yifan. Yifan, very well, from now on, you Yifan and Bai Han. Upon hearing Yifan's response, Supervisor Lu continued speaking. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. What? This kid's name is what? He's called Yifan? Why does this name sound so familiar? Supervisor Lu couldn't believe what he heard, so he asked with a trembling voice, You, what's your name? Yifan, Yi as in leaf, Fan as in time, got it? Yifan calmly replied. Yifan? Boom! These two simple words, when they fell on Supervisor Lu's ears, sounded like thunder from the heavens. Supervisor Lu's mouth fell open, looking astonished. On the other side, Yang Xuemin and the group of company executives walked over and happened to hear Yifan's words. In an instant, Yang Xuemin and the company executives were dumbfounded. What? This young man is called Yifan? Looking at Yifan, Yang Xuemin and the company executives were all stunned. Seeing the shocked expressions of Supervisor Lu, Yang Xuemin, and the company executives, Ling Xier and Bai Hanyan were equally puzzled. They didn't know what was happening. Bai Hanyan was just an ordinary employee of the company, so naturally, she didn't know the name of their new boss. As for Ling Xier, when Supervisor Lu contacted her, he only told her that the company had a new boss named Mr. Yi, without revealing his full name. Therefore, Ling Xier also didn't know what Mr. Yi's full name was. Watching Supervisor Lu, who had turned pale and was trembling uncontrollably, Ling Xier was full of doubt. What's wrong with Uncle Lu? Wasn't he fine just now? How did he become like this now? Ling Xier thought carefully and seemed to understand that Uncle Lu only became like this after knowing that the guy who defied her was called Yifan. So what if he's called Yifan? Isn't it just a common name, nothing special? Ling Xier couldn't understand and couldn't help but ask Supervisor Lu, Uncle Lu, what's wrong with him being called Yifan? However, Supervisor Lu seemed not to have heard Ling Xier's words and did not answer her. Seeing that Uncle Lu didn't respond, Ling Xier took a few steps forward and shook Supervisor Lu's arm. With this shake, Supervisor Lu finally came to his senses. Uncle Lu, what's wrong with him being called Yifan? Ling Xier asked again. Gulp, gulp. Supervisor Lu swallowed hard a few times, his voice trembling as he replied, the new CEO of our Yilan talent agency is also named Yifan. What? Upon hearing Supervisor Lu's response, Ling Xier was shocked and couldn't believe what she heard. The new CEO, Mr. Yi, is also named Yifan? Ling Xier turned her head abruptly, looking at Yifan with eyes full of horror. Beside her, Bai Hanyan was also stunned. What? She had heard about the company getting a new CEO yesterday, but she didn't know what the new CEO's name was? Could it be that she subconsciously thought that the recent graduate was the new CEO of the company, Mr. Yi? No way, what a coincidence. Excuse me. Excuse me. Who are you? Manager Lu asked cautiously. Yes, I am indeed Yifan, the new CEO of Yilan Talent Agency, Yifan replied calmly. Upon receiving Yifan's confirmation, Manager Lu almost had a heart attack. Really? He is the new CEO? He is the Mr. Yi they were preparing to welcome? Manager Lu was completely dumbfounded. As for Ling Xier, she felt her vision darken and almost passed out from the shock. This kid turned out to be their new boss, the new CEO of the company, Mr. Yi? Ling Xier was stunned. She had initially mistaken her boss for a valet, and even spoke boldly in front of him. The more she thought about it, the more scared Ling Xier became, her legs trembling uncontrollably. It's over, it's really over. She's doomed. After the commotion she caused just now, even the most patient person wouldn't easily forgive her. Nearby, Yang Xuemin and the other company executives hurried over after confirming Yi Fan's identity. Hello, Mr. Yi. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yang Xuemin and the executives greeted Yi Fan as they approached. At this moment, their feelings were similar to Manager Lu's, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests. After waiting for so long, the Mr. Yi they were waiting for had actually arrived. They had just witnessed their own CEO in action. Although they weren't sure exactly what had happened here earlier, it wasn't hard to imagine that Manager Lu, as Ling Xier's elder, had clashed with Mr. Yi because of Ling Xier. Just thinking about it made them shudder. In order to please Mr. Yi, they had prepared so much, only to waste it all. They had originally wanted to leave a good first impression on Mr. Yi. Now it seemed they had made a mess of things. Looking at Yi Fan, Yang Xuemin and the company executives couldn't calm down for a long time. They still couldn't fully accept it. This young man was their new CEO. Mr. Yi was actually so young? They knew Mr. Yi was very young, guessing he was around 26 or 27. But now that they had seen him in person, they were all dumbfounded. It seemed Mr. Yi was only 18 or 19 at most, maybe 20. 20 years old, and already the CEO of the company, their boss? It was unbelievable. Mr. Yi, I am the company's general manager, Yang Xuemin. I have contacted you before. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xuemin stepped forward. As the general manager, he couldn't avoid such a situation. We'll talk about your matters later, I'll deal with them first. Yi Fan replied to Yang Xuemin, then turned to Manager Lu and Ling Xier. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Manager Lu repeatedly apologized to Yi Fan, feeling extremely fearful. Smack! Smack! Finally, Manager Lu even slapped himself. Yi Fan, I was wrong, I was blind. Manager Lu kept apologizing to Yi Fan, hoping for forgiveness. This matter was too big. Mr. Yi, I was also wrong, please don't treat me the same way. On the other side, Ling Xier also acted, grabbing Yi Fan's arm and begging for mercy. I won't say much, give you 5 minutes to pack up and leave Yilin. Yi Fan said unequivocally. I'll give you what you said just now. Yilin Talent Agency doesn't need employees like you. Now, no matter how much Manager Lu and Ling Xier begged, it was of no use. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Mr. Yi, please forgive me. Manager Lu and Ling Xier pleaded repeatedly, not wanting to leave. Manager Yang, where are the security guards of the company? Yi Fan turned his head and asked. Understood, understood. Yang Xuemin nodded quickly, then immediately sent someone to find the security guards. Soon, several security guards ran over and directly escorted Manager Lu and Ling Xier away. After Manager Lu and Ling Xier left, the scene suddenly became much quieter. Yi Fan bid farewell to Bai Hanyan. Later, Yi Fan, Yang Xuemin, and other senior executives of the company walked towards the Yilin Talent Agency. Only Bai Hanyan was left standing there in a daze. Watching Yi Fan walk away, Bai Hanyan was still somewhat bewildered. Yi Fan, the new CEO of the company? Bai Hanyan couldn't calm her mind. She had mistaken the new CEO of the company for a recent college graduate? How embarrassing. And she had even pleaded with Ling Xier for the CEO. Now she realized that without her, Yi Fan could have handled it very easily, and there wouldn't have been so many things happening afterwards. Why was she so foolish? On the other side, in the meeting room of the Yilin Talent Agency, Yi Fan sat in the front seat, looking at the others with a cold expression. The senior executives of the company kept their heads down and remained silent, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Their hearts were in their throats, feeling very nervous. Yi Fan had arrived, but the process was completely different from what they had planned. Things often turned out unexpectedly. They never expected to meet Yi Fan in that way just now. It was so awkward. Ahem. Sitting in the front, Yi Fan cleared his throat. The senior executives below nervously looked up. I do not want what happened today to continue to happen in our Yilin company, Yi Fan said coldly. Now as the CEO of a company, Yi Fan could no longer face them in the same way as he did when he was a student. And Yi Fan was indeed dissatisfied just now, hence his cold demeanor. At this moment, Yi Fan had already adapted to his role as CEO. Yi CEO, I assure you that such things will never happen again in the future. Yang Xuemin quickly spoke up, assuring Yi Fan. I didn't care before, but now that I have taken over the company, I do not want leaders like Manager Liu. Yi Fan scanned the room and continued. If any of you are like that, I hope you will restrain yourselves in the future, or resign on your own. If I find out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the senior executives nodded in agreement. The company will conduct a detailed investigation and dismiss anyone with complicated ties to Manager Liu. Yi Fan added. I will give orders immediately to carefully inspect. Yang Xuemin took the lead in responding. Yi Fan continued to say a few more words before leaving the meeting room. Later, under Yang Xuemin's guidance, Yi Fan arrived at the CEO's office. The CEO's office of the Yilin Talent Agency was naturally the largest, best positioned, and most luxurious place in the entire company. Yi Fan sat in the office, listening to Yang Xuemin report on some work. After the report, Yang Xuemin left to handle the tasks Yi Fan had just instructed in the meeting room. In the spacious office, only Yi Fan was left. Yi Fan slowly got up, walked around the office, and finally stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling city in the distance. At this moment, an inexplicable feeling arose in Yi Fan's heart. Perhaps this was the feeling brought by power. Once you experience it, it's hard to forget, like being enchanted. Now, beneath his feet was a talent agency worth $1 billion. He hoped that in a few years, the company under his feet would become a $1 trillion company. Currently, Yi Fan's net worth was only $500 million. However, Yi Fan believed that with the game with a monthly salary of $3,000, I am the richest in the world, along with his own efforts, he could achieve it. One's own net worth breaking 10 billion, breaking 100 billion, becoming the richest man in Jiangzhou, the richest man in the country, and even the richest man in the world, is not impossible. If one day, he could become the richest man in the world, standing in the CEO office of the world's top-ranked conglomerate, what would that feel like? Is invincibility so lonely? Yi Fan couldn't imagine it. Since he couldn't imagine it, Yi Fan decided to experience it himself. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Yi Fan invited Bai Hanyan and headed straight to Changranju. Yi Fan treated them to a meal as a token of gratitude. Changranju was his own restaurant, so naturally Yi Fan chose to eat there, and the food at Changranju was indeed good. 20 minutes later, Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan arrived at Changranju. Yi Fan just came for a meal and didn't look for the manager of Changranju. Instead, he and Bai Hanyan sat down at a window seat. The waitress naturally recognized Yi Fan as the owner. She also knew that the boss didn't like to be disturbed, so she didn't try too hard to please him, just treated Yi Fan as a regular customer. After ordering their meal, Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan chatted while waiting. Like singing, want to become a singer? In the conversation, Yi Fan inadvertently learned about Bai Hanyan's hobbies and dreams. Before Yi Fan could say anything, his phone suddenly rang. The game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest man in the world, had a message. Curious, Yi Fan opened the game. As soon as he opened it, a pop-up window appeared in the game. Long-term challenge released, training challenge, train Bai Hanyan into a top singer, challenge time, 1 year. Mission reward, 51% stake in one of the top 10 entertainment companies in China, Shanghai Entertainment Group. Note, Shanghai Entertainment Group is valued at nearly 30 billion. Mission reward, 1,500 experience points, mission reward, 800 points, challenge failure, punishment of 3,000 yuan. Looking at this challenge, Yifan was stunned. This was too outrageous. The reward for this challenge was terrifying. A 51% stake in Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in China. Once he owned this 51% stake, Yifan would have absolute control over Shanghai Entertainment Group. From then on, Yifan would be the controller of Shanghai Entertainment Group. Most importantly, Shanghai Entertainment Group is valued at 30 billion. With a market value of 30 billion, a 51% stake, roughly estimated, that's 15.3 billion. A reward of over 15 billion. Truly terrifying. With this money, Yifan would be a billionaire, successfully entering the ranks of the super-rich. In addition to the funds, this challenge also had substantial experience points and points rewards. 1,500 experience points. 800 points. With these, Yifan's player level and mall level in the game would probably increase by 2 or 3 levels at once. By then, he could buy several things in the mall at once. And at that time, the value of the goods in the mall would probably be tens of times what it is now. Just thinking about it feels great. For a moment, Yifan was lost in thought. Long-term challenge mission, do you accept? Accept, reject. At this point, another pop-up window appeared in the game. There was no need to choose, Yifan would definitely accept it. Once the challenge was successful, Yifan's earnings would be terrifying. And even if he failed, the punishment was only 3,000 yuan. For Yifan's current net worth of 5 billion, 3,000 yuan was nothing, almost negligible. Just now, Yifan had already started thinking. With the foundation of the current Yilan Entertainment Company, it was not impossible to train Bai Hanyan into a singer. Of course, directly letting Bai Hanyan venture into the entertainment industry was definitely not realistic. The entertainment industry is very deep, and for a newcomer to become a singer is extremely difficult. In the vast entertainment industry, a billion-dollar Yilan talent agency is nothing, just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Yifan decided to try a different approach. Previously, there were female live streamers or internet celebrities with a large number of fans who entered the entertainment industry. The results were mediocre, but still better than directly venturing into the entertainment industry. Now, with Yilan Talent Agency as a backing, Bai Hanyan can start as a singing live streamer and gradually build up her fan base. After accumulating a large number of fans, she can then enter the entertainment industry. This approach is definitely better than recklessly entering the entertainment industry. Yifan had just expelled Ling Xier, and the resources that used to belong to Ling Xier and the company are now available. With just a word from Yifan, the Yilan Talent Agency can provide these resources to Bai Hanyan. With these resources and full support from the Yilan Talent Agency, Bai Hanyan becoming a top live streamer is not a problem. Yifan already had a rough plan in mind. Do you really like singing and want to be a singer? Yifan asked Bai Hanyan seriously. Yes. Although she knew it wasn't ideal to express her preference for another job in front of her boss, Bai Hanyan was not willing to lie. Alright, I am willing to give you an opportunity to let the company fully train you. Would you be willing to start as a singing live streamer, build a fan base, and then enter the entertainment industry? Yifan asked for Bai Hanyan's opinion. Huh? Faced with Yifan's sudden question, Bai Hanyan was a bit stunned. After some hesitation, Bai Hanyan nodded, indicating her willingness. She was willing to strive for her dream. Opportunities in life are rare, and missing out on them could lead to lifelong regrets. Now that she finally had a chance to realize her dream, Bai Hanyan naturally did not want to miss it. Good. After receiving Bai Hanyan's affirmation, Yifan immediately selected the accept option in the game. Long-term training challenge begins. Develop Bai Hanyan into a top singer. Challenge time, 1 year. Yifan smoothly initiated the challenge. You should continue working as usual, practice singing more in your free time, and I will discuss with the company to come up with a detailed plan. Yifan advised Bai Hanyan. Although the challenge time was only 1 year, things should not be rushed. A plan must be made first, and with preparation, they can begin. Thank you. Bai Hanyan sincerely thanked Yifan. This was an opportunity that Yi Fan had given her, and Bai Hanyan was very grateful. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the two began to eat. When they were halfway through their meal, a stranger passed by them and suddenly stopped.
Bai Hanyan?
The stranger called out in surprise.
Hearing someone calling her, Bai Hanyan looked up. Ha!
Bai Hanyan found the man familiar, but couldn't recall his name for a moment.
The stranger seemed to notice Bai Hanyan's embarrassment and felt a bit helpless. It's me, your university classmate, Wei Ruiyuan.
The man introduced himself.
After a year had passed, Bai Hanyan naturally couldn't remember the name of an unfamiliar classmate.
During university, Bai Hanyan and Wei Ruiyuan were not close. Although they were classmates, they hardly spoke to each other.
Bai Hanyan, being a top beauty, naturally left a deep impression on others.
Oh, it's Wei, classmate.
Upon hearing Wei Ruiyuan's self-introduction, Bai Hanyan suddenly realized and remembered him.
After introducing himself, Wei Ruiyuan acted familiarly, pulled up a chair from the side, and sat between Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan.
Is this your boyfriend? Wei Ruiyuan looked at Yi Fan and curiously asked.
He's not my boyfriend, he's my. Bai Hanyan was about to speak and introduce Yi Fan, but Yi Fan spoke first.
Friend. Yi Fan's brief answer, he is still thinking about how to quickly develop Bai Hanyan into a pop star? Friend. Knowing the relationship between Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Wei Ruiyuan had some other thoughts.
When he was in college, he was very ordinary. But half a year ago, he changed. Several old houses in his family were all demolished, and his family received a large sum of money. At this moment, he can be considered a second-generation rich. Seeing the campus beauty from his college days, Wei Ruiyuan had some different thoughts. With money, naturally comes confidence. After learning about Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan's identities, Wei Ruiyuan directly ignored Yi Fan and started chatting with Bai Hanyan.
Classmate Bai, what do you do now? I work at a talent agency. Bai Hanyan politely replied, with a hint of distance in her voice. Although Wei Ruiyuan heard it, he pretended not to understand and continued to chat.
Working at a talent agency, not bad.
Wei Ruiyuan nodded. And you? Bai Hanyan asked politely.
Me, I have a store, business is good, making around 200,000 to 300,000 a month.
Hearing Bai Hanyan's question, Wei Ruiyuan suddenly became spirited, pretending to be nonchalant in his response.
He asked Bai Hanyan about her job earlier just to prompt her to ask him this. This way, he would have the opportunity to show off and display his financial strength.
200,000 to 300,000. That much? Bai Hanyan was somewhat surprised. That's more than her annual salary. Is it really that profitable to open a store now? Not much, just a little, sometimes it can reach 50,000. Since he was showing off, Wei Ruiyuan naturally exaggerated.
He did use his family's money to open a store, but the actual monthly profit was just over 10,000.
However, in order to show off in front of Bai Hanyan, Wei Ruiyuan exaggerated.
It didn't matter how much he said, no one could expose his lies.
My store is in the city center, it's pretty good. Seeing Bai Hanyan's surprised expression, Wei Ruiyuan felt pleased with himself and continued to boast.
Oh, because the stores in the city center are limited, I have my eye on the new Thai shopping center.
Wei Ruiyuan talked confidently.
As one of the shopping centers with the highest foot traffic in Changranju, the new Thai shopping center is very good, with great development potential. I plan to rent 8 or 9 stores there, do some other business, and give it a try. The previous store had average business, so Wei Ruiyuan planned to open another one. He did have his eye on the new Thai shopping center. However, he didn't plan to rent 8 or 9 stores as he claimed, renting one would be good enough. The foot traffic at the new Thai shopping center was high, so the rent for the stores was naturally very expensive, probably requiring tens of thousands per month for one store. 8 or 9 stores would cost several hundred thousand.
That's millions per year, which Wei Ruiyuan couldn't afford.
Although his family received money from the demolition, it was only a few million. He couldn't afford such expensive rent.
New Thai shopping center?
Yi Fan, who was contemplating, perked up upon hearing about the new Thai shopping center.
That was his shopping center.
It was obtained from a previous task.
So far, Yi Fan had only been there once. You want to rent 8 or 9 stores at the new Thai shopping center? Bai Han Yen was extremely surprised.
She naturally knew about the new Thai shopping center and often went there with her girlfriends to shop. The rent for stores at the new Thai shopping center is very expensive, and it's not easy to rent. Even if you have money, you may not be able to successfully rent one without knowing someone on the inside. There are too many people eyeing those stores.
Bai Han Yen sighed.
One of my girlfriends, who comes from a well-off family, wanted to rent a store to sell clothes at the new Thai shopping center. She had all the money ready. But until now, she hasn't been able to successfully rent one. Bai Han Yen said with great regret.
It's already difficult to rent a shop, not to mention that Wei Ruiyuan wants to rent 8 or 9 of them, which is even more challenging. After listening to Bai Han Yen, Wei Ruiyuan continued to boast.
It's nothing, it may be difficult for others, but for me, it's simple.
Wei Ruiyuan felt that since he was boasting, no one could expose him, so he became even more brazen.
To tell you the truth, I know the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, we are friends. I want to rent a shop, it's just a phone call, very simple.
Really? Bai Han Yen was very surprised.
Of course.
Wei Ruiyuan confidently said, feeling good about showing off.
Ha?
He is friends with the owner of Xintai Shopping Center?
Hearing Wei Ruiyuan's words, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, feeling puzzled.
When did he have such a friend? How come he didn't know about it?
Can you talk to your friend, the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, and rent a shop for my friend too? We can earn more rent.
Bai Han Yen asked Wei Ruiyuan.
Her friend has been worrying about this for 2 months, and even looks a bit haggard.
Bai Han Yen felt very sorry for her friend.
Now that there is finally an opportunity, she wants to help her friend.
Ha? Being told by Bai Han Yen, Wei Ruiyuan was stunned. He was just boasting.
He does have the phone number of the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, but it's for future contact regarding renting a shop there.
He hasn't contacted the owner of Xintai Shopping Center yet. Saying that they are friends is completely boasting, just to show off in front of Bai Han Yen.
Who is he, the grand owner of Xintai Shopping Center, a wealthy and important figure?
He is just a small second generation. How could he have contact and become friends with him? Is it very troublesome? If so, forget it.
Bai Han Yen said with great regret.
No. Wei Ruiyuan gritted his teeth. If he refused, wouldn't all the groundwork and boasting he did before go to waste?
He still wanted to leave a good impression on Bai Han Yen, preparing to pursue her.
How about this?
In the end, for the sake of showing off and pursuing Bai Han Yen, Wei Ruiyuan made a bold decision. Although it may not be successful, I can try calling the owner at Xintai Shopping Center to ask. Hearing this, Bai Han Yen said excitedly, really, thank you on behalf of my friend.
It's nothing, a piece of cake, a piece of cake. Wei Ruiyuan continued to show off.
While speaking, Wei Ruiyuan nervously took out his phone and found the number of the owner of Xintai Shopping Center.
Phew!
Taking a deep breath, for the sake of showing off and pursuing Bai Han Yen, he went all in.
It's just a phone call, right?
He didn't believe that if he doubled the price, the owner of Xintai Shopping Center would refuse him.
Who would have trouble with money? For the sake of pursuing Bai Han Yen, Wei Ruiyuan was willing to make a big sacrifice.
Finally, with a determined heart, Wei Ruiyuan dialed the number of the owner of Xintai Shopping Center.
At the same time, Yi Fan's phone on the table rang. Hearing Yi Fan's phone ring, Wei Ruiyuan immediately looked over. Didn't you see that I was calling an important person?
Hang up the phone, or go answer it somewhere else.
Wei Ruiyuan said impatiently to Yi Fan. At this moment, Wei Ruiyuan was nervous, his heart beating fast.
This was his first time calling the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, hoping that nothing unexpected would happen.
Wei Ruiyuan prayed in his heart. Yi Fan ignored Wei Ruiyuan and just answered the phone. Seeing this scene, Wei Ruiyuan became angry and wanted to scold Yi Fan.
Hello. At the same time, Yi Fan spoke.
Hello? Suddenly, from Wei Ruiyuan's phone, came a hello. Hearing this, Wei Ruiming was confused. What's going on? How could he hear hello from his own phone? Could it be that he was too close to this Yifan and misheard it? The hello just now didn't come from the phone. Wei Ruiyuan speculated in his heart. The call from the owner of Xintai Shopping Center was connected, and he didn't want to argue with small fry like Yifan. If he angered the owner of Xintai Shopping Center, a big shot, it wouldn't be good. He needed to discuss things with the big shot, so Wei Ruiyuan stood up and walked quietly towards a distant, quiet place. Wei Ruiyuan? At this moment, another voice came from Wei Ruiyuan's phone. This time, Wei Ruiyuan was very sure that the voice did come from the phone. And the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Could it be? Could it be? A bold guess appeared in Wei Ruiyuan's mind. Could it be that Yifan was the big shot he mentioned, the owner of Xintai Shopping Center? How could that be? Wei Ruiyuan's face was full of shock and disbelief. He turned his head, looking nervously towards Yifan not far away. Yifan hung up the phone. At the same time, Wei Ruiyuan was also hung up by the owner of Xintai Shopping Center. Really? His guess was actually true. Wei Ruiyuan couldn't believe it. But even if he didn't believe it, the fact was already there. Trembling, he returned to his seat. Wei Ruiyuan asked nervously, Yifan, are you the owner of Xintai Shopping Center? He couldn't let go. If Yifan didn't say it himself, he wouldn't accept his own guess. He didn't want to accept this cruel reality. Yes, Yifan nodded. Seeing this scene, Wei Ruiyuan couldn't sit still. Really, was it true? The owner of Xintai Shopping Center turned out to be this exceptionally young man in front of him? It was unbelievable. Wei Ruiyuan's face turned pale, especially when he remembered his boasting earlier, saying that the owner of Xintai Shopping Center was his friend. Yet the owner of Xintai Shopping Center was sitting right next to him, and he didn't even recognize him. Wasn't he just raising his hand to slap himself in the face? Wei Ruiyuan was on the verge of collapse. Too embarrassing. Beside him, Bai Hanyan was also extremely surprised. She never expected that Yifan was actually the legendary owner of Xintai Shopping Center. Bai Hanyan was stunned for a moment, but then she accepted it. After all, Yifan was the president of their own company. As the president of a billion-dollar company, owning a large shopping center was not a big deal, right? Bai Hanyan suddenly realized what Wei Ruiyuan had said before, and she understood. So Wei Ruiyuan was just bragging all along. He and the owner of Xintai Shopping Center were not friends at all, they didn't even know each other. If they were friends, why didn't Wei Ruiyuan recognize Yifan from the beginning? Do you want to rent 8 or 9 shops in Xintai Shopping Center? Yifan asked. No, I don't want to rent, Wei Ruiyuan shook his head vigorously, as if playing a drum, repeatedly refusing. How could he dare to rent a shop in Xintai Shopping Center now? Moreover, renting 8 or 9 shops at once, it would cost millions for a year, and he simply didn't have that much money. Most of the compensation money was with his parents. Seeing Wei Ruiyuan shaking his head repeatedly, Yifan didn't continue to ask, but looked at Bai Hanyan. Does your friend want to rent a shop? Yes, Bai Hanyan nodded firmly. That's simple, I'll contact them later. You have your friend go directly to Xintai Shopping Center to sign the contract with the staff. No need to pay extra, just the normal rent, Yifan said. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bai Hanyan said gratefully. She never expected that the boss not only helped her but also helped her best friend. At that moment, she didn't know how to express her gratitude. It's nothing, Yifan waved his hand. After finishing their meal, Yifan and Bai Hanyan got up to leave. Goodbye. Wei Ruiyuan, who was already scared silly, suddenly stood up, said a word blankly, and then hurriedly left. Later, Yifan escorted Bai Hanyan back to the company, briefed Yang Xuemin, and then left. After all, Yifan couldn't stay here all the time, so he left most of the matters to Yang Xuemin. If there were any problems, Yang Xuemin could contact him.
Of course, Yifan also told Yang Shuemin about the plan to cultivate Bai Hanyan and transfer the resources that originally belonged to Ling Xier to Bai Hanyan. Yang Shuemin hurriedly assured him that he would handle it immediately. He would have a meeting later to discuss a specific plan to cultivate Bai Hanyan and then hand it over to Yifan. He would try to complete all the plans within a day and then hand them over to Yifan. Yifan was quite satisfied. One day was enough. Yifan had already added Bai Hanyan's contact information in WeChat. Once he had a plan, he would contact Bai Hanyan. After that, Yifan returned to his villa. The next night, in a private room of a high-end restaurant, Ling Xier and manager Lu were anxiously waiting. 10 minutes later, a plump woman with a pearl necklace walked in.
Manager Yan. Manager Yan, hello.
Upon seeing the plump woman, Ling Xier and manager Lu immediately stood up and greeted her very politely.
Please, have a seat. Manager Yan nodded and sat directly at the main seat. My secretary has already informed you of the specifics, right? After sitting down, Manager Yan got straight to the point. Manager Yan Baimei, the boss of Yuan Yan Entertainment Company. Yuan Yan Entertainment Company was also in Jiangzhou and was engaged in cultivating internet celebrities and live streamers. It was the archenemy of Yilan Entertainment Company. The competition between the two companies was fierce. Unfortunately, Yilan Entertainment Company had always been one step ahead of Yuan Yan Entertainment Company.
This made Yan Baimei very unhappy, and she had been wanting to find an opportunity to fight back and bring down Yilan Entertainment Company. Last night, she heard that the new owner of Yilan Entertainment Company had actually fired Ling Xier and manager Lu together. She realized this was an opportunity. An excellent opportunity for Yuan Yan Entertainment Company to turn the tables and crush Yilan underfoot. After making a decision, Yan Baimei immediately sent her secretary to contact Ling Xier and manager Lu, expressing her intention to cooperate. Secretary Li has already informed us of manager Yan's intentions. Secretary Li was very clear. Yan Baimei nodded in satisfaction and added, as long as you are willing to come to Yuan Yan, I am willing to offer 1.3 times the price to sign you. Ling Xier was a popular internet celebrity on Douyin, with millions of followers, and had signed a 10 million contract with Yilan Entertainment Company. Now, Yan Baimei offered 1.3 times the price, directly adding 3 million to Ling Xier. As for manager Lu, it was also 1.3 times the price.
What do you think?
Yan Baimei offered a high price to bring down Yilan Entertainment Company.
It's okay, manager Lu nodded repeatedly. I'm willing too, thank you, manager Yan. Ling Xier was also overjoyed and agreed without hesitation.
Originally, she thought that Yan Baimei would offer her a contract at a price similar to Yilan Entertainment Company, but she didn't expect Yan Baimei to directly add 3 million on top of the original amount.
Who would refuse more money? Manager Yan, when can we sign the contract? Ling Xier asked eagerly.
There's no rush to sign the contract, you need to agree to a few conditions first, Yan Baimei said meaningfully. First, Ling Xier, you need to help us shoot a few videos, exposing the various wrongdoings of the new president of Yilan Entertainment Agency, such as forcing you to drink, and so on.
Do you understand? Ha!
Upon hearing this, both Ling Xier and manager Lu were stunned.
Forcing Ling Xier to drink? How come they didn't know about this? President Yan, I don't know. Ling Xier asked in confusion.
It's okay if you don't know, as long as you come forward, you don't need to worry about the rest, leave it to us.
Yan Baimei continued with a meaningful tone.
Upon hearing this, Ling Xier and manager Lu suddenly realized the true meaning behind Yan Baimei's words.
Isn't it just smearing Yilan Entertainment Agency and its new president, Yifan, out of thin air?
With Ling Xier's previous fan base, if she speaks out, it will definitely have a certain impact.
President Yan, but wouldn't this cause trouble? Ling Xier still had some concerns. After all, this is spreading rumors, what if something goes wrong?
And the effect may not be significant.
It doesn't matter.
Yan Baimei said indifferently.
I recently met a tycoon in Jiangzhou, worth tens of billions.
At that time, I will ask him for help, with the connections of that tycoon, to expand the influence of this matter in Jiangzhou.
Yan Baimei explained. As long as nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem in driving Yilin out of Jiangzhou.
Although Yan Baimei hoped to completely destroy Yilin Entertainment Agency in one go, it was not realistic.
After all, the current Yilin has total assets of billions. If they really want to completely destroy Yilin Entertainment Agency in one go, even Yan's entertainment agency would have to pay a heavy price.
Not only that, but it also requires strong connections. With Yan Baimei's status, it is definitely impossible. Even if she knows that tycoon worth tens of billions, it may not be successful.
Unless it is a tycoon worth hundreds of billions, or even hundreds of billions, to speak out, can they completely destroy Yilin Entertainment Agency?
Unfortunately, she does not have the qualifications to know such a billionaire.
Although the goal of this operation is to destroy Yilin Entertainment Agency, if they can drive Yilin Entertainment Agency out of Jiangzhou, it would still be a huge victory. Second, Yan Baimei mentioned a few more conditions, all targeting Yilin Entertainment Agency and the new president, Yifan.
Ling Xier and manager Lu agreed. In the end, the three reached a cooperation intention. By the way, Ling Xier, since you can't use your Douyin account anymore, you should go to SharkLive and give it a try.
Yan Baimei ordered.
Previously, Ling Xier's account belonged to Yilin Entertainment Agency, but now she has been fired, so naturally she can no longer use it.
Tomorrow, you will start live streaming. The competition on Douyin is too fierce now, it's a bit difficult to cultivate a new account, so try SharkLive first, and if it doesn't work out, then go back to Douyin.
Yan Baimei explained.
Okay, President Yan.
Faced with the orders of the new boss Yan Baimei, Ling Xier naturally did not dare to have any doubts. On the other side, while Ling Xier and Yan Baimei were plotting against Yifan, Yifan was at his villa contemplating what to eat tonight. What to eat? This is a choice that everyone cannot avoid. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Yifan's villa. Curious, Yifan opened the door of the villa. What came into Yifan's sight was his beautiful,
mature neighbor, Mo Mengfei. Mo Mengfei invited Yifan to have dinner at her place.
It turns out that because of the incident with the kitten last time, Mo Mengfei has been wanting to thank Yifan and return the favor. But recently, the company has been too busy, and she couldn't find the time. Finally, this afternoon, Mo Mengfei finished most of her work and had a little free time.
Mo Mengfei has always remembered to thank Yifan.
After some thought, Mo Mengfei decided to invite Yifan to have dinner at her place.
Eating at home like this seems more sincere than going to a restaurant.
Sure.
Yifan nodded.
He happened to be worried about what to eat tonight, but now someone invited him, a neighbor, so Yifan couldn't refuse. Back at the villa to get his phone, Yifan and Mo Mengfei went to her house together. Before inviting Yifan, Mo Mengfei had already prepared the ingredients and everything. Just left to cook. Mo Mengfei asked Yifan to rest in the living room for a while she went to the kitchen. Yifan was bored in the living room, so he played with Mo Mengfei's cat.
Because of the last time, Mo Mengfei's cat also knew Yifan and didn't mind playing with him.
Half an hour later, Mo Mengfei, with her hair tied up and wearing an apron, came out with the dishes. Since only Yifan and Mo Mengfei were eating, Mo Mengfei didn't make too many dishes. Just the usual 4 dishes and a soup. Yifan also helped to serve the dishes. Mo Mengfei opened a bottle of red wine to entertain Yifan, her guest. Previously, Yifan and Mo Mengfei had run around the Lingyun Lake outside a few times, so they were somewhat familiar with each other.
While eating, they chatted.
Mo Mengfei helped Yifan with the soup, and when Yifan got up to take it, Mo Mengfei accidentally spilled the soup on him. Luckily, the soup wasn't hot, so Yifan's clothes just got wet.
Sorry. Mo Mengfei quickly apologized, then picked up a napkin to help Yifan wipe his clothes. Click. Just then, the door of Mo Mengfei's villa was suddenly opened from the outside. Immediately after, Mo Mengfei's parents walked in.
Upon entering, Mo Mengfei's parents happened to see Mo Mengfei wiping Yifan's clothes.
The atmosphere became a bit awkward.
Mo Mengfei was extremely surprised to see her parents suddenly arrive.
Who is this? Mo Mengfei's mother looked at Yifan curiously and asked.
This is Yifan, my neighbor. Mo Mengfei quickly explained to her parents, "We were just having dinner, and I accidentally spilled soup on Yi Fan, so I'm helping him wipe it off."
Hearing Mo Mengfei's explanation, Mo Mengfei's parents didn't say much. They were skeptical. Could things be that simple? "Hello, uncle, aunt." Yi Fan also greeted them. "Hello." Mo Mengfei's mother nodded, not continuing to inquire. "Xiaoye, hello." Compared to Mo Mengfei's mother's coldness, Mo Mengfei's father seemed a bit more enthusiastic. "Mengfei, come upstairs and talk to me." After saying this to his daughter, Mo Mengfei's mother went upstairs first. She had something important to discuss with her daughter today. "Okay." Mo Mengfei followed her mother upstairs. In the living room, only Yi Fan and Mo Mengfei's father were left. "Xiaoye, sit down, don't be too formal." Mo Mengfei's father warmly invited Yi Fan to sit down. Yi Fan also felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, but since Mo Mengfei's father had spoken, Yi Fan couldn't refuse. "Do you smoke?" Seeing Yi Fan sitting down, Mo Mengfei's father took out a cigarette and asked. "I don't smoke." Yi Fan politely declined. Mo Mengfei's father lit a cigarette for himself and started chatting with Yi Fan. "Xiaoye, what do you do for a living?" Mo Mengfei's father asked curiously. "I'm still in college." Yi Fan replied. "Oh." Mo Mengfei's father nodded, he had guessed as much, after all, Yi Fan looked very young. "Do you really live here, Xiaoye?" "I live in the villa next door, number 8. Yi Fan answered. "Villa number 8? Upon hearing Yi Fan's answer, Mo Mengfei's father was taken aback. Villa number 8 next door was one of the largest and most expensive villas in the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area. And there were quite a few people eyeing it, so buying it would probably require strong connections. He didn't expect Yi Fan to live in Villa number 8. Momo's father explained, "Don't mind Momo's mother's attitude. She is a strong woman, managing a company, and can be a bit domineering at times. In Momo's family, it is Momo's mother who is in charge. But don't worry, Momo is not like that." Finally, Momo's father added deliberately. Yi Fan and Momo's father chatted, and when he found out that Yi Fan had started a business in college and became the CEO of a billion-dollar company, he was quite impressed. This young man is remarkable and promising. Momo's father really liked Yi Fan, so he said, "If you need anything in the future, Yi, you can contact me. I may not know much about other things, but I do know quite a few of the billionaires in Jiangzhou. Yi Fan is just starting his business and may encounter various problems. Although he is not in charge at home, he can still easily help Yi Fan solve the issues of a billion-dollar small company." He believes in Yi Fan's words, as Yi Fan is indeed a neighbor of his daughter. "Uncle Mo, you're too kind." After chatting with Momo's father for a while, Yi Fan took his leave. Yi Fan returned to his villa. Around 10 o'clock that night, Yi Fan received a message from Yang Xuemin, the deputy general manager of Yilin Talent Agency. "The plan to cultivate by Hanyan is ready." Yi Fan opened the file and saw that it was indeed a company specializing in cultivating internet celebrities and live streamers, with a very detailed design. "Alright, let Bai Hanyan start live streaming on the Shark platform tomorrow. Let's give it a try tomorrow." After reading it, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Recently, Yilin Talent Agency has been focusing on the Shark live streaming platform, as the competition on Douyin is too intense. If Bai Hanyan starts live streaming on the Shark platform, she can better enjoy the various resources of Yilin Talent Agency. "Okay, I'll have Bai Hanyan start live streaming on the Shark platform tomorrow." Yang Xuemi nodded. Time flew by, and the next day, under Yen Baimai's orders, Ling Xier filmed several videos accusing Yi Fan and tarnishing his reputation. In Ling Xier's words, Yi Fan became a despicable boss who forced female employees to accompany clients, withheld their wages, and acted recklessly and arrogantly within the company. Although she knew it was false, Ling Xier felt no guilt. The more she spoke, the more excited and triumphant she became. "Yi Fan, just you wait. You fired me, didn't you? Poof. Once these videos are made, combined with Yen Baimai's connections, you and your Yilin Talent Agency won't be able to stay in Jiangzhou.
Yifan, get ready to leave Jiangzhou. For a while, Ling Xier immersed herself in the pleasure of retaliating against Yifan and defaming him. In the evening, Ling Xier started live streaming on the Shark platform. Due to her previous fan base and Yan Baimai's promotion, Ling Xier's live stream room became lively as soon as it started. User base Heaven sent an airplane in Ling Xier's live stream room. User sorry, it's me sent a super rocket in Ling Xier's live stream room. User I'm not the future became a duke in Ling Xier's live stream room. Various gifs were flying across the screen. In less than 15 minutes, Ling Xier's live stream room's popularity exceeded 500,000. With the resources of Yuanyan Talent Agency and a few recommended spots, Ling Xier's live stream room's popularity quickly surpassed 1 million. In addition to old fans, some new fans came to watch. Ling Xier's live stream room became extremely lively. On the other hand, Bai Hanyan also started live streaming on the Shark platform. As a newcomer, her live stream room had low popularity at the beginning, with only 1 or 2,000 viewers. Moreover, since this was Bai Hanyan's first live stream, to prevent her from being too nervous and under too much pressure, Yilan Talent Agency did not allocate many resources. Only a few small recommendations were arranged. In the end, Bai Hanyan's popularity stabilized at around 10 to 20,000. Bai Hanyan also adapted and sang seriously. Under the guidance of Ling Xier, the manager of Yuanyan's brokerage company, Ling Xier started the PK. After 3 or 4 consecutive PKs, Ling Xier easily crushed the opponent. The fans in Ling Xier's live broadcast room were also proud. After the 4th PK ended, Ling Xier once again selected the random PK option and started the 5th PK. On the other side, because it was her first live broadcast, Bai Hanyan was also trying various things, and PK was one of them. Out of curiosity, Bai Hanyan also selected the random PK option. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 6 or 7 seconds, the random PK began. However, when the PK started, Bai Hanyan looked at the anchor opposite and was stunned. It was a coincidence that Bai Hanyan's random PK opponent this time was Ling Xier. Not only was Bai Hanyan stunned, but Ling Xier on the other side was also shocked. How is this possible? Is it such a coincidence? Bai Hanyan? In Ling Xier's heart, she had long hated Bai Hanyan and Yifan together. Last time, if it weren't for Bai Hanyan, she wouldn't have been so arrogant. Ling Xier blamed all her arrogance on Bai Hanyan, without taking any responsibility herself. Family, that female anchor on the opposite side is not a good person, attack her for me. Before Bai Hanyan could react, Ling Xier had already incited the audience. Although she wanted to curse Bai Hanyan directly, this was her first time on the Shark platform, and if she revealed her arrogant personality, her image would be ruined. Therefore, Ling Xier could only indirectly mock Bai Hanyan. What, the female anchor on the opposite side is not a good person? Since Xier said so, there must be a reason. Brothers, let's go. User I just like the Trident of Maserati sent a plane in Ling Xier's live broadcast room. User my tomorrow is gone sent a rocket in Ling Xier's live broadcast room. User la sent a super rocket in Ling Xier's live broadcast room. Instantly, gifts were being sent frantically in Ling Xier's room. Among them, the plane was worth 100 yuan, the rocket was worth 500 yuan, and the super rocket was worth 2,000 yuan. The PK score between Ling Xier and Bai Hanyan also widened instantly. The score was 26,000 to 0, with the score value being 10 times the value of the gifts. Ling Xier received gifts worth 2,600 yuan, which was equivalent to 26,000 points. On the other hand, Bai Hanyan had 0 points. Ling Xier continued to play the victim and criticized Bai Hanyan angrily. The fans in Ling Xier's live broadcast room immediately felt sorry for Ling Xier and started sending gifts frantically. In no time, the PK score changed to 102866 to 0, and Ling Xier's popularity soared to 1.5 million. On Bai Hanyan's side, she only had 20,000 popularity. Due to Ling Xier's complaints, her audience had already labeled Bai Hanyan as a scheming woman. Some even went to Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room to set the tone and mock her. TSK, the current scheming women are really disgusting. Do you have the face to broadcast on the Shark platform? Get out of the Shark live broadcast. Originally nervous during her first live broadcast, Bai Hanyan now felt even more wrong being set up and falsely accused. After playing the victim for a while and watching the rising score, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Ling Xier's face. What a joke! Ling Xier scoffed in her heart, as she had nearly 200,000 points while Bai Hanyan still had 0. This Bai Hanyan was nothing. Seeing the steady increase in popularity in her live broadcast room, Ling Xier was very happy. It seemed that her first live broadcast on the Shark platform was very successful. Excluding the previous events, in the 2 to 3 minutes of PK with Bai Hanyan, she had already received gifts worth over 20,000. Today, she is about to step on Bai Hanyan, stand on the Shark platform, and become one of the top anchors on the Shark platform. On the other hand, in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room, a few of her original fans are still supporting her. But because there are too many viewers on Ling Xier's side, these few viewers can't compete with Ling Xier's supporters. The rhythm in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room was chaotic for a while. 0 points, why are you still pretending? Exactly, who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect our Xier, there isn't even a single viewer sending gifts in the live broadcast room. Oh, 257639, 0 points, you better leave the Shark platform early. Watching the score values of the two in the PK, Ling Xier's fans on the other side were particularly confident, crazily mocking Bai Hanyan. Just then, Bai Hanyan's PK value suddenly underwent a huge change. User I'm really not interested in money sent a super rocket in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. User I'm really not interested in money sent 2 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. User I'm really not interested in money sent 3 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. In the end, the data stopped at 100 super rockets. Total value of 200,000 gifts. And the PK score value also underwent a huge change. 267899, 2 million over 200,000, more than 2 million. Seeing the sudden change in score values, everyone was stunned. Especially Ling Xier and her fans were dumbfounded. Originally, the fans in Ling Xier's live broadcast room were mocking Bai Hanyan's room for not receiving any gifts, giving her a score of 0. Now, in the blink of an eye, the score value of the PK underwent a dramatic change. The other side scored 2 million, easily surpassing their own side. Ling Xier was also dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. 2 million points, that's 200,000. How did Bai Hanyan suddenly receive gifts worth 200,000? The sense of superiority in Ling Xier's heart instantly disappeared. Because of sending the super rockets, it was trending across the Shark platform, and soon, some viewers from other Shark live broadcasts came over. Wow, the girl is so beautiful. Is this the beauty that should exist in the world? She must be a fairy descended to Earth. Such a beautiful girl, followed. When these viewers entered Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room, many were shocked by Bai Hanyan's beauty, and they all commented in the barrage. Of course, a large part of the audience came to worship the big spender. Another big spender appeared on the Shark live broadcast. I'm really not interested in money, what a cool name. Big spender, please accept my knees. As soon as these viewers entered, they started to flatter I'm really not interested in money. As for who this mysterious big spender was, do I need to say? Naturally, it's Yi Fan. After seeing the PK between Bai Hanyan and Ling Xier, the game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest in the world had a new challenge. Help your employee Bai Hanyan win this PK and defeat Ling Xier's arrogance. Challenge reward, world-class supercar 1 Koenigsegg Agera, do you accept the challenge? Koenigsegg Agera, a world-class supercar worth over 26 million. After seeing this challenge, Yi Fan naturally accepted without hesitation. This is the top supercar Koenigsegg. Normally, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy a Koenigsegg on the spot. For such a world-class supercar, you need to make reservations in advance, sometimes it takes several months, half a year, or even longer. Moreover, even if there was no challenge, Yi Fan wouldn't just stand by. After all, Bai Hanyan is his employee. Yi Fan still remembered the long-term challenge tasks released by the game, right? As long as Bai Hanyan is developed into a singer, there is a reward worth over 15 billion. Moreover, Yi Fan also has a big killer.
Previously, Yifan exchanged a tenfold rebate card from the game mall. The upper limit of this card is 30 million. In other words, Yifan only needs to spend 3 million to get a reward of 30 million. This card is about to expire and is being used now. Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room started to soar in popularity because of the 100 super rockets, quickly surpassing 1.5 million and still rising rapidly. After waiting for a while, Ling Xier and her audience breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Bai Hanyan's PK score stopped moving. The value of a 200,000 gift can still be surpassed with effort. Family, charge, we must win. Ling Xier pretended to be pitiful again, begging for gifts. However, before she could finish her words, there was another huge change in the PK score. 278,690:100000000 over 20,000 compared to 10 million. Seeing the sudden change in the score, Ling Xier and everyone in her live broadcast room were stunned. A score of 10 million? That means a gift worth $1 million? The score was just 2 million on the other side. How did it suddenly become 10 million? This is another gift of 800,000 given out all at once. While Ling Xier and her audience were shocked, Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room was boiling. User I'm really not interested in money sent out 100 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast. Room, user I'm really not interested in money sent out 200 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. In the end, it stopped at 400 super rockets. Awesome, I'm really not interested in money, you're awesome. What a tycoon, I finally saw a real tycoon. The tycoon is amazing. Countless viewers in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room were shocked by I'm really not interested in money's dominance. Normally, gifts worth 2,000 yuan are given out one by one. Today, they witnessed something new. I'm really not interested in money sent out 100 at once. It's amazing. Because of these 400 super rockets, countless viewers from the Shark platform flooded into Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room like crazy. They came to pay homage to the tycoon. In the Shark Live, the influence of top tycoons is no less than that of big anchors. The anchor on the other side is just a green tea bitch. Only over 20,000 points, still mocking our anchor. Look, we already have 10 million points. I know that anchor on the other side, Ling Xier, isn't she the internet celebrity from Douyin who was once exposed in a scandal? The viewers flooding into Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room immediately stood on Bai Hanyan's side and started to fight back. The situation began to reverse. Ling Xier's fans, who were originally arrogant, were left speechless. Some viewers even recognized Ling Xier. When she was at the Yilan Entertainment Company, Ling Xier's character was exposed. But at that time, Yilan Entertainment Company intervened and suppressed the news. However, many people still knew, and now someone recognized Ling Xier. Manager, I'm in trouble here, can I apply for the company to send some money to support the situation? On the other side, being ruthlessly crushed by Bai Hanyan, Ling Xier finally couldn't hold on. So she turned to her superior, a manager at Yuanyin Entertainment Company, for help. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The manager of Yuanyin Entertainment Company opened Ling Xier's live broadcast room, saw the situation clearly, and immediately contacted someone. This manager was ready to use the company's money to send gifts to support Ling Xier. This is also a common means of cultivating anchors. Soon, gifts started to flood into Ling Xier's live broadcast room as well. User Yuanyan Tian Xiaowudi sent 100 super rockets in Ling Xier's live broadcast room. User Yuanyan Tian Xiaowudi sent 200 super rockets in Ling Xier's live broadcast room. User Yuanyan Tian Xiaowudi sent 300 super rockets in Ling Xier's live broadcast room. Soon, the official account of Yuanyan's brokerage company started sending gifts to Ling Xier. Yuanyan's brokerage company has several high-level accounts specifically for sending gifts to their company's streamers to boost their popularity. Soon, Ling Xier also received a gift worth 1 million. 10298797, 100000000. Ling Xier's PK score surpassed 10 million, overtaking Bai Hanyan. Oh, Yuanyan Tian Xiaowudi is amazing. Brothers, we are standing up again. Ling Xier is the best. Seeing Ling Xier's PK score overtaking again, the audience in her live broadcast room became excited.
Ling Xier smiled again, saving face. Because of the 1 million gift, many viewers flooded into Ling Xier's live broadcast room, and her popularity soared to 4 million.
Bai Hanyan's side was similar. Being overtaken by Ling Xier, Bai Hanyan's audience seemed somewhat disappointed. After surpassing Bai Hanyan, Ling Xier did not stop but continued to press on. In the end, Ling Xier sent another 500,000 worth of gifts.
Ling Xier's PK score also surpassed 15 million. After sending 1,500,000 worth of gifts, Yuan Yan's brokerage company stopped. They felt that 1,500,000 was enough. Their liquid assets were limited, and being able to come up with 1,500,000 in such a short time was already good. Although they were not a small company, their liquid assets were limited. Moreover, the brokerage company also had some top streamers who needed financial support. It was not possible to give all the money to Ling Xier at once. 1,500,000 was almost the limit. Seeing the company sending another 500,000, Ling Xier became extremely arrogant. What kind of people are the streamers and audience on the other side? Are the viewers all poor? Ling Xier mocked freely, feeling confident with the 1,500,000 gift. Although Bai Hanyan's audience was angry at Ling Xier's mockery, they could do nothing about it.
They couldn't come up with that much money.
They could only silently endure Ling Xier's mockery.
On the other side,
just as Ling Xier was about to continue mocking, the PK score changed again. 15298766, 200000000. Ling Xier was once again overwhelmed. User I'm really not interested in money sent 100 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. User I'm really not interested in money sent 300 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. User I'm really not interested in money sent 500 super rockets in Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room received another 1 million gift from E-Fan. With a 2 million gift, Bai Hanyan's side overwhelmed Ling Xier's 1,500,000 gift.
I'm really not interested in money is amazing. I'm really not interested in money is invincible. Great job.
Countless viewers worshipped Yi-Fan crazily, feeling like they had encountered a tycoon. The PK score was overtaken again, leaving Ling Xier completely stunned.
There were only 2 to 3 minutes left until the end of the PK. Was she really going to be crushed by that despicable Bai Hanyan?
No, she had to win, she must win. Ling Xier contacted her
superior again.
Manager Zhao, trust me, 2 million is definitely the limit for the other side. As long as we put out another 50,000, we can definitely win this PK. This PK is not only between me and Bai Hanyan, but also involves the reputation of our Yuan Yan Entertainment Company and the Yilan Entertainment Company across from us. If we win this PK and promote it externally, it will definitely have a strong impact. Ling Xier analyzed to her superior. Yilan Entertainment Company and their situation are similar. 2 million is definitely the bottom line for them.
They cannot go over 2 million.
Hearing Ling Xier's words, Manager Zhao also got excited for a moment. Yes, this is not just a PK between Ling Xier and Bai Hanyan, but also a PK between their Yuan Yan Entertainment Company and Yilan Entertainment Company.
This is about the company's reputation. We must win.
In the end, Manager Zhao searched everywhere and secretly raised 50,000 for Ling Xier.
This is already against the company's requirements. As long as we win this PK, everything will be fine, but if we lose, both he and Ling Xier will be implicated. Are you sure the other side's bottom line is just 2 million? Finally, Manager Zhao asked, feeling unsure. I'm sure.
Ling Xier, clouded by jealousy and hatred, only cared about winning against Bai Hanyan, nothing else. Therefore, she answered Manager Zhao without hesitation.
Okay.
Manager Zhao gritted his teeth and handed over the final 50,000 to Ling Xier.
200299998, 20 million. Ling Xier once again took the lead. A smile reappeared on Ling Xier's face. Her live stream audience straightened up as well. However, before they could celebrate, the score changed again. 200299998,
30 million. User I'm really not interested in money became a noble in by Hanyan's livestream. Super Emperor. User I'm really not interested in money renewed the Super Emperor subscription for 1 month in by Hanyan's livestream. User I'm really not interested in money renewed the Super Emperor subscription for 2 months in by Hanyan's livestream. The Super Emperor is the highest noble on the Shark platform, requiring 18,000 to activate. After that, renewing for 1 month costs 12,000. Yifan found it troublesome to send gifts, so he directly activated the Super Emperor Noble status. After renewing for a few months, Yifan also sent some other gifts, ultimately using up the limit of the 10-fold cashback card. The PK score on by Hanyan's side also surpassed 30 million. 200299998, 300000000. Watching the score change again, Ling Xier was completely confused. How could this be? Why did Bai Hanyan suddenly receive another million in gifts? She was completely overwhelmed. It's over, it's really over. Ling Xier's face turned ashen, she completely gave up. PK ends. Congratulations to the host Bai Hanyan for winning this PK. At this point, the PK ended. Bai Hanyan won against Ling Xier with a huge advantage of 10 million. Not only Ling Xier, but also the audience on Ling Xier's side were extremely disappointed. It was too embarrassing. As a result, these viewers left Ling Xier's livestream one after another. The audience in Ling Xier's livestream, which had millions of viewers, instantly plummeted to 500,000 to 600,000. Ling Xier. Watching the result of the PK on his phone, manager Zhao roared. He took a risk and sent another 50,000 to Ling Xier. The result was still being crushed by the other side. Didn't Ling Xier say that 2 million was the other side's limit? How did they suddenly send another million? This time, it was a big embarrassment. Not only did Ling Xier lose, but their Yuan Yen Entertainment Company also lost. Yuan Yen Entertainment Company also lost face. With such a loss, he would definitely face severe punishment from the company. Ling Xier wouldn't fare well either. After losing the PK, Ling Xier received a call from manager Zhao. Right from the start, manager Zhao scolded Ling Xier harshly. Ling Xier was scolded by supervisor Zhao and gradually recovered from the shock. At this moment, she was also afraid. It's over. She tricked supervisor Zhao into giving her another 500,000, she would definitely be punished. Sure enough, not long after, Ling Xier received a call from the company's senior management. Ling Xier immediately ended the live broadcast. Ling Xier announced her failure for the first time on the Shark platform. And it was embarrassing, a big loss. Even Yuan Yan's brokerage company's reputation was tarnished. Seeing Ling Xier immediately end the live broadcast, the audience on Bai Hanyan's side was completely stirred up, with emotions running high. Xian Huang is awesome, in 1 PK, he spent 3 million, so amazing. Xian Huang is the real tycoon. Xian Huang, do you still need leg accessories? Xian Huang is their respectful name for Yifan. Just now, Yifan upgraded to a noble super emperor, naturally becoming Huang, emperor. From now on, Yifan had an additional title of Qian Huang. Countless viewers worshipped Qian Huang. At this moment, the popularity of Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room exceeded 10 million. It was considered the most popular time slot for Shark Live. Taking advantage of the popularity, Bai Hanyan started singing. For a moment, many viewers were attracted by Bai Hanyan's singing and started following her. Within a dozen minutes, Bai Hanyan, who originally had 0 followers, saw her fans skyrocket to tens of thousands. Of course, some followed Bai Hanyan, while others followed the super tycoon Qian Huang. While Bai Hanyan was singing, Yifan began to check his gains. Your bank account received 30 million, balance 33.877 million. Yifan had just received a text message from the bank, with 30 million deposited into his account. Subtracting the 3 million spent today, Yifan made a profit of 27 million. Yifan opened the game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. Challenge completed, congratulations on winning the world's top supercar, 1 Koenigsegg Agera, now parked in your villa's garage, please check, the challenge was successfully completed. Yifan checked and found that the Koenigsegg Agera had a domestic price of 26.5 million.
This was without additional options and accessories. To buy a Koenigsegg Agera, including various extras, would probably cost over 30 million. With a supercar worth over 30 million in funds of 27 million, Yifan conservatively estimated that he made 60 million this time. This time, Yifan only spent 3 million but made 60 million. A huge profit of 20 times, it was truly satisfying. Yifan didn't mind if such things happened more often. It would be best if it happened every day. In a few months, he would be a billionaire. The game said that his Koenigsegg Agera was already parked in the garage, so Yifan naturally wanted to take a look. This was Yifan's first top supercar. Koenigsegg. Universally recognized as the world's top supercar. Cars like Ferrari and Lamborghini, although rare, could still be seen in the most bustling places. But for Koenigsegg, Bugatti, and other top supercars, many people may never see them in their lifetime, let alone own one. Now, Yifan, who had just started his freshman year, owned a Koenigsegg. Such supercars costing tens of millions were beyond the reach of many wealthy individuals. If those wealthy individuals invested tens of millions, they might do so easily. But spending tens of millions on a car, they probably wouldn't. After all, supercars were just for leisure and entertainment. Ordinary wealthy individuals wouldn't casually spend tens of millions unless they were extremely wealthy. Soon, Yifan arrived at his garage. As soon as he entered, Yifan saw his brand new Koenigsegg Agera. Yifan's Koenigsegg Agera is black, with a strong sense of lines and power. Handsome to the extreme. Compared to it, his previous Ferrari seems quite ordinary. Truly a top supercar in the world. Something worth tens of millions, naturally cannot be ordinary. Yifan is extremely satisfied with his Koenigsegg Agera. After looking at the car, Yifan returned to the villa, and at this moment, Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room had quieted down. It's not that the audience had left, but they were quietly listening to Bai Hanyan singing. It must be said that Bai Hanyan's singing skills are very strong. She indeed has the ability to become a singer. The popularity of Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room has stabilized at 3 to 4 million. After all, without big gifts flooding the screen, having this level of popularity is already very good. Although it was her first live broadcast, Bai Hanyan's abilities were evident. After this event, Bai Hanyan successfully became one of the top anchors on the Shark platform. Bai Hanyan's first live broadcast on the Shark platform was quite successful. Even the senior management of the Yilan Entertainment Agency did not expect this. Sometimes, even if they invest various resources, they may not achieve this level. The influence of the big spenders is indeed strong. Without Yifan, this success would not have been possible. Originally, the Yilan Entertainment Agency's plan for today was to let Bai Hanyan adapt first. Having a few thousand followers and tens of thousands of popularity would have been good. Let Bai Hanyan adapt for a few days, then provide her with various resources. Unexpectedly, it turned into this situation. After a brief discussion, the senior management of the Yilan Entertainment Agency unanimously decided to provide Bai Hanyan with various recommended resources tomorrow. They began to vigorously cultivate Bai Hanyan. Let's see if Bai Hanyan can become one of the top anchors on the Shark Live broadcast. The people of the Yilan Entertainment Agency held a late-night meeting to discuss. Yifan was also very satisfied watching Bai Hanyan's live broadcast. Today's results exceeded his expectations. If things continue to go smoothly like this, it probably won't take a year for Bai Hanyan to become a first-line singer. Yifan seemed to have already seen 1.5 billion beckoning to him. Very good, very good. After listening to a few songs, Yifan left Bai Hanyan's live broadcast room. At that moment, Yifan suddenly received an unexpected call. Is this Brother Fan? Yifan answered the phone, hearing a young man's voice on the other end. I am Yifan. Brother Fan, I am Xiao Huang Hai, we met at the bar before. The young man introduced himself. After listening to the introduction, Yifan also remembered this Huang Hai. A few days ago, Fatty invited Yifan to go out together, and at the bar, Huang Hai was extremely impressed by Yifan's black card. As a result, Yifan got to know Huang Hai, the young master of Jiangzhou. What's up? Well, Brother Fan,
there is a gathering tomorrow night, and I would like to invite Brother Fan to come and have fun.
Huang Hai explained his intentions. Tomorrow night?
Yi Fan thought for a moment, realizing he didn't have anything planned for tomorrow night.
Brother Fan, please don't refuse. I have told my friends about you, and they really want to see Brother Fan's style. Huang Hai earnestly requested Yi Fan.
All right. Yi Fan agreed, since he didn't have anything planned for tomorrow night, he could go and have some fun.
Thank you, Brother Fan.
Huang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, thanking Yi Fan repeatedly. He was afraid that Yi Fan would refuse. After agreeing on the time and place with Yi Fan, Huang Hai continued, Brother Fan, I won't disturb you anymore, see you tomorrow night.
After
hanging up the phone, Yi Fan went to freshen up and prepare to rest. The next night, Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg Agera to the agreed place with Huang Hai. On the other side, at a private estate on the outskirts of Jiangzhou, many young gentlemen and wealthy young ladies from Jiangzhou gathered. Inside the estate, Huang Hai was chatting with a few friends.
Lao Huang, is that Fan Ge you mentioned definitely coming tonight? After you mentioned it, I'm really curious about this Fan Ge.
Of course, I just contacted Fan Ge, and he's already on his way.
Huang Hai confirmed. Are you sure this Fan Ge is really amazing?
I've been in Jiangzhou for so long and I've never heard of him.
Another friend of Huang Hai asked curiously. Of course, Fan Ge lives in Villa 8 of Lingyun Tiangong. How impressive is that?
Huang Hai said proudly.
Knowing a big shot like Fan Ge, he could brag for a long time. What? Fan Ge lives in Villa 8 of Lingyun Tiangong? I can't believe it.
Hearing Huang Hai say this, his friends were all shocked.
As young gentlemen of Jiangzhou, they naturally knew about the top luxury homes in Jiangzhou. Villa 8 in the Lingyun Tiangong estate area is one of them.
Villa 8, along with Villas 1, 6, 11, and 18 of Lingyun Tiangong, are famous luxury homes in Jiangzhou. They know the owners of Villa 6 and Villa 18.
They are famous big shots in Jiangzhou.
Now, the old Huang in the mouth, Fan Ge, actually lives in Villa number 8 of Lingyun Tiangong, which is definitely a big shot.
Huang Ge, can you introduce me to Fan Ge when you see him later?
Yeah, Huang Ge, let us have the chance to meet this important person.
Huang Hai's friends pleaded.
Sure, it's a small matter, Fan Ge is a good person.
Huang Hai nodded.
Just as the group of people were chatting in the manner, the unique roar of a supercar sounded.
Then, under everyone's gaze, a white supercar raced towards them.
Finally, the white supercar slowly stopped in front of Huang Hai and his friends.
Wow, a Lamborghini Aventador? This is the legendary big shot.
Looking at this white supercar, the young gentlemen were extremely surprised. The car that stopped in front of them was not an ordinary supercar, but a Lamborghini Aventador, also known as the Big Shot. The Lamborghini Aventador is very expensive, with a price tag usually in the range of 7 to 8 million, or even 9 million. The Lamborghini Aventador is a dream for many young men.
Even these young gentlemen were no exception, they looked at the Lamborghini Aventador with envy.
At this moment, they were extremely curious. They didn't know who the owner of this Lamborghini Aventador was. Amid the envious gazes of the young gentlemen, the door of the Lamborghini Aventador slowly opened, and a slender young man walked out.
Zheng Yuanliang? Young Master Zhang?
Looking at this slender young man, the young gentlemen were extremely surprised. They all recognized the identity of this young man. The young man's name is Zheng Yuanliang, also a wealthy young man from Jiangzhou, with a family worth several billion. However, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were known to have a bad relationship.
To put it bluntly, they were almost arch-enemies.
Looking at Zheng Yuanliang coming out of the Lamborghini Aventador, Huang Hai was the most shocked.
When did this kid buy a Lamborghini Aventador?
Huang Hai was very puzzled. Previously, Huang Hai and Zheng Yuanliang had similar cars, both worth 4 to 5 million. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yuanliang had bought a Lamborghini Aventador worth several million. In comparison, Huang Hai was instantly overshadowed.
How about my big shot?
After getting off the car, supporting his Lamborghini Aventador, Zhang Yuanliang said with a smile.
Cool. Impressive, Liang Gu. Truly the legendary big shot, so cool. The onlookers of young gentlemen were very envious. Hearing these compliments, Zhang Yuanliang's smile became even brighter.
He felt that buying this car was worth it.
Why buy a supercar? Besides liking it, of course, it's to show off and make others envious.
Now, his Lamborghini Aventador has caused a sensation, naturally justifying its price.
Liang Gu, how much did this big shot cost? Not much, just over 9 million.
Zhang Yuanliang said casually.
Over 9 million, Zhang Yuanliang's Lamborghini Aventador cost over 9 million. So impressive. The onlookers of young gentlemen were once again shocked. Liang Gu is mighty.
Liang Gu, in the future, take us out when you have time. Some young gentlemen began to flatter Zhang Yuanliang.
As for the wealthy young ladies who were watching, they also looked at Zhang Yuanliang with admiration. Wealth is a huge advantage. Lao Huang, how do you like my car?
Looking at his Lamborghini Aventador, Zhang Yuanliang asked Huang Hai with great pride.
It's okay, Huang Hai said with a stiff face. Oh, just okay? If I remember correctly, isn't your car a sports car worth over 4 million? Zhang Yuanliang hinted.
Hearing this, Huang Hai's face turned red. His friends also lowered their heads.
Oh, I remember now. You've been bragging these days about knowing some big shot named Fan Gu, right?
Zhang Yuanliang suddenly recalled.
Yes, so what? Huang Hai retorted. If I'm not mistaken, the Fan Gu you mentioned drives a Ferrari worth over 5 million, right?
Zhang Yuanliang said sarcastically.
If someone who drives a 5 million Ferrari can be your brother, then what should you call me when I drive a Lamborghini Aventador worth over 9 million? Dad or Grandpa?
Zhang Yuanliang mocked with a smile.
You? Huang Hai was furious.
Zhang, watch your words, Huang Hai said sternly. Zhang Yuanliang shrugged it off, admitting that his car couldn't compare to Huang Hai's.
But Fan Gu was his idol, and he couldn't let Zhang Yuanliang look down on Fan Gu.
Heh, Zhang Yuanliang chuckled dismissively. Treating someone who drives a 5 million Ferrari as a big shot, sigh.
Are you naive or just brainless?
Zhang Yuanliang not only looked down on Huang Hai but also on Fan Gu. A person who drives a 5 million Ferrari is nothing special, not even close to him.
How could he become a big shot? Fan Gu, what a joke. You? Huang Hai was trembling with anger. His friends, though angry, couldn't argue with Zhang Yuanliang. They didn't know Fan Gu yet. Li Guang is right.
Someone who drives a 5 million Ferrari is just like us, not even a tenth of what Li Guang is. That Fan Gu guy is not worthy, let's call him Xiaochen instead.
Some onlookers around deliberately said to please Zhang Yuanliang.
As long as they could please him, they were willing to endure insults. Huang Hai, your taste is really lacking, Zhang Yuanliang commented again. Let me introduce you to what a real big shot is. Zhang Yuanliang said mysteriously. Recently, he had just made friends with a big shot, Fang Xiao. In front of Fang Xiao, Fan Gu was nothing.
Ha!
Hearing Zhang Yuanliang's words, everyone was puzzled. Just then, a roar was heard. In the distance, a yellow supercar was heading towards the mansion.
My God, what is that?
A young man recognized the supercar and exclaimed.
Following the young man's direction, everyone saw the yellow supercar. What car is that? It looks so cool. Yeah, it looks awesome. I want to buy one too. Me too, driving it on the road would definitely turn heads. Someone sighed. You want to buy one, do you even know what car that is? Can you afford it?
The young man smirked.
What car is it? What car is that? The crowd asked in confusion.
That's a McLaren P1, priced at 13 million, probably 15 million after taxes.
What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked.
Although many people have not heard of the McLaren P1, the price of 15 million yuan really shocked them.
A 15 million supercar? Oh my god. Today, they finally saw the legendary multi-million supercar.
Under the gaze of everyone, this McLaren P1, costing over 10 million, slowly stopped next to the Lamborghini. When the McLaren P1 stopped, Zheng Yuanliang immediately ran over excitedly. The door of the McLaren P1 opened, and a proud young man walked out slowly.
Fang Xiao, you're here.
Seeing the proud man come out, Zheng Yuanliang immediately flattered.
Let me introduce you, this is the prince of the Fang group, Fang Hongxiu, Fang Xiao.
Zheng Yuanliang introduced the identity of the proud man to everyone.
The prince of the Fang group? Knowing the identity of the proud man, everyone was no longer calm. The Fang group is one of the major enterprises in Jiangzhou, with a market value of over 10 billion.
They never expected that this proud man is actually the son of the chairman of the Fang group, the future heir of the Fang group.
This is the important person I want to introduce to you,
Zheng Yuanliang said proudly.
Hearing this, everyone sighed. This is a real important person. Huang Hai and his friends were also stunned.
They never expected that the important person Zheng Yuanliang mentioned was the prince of the Fang group.
This is indeed an important person they need to look up to. Fang Xiao, hello. Fang Xiao is really handsome.
The onlookers, young masters, and rich young ladies all came over and flattered Fang Hongxiu.
Zheng Yuanliang walked proudly in front of Huang Hai. Lao Huang, see, this is a real important person.
Zheng Yuanliang sarcastically educated Huang Hai.
Fang Xiao drives a McLaren P1 costing over 10 million, I wonder how many times more powerful than your friend Fan.
In the future, don't casually call anyone brother. With Fang Xiao backing him up, Zheng Yuanliang felt confident and freely mocked Huang Hai. Being ridiculed by Zheng Yuanliang, Huang Hai's friends were particularly angry but dared not act out. After all, the prince of the Fang group was present.
Zheng Yuanliang, don't be too arrogant, Fan is also very strong. Huang Hai took a deep breath and retorted. Oh, really, is that Fan guy really strong?
Faced with Huang Hai's words, Zheng Yuanliang was dismissive.
Well, let's not say anything else.
Since your friend Fan is so strong, let him drive a car more impressive than Fang Xiao's McLaren P1.
Zheng Yuanliang confidently retorted.
As long as your friend Fan can drive a car more impressive than Fang Xiao's McLaren P1, I'll kneel down and call him brother. I'll even give him my newly bought Lamborghini worth over 9 million.
Knowing that Huang Hai's friend Fan couldn't do it, Zheng Yuanliang directly made a bold statement.
Provoked by Zheng Yuanliang, Huang Hai was trembling with anger. Although he wanted to speak up for Fan, he was helpless. Although Fan is strong, he is too low-key, only driving a Ferrari worth a few million. There's no way to compare with Fang Xiao's McLaren P1 costing over 10 million.
What's wrong, cat got your tongue? Ha ha ha. Zheng Yuanliang became even more arrogant. Just as Zheng Yuanliang was laughing wildly, a very cool black supercar slowly drove into the estate. Oh my, am I hallucinating?
A young master was the first to notice the black supercar and exclaimed in shock.
Hearing this, others turned their heads curiously to look. After a glance, everyone was stunned. Is this the legendary Koenigsegg? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Yes. This is the legendary Koenigsegg.
And it seems to be a Koenigsegg Agera worth over 20 million, nearly 30 million. The young man who knew a lot about supercars replied confidently.
Koenigsegg Agera? Over 20 million, nearly 30 million?
At this moment, everyone was not just shocked, but horrified. They had thought that a supercar worth over 10 million was already
impressive.
They never expected to see a supercar worth 20 to 30 million.
With that amount, one could buy a very nice villa in Jiangzhou.
Everyone was deeply shocked by the price of this Koenigsegg Agera. Looking at this sudden appearance of the Koenigsegg Agera, Zheng Yuanliang and Huang Hai were also stunned. It had to be said, this Koenigsegg Agera was too cool. Even the McLaren P1 that Fang Xiao had just shown, which was very stunning, was slightly inferior to this Koenigsegg Agera. Not to mention, just from the prices alone, one Koenigsegg Agera could almost buy 2 McLaren P1s. That's the difference. Garulu, Garulu. Staring at this Koenigsegg Agera, Zhang Yuanliang's eyes widened with envy. This supercar was so cool, like a black ghost, extremely stylish. Not to mention Zhang Yuanliang, even Jiao, who didn't care about anyone, showed a hint of envy in his eyes when looking at this Koenigsegg Agera. Who owns this Koenigsegg Agera? I don't know, but it must be a super big shot, otherwise, they wouldn't be driving the legendary Koenigsegg Agera. Everyone present was extremely curious about who the owner of this Koenigsegg Agera was. Finally, the black Koenigsegg Agera slowly parked next to the McLaren P1. The door of the Koenigsegg slowly opened, under the gaze of everyone. A very handsome guy walked out slowly. Seeing the owner of this Koenigsegg Agera, the young masters and rich young ladies present all looked surprised. None of them knew this big shot who was driving the Koenigsegg. Ha! Seeing the handsome guy coming out, Huang Hai covered her mouth, looking unbelieving. Isn't this Brother Fan? Brother Fan actually drove a Koenigsegg Agera this time? Oh my god. After a moment of daze, Huang Hai quickly ran over. Brother Fan, you're here. Huang Hai said very respectfully. Ha! Hearing Huang Hai's address to the owner of the Koenigsegg, everyone was shocked. Brother Fan? The owner of this Koenigsegg is the Brother Fan that Huang Hai has been talking about? Most of the people present had heard Huang Hai mention this Brother Fan. But most of them didn't believe that the so-called Brother Fan mentioned by Huang Hai was a big shot. But now, they realized they were wrong, very wrong. How could a person driving a 20 to 30 million Koenigsegg Agera not be a big shot? They finally believed Huang Hai's words. As for Huang Hai's friends who had been hanging their heads, they now showed joy on their faces. It turned out that the Brother Fan mentioned by old Huang was indeed a big shot. They were also very proud, just like Huang Hai. They had just been ridiculed by Zhang Yuanliang, but now that Brother Fan had arrived in a Koenigsegg, they felt triumphant. At the scene, Zhang Yuanliang was the most shocked. Zhang Yuanliang never expected that the so-called Brother Fan mentioned by Huang Hai would actually drive a Koenigsegg worth millions to show up. Zhang Yuanliang's face turned pale and green, obviously quite scared. Especially when he remembered the flag he had just set, Zhang Yuanliang was even more afraid. As long as your buddy can drive a more impressive car than a McLaren P1, I'll kneel down and call him brother. I even gave him my newly purchased Lamborghini worth over 9 million. Kneeling down and calling someone brother is nothing. But if you were to give your Lamborghini away to this buddy, you would probably regret it for a lifetime. Zhang Yuanliang became more and more worried. Thinking about it, Zhang Yuanliang kept stepping back, wanting to leave. However, as Zhang Yuanliang had just taken a few steps back, Huang Hai noticed him. Come on, Lao Zhang, what did you just say? You said if your buddy drives a more impressive car than a McLaren P1, what would you do? Huang Hai asked Zhang Yuanliang. Huang, I was wrong. Zhang Yuanliang repeatedly apologized to Huang Hai. He really couldn't bear to part with his Lamborghini. Seeing Zhang Yuanliang's humble appearance, Huang Hai sneered, "This is the price. You were so arrogant and reckless just now, how does it feel to face the consequences? Let's forget about the Lamborghini, but you must fulfill your other promise. Giving away this over 9 million car to your buddy is definitely not realistic." Even if Zhang Yuanliang agreed, his family would definitely have something to say. If it causes any trouble later on, it wouldn't be good. But Zhang Yuanliang was determined to fulfill the other promise. Huang, can I? Zhang Yuanliang wanted to negotiate, but Huang Hai's expression darkened. Fine. Helpless, Zhang Yuanliang had to agree. It's embarrassing, but losing face is better than losing the car. In the end, Zhang Yuanliang reluctantly approached Yifan. Thud. Zhang Yuanliang knelt down in front of Yifan and said, "Hello, buddy." Everyone was shocked by Zhang Yuanliang's actions. Yifan was also stunned. "You're here to wish me a happy new year, but I didn't bring a red envelope." Yi Fan shrugged, saying helplessly. It's okay, buddy, I brought one. Suddenly, Huang Hai spoke up, walking over and handing a coin to Zhang Yuanliang. Take it, no need to look for it. Huang Hai said generously. Zhang Yuanliang had no choice but to accept the money. Hello, buddy. Buddy, your Koenigsegg is so cool. The people who were just surrounding Fang Hongxiu now abandoned him and came over to flatter Yi Fan. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The young master of the Fang group, Fang Hongxiu, walked straight towards Yi Fan. When he was only 2 or 3 meters away from Yi Fan, Fang Hongxiu stopped, looking very dissatisfied, facing off against Yi Fan. Tension filled the air. I challenge you. Fang Hongxiu suddenly issued a challenge to Yi Fan. This statement shocked the people around him. Challenge Yi Fan, what? Kind of challenge? I admit, your Koenigsegg Agere is better than my McLaren P1, but that doesn't mean my driving skills are inferior to yours. Fang Hongxiu said slowly. The two of us will choose a few cars and have a competition. If you beat me, I will acknowledge you. From now on, I will respect you, you will be my big brother, and I will do whatever you ask. Fang Hongxiu said unwillingly. His car indeed couldn't compare to Yi Fan's. But when it came to his driving skills, Fang Hongxiu was quite confident. If it weren't for family reasons, he would probably have become a professional race car driver by now. After hearing Fang Hongxiu's words, the crowd became excited. They were also looking forward to a competition between Yi Fan and Fang Hongxiu to see whose driving skills were better. The victory in terms of cars was already clear for Yi Fan. But as for driving skills? That remained to be seen. They may have heard some rumors that the young master of the Fang group is very obsessed with racing and has excellent driving skills. Zhang Yuanliang, who had just stood up, was stunned for a moment, then became excited. Fang Xiao is a big shot, he invited. If Fang Xiao can beat this Fan Gu, it would be a win for himself as well. Yi Fan, you must agree. Zhang Yuanliang prayed in his heart. Beside Yi Fan, Huang Hai heard Fang Hongxiu's challenge and became nervous. Fan Gu, Fang Hongxiu is very strong. Among the young masters in Jiangzhou, his driving skills are definitely top-notch. Huang Hai whispered to Yi Fan. Ha? Originally, Yi Fan had no interest in comparing driving skills with Fang Hongxiu. But now, hearing what Huang Hai said, he found it somewhat interesting. Previously, Yi Fan had obtained top-level driving skills from a game but had never truly tested his full potential. Now, with Fang Hongxiu, who is known for his driving skills in Jiangzhou, he could finally put himself to the test. Let's have a competition. Yi Fan agreed with a nod. Seeing Yi Fan stepping up to the challenge, the crowd instantly became excited. Fan Gu is mighty. Let the race begin. The crowd cheered. Zhang Yuanliang also smiled. He knew Fang Xiao's driving skills very well. He had seen Fang Xiao crush a professional racer before. Now, using Fang Xiao's best ability to compete with Yi Fan, would Fang Xiao lose? He was finally turning the tables. As long as Fang Xiao won, he wouldn't have to fear meeting Huang Hai again. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to face Huang Hai next time. As young masters in Jiangzhou, racing was a common occurrence for them. They had dedicated racing venues. At the scene, the young masters and wealthy young ladies arrived in their supercars. Yi Fan and Fang Hongxiu each chose a car. Yi Fan chose a Ferrari, while Fang Hongxiu chose a Lamborghini. The prices and configurations of these two cars were similar, making the competition fair. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at a remote and rugged road. This was where these young masters often raced. To closely follow the race, they had prepared many drones in advance to capture every detail of the race from high above. Yi Fan drove the Ferrari, and Fang Hongxiu drove the Lamborghini to the starting point. Soon, the race began. The Ferrari and the Lamborghini shot forward like arrows. Who do you think will win this time? Watching the two speeding away, the young masters and wealthy young ladies on the sidelines curiously discussed. I think it will be Fang Xiao. I think it will be Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is very powerful, owning a Koenigsegg, but we don't know his driving skills. I think Fang Xiao might have the upper hand. Most of the people present believed that Fang Hongxiu would win this time, considering his excellent driving skills. They were not familiar with Yi Fan. Only a very small number of people thought Yi Fan would win, including Huang Hai.
Lao Huang, what do you think?
Zheng Yuanlian walked up to Huang Hai, smiling and asking.
Fan Ge will definitely win.
Huang Hai said firmly.
I'm not so sure. Zheng Yuanliang shook his head.
Why, do you doubt Fan Ge's abilities?
Huang Hai asked back.
Zheng Yuanliang quickly shook his head and explained, No, Fan Ge is very strong, everyone can see that. Although Zheng Yuanliang wanted to save face in front of Huang Hai, he dared not show any disrespect towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan was driving a Koenigsegg, with a background that he definitely couldn't afford to provoke. Fang Ge is indeed very wealthy, but his driving skills are uncertain. Fang Xiao, on the other hand, is known as a master.
Zheng Yuanliang hinted. Fang Ge will definitely win.
Huang Hai replied firmly.
Let's wait and see.
Zheng Yuanliang said confidently, believing in Fang Xiao's driving skills. At this moment, the drone footage also showed the situation of Yi Fan and Fang Hongxiu's race. On the previous stretch of road, the gap between the two was not significant. But when they reached a corner, the gap widened.
Fang Hongxiu's strength was indeed formidable, his drifts were almost perfect, making onlookers envious.
However, compared to Yi Fan, his almost perfect drift seemed quite ordinary. If Fang Hongxiu was close to perfection, then Yi Fan was truly perfect. All onlookers were stunned. Because of this corner, Yi Fan directly left Fang Hongxiu behind. How is this possible? Zheng Yuanliang couldn't believe what he saw, with a look of astonishment on his face. Others who thought Fang Hongxiu would win were equally surprised. Those who believed Yi Fan would win breathed a sigh of relief and smiled.
Fang Ge is amazing.
After this corner, Yi Fan left Fang Hongxiu behind. Naturally, Fang Hongxiu was not willing to accept this and tried several times to catch up with Yi Fan, but to no avail. As they approached the next corner, the distance between the two cars grew
even larger. Fang Hongxiu was left far behind.
The race was not long, and when Yi Fan reached the finish line, it took Fang Hongxiu another 20 to 30 seconds to arrive. Seeing both of them at the finish line, some onlookers who had not gone to the starting point but waited at the finish line quickly surrounded them.
As Yi Fan got out of the car, these onlookers immediately praised him. Fang Ge is mighty. Fang Ge is too strong.
On the other side, Fang Hongxiu also got out of his car. Initially, they thought Fang Hongxiu would be extremely disappointed or angry. However, Fang Hongxiu's reaction greatly exceeded their expectations. After getting out of the car, Fang Hongxiu was not disappointed or angry but rather happy and excited.
What's wrong with Fang Xiao?
Could he be under stress or having mental issues? Everyone looked at each other, puzzled.
When everyone was confused, Fang Hongxiu approached Yi Fan excitedly. Fan Ge, you are my idol.
That drift was simply perfect.
Fang Hongxiu grabbed Yi Fan's arm, looking like a devoted fan. Indeed, when Yi Fan overtook him initially, Fang Hongxiu was very angry and frustrated.
On the road, he kept trying to catch up with Yi Fan, even surpass him.
But in the end, Fang Hongxiu gave up completely.
He realized that his driving skills were not on the same level as Yi Fan's.
Fang Hongxiu was completely convinced.
Especially when he thought of Yi Fan's almost perfect drift, Fang Hongxiu admired Yi Fan immensely, treating him as an idol.
And so, this scene unfolded.
Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Fang Xiao's spirit was fine, which was the best outcome. If something had happened, they wouldn't have been able to handle it.
Earlier, they had discussed what to do if Fang Xiao lost and threw a tantrum. The race was just for fun, after all.
But if things escalated, it wouldn't be good.
They were most afraid of Fang Xiao losing his temper.
The current result was naturally the best. Fan Ge, from now on, you are my big brother. Whatever you need, just tell me. Fang Hongxiu said admiringly to Yi Fan.
Whenever you have time, please guide me on my driving skills.
After the race, everyone returned to the manor and started having dinner. Because they all drove here, so they didn't drink.
At the dining table, Fang Hongxiu used tea instead of alcohol to please Yifan. Finally, Fang Hongxiu successfully got Yifan's contact information as he wished. After eating, they stayed in the manor for a while, and then Yifan took his leave.
Fang Hongxiu took the lead in seeing Yifan off. On a new day, Yifan drove to school.
Because he only had one class at noon today, after class at 10 o'clock, Yifan was ready to return to the villa. At this moment, Yifan suddenly received a WeChat call from his cousin Zhao Shuxian.
Yifan, are you at school? Zhao Shuxian asked anxiously. I am. What's the matter? Yifan asked.
Well, Su Meng can't find her USB flash drive, Zhao Shuxian explained. There is an article she wrote in the USB flash drive, which needs to be submitted to the school for a competition in an hour.
But now the USB flash drive is missing. She searched the dormitory but couldn't find it.
Su Meng thinks she might have left it at home when she went back earlier and wants to go home to look for it.
If you have time, could you take Su Meng home to look for it?
Zhao Shuxian told Yifan what had happened. Originally, Su Meng wanted to take a taxi back, but was stopped by Zhao Shuxian.
Yifan had a car, so why bother with taking a taxi?
Moreover, they were in a hurry, and taking a taxi would definitely waste time. Yifan's car was a Ferrari, fast and could save a lot of time. And it could also improve the relationship between Yifan and Su Meng. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuxian quickly called Yifan.
Sure. I'll drive the car to the female dormitory right away.
Yifan understood the urgency of the situation and immediately agreed. Yifan left the classroom, got into his Koenigsegg, and drove directly to the female dormitory building. At this moment, Su Meng was already waiting there. Seeing a strange sports car stopping beside her, Su Meng subconsciously thought that someone wanted to chat with her, so she took a few steps back.
Senior Su, get in the car. Yifan lowered the car window and called out to Su Meng. Yifan?
Seeing that it was Yifan driving, Su Meng was stunned.
Yifan changed cars again? How many cars does he have? Although curious, Su Meng didn't ask more questions and got into Yifan's car. Thank you, Junior Yi.
Su Meng said gratefully. Once again, Yifan was working hard. She felt a bit embarrassed.
We are friends, no need to be polite.
Yifan said casually, then headed straight for the school gate with Su Meng guiding the way, so he didn't need navigation. With Su Meng leading the way, Yifan arrived at another famous villa area in Zhangzhou, Century Mountain and River Villa area. The prices of the villas here were not inferior to the Lingyun Tiangong Villa area where Yifan was located.
Yifan parked the car in front of Villa number 3. Su Meng's mother seemed to be out today. Su Meng opened the villa door and led Yifan inside. Junior Yi, you can rest first. I'll go to my room and look for it.
Yifan stayed in the living room while Su Meng quickly went to her boudoir. It was already 10:50. The submission time was 11 o'clock, and Su Meng had 10 minutes left. In these 10 minutes, she had to find the USB flash drive, open the computer, and send the article in the USB flash drive to the school leaders. Time was of the essence, and Su Meng had to make every second count. If she was late, all her efforts in the past few months would be in vain.
Yifan sat on the sofa, looking around.
At this moment, a voice came.
Junior Yi, come in too. Su Meng asked Yifan to come into her boudoir.
Huh? Yifan was a bit stunned, this didn't seem appropriate. He didn't have a problem with it, but after all, it was Su Meng's boudoir.
Would it be too much for a male student to enter?
Junior Yi, come in and help me look for it, time is running out.
Su Meng called out again. Su Meng searched the room but couldn't find it. Now it's only 4 or 5 minutes away from 11 o'clock.
If it's not found within these few minutes, it will be troublesome.
One's own strength is limited, so she asked Yifan to come in and search together.
After a few previous incidents, Su Meng felt that Yifan was a serious person, so she spoke up. If it wasn't Yifan in the living room now, but another boy. Even if she couldn't find it herself, Su Meng would not invite the other person in to search together. But now, after all, it was Yifan outside. Su Meng believed in Yifan. Since Su Meng said so, Yifan naturally couldn't refuse. Yifan quickly went upstairs and entered Su Meng's room. So pink. As soon as he entered, Yifan's first impression was this. Whether it was the curtains, bed sheets, or anything else, they were all pink, full of girlish heart. A person's bedroom can best reflect a person's inner self. It seems that Su Xuejie appears aloof on the surface, but still has a girlish heart. After a moment of daze, Yifan also began to help Su Meng search in the room. He looked around the desk, nothing, so Yifan opened Su Meng's wardrobe. While saying indecent not to look, Yifan carefully searched. In the end, Yifan found the USB drive in one of Su Meng's clothes. Is this it? Yifan asked, holding the USB drive. Yes, that's it, Su Meng nodded quickly. Great, thank you. Su Meng was very excited and instinctively hugged Yifan. Being hugged by Su Meng, Yifan was stunned. Su Meng also instantly realized, her face blushing. She was so happy that she forgot it was Yifan who entered her room, not her girlfriend. Previously, only her girlfriend had entered her room. Yifan was the first boy to enter her room. Su Meng was so happy that she forgot about this. Su Meng quickly let go of Yifan, her face flushed, feeling dizzy. Su Xuejie, it's almost time. Yifan glanced at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Ah. Su Meng also realized, and quickly plugged the USB drive into the computer. Fortunately, she had turned on the computer as soon as she entered the room. Su Meng raced against time and finally sent the file to the school's leadership at around 11 o'clock 59 minutes and 50-something seconds. Phew! Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief. It was just this close, all her efforts in the past few months would have been in vain. Thanks to Yifan, without his help in searching, even if she found it, it would probably have been too late. Sit down and rest for a while first, wiping the glistening sweat from her forehead, Su Meng said to Yifan. She had sweated in a hurry just now. Yifan sat down on the nearby chair. Thank you so much today, Yi Shuedi, Su Meng said sincerely. For a moment, she didn't know how to repay Yifan. Su Xuejie, you're too polite. Yifan felt he hadn't helped much, just helped search a bit, nothing much. Ha! Suddenly, Su Meng noticed the open wardrobe, and her slightly recovered face blushed again. All her clothes were in there. Too embarrassing. Su Meng quickly got up and quietly closed the wardrobe. Just as Su Meng was about to say something, the sound of the villa door being opened was heard. Su Meng was stunned, then quietly walked out and took a look. It turned out to be Su Meng's mother who had returned. Su Meng immediately returned to the room, very nervous, and said to Yifan, "It's not good, Yi Shuedi, my mother is back." Su Meng hurriedly instructed Yifan, "Yi Shuedi, you sit in my room for a while, don't go out, I'll go out and take a look first." Okay, Yifan nodded. Su Meng's heart was beating rapidly. Su Meng took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, then opened the door. After going out, Su Meng quickly closed the door. Upon seeing the door closed, Yifan suddenly realized. This is not right. This is really not right. He was only here to help find something. He and Su Xuejie were innocent, they didn't do anything wrong. Why did it feel like he had done something wrong, sneaking into Su Xuejie's boudoir? Originally, there was nothing wrong, but hiding like this made it seem suspicious. It was as if he and Su Xuejie were feeling guilty. If he had just walked out earlier and greeted Su Meng's mother, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. But now, if he was discovered by Su Meng's mother in Su Meng's boudoir, it would be a big problem, and there would be no way to explain it. Yifan felt a headache for a moment. On the other hand, Su Meng also realized. By doing this, wouldn't it seem like they were guilty of wrongdoing? It was the first time she had let a boy into her room, she was too nervous, too shy, and her mind was not functioning properly for a moment. She should have let Yifan come out with her just now. Ah, it was too late for everything. Su Meng was very regretful, now she could only brace herself and greet her mother. Mom!
Su Meng walked downstairs and greeted her mother. Su Meng, you're back. What's wrong with you? Looking at the sweat on Su Meng's forehead, Su Meng's mother curiously asked. Nothing, nothing. Su Meng quickly wiped away the sweat and explained to her mother. Oh. Su Meng's mother nodded dubiously and didn't continue to ask. By the way, Mom, I saw that one of the koi in the backyard seemed to be sick. Could you go take a look? Su Meng spoke. She wanted to send her mother away, then let Yi Fan quickly come out of the bedroom and leave. If Yi Fan didn't leave immediately, now, there would be no chance today. They would have to wait until her mother went out again tomorrow. In that case, wouldn't Yi Fan have to stay in her bedroom overnight? That would definitely not be appropriate. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Su Meng's mother immediately became nervous. In the backyard garden, Su Meng's mother kept a small group of koi fish, which she loved very much. Now, upon hearing her daughter's words, Su Meng's mother got up immediately and headed to the backyard. Su Meng quickly returned to the bedroom and let Yi Fan come out. Yi Jr., my mother went to the backyard, you should come out quickly and leave first. You've really helped me a lot today. Su Meng said to Yi Fan very nervously. Yi Fan had helped her, she definitely needed to thank him properly. But today was not the right time. So Su Meng wanted Yi Fan to leave first, and then she would figure out a way to thank him later. Okay. Yi Fan understood Su Meng's intention and didn't want Su Meng's mother to misunderstand. So Yi Fan followed Su Meng, and the two of them walked cautiously as if they were thieves, towards the first floor. Watching their cautious behavior, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry. The more they tried to hide things, the harder it was to explain. Soon, Su Meng led Yi Fan downstairs, then carefully headed towards the villa door. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave the villa door, Su Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Creak! At this moment, the door leading to the backyard in the villa opened. Yi Fan instantly reacted, turned around, facing away from Su Meng's villa door. Su Meng, I checked, the group of koi in the backyard is fine. As she spoke, Su Meng's mother walked in from the backyard. Seeing her mother, Su Meng's heart jumped to her throat, looking guilty like a thief. Ha! Su Meng's mother, upon entering the villa, was extremely surprised to see Yi Fan and said, Isn't this Xiaochen, what are you doing here? Upon hearing her mother's question, Su Meng became even more nervous. Oh no, she had been so careful, but her mother still found out. Just as Su Meng was about to explain, Yi Fan spoke up, Auntie, I have something to discuss, so I came to find Su Shuejie. I knocked on the door earlier, and Su Shuejie opened it for me. Now Yi Fan stood with his back to the villa door, looking like he had just arrived. Is that so? Su Meng's mother seemed to have no doubts, and quickly invited Yi Fan to sit down. Please sit down. Thank you, Auntie, Yi Fan said. Phew. Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yi Fan gratefully. At this moment, Su Meng greatly admired Yi Fan's quick reaction. Her reaction speed was really not as good as Yi Fan's. If it weren't for Yi Fan's quick response just now, things would have been exposed. Su Meng looked at Yi Fan with gratitude. Yi Fan and Su Meng sat down together. Su Meng's mother offered fruits to Yi Fan to eat. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Fan took the banana and ate it calmly. If you have something to discuss, go ahead. Su Meng's mother didn't disturb the two, took fish food, and went to the backyard to feed the koi. In the living room, only Yi Fan and Su Meng were left. Seeing her mother leave, Su Meng slumped on the sofa. Yi Jr., we would have been in trouble if you hadn't reacted quickly, Su Meng said with deep emotion. It's nothing. Yi Fan continued to sit for a while, finished eating the banana, got up, and bid farewell to Su Meng. Su Meng didn't insist on keeping Yi Fan, as today was indeed not suitable. There will be another chance to invite Yi Fan to visit the house in the future. Yi Fan got up, ready to leave, and Su Meng's mother returned. Oh, Xiaochen wants to leave? Su Meng's mother said in surprise. How about waiting for a while, it's almost noon, stay for a meal. Su Meng's mother warmly invited Yi Fan to have a meal. No, maybe next time, Yi Fan shook his head. Next time, I will come to visit Auntie specifically. Seeing Yi Fan's refusal, Su Meng's mother didn't insist further.
Su Meng, see Xiao Chen off, she said.
Okay.
Su Meng escorted Yi Fan out of the villa. After seeing her daughter and Yi Fan leave, Su Meng's mother looked meaningfully at Su Meng's room.
These two kids. A smile appeared on Su Meng's mother's face. Did she really think she could be fooled?
In fact, from the beginning, Su Meng's mother had seen through it.
At first sight of her daughter, her behavior was abnormal.
As a mother, she naturally noticed.
Of course, this was not evidence.
The real reason Su Meng's mother was sure was because of the supercar parked at the villa gate.
It was obvious that there were guests at the villa.
When her daughter urged her to go to the backyard, Su Meng's mother began to suspect.
So she deliberately cooperated with her daughter to act and went to the backyard.
When she felt it was about time, she returned from the backyard. She happened to see Yi Fan. At this point, as an experienced person, Su Meng's mother understood everything. However, she did not expose her daughter's lie.
Such things were not easy to expose.
After all, her daughter had grown up.
But, was the development between the two a bit too fast? Young people nowadays. Su Meng's mother had a headache, wondering if she should find time to have a good talk with her daughter.
Even if her daughter and Yi Fan were together, at the very least, Yi Fan, as a boyfriend, should come and meet her and her husband in person. Su Meng's mother was lost in thought.
On the other hand, Yi Fan bid farewell to Su Meng, drove away, and headed home.
On the way back to the villa, several videos began to circulate. Although the content of the videos was different, the theme was the same. It was Ling Xier accusing the Yilin Entertainment Company and its new CEO, Yi Fan, of wanting to tarnish the company's reputation and drive it out of
Jiangzhou. Yuanyan Entertainment deliberately spread these videos in the Jiangzhou circle. Upon seeing these videos, the Jiangzhou circle was shaken.
After all, Yilin Entertainment Company was one of the largest entertainment companies in Jiangzhou.
It was said that they had just recently changed their CEO.
Now, exposing this new CEO Yi Fan is not a good person, forcing female employees to accompany drinks and such, had caused a stir. At one point, in the circle, the reputation of the Yilin Talent Agency and Yi Fan began to turn sour. Although people from the Yilin Talent Agency came out to help Yi Fan and the company prove themselves, they were seen as shills for their own company due to the underhanded tactics and manipulation by the Yuanyan Talent Agency. No one believed the people from the Yilin Talent Agency. Furthermore, because the CEO of Yuanyan, Yan Baimei, sought the help of a billionaire acquaintance in Jiangzhou, rumors and gossip about the Yilin Talent Agency spread like wildfire.
The Yilin Talent Agency became a target for everyone.
Faced with so many rumors, the senior management of the Yilin Talent Agency became like ants on a hot pan. They started trying to find ways to resolve the situation. Some senior executives suggested to Vice General Manager Yang Xuemin to inform Mr. Yi and let him handle it, but Yang Xuemin temporarily rejected the idea. They didn't want to bother Mr. Yi with everything, as it would make them look incompetent. They continued to brainstorm solutions and hoped to resolve the issue themselves. If all else failed, they would seek Mr. Yi's help.
The next day, Yi Fan received a call from Yang Xuemin, who informed him that there was a banquet that evening with many CEOs and wealthy individuals from Jiangzhou in attendance. As the CEO of the Yilin Talent Agency, Yi Fan was also invited.
Since they didn't know Yi Fan personally, the invitation was sent directly to the Yilin Talent Agency. Yi Fan agreed to attend. That evening, Yi Fan drove to the Yilin Talent Agency to pick up the invitation.
Since Yang Xuemin was also invited, Yi Fan and Yang Xuemin went together to the banquet venue.
On the way, Yang Xuemin told Yi Fan about the rumors spread by Ling Xier and the Yuanyan Talent Agency.
Despite various efforts by Yang Xuemin and the senior management of the Yilin Talent Agency, nothing worked. In desperation, Yang Xuemin had to seek help from Yi Fan. I see.
Yi Fan pondered. Ling Xier signed with Yuanyan Talent Agency, so it's very likely they are behind this.
Yang Xuemin said confidently to Yi Fan.
Yuanyan Talent Agency, Yi Fan muttered, making a mental note of the situation.
He planned to deal with it after the banquet.
20 minutes later, Yi Fan and Yang Xuemin arrived at the villa where the banquet was being held. Upon their arrival, they immediately attracted attention. After all, the rumors about Yi Fan and the Yilan talent agency had caused quite a stir in the Jiangzhou circle. Therefore, when Yi Fan and Yang Xuemin arrived, not many people came to welcome them, and everyone was quite cold. The reason for their behavior was not because they believed the rumors were true. To them, the truth of the rumors was irrelevant. Even if all the rumors were true, it didn't matter. For them, what mattered most was their own interests. They also knew that this situation was actually a power struggle between the Yilan talent agency and the Yuanyin talent agency. They would stand with whichever side had the advantage. It seemed that Yuanyin talent agency had influential backers, firmly holding the upper hand. The Yilan talent agency was unable to defend itself and might not even be able to stay in Jiangzhou for long. A company on the verge of collapse naturally had to keep its distance. At the scene, only one middle-aged man approached Yi Fan and Yang Xuemin, greeting them. "You must be Mr. Yi, a promising young man." The middle-aged man shook hands with Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi, this is Mr. Li, who has been cooperating with our Yilan talent agency for a long time," Yang Xuemin introduced the middle-aged man. Due to their long-term cooperation, Mr. Li had a good relationship with the Yilan talent agency. Moreover, if anything happened to the Yilan talent agency, Mr. Li's interests would also be affected. At this critical moment, he finally stood on the side of the Yilan talent agency. "Hello." Just as Yi Fan was shaking hands and getting to know Mr. Li, two unexpected figures walked into the banquet scene. Upon seeing these two individuals, the originally indifferent guests warmly approached them. And these two people were none other than the boss of Yuanyin talent agency, Yan Baimei, and Ling Xier. "Hello, President Yan. It's been a while. President Yan looks even more beautiful." "Congratulations, President Yan." These guests greeted Yan Baimei warmly, with a hint of flattery in their voices. After all, they had all heard that Yan Baimei had made friends with a big shot. In order to express their stance, they naturally had to act this way. For a moment, the lively atmosphere around Yan Baimei sharply contrasted with the coldness around Yi Fan. Originally, Yan Baimei had planned to come to the evening banquet alone. But she unexpectedly received some news. It was said that tonight, a young master from Jiangzhou would also be attending. In order to get to know that young master, Yan Baimei immediately thought of Ling Xier. Yan Baimei mentioned the matter to Ling Xier, who naturally agreed without hesitation. She also wanted to meet some influential figures. After exchanging pleasantries with many guests, Yan Baimei happened to see Yi Fan and Yang Xuemin not far away. A hint of mockery flashed across Yan Baimei's face. Rumors about the Yilan talent agency and the new president Yi Fan were flying everywhere. Yan Baimei felt quite pleased with herself. She took the initiative to lead Ling Xier towards Yi Fan. Seeing Yan Baimei's actions, the other guests did not follow but stayed in their places. They were ready to watch the show. It was bound to be full of drama. "Oh, isn't this Vice President Yang?" Yan Baimei walked over with a smile on her face. "President Yan." Although Yang Xuemin felt a strong aversion and even dislike towards Yan Baimei, he had to respond politely in public. "And who is this?" Yan Baimei pretended not to recognize Yi Fan. "This is our new president, President Yi." Yang Xuemin introduced. "Oh, so this is President Yi." Yan Baimei continued to act, pretending to suddenly realize. "President Yi, I really have to thank you for sending such an outstanding employee like Sierra to me. Without you, our Yuanyin talent agency wouldn't be where it is today." Yan Baimei expressed her gratitude sincerely. She truly meant what she said. If it weren't for Yi Fan firing Ling Xier, she wouldn't have had such a great opportunity to suppress the Yilan talent agency. She was really thankful to President Yi. "Ha ha. Come on, Xier, why don't you thank President Yi?" After Yan Baimei finished speaking, she said to Ling Xier in a sarcastic tone. "Thank you, President Yi." Ling Xier also spoke proudly. At this moment, she felt very satisfied. "Regretting firing me now, aren't you?"
You and the Yilin talent agency are doomed sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Yan Baimei laughed a few times, then left with Ling Xier, chatting with other guests. Mr. Li came up with a solution and wanted to tell Yi Fan about it. Since the other party was so polite, Yi Fan couldn't refuse. So Yi Fan and Mr. Li found a place to sit down. Suddenly, a big shot from Jiangzhou appeared, causing a stir immediately. Upon seeing this big shot from Jiangzhou, Yan Baimei and Ling Xier hurried over to greet him, showing extreme flattery. This big shot from Jiangzhou was named Ma Jiangwen. He was the billionaire big shot that Yan Baimei had met before. This time, thanks to Ma Jiangwen's help, Yuan Yan Talent Agency was able to easily suppress the Yilin Talent Agency. Yan Baimei and Ling Xier expressed their gratitude to Ma Jiangwen. That matter is not important. How are you preparing for the thing I mentioned to you? Ma Jiangwen asked. In Ma Jiangwen's mind, Yilin Talent Agency was just a small company. As for the president of Yilin Talent Agency, Yi Fan, he was even more insignificant, not worth his attention. President Ma, rest assured, I called Xier to come here just to make friends with that young master. Yan Baimei explained. Ma Jiangwen carefully looked at Ling Xier and nodded in satisfaction. The young master who came tonight had an extraordinary identity and must be befriended. President Ma, who exactly is that young master? Yan Baimei curiously asked. Ma Jiangwen was about to answer when suddenly footsteps were heard. A proud young man walked in. Seeing this young man, Ma Jiangwen immediately signaled to Yan Baimei. Ma Jiangwen took the lead and walked towards the young man, with Yan Baimei and Ling Xier following closely behind. Fang Xiao. Ma Jiangwen walked over and greeted very politely. Oh, it's President Ma. Fang Xiao responded to Ma Jiangwen. Let me introduce you, this is Fang Xiao. Ma Jiangwen introduced to Yan Baimei and Ling Xier. Fang Xiao. Hello, Fang Xiao. Yan Baimei and Ling Xier greeted nervously. After a few words with Fang Xiao, Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei took the initiative to leave and walk to the side, leaving space for Fang Xiao and Ling Xier. Both of them were young people, surely they had a lot in common, not to mention Ling Xier was also very beautiful. President Ma, is this Fang Xiao the son of Fang Hongye? Yan Baimei suddenly asked nervously when they were on the side. Exactly. Ma Jiangwen nodded. What? Yan Baimei was extremely surprised, not expecting to have guessed correctly. This Fang Xiao turned out to be the son of Fang Hongye. Fang Hongye was the chairman of the Fang Group, worth over 100 billion, close to 200 billion. This Fang Xiao was actually Fang Hongye's son. At this moment, Yan Baimei also understood why President Ma valued the young master who came so much. I hope Ling Xier can please Fang Xiao. Yan Baimei prayed. Although standing at a distance, Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen were always watching Fang Xiao and Ling Xier. Fang Xiao, what do you like? Ling Xier tried to please Fang Xiao. Car racing. Fang Xiao seemed absent-minded and answered casually. Car racing, that's great, I also like car racing. If you have time, can Fang Xiao take me along? Ling Xier asked. However, after waiting for a while and not seeing Fang Xiao's response, Ling Xier was instantly disappointed. Fang Xiao was so indifferent, she couldn't find a common topic with him. Ha! Just as Ling Xier was worrying, Fang Xiao suddenly brightened up and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing Fang Xiao's sudden change in expression, Ling Xier was puzzled. What was wrong with Fang Xiao? The next moment, Fang Xiao directly pushed the carefully dressed Ling Xier aside and walked forward quickly on his own. What was Fang Xiao going to do? Fang Xiao, wait for me. Ling Xier hurriedly followed. Not far away, Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei also followed quickly, not knowing what was wrong with Fang Xiao. Soon, Fang Xiao stopped in front of Yi Fan. Why is Fang Xiao looking for Yi Fan? Ling Xier, who was following behind Fang Xiao, was very puzzled. Could it be that Fang Xiao also saw the news about Yi Fan, dislikes Yi Fan, and came to scold him? Ling Xier guessed. But the next moment, Fang Xiao's words were shocking. Fan Ge, didn't expect to see you here. Coming to Yifan's side, Fang Xiao greeted Yifan warmly as if he were a younger brother. Seeing this scene, Ling Xier, as well as Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen who came over, were dumbfounded. What? What did they hear? Fan Ji, didn't expect to see you here? Just now, Fang Xiao called this Yifan what, Fan Go? They didn't mishear, did they? Ling Xier's eyes widened in disbelief. Just now, Ling Xier was still guessing if Fang Xiao had also seen those videos where she framed the Yilan agency and Yifan. Fang Xiao was very angry, so he came over to give Yifan a good lesson. But now, there was a 180-degree turn of events. Fang Xiao not only didn't come to teach Yifan a lesson, but instead came over very flatteringly to greet Yifan. My goodness! Is the world so crazy now? Who is Fang Xiao? He is the young master that even Ma Zong, worth tens of billions, highly values. He is definitely someone she and many others need to look up to. But this powerful figure is now standing next to Yifan, trying to please him like a little brother. At this moment, Ling Xier felt like her worldview was collapsing. It's unbelievable. Not to mention Ling Xier, even Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen, who control a company, were dumbfounded. Ling Xier didn't know Fang Xiao's exact identity, but they did. Fang Xiao was a big shot in Jiangzhou, the son of Fang Hongye, the crown prince of the Fang group, with a very special status. Even Ma Jiangwen was very eager to please him. But now, Fang Xiao actually called Yifan Fan Gu. Why would he do that? Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Fang Xiao was very excited standing next to Yifan. He didn't expect to meet Fan Gu again so soon, it was really a coincidence. This Fang Xiao naturally admired Yifan as an idol because of Yifan's driving skills. Although he wanted to contact Yifan and invite him out to play after they parted ways that night. He wanted his friends to see what a car god is. And maybe learn a thing or two from Fan Gu. But Fan Hongxiu held back, as he had just met Fan Gu and it wouldn't be right to disturb him. Today, seeing him, he must seize this opportunity and get to know Fan Gu better. So you're Fang Xiao, what a coincidence. Originally discussing matters with Li Zong, Yifan subconsciously turned his head and saw Fang Hongxiu. What Fang Xiao, just call me Xiao Xiu, Fan Gu. Fang Hongxiu didn't dare to let Yifan call him Fang Xiao, so he said nervously. Call me Xiao Xiu? Fang Hongxiu's words, heard by Ling Xier, Yan Baimei, and the others, were like a bolt from the blue. They were startled. Now, they were not just shocked, but terrified. Although they didn't know why Fang Hongxiu called Yifan Fan Gu. But to have the son of a prominent figure in Jiangzhou address himself like that. Yifan must be extraordinary. Even if Yifan is just the owner of a small talent agency. The fact that he knows Fang Hongxiu and has a good relationship with him is quite terrifying. Fang Hongxiu himself is nothing special. But his father, Fang Hongye, is a big shot that not even Ma Jiangwen wants to provoke. Yifan's connections are too extensive. Thinking about this, Yan Baimei took a deep breath, she was scared. She really started to regret it. She shouldn't have taken advantage of Yifan firing Ling Xier to hype up and suppress Yifan and the Yilan agency. At that time, she should have investigated Yifan thoroughly. If she knew Yifan's connections were so formidable, even with 100 times more courage, she wouldn't dare to do what she did. It's over. It's really over. Yan Baimei was completely panicked, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. Beside her, Ma Jiangwen was also in a bad state. In Ma Jiangwen's eyes, Yifan was just the owner of a small company, a nobody he didn't care about. However, the reality told him that he was too arrogant. It turned out that the relationship between the other party and the heir of the Fang group was not simple. In this case, using connections to help Yan Baimei and suppress the Yilan Entertainment Company was definitely a wrong decision. And a big mistake at that. What to do, what to do? Ma Jiangwen's mind began to spin wildly, thinking of countermeasures. As for Ling Xier, watching Fang Xiao, whom even Mr. Ma had to please, now fawning over Yifan, whom she had just mocked. Ling Xier's vision darkened, almost fainting from the shock. Especially when she thought about the video she had recorded earlier,
accusing Yifan and Yilin Entertainment Company because of Yan Baimai's request and her own revengeful thoughts.
Ling Xier was even more frightened.
Previously, with Yan Baimai and Ma Jiangwen's protection, Ling Xier didn't think much of it. But now, it seemed that even Yan Baimai and Ma Jiangwen themselves were in trouble. If they couldn't even take care of themselves, how could they take care of her? Without a doubt, she would be abandoned. The more she thought about it, the paler Ling Xier's face became, trembling uncontrollably. Yan Baimai didn't know what to do, so she could only look to Ma Jiangwen for help. Compared to Yan Baimai, as a billionaire, Ma Jiangwen had already figured out a solution. He had just been stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Ma Jiangwen pulled Yan Baimai aside and began to immediately send someone to delete those videos. Then quickly arranged to stop the suppression of Yilin Entertainment Company. Ma Jiangwen asked Yan Baimai to stop the matter, and he also instructed his subordinates to stop targeting Yilin Entertainment Company. Find a time to apologize to that Yifan. That should be enough. Ma Jiangwen felt that Yifan might just have a good relationship with Fang Hongxiu. Even if Yifan asked Fang Hongxiu for help, Fang Hongxiu was just a young master and didn't have the ability to retaliate. Fang Hongxiu would seek help from his father, Fang Hongye. Fang Hongye wouldn't personally get involved in such a trivial matter against himself and Yan Baimai, considering their status. At most, he would send someone to remind him. Therefore, the best way to handle this matter was to minimize the issue and make amends. Let Yan Baimai apologize to Yifan, offer a small portion of benefits as a gesture of apology. As for himself, even though he was close to Fang Xiao, that Yifan was just the owner of a small company and not worth his apology. Yan Baimai could handle it. Ma Jiangwen explained his analysis to Yan Baimai. Okay. Yan Baimai breathed a sigh of relief. After Ma Jiangwen's analysis, Yan Baimai wasn't so afraid anymore. Just now, she thought she had offended a big shot, and feared that she would be implicated not just the company, but herself as well due to spreading rumors. Now, after Ma Jiangwen's words, she should be fine after apologizing. Just as Ma Jiangwen was about to instruct Yan Baimai, his phone suddenly rang. Ma Jiangwen picked up the phone and his expression changed immediately upon seeing the caller ID. It was a billionaire calling. Ma Jiangwen didn't dare to be negligent and quickly answered the call. Halfway through the call, Ma Jiangwen's face changed drastically, and even his body couldn't help but tremble as he looked at Yifan. Seeing Ma Jiangwen's unusual reaction, Yan Baimai was puzzled. What's wrong with Mr. Ma? After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiangwen took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Mr. Ma, what's wrong? Yan Baimai asked in surprise. I received a call from President Zhang. He scolded me severely for targeting Yilin Entertainment Company and asked me to personally apologize to Yifan. Ma Jiangwen said with a trembling voice. Ha? Yan Baimai, who had just relaxed a bit, immediately became nervous. President Zhang? That's the famous billionaire in Jiangzhou. Why did he personally call President Ma and question the matter regarding the Yilin Talent Agency? Yan Baimai couldn't understand. Compared to Yan Baimai, Ma Jiangwen now truly realized the seriousness of this matter. He had just made a wrong estimation. Yifan's identity is probably really terrifying, not just a simple acquaintance with Fang Hongxiu. President Zhang and Ma Jiangwen have a good relationship. It could even be said that he is Ma Jiangwen's backer, not much different. Having known President Zhang for so many years, he had never seen President Zhang so angry before. Ma Jiangwen knew he had caused a big trouble. Not long after President Zhang hung up the phone, Ma Jiangwen's phone rang again. Ma Jiangwen's face stiffened as he saw the incoming call was from President Wang. President Wang, also a billionaire in Jiangzhou, but Ma Jiangwen only knew him and had his contact information. The two had never contacted each other proactively. What's going on today? Why is President Wang looking for him? Ma Jiangwen didn't dare to delay and immediately answered the phone. President Wang, what's the matter? He asked politely. The next second, upon hearing President Wang's words, Ma Jiangwen was dumbfounded once again. President Wang was also looking for him because of Yifan's matter. On the other end of the phone, although President Wang's tone was not as harsh as President Zhang's, there was a strong sense of threat and warning. After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiangwen's face turned pale. He was really scared. Because of their average relationship, President Wang was not like President Zhang, who, despite scolding him, still thought of his well-being and urged him to quickly go and apologize in person. President Wang's threat was real. If he didn't give a satisfactory reply, he would have to pay a heavy price. What kind of identity does Yifan have to make two billionaires personally question him in a row? While Ma Jiangwen was still surprised, his phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. Could it be because of Yifan's matter again? It can't be that coincidental. Ma Jiangwen muttered to himself, then answered the call. Hello, may I ask who is calling? Ma Jiangwen asked politely. It's Xioma, I'm Tang Yu. A hoarse voice came through the phone. Tang Yu? Hearing this name, Ma Jiangwen almost dropped his phone. My goodness, it's Tang Lao? Tang Lao actually called him. Ma Jiangwen was stunned. Tang Lao's identity was extremely special, probably even more significant than President Zhang and President Wang combined. Tang Lao, hello? Ma Jiangwen's voice trembled in response. Tang Lao only said a few words to Ma Jiangwen before hanging up the phone. But those few words made Ma Jiangwen break out in a cold sweat, his clothes soaked. Tang Lao also came to question him because of Yifan's matter. This time, he had really stirred up a hornet's nest. Not only President Zhang and President Wang, but now even Tang Lao had called to question him. Previously, he wasn't even worthy of Tang Lao's call. Yifan is truly a big shot. Because of him, even Tang Lao had intervened. President Ma, what's going on again? Seeing Ma Jiangwen answering two calls in a row, now with a face full of cold sweat, Yan Baimei was puzzled. Ma Jiangwen briefly told Yan Baimei about the content of the two calls. Knowing about President Wang's call, Yan Baimei was shocked but okay. But when she learned that the last call was from Tang Lao, she felt weak in the legs and couldn't stand. Fortunately, Ma Jiangwen supported her in time, otherwise, Yan Baimei might have been scared to collapse on the ground. What should we do? Yan Baimei asked tremblingly. What else can we do? Go and beg President Yi for forgiveness quickly, Ma Jiangwen cursed. At this moment, he hated Yan Baimei to the extreme. If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't have targeted the Yilan Entertainment Agency or Yifan. Ha! The surrounding guests suddenly heard Ma Jiangwen's loud shout and looked over curiously. What's going on? Everyone was extremely puzzled. At this moment, even under everyone's gaze, Ma Jiangwen did not dare to be negligent. Ma Jiangwen brought Yan Baimei directly in front of Yifan. Thud! The next moment, Yan Baimei knelt directly in front of Yifan. Ma Jiangwen also quickly bowed to Yifan. Mr. Yi, we were wrong. The two apologized to Yifan together. This scene directly stunned all the guests present. Why were President Ma and Yan Baimei acting like this? One bowing in apology, the other kneeling in apology? What exactly happened? Seeing Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei suddenly apologizing, Yang Xuemin, as well as President Li, were also stunned. Yan Baimei was forgivable, but in their eyes, Ma Jiangwen was a big shot. Now, such a big shot was actually bowing in apology to Mr. Yi in an extremely humble manner. Mr. Yi, I was blind and slandered you on purpose, please forgive me. Yan Baimei quickly apologized to Yifan. After speaking, Yan Baimei fiercely slapped herself. In no time, Yan Baimei's face swelled up. Seeing this scene, Ling Sierra naturally dared not stand still, so she followed Yan Baimei's lead and knelt down, apologizing while slapping herself hard. Is an apology enough? Yifan asked. I will have my people sue you in the name of defamation, so wait for the court summons. Faced with people like Yan Baimei and Ling Sierra, Yifan naturally would not let them off. Hearing this, Yan Baimei and Ling Sierra were stunned. Yan Baimei sat directly on the ground, as if she had lost her soul. If taken to court for defamation, the most serious consequence would be imprisonment. Her actions were definitely considered serious. It was too late, really too late. As for Ling Sierra, she was even more frightened and passed out. Snap! Hearing what Yifan said, Ma Jiangwen gritted his teeth and slapped himself hard to express his apology. Mr. Yi, I know that a simple apology is definitely not enough for such a matter. Please rest assured, I will personally come to apologize and give you a satisfactory answer. Ma Jiangwen said humbly. Ma Jiangwen was also full of fear. My lawyer will talk to you. Yifan was too lazy to continue dealing with these people, so he got up and left the banquet hall first. After going out, Yifan took out his phone. Why would Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen apologize to him in such a humble manner? There must be a mysterious person helping him, causing Ma Jiangwen and Yan Baimei to fear big shots coming forward. Otherwise, they wouldn't act like this. As for who this mysterious person helping him was, Yifan already had an answer. After making the call, Yifan drove away. On the other side, there was a change at the banquet scene. Initially, when Yifan and Yang Xuemin arrived, except for President Li, all the guests were distant and somewhat hostile towards Yifan and Yang Xuemin. But after the recent incident, the attitudes of these guests underwent a major shift. Since Yifan had left, they had to surround Yang Xuemin and constantly try to please him. They hoped that Yang Xuemin could convey their goodwill to Yifan. Originally, they thought that in the confrontation between Yilin Entertainment Agency and Yuanyan Entertainment Agency, Yilin Entertainment Agency would surely lose because of Ma Jiangwen. But they didn't expect that in the end, Yan Baimei, and even Ma Jiangwen, would apologize to Yifan in a very humble manner. So they immediately abandoned Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen. Facing these opportunists, Yang Xuemin sneered in his heart, not taking their words to heart, just casually responding to them. On the other side, Yifan returned to the villa and immediately called Yang Xuemin. He thought all the way and felt that this was an opportunity. The current Yuan Yen brokerage company is in trouble, and they took advantage of this opportunity to seize the market that originally belonged to Yuan Yen brokerage company. This would further develop and expand the Yilin brokerage company, making it possible to become the largest brokerage company in Jiangzhou in the future. I understand, General Yi. Yang Xuemin nodded, he had also thought of this matter. Originally, Yan Baimei wanted to take advantage of the situation to bring down their Yilin. As a result, she ended up shooting herself in the foot, benefiting Yilin instead. Thanks to General Ye's awesomeness. Yang Xuemin was very emotional. Without General Yi, their Yilin would probably be finished. At midnight, Yifan stared at the game on time. When the time came, Yifan opened the mall. There were 3 items in the mall, 2 of which were quite ordinary. But there was a new item that caught Yifan's attention. Skill blind box, priced at 0.9 yuan. Note, there are 99 different skills in the blind box. You can draw 1 to 2 skills from a blind box, depending on luck. The skill blind box piqued Yifan's interest. A blind box that could draw up to 2 different skills? That's great. Without hesitation, Yifan bought it. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased the advanced skill blind box for 0.9 yuan. Soon, a pop-up window appeared in the game indicating a successful purchase. Do you want to open the blind box? Yes, no, Yifan immediately clicked yes. Ding, congratulations on obtaining advanced archery, hitting the target every time is no longer a dream. Congratulations on obtaining advanced fishing ability. The blind box revealed an advanced archery skill and an advanced fishing ability. Overall, it was pretty good. After all, opening a blind box and getting 2 skills was satisfying for Yifan. Skills like these couldn't be bought with money. A new day arrived, and Yifan drove his Koenigsegg to school. When Yifan arrived in the classroom, most of the classmates were already there. After all, it was just the beginning of the first year, and not many dared to be late or skip class. Since there was still some time before class, Yifan chatted with a few classmates. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound was heard. Everyone looked up and saw a stunning face. The visitor was none other than the aloof school beauty, Su Meng. Seeing Su Meng's sudden arrival, everyone was surprised. Hello, Senior Su. School beauty Su. Some students greeted Su Meng, while others whispered quietly. Su Meng nodded to those who greeted her and then looked around the classroom until she found Yi Fan.
Yi Jr., can you come out for a moment? Su Meng said to Yi Fan not far away.
With that, Su Meng walked outside the classroom, waiting for Yi Fan to come out. Instantly, everyone turned their heads to look at Yi Fan. As expected, Su's school beauty had really come to find Yi Fan. For a moment, all the boys in the class envied Yi Fan. That's the difference. They didn't even have a girlfriend yet, but he could already have the aloof school beauty come to him. Especially when they thought that Yi Fan also had a Ferrari, they felt even more envious.
People are indeed different.
Old Ji, what are you still standing there for?
Su's school beauty is calling you, go quickly.
Old Ji, go, Su's school beauty is waiting for you to whisper something. Yi Fan's friends urged him.
Yi Fan got up and walked towards the door.
As Yi Fan walked out of the classroom, the previously bustling classroom suddenly fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, perked up their ears, wanting to hear what Su's school beauty came to find Yi Fan for and what secret she wanted to tell him. Yi Shuedi, you left your coat in my bedroom yesterday.
I came specifically to return it to you.
Outside the classroom, Su Meng returned Yi Fan's coat to him. Yesterday, because it was hot while looking for something, Yi Fan took off his coat and casually placed it in Su Meng's boudoir. But Su Meng's mother suddenly returned, disrupting everything. Originally, the two hadn't done anything, but Su Meng got nervous and made things complicated. In the moment, Yi Fan forgot about the coat.
Last night, Yi Fan went to a banquet and didn't even remember the coat incident. If Su Meng hadn't come to return it, he might have truly forgotten.
Yi Shuedi, you left your coat in my bedroom yesterday.
I came specifically to return it to you.
Inside the classroom, everyone heard Su Meng's words loud and clear. Instantly, the whole classroom exploded.
Everyone was buzzing. Oh my god!
Yesterday,
Yi Fan entered Su's school flower's bedroom and left his coat there?
My goddess, she was taken by a pig so quickly, sob sob sob.
Their relationship is developing too fast.
Various voices were heard. As for why Yi Fan entered Su's school flower's boudoir and took off his coat,
do we even need to ask? Initially, they thought Yi Fan and Su Meng were just good friends. But when the picture of Yi Fan hugging Su's school flower came out, they thought they might be dating. Now, hearing Su's school flower say those words just now, they completely believed it.
Not only were they dating, but they were also deeply in love. At this moment, all the boys in the class were extremely jealous of Yi Fan, some even had the urge to beat him up.
Let them be in love, but don't show it off like this. They can't handle it.
Even those with girlfriends were extremely envious of Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan's girlfriend is the school flower. And she's also a senior.
That makes it even more exciting.
Even Yi Fan's friends had the thought of beating him up. You should pay the price for showing off your love with Su's school flower in front of this group of single guys. Due to the noisy classroom, no one heard what Yi Fan and Su Meng said next.
Thank you, senior.
Taking the clothes from Su Meng's hands, Yi Fan thanked her.
By the way, Yi Shuedi, do you have time tomorrow?
After hesitating for a moment, Su Meng suddenly asked. Tomorrow is Saturday, no classes. At this moment, although Su Meng seemed very calm on the surface, her heart was beating rapidly, quite nervous.
I have time, what's up, Senior Su?
After thinking for a moment, Yi Fan realized he had no plans for tomorrow.
That's great.
Knowing that Yi Fan had time, Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's go play at Baiyun Resort tomorrow.
Su Meng gathered her courage to invite Yi Fan.
Baiyun Resort, one of the famous resorts in Changranju.
Although it had only been open for 2 or 3 years, it was already well known.
Not only locals from Changranju, but even people from surrounding cities liked to visit.
Su Meng wanted to thank Yi Fan for helping her find the USB drive yesterday and for taking her to the hospital when she sprained her foot before. Initially, Su Meng wanted to invite Yi Fan to dinner. But after some thought, she dismissed the idea. Inviting someone to dinner was too ordinary, lacking sincerity, especially since Yi Fan had helped her so much. After much consideration, Su Meng decided to invite Yifan to go out and have fun. By the way, I've already talked to Xu Xian, and she's willing to come along. Su Meng also invited Yifan's cousin, Xu Xian.
Are you willing to go? Su Meng asked.
With that, Su Meng stared at Yifan with big eyes, extremely nervous. At this moment, Su Meng was very nervous. This was the first time she had invited a boy to go out with her, and she was afraid that Yifan would refuse. No problem, Yifan nodded, since he had nothing to do tomorrow anyway.
That's great.
Seeing Yifan agree, Su Meng breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly,
Goodbye, Yi Jr., see you tomorrow. It was almost time for class, so Su Meng didn't bother Yifan anymore.
After saying goodbye to Yifan, she left. As Su Meng walked away, Yifan walked into the classroom with his coat. As soon as Yifan entered the classroom, everyone's eyes were on him, or more precisely, on his coat.
Looking at Yifan's coat, everyone was sure.
They hadn't misheard earlier.
When Yifan left, he didn't have a coat. This coat must have been sent by Su, the school flower.
Being stared at by everyone, especially seeing the unfriendly looks from the boys in the class, Yifan shivered.
What's wrong with these people? Wasn't it just Su Sr. coming to give him his coat? What's the big deal? It's not like Su Sr. came to confess to him, right? Were they really that envious? Yifan couldn't understand them and returned to his seat.
After sitting down, even his friends who had a good relationship with him looked at him strangely. Yifan shrugged helplessly, not knowing what was wrong with these people.
Bored, Yifan took out his phone.
As soon as he took out his phone, Yifan saw a new notification in the game. If my salary is 3,000, I'm the richest in the world. Yifan clicked on it and immediately saw the game challenge.
Game challenge released, go play at Baiyun Resort with Su Meng. Challenge reward, 100% ownership of Roman International Hotel. Roman International Hotel?
Yifan wasn't very surprised by the game challenge, but he was more curious about this Roman International Hotel.
Out of curiosity, Yifan looked it up. Roman International Hotel, one of the top 5-star hotels in Changranju, with the cheapest room at over 1,000 yuan per night. The most expensive presidential suite was as high as 8,888 yuan.
Most importantly, the total value of Roman International Hotel was 270 million yuan. Seeing the total value of Roman International Hotel, Yifan was extremely surprised. He didn't expect the challenge reward this time to be as high as over 2 billion, close to 3 billion.
Great! It looks like his net worth is going to skyrocket again. The game If My Salary is 3,000, I'm the richest in the world is always amazing. Soon, the teacher arrived and class began.
That night, in the game store, there was another skill blind box, which Yifan bought. This time, Yifan got a top-level cooking skill. Although he only got one skill this time, it was more practical. The next morning, after getting up and freshening up, Yifan started packing up, getting ready to go out. After packing up, Yifan didn't drive his Ferrari or Koenigsegg. Today, there were 3 people including him. Supercars were great, but they could only seat 2 people, which was annoying. Yifan had to drive the low-key Bentley Continental to go to school to pick up Su Meng and her cousin Xu Xian. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Su Meng was rummaging through her things.
Su Meng, what are you looking for? You've been looking for a long time. A roommate asked curiously. I'm choosing clothes, Su Meng replied as she searched.
After selecting her clothes, Su Meng sat down and started applying light makeup carefully.
Watching all this, Su Meng's 2 roommates looked at each other and saw the surprise and curiosity in each other's eyes. Why did they feel that this scene was so familiar? When they went on their first date with their boyfriends, it seemed like Su Meng was in the same state as she is now. Is Su Meng in trouble? Thinking of this, the 2 roommates, who were still sleepy, instantly became alert. They immediately got up and came to Su Meng's side. Su Meng, have you found a boyfriend? One roommate couldn't help but ask. No. Su Meng shook her head. Are you going out today? Another roommate asked. Yes. Xu Xian and I are going to Baiyun Resort together. Su Meng explained.
Just now, Zhao Shuxian went out to buy breakfast and wasn't in the dorm.
It's just you and Xu Xian, right? Is there a guy with you? Another roommate continued to ask.
If she was going out with Xu Xian, Su Meng wouldn't be so carefully choosing her clothes, and even putting on light makeup.
Well, there is one, but it's Xu cousin, Yefan. Su Meng explained. Yefan? Su Meng's two roommates were very surprised. They had heard before that Su Meng and Xu cousin Yefan had been rumored to be dating. But after being roommates for over a year, they both knew Su Meng's personality well, and with her personality, she couldn't be in a relationship so quickly. So they subconsciously thought it was just a rumor. But now, seeing Su Meng's behavior, they didn't think it was just a rumor anymore. There seemed to be some issues between Su Meng and Yefan. Could it be that Su Meng really liked Yefan? Su Meng's two roommates exchanged a glance, both involuntarily having the same question. Even if Su Meng couldn't be considered to like Yefan for now, she definitely had some feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't go out with him. Thinking of this, the two roommates tactfully stopped asking further. The situation was quite delicate now, and Su Meng might not have even realized it herself. They couldn't remind her of such things, she needed to discover it on her own. Soon, Zhao Shuxian came back with breakfast. Xu Xian. Did you prepare breakfast for your cousin and sister? What about us? Seeing Zhao Shuxian return, the two roommates teased. Sister?
Hearing this term from the two, Zhao Shuxian was momentarily stunned.
But she quickly realized they were referring to Su Meng. I brought it. Zhao Shuxian's face lit up with a bright smile. She really liked this term. If her best friend became like a sister to her. Just thinking about it was exciting. With that, Zhao Shuxian gave some of the breakfast she brought to the two.
Later, she deliberately left out a portion for one person, and then she and Su Meng started eating. 20 minutes later, Zhao Shuxian and Su Meng left with their luggage. Baiyun Resort was vast, and it was impossible to explore it all in one day. If nothing unexpected happened, they might stay at the resort's hotel today. When they arrived at the school gate, they waited for a few minutes, and Yefan slowly pulled up in front of them in a Bentley Continental.
Zhao Shuxian gave the prepared breakfast to Yefan. After putting away the luggage, the two were ready to get in the car. Before Su Meng could react, Zhao Shuxian had already opened the passenger door for her. Zhao Shuxian gestured for Su Meng to sit in the front passenger seat. I want to take over the back seat, Su Meng, you can just sit in the front with Yefan. Zhao Shuxian said domineeringly. Su Meng was stunned but didn't refuse. After that, Zhao Shuxian sat in the back. When Yefan finished breakfast, the three of them set off. Over an hour later, the three finally arrived at the famous Baiyun Resort. After parking the car, they started lining up to buy tickets. As they were queuing, a noisy commotion could be heard. Not far away, several young men and women in their late teens were walking towards them. Hearing the commotion, the people in line couldn't help but turn their heads, including Yefan, Su Meng, and the others. Linger? Looking at the most beautiful girl among the young people, Su Meng exclaimed in surprise. Linger? On the other side, upon hearing someone calling her, the most beautiful girl among the group looked ahead in surprise. This beautiful girl also noticed Su Meng. Cousin, what are you doing here too? Upon seeing Su Meng, the beautiful girl ran excitedly towards her and greeted her. It turned out that this beautiful girl, Linger, was Su Meng's cousin, Su Linger. I came here to play this weekend, Su Meng explained. Me too, we finally have a break this weekend, so I came out to play with a few classmates, Su Linger chimed in. This year, Su Linger is in her second year of high school, and time is starting to get tight, with few opportunities for weekend rest. This time, she finally had the chance and made plans with a few classmates to come here and play together. Cousin, long time no see, let's hang out together. It had been a while since she last saw her cousin, so Su Linger took the initiative to invite her to play together. After checking with Zhao Shuxian and Yifan, and receiving no objections from them, Su Meng agreed. Linger, let me introduce you, this is my roommate,
Zhao Shuxian. Su Meng introduced Zhao Shuxian first.
Sister Shuxian, Su Linger greeted politely.
After introducing Zhao Shuxian, before Su Meng could introduce Yifan, Su Linger had already spoken up.
Cousin, this must be your brother-in-law. As Su Meng's cousin, she naturally understood her cousin's aloof personality.
From childhood to adulthood, she had never seen her cousin go out to play with a boy. This time, her cousin actually came to Baiyun Resort with a boy. There was no need to say more about the identity of this boy, he must be her brother-in-law.
Su Linger took a careful look at Yifan.
Not bad, her brother-in-law was quite handsome. Hello, brother-in-law, I'm Su Linger, you have to take care of me in the future.
Su Linger took the initiative to greet Yifan. Hearing Su Linger's words, Su Meng's face immediately turned red with shyness.
Linger, don't say that, this is my friend, Yifan, Su Meng corrected with a blush.
It's okay, we're friends now, maybe he'll be your brother-in-law in the future.
I'll call him that for now, no problem, Su Linger said nonchalantly. Anyway, she was very certain that the relationship between her cousin and Yifan was definitely not simple. Otherwise, her cousin would never come out to play with him, even if it was just the three of them.
Hello.
Startled by Su Linger's call, Yifan hesitated. Out of politeness, Yifan still greeted her.
On the other side, Su Linger's classmates also approached.
2 men and 2 women, all with good looks. But compared to Su Linger and Su Meng, the 2 sisters, they were still quite inferior.
Let me introduce you, this is my cousin Su Meng. This time it was Su Linger's turn to introduce. Upon hearing Su Linger's introduction, her classmates were all stunned. The genes in Linger's family were indeed strong.
Linger was already very attractive, and in their school, she was considered the kind that everyone admired. Unexpectedly, Linger's cousin was also so beautiful, even calling her a beauty beyond compare was not an exaggeration.
This is my sister, no, this is my future brother-in-law.
Su Linger was about to introduce Yifan as her brother-in-law. But just halfway through, with a glance from Su Meng, she changed it to future brother-in-law.
Hearing Su Linger introduce Yifan like that, Su Linger's 2 male classmates were extremely envious of Yifan.
This brother was really amazing.
He actually won over Linger's stunning cousin.
The more they thought about it, the more envious and jealous they became of Yifan. After introducing each other, the group got to know each other. Everyone else was fine, but among Su Linger's classmates, a tall male student remained vigilant while shaking hands with Yifan.
Later, after buying tickets, everyone successfully entered Baiyun Resort.
There were many activities to enjoy at Baiyun Resort, such as horseback riding, golf, bungee jumping, archery, and more.
People are not very interested in golf.
They first came to the horse riding place. After playing for over an hour, everyone was ready to move to another place to play.
What should we play next?
After riding horses for a while, Su Linger was in a good mood.
Anything is fine, I'm up for anything except bungee jumping. Except bungee jumping. Most people didn't mind, anything was fine. How about we go archery? At this moment, Su Linger's tall male classmate, Sun Siyuan, took the initiative to suggest.
He had always wanted to pursue Su Linger. Archery was his strong suit. In front of these girls, especially Su Linger and her sister, Sun Siyuan naturally wanted to show off in order to pursue Su Linger.
Go archery? Upon hearing Sun Siyuan's suggestion, everyone was surprised but no one objected.
As long as it wasn't bungee jumping,
anything was fine. Yifan didn't mind either. Seeing no objections, Sun Siyuan took the initiative to lead everyone to the archery place in the villa.
Among the crowd, only 1 or 2 had played before, while the others were playing for the first time. When they arrived at the archery place, the staff taught everyone how to shoot arrows. After the lesson, the staff stepped aside, allowing Yifan, Su Meng, and others to play on their own.
Let me go first, let me go first. Su Linger was very excited to be the first one.
She bent the bow and set the arrow.
Swish! In the end, Su Linger's arrow was still far from the target, so she stopped. Let me try, let me try. One of Su Linger's female classmates was eager to try and also started shooting.
After bending the bow and setting the arrow, her result was similar to Su Linger's. Afterwards, the others also tried.
Among them, the best performer was Su Linger's male classmate.
But he only managed to hit the target, without a perfect score. Zhao Shuxian was also very regretful for not hitting the target. In the end, only Yifan, Su Meng, and Sun Siyuan had not shot arrows.
Let me do it.
Sun Siyuan felt it was about time and took the initiative to step forward. It was time for him to show his strength. Bending the bow and setting the arrow, just from his movements, Sun Siyuan seemed to have received professional training.
Swish! The arrow flew forward.
In the end, he hit the bullseye.
Wow, bullseye! Sun Siyuan is amazing. Impressive, impressive. Su Linger's classmates exclaimed in amazement, impressed by Sun Siyuan's performance.
They all had not succeeded, but Sun Siyuan hit the bullseye with one arrow.
That was too strong. Everyone looked at Sun Siyuan with envy and admiration.
What's so great about this? It's just a bullseye. Hearing the praise from everyone, although he was very happy, Sun Siyuan pretended to be nonchalant on the surface, showing a modest expression for this not-so-great achievement.
Let me try again.
After that, Sun Siyuan tried 4 or 5 more times, mostly hitting the bullseye or close to it.
Among them, one arrow was so close to hitting the center. Impressive. Sun Siyuan is too strong. He's dominating us. Su Linger's classmates were once again shocked by Sun Siyuan's powerful archery skills.
I must have misheard the staff's instructions earlier, that's why I missed the target.
Su Linger was somewhat unwilling to admit defeat. Let me call the staff over again to teach us. Saying that, Su Linger was about to call the staff over.
But as she turned around, Sun Siyuan stopped her.
No need to bother, I can teach you all, no problem. Sun Siyuan looked confident.
Thinking back to Sun Siyuan's performance just now, everyone had no objections. They believed in Sun Siyuan's abilities. Sun Siyuan should be the best archer among them. Sun Siyuan carefully taught a few people, and sure enough, after the second attempt, everyone's skills improved slightly.
Brother-in-law, why don't you give it a try too? Accidentally noticing Yifan, Su Linger took the initiative to speak. It seems like brother-in-law hasn't shot arrows before?
Forget it, I haven't played before. Yifan wanted to be low-key, even though it was his first time playing archery. But he was different from others, after all, he had previously obtained advanced archery skills.
Come on, brother-in-law. Su Linger took the initiative to pull Yifan over. It's okay, even if you miss the first shot, it doesn't matter.
At this moment, Sun Siyuan, who was already being praised by everyone, also spoke up. I'll teach you later, I'll definitely make you hit the target. Sun Siyuan patted his chest, full of confidence, looking like he was educating Yifan. Since it was like this, Yifan did not refuse, it was a good opportunity to try and see how strong his advanced archery skills were in the game. Seeing Yifan preparing to shoot arrows, Su Meng also looked over curiously.
Bending the bow and knocking the arrow. Swish! The next moment, Yifan's arrow hit the target accurately. Bullseye!
Everyone stared at the target in astonishment, dumbfounded.
What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Didn't Yifan say it was his first try too? How did he hit the bullseye in one shot? Was it luck? Everyone was dumbfounded. Brother-in-law is too strong.
Su Linger was stunned for a moment, then jumped up cheering.
Su Linger was extremely excited, even more so than when she hit the target just now. Brother-in-law, he's just too amazing.
Su Meng and Zhao Shuxian both smiled proudly, feeling a sense of pride. As for Sun Siyuan, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, his mouth wide open, probably enough to fit an apple in.
How is this possible? Seeing a ghost.
Sun Siyuan complained in his heart.
First time shooting arrows, hitting the bullseye in one shot, isn't that a joke?
His strongest arrow just now was close to the 8 ring, and in the end, it can only be considered a 7 ring.
But this Yifan, who said it was his first time shooting arrows, hit the bullseye with one shot. Easily surpassing him? Is this a joke? No, no.
It's definitely not that his skills are inferior to Yi Fan's, it must be that Yi Fan is lucky. After all, archery also depends on luck. Yes, it's because of luck. Sun Si Yuan comforted himself in his heart. Yi Fan, try again. Sun Si Yuan invited Yi Fan to try again. He didn't believe it, if Yi Fan could have such good luck again on the second try and achieve another good result. Yi Fan nodded. It was indeed his first time shooting arrows just now, so he didn't show his true strength because his hands were unfamiliar. This time, with the experience of the first time, Yi Fan was more at ease. Swish! The second arrow was shot. Direct hit on the bullseye. 10 ring. Seeing the result of Yi Fan's second arrow, the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the sharp arrow hitting the bullseye, their faces full of astonishment. It was beyond doubt. Yi Fan's second arrow, hitting the bullseye directly, a 10 ring? Am I hallucinating? Wow, brother-in-law is so amazing. Su Linger screamed loudly, extremely excited. Brother-in-law is too strong. 9 ring on the first arrow, 10 ring on the second arrow. Getting more and more impressive. Su Linger's two female classmates also looked at Yi Fan with admiration, wondering if Linger's brother-in-law was so amazing? Sun Si Yuan still had a look of disbelief, unable to believe it. 10 ring? 10 ring? Yi Fan's second arrow hit a 10 ring? Impossible, this can't be true. He really couldn't believe that Yi Fan's strength was so strong, completely able to crush him. Luck, it must be luck again this time. Sun Si Yuan once again attributed Yi Fan's strength to luck. Why don't you try a few more times? Sun Si Yuan suggested to Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't say anything, and picked up another arrow. Swish! 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 Yi Fan shot the third arrow, the fourth arrow, the fifth arrow. 10 ring, still a 10 ring. At this moment, everyone was shocked to petrification. Everyone stood there as if they were stone sculptures, staring in disbelief. All 10 rings? This is too terrifying. Brother Fan is amazing. Brother Fan is mighty. After a moment of daze, several of Su Linger's classmates exclaimed in admiration, looking like fans of Yi Fan. Previously, when they saw Sun Si Yuan hit 6 rings with his first arrow, the following arrows were either 6 rings or 7 rings. They were extremely surprised and subconsciously thought that Sun Si Yuan was the best archer among them. But now, after watching Yi Fan shoot arrows, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that the most skilled and powerful person was the very low-key Yi Fan. Brother-in-law is amazing. Su Linger shouted with excitement and pride. Despite appearing very low-key, brother-in-law was outstanding once he made a move. He truly deserved to be her future brother-in-law, so strong. Zhao Shuxian nodded in agreement, equally proud. Su Meng stood not far away, also extremely surprised. She didn't expect Yi Fan to be such a skilled archer. Yi Fan seemed like a treasure boy, with endless virtues to discover. Everyone at the scene was very happy, except for Sun Si Yuan, who stood there dumbfounded, motionless for a long time. What the heck was going on? If Yi Fan's first arrow hit 9 rings and the second arrow hit 10 rings, it might be luck. But the following 3 consecutive arrows all hit 10 rings. This couldn't possibly be just luck. At this moment, Sun Si Yuan could no longer attribute Yi Fan's ability to hit 10 rings to luck. This achievement was even better than many professionals. After a long time of being stunned, Sun Si Yuan suddenly realized. He understood. Yi Fan had claimed it was his first time shooting arrows, which was definitely a lie. He must be an archery expert, just very modest about it. Thinking about this, Sun Si Yuan's face turned red. He had been showing off in front of an archery expert, which was so embarrassing. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed Sun Si Yuan felt. He quickly stepped back, away from everyone's sight. Today, no matter what, he couldn't shoot arrows again. It would be best if he could be ignored in this place. Sun Si Yuan's wish came true. After discovering how skilled Yi Fan was at archery, everyone automatically ignored Sun Si Yuan. Brother-in-law, teach me, please. Su Linger stepped forward, pleading with Yi Fan with her big watery eyes.
Brother Fan, count me in. Brother Fan, can you teach us together? Su Linger's two female classmates also approached, asking Yi Fan to teach them archery. Yi Fan couldn't refuse Su Linger and agreed with a nod.
Of course, later on, Yi Fan also didn't forget to teach Su Meng and cousin Zhao Shuxian. Time passed quickly, and by noon, everyone reluctantly left the archery place.
Brother-in-law, you must teach me again when you have time. Archery is so cool. The lively Su Linger really enjoyed the heroic feeling of archery.
Although her posture was cool, her performance was lacking, and she could only hit the target with difficulty for now.
Okay. Yi Fan nodded.
At noon, the group went to the restaurant in the villa to eat. While eating, they inadvertently heard that there was a large lake in the villa, and many people liked to go fishing there. The fish they caught could be handed over to the villa staff to clean and scale. After processing, the staff would return the fish to them. Finally, they could personally grill the fish and shrimp.
Upon hearing this, Su Linger became interested.
Not only Su Linger, but everyone present was also very interested in this activity. Catching their own fish and grilling it themselves would surely have a unique taste.
Sis, brother-in-law, how about we go fishing in the afternoon, and then we can barbecue in the evening? Su Ling has already planned the afternoon and evening activities for everyone. What do you all think? Su Ling asked the others. I think it's great. I think the same.
The others expressed their agreement with Su Ling.
Seeing this, Ye Fan and Su Meng also nodded in agreement, thinking it was not bad.
After lunch and a short rest, the group headed straight to the lake inside the villa. They rented fishing equipment at a designated place, listened to the staff's explanation, and arrived at the lakeside. Finding a shady spot, everyone spread out a bit.
Ye Fan and Su Meng were close together. The group started fishing, and out of the few people, only Sun Siyuan and another male classmate of Su Ling had experience in fishing. Although he had caught fish before, Sun Siyuan, after the archery incident in the morning, wanted to show off and catch Su Ling's attention. However, he was afraid that Ye Fan might be a hidden fishing expert. Therefore, he didn't show off right away. I hope the first fish today is caught by me. Sitting down, Sun Siyuan muttered quietly after glancing at Ye Fan. Fishing, although skill is important, luck is equally important. Sun Siyuan was naturally lucky.
Due to the setback in the morning, Sun Siyuan didn't expect to catch the most fish today.
He just hoped to be the first one to catch a fish today.
This way, he could show off a bit in front of everyone and regain some face.
His request wasn't too high. It should be achievable.
Sun Siyuan comforted himself in his heart, even if Ye Fan was also a hidden fishing expert.
But he couldn't guarantee that he would be the first one to catch a fish. He still had a chance.
Thinking this, Sun Siyuan began to fish seriously. As time passed, Sun Siyuan suddenly saw the fish float move, indicating a fish was hooked.
Sun Siyuan became excited, carefully watching and ready to reel in the line.
In the end, Sun Siyuan successfully caught the fish, which was about the size of a palm.
Looking at the fish on his hook, Sun Siyuan was extremely excited. It looks like the first one to catch a fish today is.
While looking around triumphantly, Sun Siyuan muttered. But before he could finish his sentence, he froze as he looked towards Ye Fan. Over at Ye Fan's spot, he had already taken a fish off the hook. Roughly estimating, it was a fish weighing 2 to 3 catties.
Seeing this scene, Sun Siyuan was dumbfounded.
Oh! Sun Siyuan sighed lightly, starting to doubt his life. It seemed that he wasn't the first one to catch a fish today. Even if he and Ye Fan caught fish at the same time, the fish Ye Fan caught was 2 to 3 catties, while his was only the size of a palm, probably far from half a catty. How could he compare? Once again, he lost to Ye Fan. Although he was disappointed, Sun Siyuan was also relieved. Fortunately, he didn't boast or show off loudly after catching the fish earlier. Otherwise, he would have been extremely embarrassed.
Sun Siyuan wanted to put the fish away.
With Ye Fan catching such a big fish, he didn't want others to see the small fish he caught.
It was too embarrassing. hurry, hurry, hurry. Sun Si-yuan quickened his pace, determined to keep a low profile this time. However, just as Sun Si-yuan was about to remove the fish hook and quietly put the fish away, a surprised voice rang out. Wow, Fan Gu and Si-yuan both caught fish. Sun Si-yuan's face turned black instantly. Ah. Sun Si-yuan roared and raged in his heart. He had clearly wanted to keep a low profile this time and didn't want anyone to see him catch a fish. But why did it turn out like this? At this moment, Sun Si-yuan felt wronged and wanted to cry. Woo, life was too hard for him. He just wanted to be a good person, to be low-key. Why was it so difficult? This time, he really didn't want to show off, didn't want to be high profile. After being said like that, everything was ruined. He was once again overshadowed by Yifan. At this moment, Sun Si-yuan even had the urge to strangle the person who had just spoken. Sun Si-yuan turned his head, his face showing a fierce look as he stared at the male classmate who had just spoken. Si-yuan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing the unusual expression on Sun Si-yuan's face, the male classmate asked in confusion. It's nothing. Sun Si-yuan forcefully suppressed the thought of kicking this male classmate into the lake and shook his head. On the other side, no one had noticed that Yifan and Sun Si-yuan had caught a fish. When this male classmate shouted, everyone turned to look. They first looked at Yifan. Wow, Fan Ji is amazing. Such a big fish, Fan Ji is truly a versatile talent. So impressive. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Brother-in-law, you are my idol, brother-in-law is mighty. Su Linger also proudly shouted. With such good taste, sister's husband knows everything, too strong. It's okay. Yifan spoke truthfully, not completely satisfied. After all, he had just acquired advanced fishing skills not long ago. The fish he caught on his first day was only 2 to 3 catties, just average. However, when Yifan's words fell on everyone's ears, it was like a bombshell. Catching such a big fish was just average? They could probably wake up from dreaming about catching such a big fish. Fan Ji's standards for himself are too high. Fan Ji is too strong. Admiring and marveling at Yifan's catch, they then looked at Sun Si-yuan. When they saw the fish Sun Si-yuan had caught, which was only the size of a palm, everyone fell silent, choosing to ignore Sun Si-yuan and continue praising Yifan. At this moment, being ignored by everyone, Sun Si-yuan truly didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. Sigh. Sun Si-yuan put away the fish. As time passed, what was originally a group fishing activity gradually lost its appeal to everyone. Except for Yifan and Sun Si-yuan at the beginning, only Zhao Shushan was lucky enough to catch a half-pound fish. The others were unsuccessful. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone gave up. They thought, if they didn't catch enough fish, they could buy some, but when they saw the fish Yifan caught, they changed their minds. What to do with these fish that couldn't be finished? Fan Ji is truly too strong. How many fish did he catch? Feeling it was about enough, Yifan also stopped fishing. He paid some money and handed the fish over to the staff for processing. They then went to a place specifically for grilling fish. Afterwards, they bought some raw lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, and so on. They would grill them together later. Half an hour later, the staff brought the processed fish over. Because there were too many people, they split into 2 groups. It would be too slow to grill together. With exactly 8 people, they split into 4 pairs to barbecue. Yifan, Zhao Shushan, and Su Meng naturally formed a team. Su Linger volunteered to join Yifan's side. Su Linger's classmates had no objections, after all, Su Linger's sister and brother-in-law were there. Su Linger and Su Meng couldn't cook. Although Zhao Shushan knew a little, she didn't know how to barbecue. The task of grilling fell on the only male student, Yifan. The 3 of them helped Yifan, while he was in charge of grilling. Soon, the aroma of the barbecue wafted out. Brother-in-law's cooking skills are amazing. Su Linger couldn't help but marvel at the aroma. Brother-in-law is truly a versatile talent. At this moment,
she finally understood why her brother-in-law could win over her cold sister. Beside her, Su Meng looked at Yi Fan with admiration as well.
Yi Fan is so amazing.
He knows everything, and not just superficially, but thoroughly. I don't know what kind of experience it would be to have Yi Fan as a boyfriend.
It must be very warm and secure. For a moment, Su Meng couldn't help but fantasize.
Sis, what's wrong with you?
Seeing her cousin daydreaming, Su Linger couldn't help but poke her.
Ha! Being called by Su Linger like that, Su Meng finally came back to her senses.
Oh my god! What was I thinking just now?
Su Meng's face immediately turned red. Looking at Yi Fan, she couldn't help but feel shy.
These are done, come and try.
Yi Fan handed the grilled food to Su Meng, Zhao Shuxian, and Su Linger.
The three of them took a bite.
Wow, this is delicious. Brother-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. My sister will be lucky in the future. Su Linger took a bite and exclaimed, this is simply the most delicious barbecue she has ever eaten. Originally feeling very shy because of her daydream just now, Su Meng now felt even shyer hearing Su Linger's words.
Oh my god, what is Linger talking about?
Unlike Yi Fan's side, there was a burnt smell coming from Sun Siyuan's side. Among the four of them, three knew a little bit of cooking, but it was still a mess. Smelling the aroma of barbecue coming from Yi Fan's side, the two girls couldn't resist. They directly abandoned Sun Siyuan and another male classmate, and trotted over to Yi Fan.
Fan Ji, it smells so good, can I have some?
The two girls came over, pleading. Since they were Su Linger's classmates, Yi Fan naturally didn't hesitate and gave them some. Seeing this, Su Linger's male classmate also wanted to come over, but was stopped by Sun Siyuan. This guy was the one who went fishing this afternoon. He wanted to keep a low profile, but was betrayed by this guy. He held back and didn't push this guy into the water.
But he couldn't escape from the burnt barbecue tonight.
In the end, this male classmate was threatened by Sun Siyuan, and the two of them ate the burnt barbecue together. After dinner, it was time to prepare for the night's rest. Initially, they planned to stay at the hotel inside the resort. But Su Linger had her own idea.
I think, with so many of us, why not book a vacation villa, wouldn't that be more fun?
Su Linger suggested. Baiyun Resort not only had hotels but also vacation villas with many rooms. The villas at Baiyun Resort were luxurious, with surrounding scenery that the hotel couldn't compare to. Inside the vacation villa, there were even swimming pools, private cinemas, gyms, and so on, very comfortable. The only downside was that it was a bit expensive.
But with so many people, if they split the cost, wouldn't it be cheaper?
No need to split, I'll pay for the vacation villa. At this moment, Sun Siyuan suddenly spoke up. Having been easily overshadowed by Yi Fan all day, Sun Siyuan was deeply affected. Now, hearing Su Linger's suggestion, Sun Siyuan was suddenly excited. So he immediately stood up and volunteered. In terms of ability, he couldn't compare to Yi Fan, but in terms of financial resources, he could definitely win. His father was a general manager, owning a large factory and being wealthy. Just renting a vacation villa, how much could it cost? In order to show off his abilities in front of Su Linger and the others, he offered to pay for it. Without waiting for the others to say anything, Sun Siyuan directly called Baiyun Resort and successfully rented a villa.
Soon, led by the staff, they headed towards the villa area of the resort. But just as they arrived, an accident occurred.
When they arrived, they found that someone was already living in the villa Sun Siyuan had just rented. As Yi Fan and the others arrived, the people in the villa also saw them. A young man in the villa pointed at Yi Fan and the others, and rudely shouted, "Who let you in? Get out! Get out of here!" Yi Fan and others stood in front of the villa, looking puzzled. What was going on? Wasn't this the villa that Sun Siyuan had just rented? How come they were scolded by a young man coming out of the villa before they even entered? "Kid, what did you say?"
Sun Siyuan couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and confronted the young man.
This was the villa he had just rented, so he could be considered the owner for the time being.
Being scolded in his own villa and told to leave? Was this a joke? Even an ordinary person would not tolerate this injustice, let alone Sun Siyuan, who was young and hot-headed. He. The young man sneered, not taking Sun Siyuan seriously. I said get out, didn't you hear me? The arrogant young man repeated his words. Sun Siyuan became angry and clenched his fist. Oh, you want to fight? Everyone come out. The arrogant young man saw Sun Siyuan clenching his fist and shouted towards the villa. Soon, men and women came out of the villa, about 11 or 12 in total, mostly men. Ding Xiao, who are these people? A short-haired woman among the friends of the arrogant young man asked curiously. I don't know, a bunch of idiots who barged into my villa and want to fight me. Ding Xiao, the arrogant young man, said disdainfully. What, they dare to fight? Who dares to fight Ding Xiao? If anyone wants to fight, let them come, we'll see it through. Hearing Ding Xiao's words, 6 or 7 young men who came out of the villa immediately stood up. They stood next to Ding Xiao, facing Sun Siyuan, Yifan, and others. Kid, is it you? One tall young man, about 1.9 meters tall, questioned Sun Siyuan. Wait, what did you say earlier? Sun Siyuan looked puzzled. What did I say? I said get out. The arrogant young man sneered. You said this is your villa? Yes, what's the problem? The arrogant young man nodded. Sun Siyuan was confused, what was going on? Wasn't this the villa he had just rented? When he rented the villa earlier, the staff congratulated him, saying this was the last vacant villa of the day. If Sun Siyuan had been a little later, he might not have been able to rent it. Did he go to the wrong place? Sun Siyuan turned to the staff member who had brought them here. Did you lead us to the wrong place? Is this the villa I rented? Sun Siyuan asked. Even the staff member looked confused. It was indeed this villa, he had been working here for many years, and there were only about 20 villas in the estate, could he not tell them apart? But now, this situation made him doubt himself. Please wait a moment. The staff member took out his phone and checked Sun Siyuan's booking information. Villa number 16. The staff member confirmed that Sun Siyuan had indeed booked villa number 16. And the villa in front of them was indeed villa number 16. There was no mistake. I checked the information, it is indeed here. The staff member replied to Sun Siyuan. See, this villa is the one I rented, how did it become yours? With the confirmation from the staff member, Sun Siyuan gained confidence and directly questioned the arrogant young man. The staff member also approached and asked Ding Xiao. Sir, did you also book villa number 16? Faced with Sun Siyuan and the staff member's questions, the arrogant young man impatiently replied, This villa was arranged for me by your manager Yang, if you have any issues, go ask manager Yang. Also, stop wasting our time. I'll say it one last time, get out. Manager Yang? As soon as the staff heard the 3 words Manager Yang, they became nervous. Manager Yang was the manager of their Baiyun resort, and he was the one who arranged for them to stay in this villa? Please wait, I will go ask Manager Yang. The staff member walked to the side and called Manager Yang. That villa, I just had Ding Xiao go stay there. Manager Yang replied. Return the money to that customer, let them leave, don't disturb Ding Xiao. Okay. The staff member nodded, he almost understood. It should have been Mr. Sun Siyuan who first booked this villa, so the reservation was successful. But because Ding Xiao arrived, Manager Yang, in order to please Ding Xiao, personally arranged for Ding Xiao to stay there. This is how the current situation came about. Offending a customer like this can only be handled by him. Sir, I'm sorry, how about this, we will refund your money, can you stay at the hotel in the resort? The staff member approached Sun Siyuan and said. All the other villas in the resort had already been rented out, there were no vacancies. What exactly is going on? Sun Siyuan asked angrily. The staff member also didn't want to take the blame for Manager Yang, so he quietly told Sun Siyuan what had happened. What? After hearing it, Sun Siyuan was furious. That Manager Yang, in order to please the Ding Xiao,
actually gave the villa he had booked to Ding Xiao to stay in, and made himself stay in the hotel instead. Although he could get a refund for the villa, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Si Yuan, let's just forget it. Yeah, I can tell they have a powerful background, so why don't we just stay at the hotel? Sun Si Yuan's classmates advised him. The arrogant youth and his friends, seeing that their backgrounds were extraordinary, were definitely not easy to provoke. They decided to step back. Sun Si Yuan began to hesitate. You dare to intrude even in Ding Xiao's villa? I see you guys don't want to live. Get out quickly, don't disturb our party. A group of narrow-minded idiots. Ding Xiao's friends scolded Sun Si Yuan, Yi Fan, and others, acting extremely arrogant. Kid, now you know whose villa this is, get out quickly. The arrogant youth Ding Xiao spoke up, once again telling Sun Si Yuan and Yi Fan to leave. Don't dirty my eyes. Damn, who the hell is Ding Xiao? Just you wait. Sun Si Yuan, who had been hesitating, became furious upon hearing this. Just now he was hesitating whether to back down. Now, he was determined to confront Ding Xiao. Ding Xiao's background was not simple, but neither was his. Beside him, Yi Fan also frowned, not in a good mood. This Ding Xiao, his words were too disrespectful. Today, I will make sure you all get out of this villa. With that, Sun Si Yuan took out his phone and directly called his dad. The call went through, and Sun Si Yuan told his dad about the situation. I see. I'll make a call and ask. Sun Si Yuan's dad nodded, understanding what was going on. His dad agreed to step in, and after hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on Sun Si Yuan's face. Don't worry, everyone, my dad will handle it, the ones who will be leaving this villa are them. Pointing at Ding Xiao and his group, Sun Si Yuan confidently told Su Linger and the others. Upon hearing Sun Si Yuan's words, Su Linger's classmates breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Sun Si Yuan also had a strong background. Now that Sun Si Yuan's dad was stepping in, everything should be resolved smoothly. Hoof. Ding Xiao. And the others dismissed Sun Si Yuan. Oh, wow, we're so scared. If you're so capable, have your dad kick us out. We'll wait here. Ding Xiao and the others continued to mock, not taking Sun Si Yuan, as well as Yi Fan and others, seriously. Let's wait and see. Sun Si Yuan scolded the crowd. With his dad stepping in, he didn't believe that he couldn't get back this villa himself. It's them who should leave. 1 minute later, Sun Si Yuan received a call from his dad. See, my dad called, you guys better get ready to leave. Sun Si Yuan boasted confidently. You just wait. Si Yuan's dad is here, it's you guys who should leave. Several of Su Linger's classmates stood up and reprimanded Ding Xiao and the others. With Sun Si Yuan's dad stepping in, they also gained confidence and were not afraid of this Ding Xiao anymore. They believed in Sun Si Yuan. On the other side, Sun Si Yuan answered the phone. However, as soon as he heard the first words from his dad, the smile on Sun Si Yuan's face froze. You brat, do you know who Ding Xiao is? He's the son of the chairman of Yuanli Corporation. Right off the bat, Sun Si Yuan's dad started scolding him. Yuanli Corporation, with total assets of over 3 billion, was not something they could afford to provoke. Although Sun Si Yuan's dad had his own factory, compared to Yuanli Corporation, it was nothing. Now, go apologize to that Ding Xiao right away. Sun Si Yuan's dad ordered loudly, then hung up the phone. After hearing his dad, Sun Si Yuan was dumbfounded, standing still. Although he didn't know much about Yuanli Corporation, from his dad's tone, it was definitely a big company they couldn't afford to mess with. In an instant, Sun Si Yuan seemed to age 10 years, lost and hopeless. Ah! Sun Si Yuan sighed lightly, feeling completely desperate. Sun Si Yuan walked forward. Seeing Sun Si Yuan approaching, several classmates who thought Sun Si Yuan's dad would resolve the situation immediately stood by Sun Si Yuan, looking excited. Ding Xiao, I'm sorry, it was my mistake just now. However, the next moment, Sun Si Yuan's words shocked everyone. Hearing this, several of Su Linger's classmates were dumbfounded. What, Sun Si Yuan apologizing? Was Ding Xiao's identity that terrifying? Even Sun Si-yuan's dad stepping in wouldn't work.
It's over. Humph, you told us to wait, didn't you? Why aren't you arrogant now? Who do you think you are? Ding Xiao and the others became extremely arrogant. Get lost.
Ding Xiao waved his hand. Sun Si-yuan turned around, helplessly saying to the others, "Let's go." With that, Sun Si-yuan led the way, ready to leave with the others.
Wait. Suddenly, one of Ding Xiao's slender subordinates stopped Sun Si-yuan.
"The guys can leave, but the ladies stay." The slender subordinate turned to Ding Xiao and said, "Ding Xiao, let's have a party, there are too few girls, let these few guys leave. These girls, especially those two, let them stay." He even pointed specifically at Su Meng and Su Linger, the sisters.
Makes sense.
Ding Xiao paused for a moment, giving the slender subordinate an approving look.
The guys can leave, the girls stay. Ding Xiao commanded.
On the other side, the few people who were about to leave were stunned upon hearing this. Su Linger's two female classmates turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. Su Meng and Su Linger's expressions also changed.
What did you say?
Yi Fan frowned, stepped forward, and asked coldly. Whether staying in the villa or not, Yi Fan didn't care. But Ding Xiao actually wanted Su Meng and the others to stay, which was too much. Yi Fan was truly angry this time.
Oh, another hero coming out now? Kid, didn't you hear me? Let me say it again, let these girls stay, got it? Ding Xiao's companion sneered incessantly, completely looking down on Yi Fan.
That kid just bowed his head, do you still want to come out and show off?
Ding Xiao threatened Yi Fan.
If you know what's good for you, get lost, or else I'll make you pay. Upon hearing Ding Xiao's words, his few lackeys immediately surrounded Yi Fan.
Tension rose in the air.
Seeing this, Su Meng quickly took out her phone, ready to call her father.
What are you all doing?
Just then, a voice full of authority but not anger rang out. Not far away, a middle-aged man with a serious expression, accompanied by a secretary in professional attire, walked over. Seeing this serious middle-aged man, the staff who were originally on the sidelines immediately changed their expressions and hurried over to the middle-aged man.
Manager Tian, you're here.
The staff member approached the middle-aged man and said respectfully.
The middle-aged man's name was Tian Wu, the owner of Baiyun Resort. Oh, Uncle Tian?
Ding Xiao, who was originally arrogant, upon seeing Tian Wu, immediately smiled and walked over to greet him.
Oh, it's Qingji. Tian Wu recognized Ding Xiao, also known as Ding Qingji.
Tian Wu and Ding Xiao's father knew each other, their relationship was quite good.
What's going on? Tian Wu asked.
Today, he happened to be staying in the villa at the resort, taking a walk in the evening, and seeing so many people gathered here, it seemed like a conflict was about to happen. As the owner of Baiyun Resort, he naturally had to come and take a look.
Uncle Tian, this kid dared to warn me just now. Ding Qingji pointed at Yi Fan and complained to Tian Wu.
Seeing this, Su Meng was about to call her father.
Su Linger's classmates also guessed that this middle-aged man's identity was terrifying, that he was a big shot.
And now, such a big shot appeared, and he even knew Ding Xiao. They were in trouble.
Thinking of this, Su Linger's two female classmates turned pale, their bodies couldn't help but tremble.
Ding Qingji's lackeys, on the other hand, became even more arrogant and domineering, acting like they were invincible.
Just when they thought Manager Tian would help Ding Qingji and teach Yi Fan a lesson, the next scene left everyone present dumbfounded.
Following Ding Qingji's gaze, Tian Wu hadn't even waited for Ding Qingji to finish speaking before he directly pushed Ding Qingji aside and headed straight for Yi Fan.
Mr. Yi, what are you doing here? Tian Wu approached Yi Fan, extremely humble and eager to please.
Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded.
This. My goodness. Everyone was shocked by Tian Wu's actions and words.
Why was this big shot Tian Wu standing next to Yi Fan, being so humble and respectful?
Everyone present looked at all this, dumbfounded.
At that moment, everyone's worldview was about to collapse. A big shot who was high and mighty, actually showing such respect and even humility to a young person.
It was like a dream. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Su Linger's classmates were equally stunned.
The previously lost and confused Sun Siyuan, at this moment, widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. Su Meng and Su Linger breathed a sigh of relief. Su Meng also put down her phone. It seemed she didn't need to call her father. Sure enough, with Yifan around, he could handle anything with ease.
Feeling completely secure.
Watching Yifan, a strange feeling rose in Su Meng's heart.
The most unsettled at the scene were Ding Qingji and his lackeys.
At this moment, they seemed to be as if they had seen a ghost, standing stiffly there.
How could this happen? Wasn't this manager Tian Ding Xiao's uncle? How did he suddenly go to fawn over Yifan, whom they completely looked down upon? They really couldn't understand.
I won't mention these people, even Ding Qingji is in a state of confusion.
What the heck? Why is Uncle Tian trying to please that Yifan? Even Ding Qingji couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. Do you know me?
Looking at Tian Wu, who suddenly came over very politely to greet him, Yifan asked in confusion.
He didn't know this Tian Wu.
Of course, at the banquet a few days ago, I had the honor of seeing Mr. Ye's elegance. Tian Wu said with great respect. A few days ago, he also attended the banquet. At that time, he was among the group of fence-sitting guests. At that time, he and a group of bosses were not optimistic about Yifan and Yifan's Yilan Entertainment Company. But unexpectedly, in the end, Yan Baimei and Ma Jiangwen actually knelt in front of Yifan to beg for forgiveness.
At that time, Tian Wu and the other guests were shocked. Although Tian Wu was considered a very wealthy billionaire with high status. But compared to Ma Jiangwen, he was still a bit lacking.
Seeing Ma Jiangwen bowing to Yifan, they immediately switched sides to try to please Yifan. Unfortunately, Yifan left, and they didn't get to talk to him. Originally, if it was just that, Tian Wu wouldn't have been so respectful to Yifan, even humble. The day before yesterday, Tian Wu learned some internal news. It was said that the reason Ma Jiangwen bowed and begged Yifan for forgiveness that day was because a big shot from Jiangzhou pressured Ma Jiangwen.
Even Ma Jiangwen couldn't afford to offend that big shot, let alone Tian Wu.
Being able to make a big shot intervene, Tian Wu speculated that this Yifan, Mr. Yi, was either extremely powerful in terms of background or had terrifying connections. Either way, he was someone to look up to. Recently, his business encountered some crises, and he finally got to know this big shot, Mr. Yi. Tian Wu started to think about how to make friends with Yifan. These days, Tian Wu has been considering how to meet Mr. Yi. Unexpectedly, while taking a walk in his own villa tonight, he actually met Mr. Yi. Faced with such a rare opportunity, Tian Wu naturally wouldn't let it go, so the scene just now happened.
Mr. Yi, hello, let me introduce myself. I am the owner of Baiyun Resort, Tian Wu. Tian Wu respectfully introduced himself to Yifan. So you're Mr. Tian.
Since the other party was so polite, Yifan naturally had to be courteous as well.
What Mr. Tian, Mr. Yi, just call me Tian Wu. Tian Wu said. The owner of Baiyun Resort? This middle-aged man is actually the owner of this resort? Hearing Tian Wu introduce himself, everyone understood. Baiyun Resort, not to mention in Jiangzhou City, even in the whole province, it is considered a top-notch resort. This middle-aged man is indeed a big shot.
But facing Yifan, such a big shot is so respectful.
It's terrifying. Uncle Tian, who is he? Ding Qingji realized that something was not right. This Yifan seems to be a big shot.
He kicked the iron plate. This is Yifan, Mr. Yi.
After Tian Wu introduced, he curiously asked, by the way, what were you doing with Mr. Yi just now? Hearing this question, Ding Qingji's vision darkened, almost fainting. He didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that they were about to attack Mr. Yi. Seeing Ding Qingji's abnormality, Tian Wu's face instantly changed. After careful consideration, Tian Wu realized that Ding Qingji and the others had surrounded Yifan just now. Could it be? Tian Wu also knew Ding Qingji's character and his heart suddenly hung in the balance. You, tell me what happened just now. Tian Wu pointed to the staff next to him and ordered. Faced with their boss,
the staff naturally didn't dare to hide anything and told Tianwu the whole story. After listening, Tianwu's face turned pale. Such a thing happened in his villa. Bastard! Tianwu was furious and couldn't help but kick Ding Qingji hard. Thud! Ding Qingji was kicked to the side and fell heavily to the ground. Uncle Tian, I'm sorry. Ding Qingji realized he had caused a big trouble and begged for forgiveness. What's the use of apologizing to me? Go apologize to Mr. Yi. Tianwu scolded sternly. Ding Qingji hurried to Mr. Yi, knelt down directly, and kept apologizing. Although he didn't know Mr. Yi's specific identity, the fact that Tianwu treated him with such respect indicated his terrifying status. He had provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. Strictly speaking, Ding Qingji's father was slightly inferior to Tianwu. Seeing Ding Qingji kneeling, his followers also came over, knelt in front of Mr. Yi, and kept apologizing. Apologize? If apologies worked, what's the use of the police? Mr. Yi asked indifferently. In an instant, Ding Qingji and his followers became even more frightened. Tianwu knew Mr. Yi was truly angry this time. Simple apologies wouldn't be enough. Tianwu whispered to his secretary, who quickly went into the villa and brought out an iron rod. Tianwu gave a signal to the secretary, who threw the iron rod to Ding Qingji. Your father said last time that if you caused trouble again, he would break one of your legs. Tianwu spoke. Although he wanted to stay out of it, the incident happened on his villa grounds, so he had a great responsibility. Tianwu tried his best to calm Mr. Yi's anger. Since you made Mr. Yi angry today, you can handle it yourself. Tianwu said. What? Ding Qingji's face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably out of fear. Did Uncle Tian mean he had to break his own leg? No. Ding Qingji instinctively shook his head. You don't want to? Then should I have your father do it? Tianwu questioned. No. Hearing this, Ding Qingji quickly shook his head. If his father came, he might end up with both legs broken. Ding Qingji looked at Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind and made a mistake. I'm willing to break my own leg to apologize to you. With that, Ding Qingji gritted his teeth and swung the iron rod in his hand down hard. Ah! A scream was heard as Ding Qingji broke his right leg. And the rest of you? Tianwu directly ordered Ding Qingji's followers. Seeing Ding Qingji in that state, the followers naturally dared not refuse and also took action. As for the thin man who had made the suggestion earlier on Mr. Yi's side, he made a mistake out of fear. It was a complete disaster. Ah, it hurts so much. The thin man cried out in extreme misery. From then on, he might be single for the rest of his life. No girlfriend, no wife. I don't want to see you again. Mr. Yi waved his hand. On the other side, the security guards of Baiyun Resort also arrived. They immediately carried Ding Qingji and the others away, rushing them to the hospital. Ding Qingji and his followers probably wouldn't be able to leave the hospital bed for several months. After Ding Qingji and his group left, the scene finally quieted down. Watching Ding Qingji and the others being taken away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Linger's two female classmates looked at Mr. Yi with admiration and gratitude. Sun Siyuan was also extremely grateful to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, the incident with this villa was all because of my manager, Yang. I'll have him pack up and leave immediately. Such an employee doesn't deserve to stay at Baiyun Resort. Tianwu came over and explained to Mr. Yi repeatedly. This villa should be occupied by your companion tonight. As compensation, we will waive all expenses for you and your companion at Baiyun Resort this time. Tianwu waved his hand and directly waived the expenses of everyone present at Baiyun Resort. This was considered compensation for Mr. Yi's companions and others. Of course, this alone was not enough. Today's incident happened on his turf. Naturally, he wanted to satisfy Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, by coming to my Baiyun Resort, you will make the resort shine. How about this, Mr. Yi? I have a villa that is not for sale to the public, I will give it to you. In the future, when you come to the resort for vacation, you can stay here directly. To express his apology and please Yifan, Tianwu decided to give Yifan a vacation villa. Without waiting for Yifan to speak, Tianwu took Yifan towards the villa he mentioned. The villa Tianwu mentioned was not in this villa complex, but on the mountain behind the villa area. The scenery there was better, the air was fresher, and it was not open to the public, considered a private area. When Tianwu brought Yifan and others to the villa, everyone only then realized that there was a small villa complex here, with about 5 or 6 villas. These villas were specially built by Tianwu for some big shots to vacation. These villas, whether in terms of land area, materials, etc., were not comparable to the villas just now. Tianwu had already given away 4 of these villas, leaving only 2. Tianwu deliberately gave the largest of the remaining 2 villas to Yifan. Tianwu led Yifan and others into this villa. The few people present were stunned by the huge villa. It was too luxurious. This villa occupied 2 to 3 times the land area of the villa previously rented by Sun Siyuan. It had a huge private swimming pool, a professionally equipped gym, a private cinema, and a private wine cellar, among other amenities. Finally, at Tianwu's strong insistence, Yifan accepted it. After Yifan accepted, Tianwu breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, it's getting late, so I'll leave first and not disturb you. Tianwu politely bid farewell to Yifan and then left with his secretary. Only Yifan and the others were left in place. Fange, thank you so much. Thank you. Su Linger's 2 female classmates quickly thanked Yifan. Fange, thank you. Sun Siyuan also spoke, thanking Yifan. It's nothing. Yifan waved his hand. After a while, Sun Siyuan bid farewell to Yifan, as he had rented a villa himself and could not stay here. In the end, Sun Siyuan and Su Linger's classmates left, agreeing to meet again tomorrow morning. Inside the villa, besides Yifan, there were only Su Meng, the 2 sisters Su Linger, and Zhao Shuxian. Looking at the huge private swimming pool, everyone was very excited. Unfortunately, they did not bring swimsuits, so they could only regret it for next time. The 3 girls went to the private cinema in the villa and watched a movie together. Yifan was not very interested in the movie the 3 girls were watching, so he stayed in the living room by himself. With no one around, Yifan took out his phone and opened the game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. What movie, is it as exciting as a game? Moreover, this game could influence reality and help him become a tycoon. As soon as Yifan entered the game, a prompt appeared. Ding, go to Baiyun Resort with Su Meng, complete the challenge. Congratulations on obtaining 100% ownership of Roman International Hotel and becoming the new owner of Roman International Hotel. Yifan successfully completed the challenge previously released by the game and obtained full ownership of Roman International Hotel, becoming the new owner of this 5-star hotel. This Roman International Hotel was worth 270 million. After today's events, Yifan's net worth suddenly increased by over 200 million. Monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest, the game is too strong. Yifan smiled. This challenge was almost effortless, just playing around with Su Meng. He earned a reward worth over 2 billion, close to 3 billion. Ah, masters are lonely. Can't there be more challenging tasks? Making money so easily, Yifan felt embarrassed. Ding, player's thoughts detected, challenging task available, challenge issued, bungee jump with Su Meng as a couple, task reward, 20% stake in Longton Group, becoming the 3rd largest shareholder of Longton Group. Suddenly, a new content appeared in the game, monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. Looking at the new challenge in the game, Yifan was stunned. A challenging task had really appeared? The game is really user-friendly. Looking at the new challenge, Yifan's expression froze. He floated for a moment. How could the game release a new challenging task? And it's a difficult challenge? Bungee jumping? This challenge is really difficult. Bungee jumping is divided into single and couple bungee jumping. Couple bungee jumping is one of the couple bungee jumping. Couple bungee jumping can only be done by couples. It can increase trust and enhance the relationship between the two.
Couple bungee jumping is more difficult than Yifan bungee jumping alone. Longtang group? Yifan muttered, he had never heard of this group. Curious, Yifan looked up some information.
As soon as he saw the information, Yifan's eyes widened instantly.
Longtang Group, one of the major groups in Jiangzhou, with a market value of billions. 20% stake in Longtang Group is worth 20 billion. 20 billion. This is definitely the biggest reward Yifan has received in the game, no doubt. If he can get it, Yifan's value will skyrocket. For a moment, Yifan was lost in thought. It's just bungee jumping, I'll take the challenge. I'll take this 20 billion. Yifan made up his mind. Compared to 20 billion, bungee jumping is nothing. This is the most rewarding challenge Yifan has received since playing the game. Monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest. Once obtained, Yifan's value will skyrocket. Such challenges are rare. After all, his player level in the game is only LV1, and the rewards for general challenges may only be 2 or 3 billion. Challenges with rewards of 20 billion like this are likely to only appear once while his player level is still LV1. Therefore, Yifan must seize the opportunity. It's just bungee jumping, he accepted the challenge. Once he completes the challenge and obtains 20% stake in Longtang Group, not only will Yifan's value increase significantly, but also his network. After obtaining the 20% stake, Yifan will become the third largest shareholder of Longtang Group. Being the third largest shareholder of a billion-dollar group is quite impressive. Yifan's network will also expand. How can I get Su Shuejie to agree to bungee jump together? Yifan muttered. Now, he has made a decision. Willing to try couple bungee jumping for the 20% stake in Longtang Group worth 20 billion. But how can he get Su Meng to agree? Compared to boys, girls may be a little more afraid of challenges like bungee jumping. Yifan pondered. On the other hand, Su Meng, Su Linger, and the three of them finished watching the movie. They each chose their rooms and went to rest because they were too tired. The next day, around 10 in the morning, the four of them got up one after another. Half an hour later, the four of them left Yifan's villa, met with Sun Siyuan and the others, and prepared to have lunch. As lunch was being served, it would take some time. Several people were chatting, and most of the entertainment activities at the resort were already done yesterday. Today, only a few were left. Has anyone dared to bungee jump? Someone suddenly spoke up. In the White Cloud Resort, bungee jumping was definitely one of the top attractions for tourists, maybe even the first. Especially at the White Cloud Resort, one of the few places in the province where couples could bungee jump together. This attracted many young couples to come. Su Linger's heart was also starting to race. Bungee jumping, this exciting game, Su Linger both wanted to play and was afraid to. Bungee jumping? The expressions of everyone present changed. I'm not too brave. One of Su Linger's female classmates shook her head, not daring to. Since we're here to play, not challenging bungee jumping would definitely leave regrets, someone suggested. How about this, we play a little game, and the losers will go bungee jumping, what do you think? Okay, no problem. Sun Siyuan looked as if he couldn't possibly lose, and said nonchalantly. Soon, the game began. This time, two people lost. One was Su Linger's female classmate, and the other was Su Meng. Seeing that this time the two losers were girls, and even her cousin, Su Linger immediately spoke up. How about we play another round, this one doesn't count. Originally, Su Linger wanted to trick Sun Siyuan and another male classmate. Unexpectedly, these two did not lose. I really dare not bungee jump. The girl who lost the game said with a trembling voice, her face turning pale with fear. The girl begged repeatedly. Su Meng also hesitated. To be honest, she was still a little afraid of bungee jumping. But Su Meng was always true to her word, she didn't want to go against her principles. Slowly, Su Meng's heart began to lean towards bungee jumping, saying and doing. In the end, Su Meng nodded, indicating that she was willing to go bungee jumping. But it was clear that she was still a little scared. How about this, I'm willing to go with Senior Su. Yifan spoke up.
This was a good opportunity. By helping senior Su and having someone accompany her, she could feel more at ease, and she could also complete the game challenge.
Killing two birds with one stone.
Everyone was surprised by Yi Fan's words, looking at him with great astonishment. Brother-in-law is brother-in-law, willing to accompany my sister in anything.
Su Linger looked at Yi Fan with great admiration. Right, doesn't the White Cloud Resort have couple bungee jumping? Brother-in-law and my sister can give it a try. It can also cultivate the relationship between the two? Su Linger suggested.
Su Meng, who was initially nervous, looked up sharply when she heard Yi Fan's words. Su Meng cast a grateful look at Yi Fan. For some reason, her originally anxious heart suddenly became extremely calm.
With Yi Fan around, she seemed to be afraid of nothing.
A sense of inexplicable security surged in her heart. Therefore, when Su Linger suggested that Yi Fan and Su Meng try couple bungee jumping, Su Meng did not refuse.
You two guys, see that?
This is my brother-in-law, responsible and a real man.
Su Linger said to the other two boys. Exactly.
You guys are far inferior to Brother Fan. Another girl who wasn't chosen also spoke up, looking down on Sun Si-yuan and the other boy. Feeling the need to prove himself as a real man after being challenged, Sun Si-yuan suddenly stood up.
Come on, it's just bungee jumping, right? Xiaoyuan, you don't have to go, I'll go. Sun Si-yuan heroically stepped forward, generously offering to the other selected female classmate. Lao Zhang, why don't you come too?
Sun Si-yuan suggested to the other male student next to him.
What's wrong, are you scared? Just bungee jump.
Under Sun Si-yuan's provocation, some boys who were originally a little hesitant agreed to go bungee jumping for the sake of face.
In the end, the results came out. Yi Fan and Su Meng went bungee jumping together as a couple. Sun Si-yuan and another boy, Lao Zhang, went bungee jumping as a pair.
Soon, the food was served.
Yi Fan ate normally without any issues.
Su Meng, feeling reassured with Yi Fan around, also ate without worry.
The others who didn't bungee jump also ate normally.
Although Sun Si-yuan and Lao Zhang had a spirited appearance earlier, now they had no appetite. They only ate a little, with Lao Zhang taking just one bite before losing his appetite.
He regretted it.
After eating, resting for a while, the group headed straight to the bungee jumping spot at Baiyun Resort.
Upon reaching the mountaintop and seeing the bungee jumping spot nearby, Lao Zhang's legs trembled uncontrollably.
I can't do it, I admit defeat, I'm too scared. Without even stepping onto the bungee jumping platform, Lao Zhang backed out, collapsed on the ground, and begged for mercy continuously, admitting defeat. As long as he didn't bungee jump, whether he was a man or not didn't matter to him anymore.
Damn, what a waste.
Sun Si-yuan confidently commented. I'll go first.
With that, Sun Si-yuan walked directly towards the bungee jumping spot. At first, Sun Si-yuan took big steps, but as he walked, his steps became smaller. Unable to resist, Sun Si-yuan glanced down.
Looking at the hundreds of meters high platform, Sun Si-yuan's vision darkened, almost fainting.
At that moment, Sun Si-yuan's legs also began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Sun Si-yuan, the staff prepared to approach him.
However, before the staff could reach Sun Si-yuan, he turned his head and, like a rabbit, fled from the bungee jumping spot. No, Sun Si-yuan's face was pale.
I don't want to be a man anymore, I'm too scared.
Sun Si-yuan's voice trembled as he spoke to everyone. Originally, Sun Si-yuan was very nervous, and seeing Lao Zhang back out earlier had shaken him.
Looking down just now completely destroyed the last defense line in Sun Si-yuan's heart.
Sun Si-yuan also backed out, too scared to bungee jump.
You have the nerve to talk about others.
A girl disdainfully said to Sun Si-yuan. Both Sun Si-yuan and Lao Zhang backed out, preferring not to be men rather than bungee jump. The attention of the people present shifted to Yi Fan. Faced with everyone's gaze, Yi Fan remained unfazed. Since he had made a decision, he would never back down.
I'm fine. Su Xiujie, how about you?
Yi Fan specifically asked about Su Meng's situation. If Su Meng was unwilling or very afraid, Yifan would never force her.
I'm fine.
Su Meng also remained calm and spoke slowly. Seeing this scene, everyone present admired Yifan and Su Meng greatly.
Do you see how brave Fangu is? Even Su Meng, a girl, is willing to try.
You two men are not even 1/10 of Su Meng, no, not even 1/100th.
A girl said very disdainfully to Sun Siyuan and Lao Zhang.
Hearing this, the two lowered their heads in shame.
They really couldn't compare to Fangu and Su Meng Shuejiet. Sister, brother-in-law, go for it, you are the best. Su Linger proudly spoke.
Go for it, stay safe.
Zhao Shuxian also reminded the two to be careful.
Yifan and Su Meng stepped forward and walked to the bungee jumping spot. The staff introduced the bungee jumping process to Su Meng and Yifan. Soon, another staff member came to secure safety ropes for Yifan and Su Meng.
After securing them and ensuring safety multiple times, the staff member left.
As the previous visitor left, Yifan and Su Meng stepped forward. The staff member responsible for pushing the visitors down double-checked the safety ropes for Yifan and Su Meng to ensure safety. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, you two should hug each other first. The staff said to Su Meng and Yifan. When couples bungee jump, they naturally have to hug each other. The staff wanted to guide Yifan and Su Meng on how to hug each other, ensuring everything was safe and secure.
Ha!
Upon hearing the staff's words, Su Meng's face immediately turned red, her heart racing. But now was not the time to be shy or timid. Su Meng opened her arms. Yifan, feeling less shy, also opened his arms and naturally lifted Su Meng up. The two held each other tightly, able to hear each other's heartbeat. For a moment, it felt like even the air had frozen. It was the first time Su Meng had been hugged so openly by a boy, feeling a bit embarrassed, so she closed her eyes. The staff seemed to notice that Yifan and Su Meng were not like other couples, perhaps not together yet, or for other reasons. Hug tighter, the staff instructed, asking Su Meng and Yifan to hold each other tighter, for safety and maybe to help them alone. Yifan and Su Meng hugged tighter. Su Meng glanced down quietly, her heart racing and feeling nervous.
Finally, Su Meng rested her head against Yifan's solid chest, and the nervousness quickly faded.
Holding Su Meng, Yifan could even smell a faint fragrance. Not far away, Su Linger and a few others watched this scene, looking frustrated. They came to watch bungee jumping, but now it seemed like they were watching a public display of affection, feeding dog food.
The dog food wasn't appetizing, they had had enough. Ah, the sour smell of love. In broad daylight, how could you guys be so affectionate and make us single dogs feel? We've been hurt 10,000 times, are you responsible for that? Ah, it hurts so much. Su Linger, Jia Shuxian, and a few single dogs instinctively held their chests.
They had had enough of this dog food.
Can you speed it up? Are you ready? After a final check, the staff asked.
Ready.
Yes.
Yifan and Su Meng replied, both ready.
Okay, here you go. The staff suddenly pushed Yifan and Su Meng. Whoosh!
Yifan and Su Meng flew out. With that push, Su Meng held onto Yifan even tighter, wishing her whole body could be against him for more security. The two fell rapidly downwards together. Initially, Yifan felt a bit nervous, but holding Su Meng, he became as calm as water during the actual bungee jump.
After bungee jumping, there were two ways to end.
In professional terms, one was the up recovery, pulling the person back to the jumping platform with a device. The second was the down recovery, where the device placed the visitor at the bottom, handled by the staff there. The bungee jumping at Baiyun Resort belonged to the up recovery, pulling visitors up with a device. Soon, after the bungee jump was over, the staff pulled Yifan and Su Meng back up.
Phew!
Su Meng let out a long sigh of relief upon returning.
The staff removed the safety ropes, and Yifan and Su Meng successfully completed the bungee jump.
The two left the bungee jumping platform together. Fangu is mighty, a true man. Su Meng Jia is also amazing.
So strong. Seeing Yifan and Su Meng return, others expressed their admiration.
Looking at Yifan, Sun Siyuan and Lao Zhang felt embarrassed, unable to lift their heads. They had to admit that Fan Ge was really strong, and compared to him, they were far behind. After this incident, Sun Siyuan completely gave up on the idea of pursuing Su Linger. With Yi Fan as a brother-in-law, he wasn't worthy. Impressive indeed, but we're not enjoying this dog food. Beside them, cousin Zhao Shuxian couldn't help but comment. Although she really wanted to be called sister by Su Meng one day, it was really uncomfortable to see them being affectionate. Exactly. Su Linger pouted and complained on the side. Sister, brother-in-law, we know you are very loving, but can you please not easily show affection in public, or at least do it somewhere else? You need to be mindful of the influence. Us single dogs are very fragile. With that said, Su Meng became even more shy. What are these people talking about? Just finished bungee jumping, a few people found a place to rest. When no one was paying attention, Yi Fan took out his phone and opened the game. Monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest in the world. Yi Fan just clicked on the game when a prompt appeared. Ding! Complete the challenge of bungee jumping with Su Meng as a couple. Congratulations on obtaining 20% of Longteng Group's shares, becoming the third largest shareholder of Longteng Group. The share transfer contract will be delivered to you within 24 hours. Please check carefully. Due to your brave completion of this high difficulty challenge, trigger special rewards X3, 1 experience point upgrade card, can increase 30 experience points, 1 mall points card, can increase 15 points. Seeing this, Yi Fan's face showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that completing this high difficulty challenge would trigger special rewards. Awesome! The first two are to increase player level and mall level. And both are significant increases, quite good. Just as Yi Fan was very satisfied with the first two rewards, he inadvertently saw what the third special reward was. Instantly, Yi Fan was stunned. How is this possible? Reward, Diamond Body Pill, Diamond Body Pill? What is this? Yi Fan looked at this third reward with a strange expression. Out of curiosity, Yi Fan clicked on the introduction of the Diamond Body Pill. Diamond Body Pill, as the name suggests, once taken, can triple your strength, made from pure natural Chinese medicine, without any side effects. Looking at the introduction of the Diamond Body Pill, Yi Fan's face turned black. Damn! With his strong physique and incredibly powerful kidneys, how could he possibly need this kind of thing? It's obvious that the game is deliberately targeting him. Being handsome, even the game is targeting him. While Yi Fan was complaining, a small porcelain bottle appeared in his pocket. The weight of the pocket suddenly changed, and Yi Fan immediately felt it, so he took it out. It was a thumb-sized, exquisitely crafted blue and white porcelain bottle, antique in style. Curiously, Yi Fan opened it and found a pill the size of a soybean inside. As soon as he opened it, Yi Fan smelled a faint fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan, who was somewhat tired from bungee jumping, suddenly felt more energetic. Not bad, the effect of this Diamond Body Pill is quite good. Brother-in-law, what are you holding? Noticing the exquisite small porcelain bottle in Yi Fan's hand, Su Linger curiously asked. Nothing, just a small trinket with little effect. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Can I take a look? Su Linger was very curious and continued to ask. What are you looking at? Go play with mud, kid. Yi Fan teased, then carefully put the Diamond Body Pill back into his pocket. Such things, what if there are side effects? For the safety of others, he couldn't let others see it, better to keep it to himself. Whatever side effects there are, he will bear them. After all, he is a selfless person. When he got home, he put it in the safe in the villa. Tisk, you're the kid, your whole family are kids. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Su Linger immediately retorted, without asking further. Let's not talk about this improper pill. The rewards given by the game for completing the couple bungee jumping challenge were indeed very generous. It was the most rewarding time for Yi Fan after getting this game. First, it was the 20% stake in Longteng Group, worth 2 billion. Yi Fan successfully became the third largest shareholder of Longteng Group. With this 2 billion, plus the previous amount, Yi Fan's net worth directly exceeded 30 billion. In Changranju, this second-tier city, he could be considered a true tycoon. In addition, there were 2 cards. The Experience Boost card, which can increase experience points by 30. The Mall Points card, which can increase points by 15. With 30 experience points, 15 points, plus what Yifan had accumulated before, he should be close to leveling up. Now, whether it's Yifan's player level or Mall level, they are both at level 1, very ordinary. Yifan had long been eager to level up. These days, Yifan also kept an eye on the game Mall, but unfortunately, with Yifan's current net worth, the items inside didn't really attract him. But once the Mall in the game upgraded to 2 stars, the value of the items inside would increase tenfold. When Yifan's player level rose to LV2, he could buy 2 items from the Mall at once. It was far beyond what he could do now. Let's go, Su Linger suggested. After resting for a while, the few people didn't hesitate and quickly packed up before heading down the mountain. After a few hours, the group had dinner at the villa and then went their separate ways. Su Linger's classmates left together by taxi. Su Linger, on the other hand, planned to hitch a ride with Yifan and have him take her home. Su Linger's place was not far from Yifan's Lingyun Tian Palace Villa area. Yifan first drove Su Meng and cousin Zhao Shuxian back to school, bid farewell to them, and then left with Su Linger, heading straight to Su Linger's home. "Brother-in-law, how did you meet my sister?" Seeing that Su Meng was gone, Su Linger relaxed. She had been holding back for a long time, with many questions she wanted to ask Yifan. But because her cousin Su Meng was around, Su Linger was afraid of being scolded by Su Meng and had not dared to ask. Now, with her cousin gone and only Yifan present, Su Linger naturally felt no fear. "How did we meet?" "It's because of my cousin, I guess." Yifan thought for a moment and replied. "I see." Su Linger nodded. After spending these 2 days together, Su Linger naturally knew about the relationship between Yifan and Zhao Shuxian. "Brother-in-law, did you and my sister sleep in the same room last night, or did you sleep separately?" Su Linger asked with big curious eyes, looking mysterious. "Last night, she was quite tired and went to rest first." Before she rested, Su Meng and Yifan were still chatting in the living room, and Su Linger didn't know what happened afterward. This question had been bothering Su Linger all day. Earlier, because her cousin was around, Su Linger didn't dare to ask too much for fear of her own safety. Now that only her brother-in-law was present, she was no longer afraid. Hearing Su Linger's question, Yifan turned his head and looked at Su Linger, who looked like a curious baby, with a face full of black lines for a moment. What was this little girl thinking? "Last night, of course, Su Shuejie and I slept separately." Yifan told the truth. Originally, Yifan thought that by saying this, Su Linger's curiosity might be satisfied. But unexpectedly, after hearing his answer, Su Linger's response was shocking. "You're no good, brother-in-law." Su Linger looked disgusted. "Don't you believe me, brother-in-law?" Hearing Su Linger's words, Yifan almost stumbled and stepped on the brake. What did this little girl mean? "You and my sister were in the same house yesterday, and you didn't make a move." "Brother-in-law, you're a beast. No, you're worse than a beast." Su Linger looked at Yifan with a face full of disdain, continuing to complain. Fortunately, they encountered a red light ahead, and Yifan happened to stop the car. Otherwise, Yifan was afraid he couldn't control himself and would directly stop the car on the side of the road and beat Su Linger. After parking, Yifan directly gave Su Linger a big brain burst. "Ah!" Su Linger covered her head and cried out miserably, "What are you doing, brother-in-law? Are you angry because I spoke the truth? Clearly, you are the one who can't perform, worse than a beast, and yet you hit me." "I'm innocent." Yifan explained seriously, "First, I am not incapable, I am a decent person. Second, you are the one who was worse than a beast. Third, Su Shuejie and I are just friends now, of course we can't do anything." Hearing Yifan's words, Su Linger couldn't help but sigh, "Brother-in-law, I was just joking, I didn't expect you really can't perform. Up to now, you haven't even won over my sister." Su Linger looked pitiful for Yifan. "Brother-in-law, if I were you, my sister would probably be pregnant by now." Su Linger continued to shock with her words. "Forget it, Su Shuejie and I have only known each other for a week or two." "Oh, I see,
then it's indeed too early to get pregnant. Su Linger thought seriously for a moment. Brother-in-law, if I were you, I would have already moved in with my sister. Su Linger rephrased her words. Brother-in-law, the road ahead is long and arduous, you have to work hard. Patting Yifan's shoulder, Su Linger said with deep meaning. Along the way, Su Linger thoroughly exposed her cousin Su Meng. She told Yifan everything about what her cousin liked, disliked, and so on. 20 minutes later, Yifan dropped Su Linger off at her house. Before getting off the car, Su Linger didn't forget to remind Yifan. Brother-in-law, work hard and try to win over my sister soon. I believe in you. After experiencing these 2 days, Su Linger truly accepted Yifan as her brother-in-law. If she didn't accept Yifan, Su Linger wouldn't joke around with him like this, or even tell Yifan all about her cousin's preferences. Okay. Yifan didn't want to continue entangling with Su Linger, so he just nodded in response. By the way, brother-in-law, I'll plan carefully these days and come up with some good ways to help you pursue my sister. Just as Su Linger was about to close the car door, she suddenly said to Yifan, Brother-in-law, see you next weekend, I'll tell you my ideas then. Su Linger specifically told Yifan, I've helped you so much, don't forget to treat me to a big meal. No problem. Yifan helplessly agreed to Su Linger, then took the initiative to close the car door for her and drove away. Back home, Su Linger's mind began to think frantically about how to help her brother-in-law win over her cousin. If Su Meng knew about Su Linger's idea, she would definitely scold Su Linger. You're my cousin, not Yifan's cousin, why are you always thinking about selling your sister? On the other hand, Yifan also returned to his villa in Lingyun Tian Palace. Although he had only moved into this villa recently, it felt like home. Upon returning, Yifan first went to the study, carefully put the diamond pill he received from the game into the safe. He didn't need that thing at all. After putting the item away, Yifan changed his clothes and took a shower. After showering, Yifan sat in the living room eating fruit when he suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Yifan answered the phone, and a somewhat familiar voice came from the other end. Is this Mr. Yi? I am Tian Wu from Baiyun Resort. Right away, the person on the other end introduced himself. It turned out he was the owner of Baiyun Resort, Tian Wu. Oh, Mr. Tian, what can I do for you? Knowing the other party's identity, Yifan asked. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry about last night. I'm not sure if you're available tomorrow night, but I'd like to invite you to dinner. Tian Wu asked nervously, afraid that Yifan would refuse. Although he didn't ask for Yifan's contact information last night, as the owner of the Baiyun Resort, he easily found Yifan's phone number from the ticket information of the tourists. Having just met such an important figure as Mr. Yi, he naturally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get to know him better. Tomorrow night? Sure. Yifan thought for a moment, realizing he had no other plans, so he agreed to Tian Wu's invitation. After all, he had just received a vacation villa from him, so it wouldn't be right to refuse. Alright, Mr. Yi, see you tomorrow night. Tian Wu was very excited when Yifan agreed. After confirming the time and place for the next evening, Tian Wu hung up the phone without disturbing Yifan. The next day, Yifan went to school as usual. While Yifan was in class, the Longting Group was holding a small senior management meeting. You should know that the third largest shareholder of our Longting Group has changed. President Jiang Taiyuan said to the senior executives. Yes, I just heard about it. I only found out recently too. The senior executives nodded, having just learned of the news. This mysterious tycoon, Mr. Yifan, acquired 20% of our group's shares in one go. His strength is formidable. Jiang Taiyuan remarked. Despite being the president of the Longtung Group, Jiang Taiyuan was not even the largest shareholder, not even in the top 5. He only owned 6% of the Longtung Group's shares. This was normal. Just like the well-known Little Ma brother, he was not the largest shareholder of Ali, only holding a single-digit percentage of shares, and Ma Tang of Penguin Group was not the largest shareholder of Penguin either. The largest shareholder of the Longtung Group was a large group in Hangchang.
However, this large group generally did not participate in the decision-making of the long-term group.
The second largest shareholder was a billionaire from Changranju, holding 23% of the Longting Group's shares.
The difference in shares between him and Yi Fan, the third largest shareholder, was only 3%.
In the Longting Group, the positions of the second and third largest shareholders were not much different.
Now, with the extremely important third largest shareholder changing, as the president of the Longting Group, Jiang Taiyuan naturally had to take it seriously.
If he angered Mr. Yi, there was nothing Mr. Yi couldn't do, including removing him from his position as president.
Jiang Taiyuan decided to personally deliver the share transfer contract to Mr. Yi. This way, he could leave a good impression on Mr. Yi and show him how much he valued him. Time passed, and it was already afternoon. After class, Yi Fan got in his car and headed to the place he had agreed to meet with Tian Wu yesterday. It was a top restaurant in Jiangzhou that Yi Fan had never been to before. On the other side, in the restaurant, Tian Wu and a few people dressed as executives were quietly waiting in a private room.
Lao Tian, who did you invite this time? Yeah, who is the important person you invited that we're all waiting for?
Someone in the room asked, curious about who Tian Wu had invited for dinner. Last night, Tian Wu had told them that he had invited an important person to dinner and asked them to come and meet him. Today, they hurried over, but the important person had not arrived yet.
Besides Tian Wu, the people in the private room were all executives of some companies in Jiangzhou, with net worth similar to Tian Wu's.
Even the least wealthy among them had assets of 1 or 2 billion. Normally, it was others who waited for them, but now they were waiting here. So, these people were very curious about the identity of the important person Tian Wu had invited.
Who is this important person? Tian Wu's face showed a strange smile.
Since you want to know, I'll tell you.
The important person I invited today is?
Yi Fan, Mr. Yi, Tian Wu introduced.
Yi Fan? Mr. Yi?
The people present all had puzzled and surprised expressions. They had never heard of this Yi Fan or Mr. Yi before.
Yi Fan, Mr. Yi, who is that? Tian Wu explained, you should have heard about it.
A few days ago, Ma Jiangwen publicly apologized by kneeling. The person I invited today, Mr. Yi, is the one Ma Jiangwen knelt down to apologize to.
Tian Wu didn't hide anything and told everyone directly. What? The person who came today, Mr. Yi, is the one Ma Jiangwen knelt down to apologize to? Two people present had heard about the incident.
Upon learning that the person Tian Wu invited was the one Ma Jiangwen knelt down to apologize to, they were all surprised. However, two people had never heard of this incident and showed average reactions. Uncle Tian, just tell us who this Yi Fan is. One of the two who had not heard of Yi Fan, a young man in his late 20s, spoke up. His name was Yan Hanlin, the youngest among those present. He had taken over the company from his father a few months ago and was currently in the limelight. The people present were familiar with Yan Hanlin's father and had invited Yan Hanlin to join them today. Mr. Yi is the owner of Yilin Entertainment Agency, Tian Wu explained. Yilin Entertainment Agency, I think I've heard of it. Yan Hanlin pondered. After a few seconds, Yan Hanlin suddenly realized, isn't that a small company with just $1 billion in assets? How can the owner of such a small company be a big shot? Yan Hanlin looked disdainful. He didn't believe that Yi Fan could make Ma Jiangwen, a billionaire, kneel down to apologize.
Who is Ma Jiangwen? A billionaire.
Even if he met him, he would have to address him respectfully as Uncle Ma.
It sounded like a rumor.
When Mr. Yi arrives later, be polite.
Got it. Yan Hanlin nodded.
Although he agreed verbally, he was still dissatisfied in his heart. He wanted to see for himself what was so special about this Mr. Yi. As they were discussing, the door to the private room opened. Yi Fan walked in.
Mr. Yi.
Upon seeing Yi Fan, Tian Wu hurried over, smiling and greeting him.
Mr. Yi? Hearing Tian Wu's address, the others in the room also guessed Yi Fan's identity.
So this was the Yi Fan, Mr. Yi.
So young. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi.
The others also stood up, took the initiative to shake hands with Yifan, and were very polite.
Everyone took their seats. May I ask where Mr. Yi graduated from? Yen Hanlin asked directly.
Although the others felt that Yen Hanlin was a bit impolite, no one stopped him. To be honest, they were all very curious about Yifan's specific identity. I'm still in college and currently managing Yilin Entertainment Agency, Yifan replied casually. Although Yifan had just become the third largest shareholder of Longteng Group, he did not hold any specific position in the company.
Strictly speaking, Yifan was only managing Yilin Entertainment Agency at the moment.
As for the hotels and restaurants under Yifan's name, they were small businesses not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Yen Hanlin's respect for Yifan diminished.
Just the owner of a small entertainment agency, nothing special. His company was tens of billions behind. Welcome, Mr. Yi. I suggest we all raise a toast to Mr. Yi. Tianwu stood up and said warmly. Good idea. Great idea.
The others raised their glasses and stood up as well. Except for Yifan, only Yen Hanlin remained unmoved, still sitting there leisurely.
Xiao Yen. Tianwu reminded.
Uncle Tian, he is just the boss of a small Yilin talent agency, not a big shot, with no special background.
Why should I toast to him? Yen Hanlin asked back.
Suddenly, a knocking sound was heard.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Tianwu thought it was the waiter, so he called out.
The next second, the private room door opened, and an unexpected person walked in.
Looking at the man who walked in, everyone present was stunned, with a look of extreme shock on their faces. Even Yen Hanlin, who was sitting there with a nonchalant look, was startled when he saw the man who entered. The next second, without any hesitation, Yen Hanlin immediately stood up respectfully.
Yen Hanlin was extremely shocked.
Not only him, but everyone else present was also extremely puzzled.
What's going on today? Why did this big shot come? Was he also invited by Tianwu? With these thoughts in mind, several guests looked at Tianwu with great admiration.
To be able to invite such guests, old Tian is really rising up lately. Facing the gazes of the others, Tianwu shrugged, also feeling very puzzled and confused.
How could he possibly invite such a big shot?
Just as Tianwu was about to speak and greet this big shot, something that no one present had ever expected happened. They saw the big shot and their eyes walk straight to Yifan and greet him very respectfully.
Mr. Yi, hello, I am Jiang Taiyuan.
It turned out that this man was none other than Jiang Taiyuan, the president of Longteng Group.
Oh, so you are President Jiang.
Yifan learned the identity of the visitor and spoke. This morning, Jiang Taiyuan had called Yifan. But because Yifan was in class, he did not answer. In the afternoon, Jiang Taiyuan called again. When the call was answered, Jiang Taiyuan introduced himself and said he wanted to hand over the share transfer contract of Longteng Group to Yifan. He asked where Yifan was and when he had time. It was already quite late, and Yifan had made plans with Tianwu. So Yifan directly asked him to come here to find him. Watching this scene, everyone present was stunned.
What's going on? President Jiang came to find Yifan?
Although Jiang Taiyuan was not the major shareholder of Longteng Group, as the president of a 100 billion conglomerate, this status was enough to make Tianwu, Yen Hanlin, and others look up to him. But now, this big shot actually came to find Yifan on his own initiative.
Mr. Yi, this is your share transfer contract, please keep it safe.
On the other side, Jiang Taiyuan handed over the 20% share transfer contract of Longteng Group to Yifan. Seeing this scene, the people present were even more stunned.
President Jiang, what is this? Finally, Yen Hanlin couldn't help but speak up.
Mr. Yi has acquired 20% of our Longteng Group's shares and is now one of the major shareholders of our Longteng Group.
Jiang Taiyuan did not hide anything and said directly.
Jiang Taiyuan's words exploded in the ears of the people present.
Boom! What did they hear? Jiang Taiyuan said that Yifan had acquired 20% of Longteng Group's shares and was now one of the major shareholders of Longteng Group? 20% of Longteng Group's shares were equivalent to about 20 billion. Everyone was deeply shocked. To be able to easily come up with 20 billion to acquire shares, the wealth and background were absolutely terrifying. It turned out that they had all misunderstood just now. This Mr. Yi was indeed a big shot. Tianwu was proud, his judgment was still good, Mr. Ye's identity was indeed terrifying. The others breathed a sigh of relief. They were extremely fortunate that they had toasted to Mr. Yi just now. At the scene, only Yen Hanlin's body couldn't help but tremble constantly, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Oh no, oh no. He had caused a big disaster. This Yi Fan is not just the boss of the Yilan Entertainment Agency. Can an ordinary person easily acquire 20% of Longteng Group's shares? Mr. Yi, it was my mistake, I was blind. You must not compare yourself to me. Yen Hanlin immediately stood up and apologized to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, let me punish myself with 100 cups to show my apology, I hope you forgive me. After speaking, Yen Hanlin started pouring the wine. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. When he reached over 30 cups, Yen Hanlin couldn't take it anymore, he immediately ran out and vomited in the restroom. But he dared not stop drinking, in order to appease Mr. Yi, he could not give up. After vomiting, Yen Hanlin went back. Back and forth countless times, Yen Hanlin finally finished the 100 cups. After finishing, Yen Hanlin was taken away by an ambulance and sent to the hospital. While Yen Hanlin was drinking, Yi Fan and Jiang Taiyuan were chatting. From Jiang Taiyuan, Yi Fan learned some general information about Longteng Group. Tomorrow morning, Yi Fan happened to have no classes, so he made an appointment with Jiang Taiyuan to visit Longteng Group. After all, he was now one of the major shareholders of this billion-dollar group, so it was necessary to take a look. After chatting for a while, Jiang Taiyuan left to arrange things for tomorrow. Yi Fan had dinner and left with the farewell of Tianwu and others. On the other side, in a large ancient-style mansion, 2 middle-aged men were chatting, and one slightly chubby man suddenly received a phone call. What? Only about 20 years old, okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, the slightly chubby man looked thoughtful. The slightly chubby man's name was Wan Shangyang, a billionaire in Jiangzhou. In addition to being a billionaire, he had a special identity as the second largest shareholder of Longteng Group. Lao Wan, what's wrong? Another serious middle-aged man asked in surprise. Well, I am the second largest shareholder of Longteng Group, right? Yesterday, someone acquired 20% of Longteng Group's shares, becoming the third largest shareholder of Longteng Group. Wan Shangyang explained. What? The serious middle-aged man was extremely surprised. The market value of Longteng Group is around 1 billion, acquiring 20% of the shares is equivalent to 2 billion. To come up with 2 billion in one go, even many billionaires might not be able to do it. There are people in Jiangzhou with such deep pockets? That's not all. What really surprised me is that the person who acquired 20% of Longteng Group's shares is said to be a young person around 20 years old. Wan Shangyang revealed his reason for being shocked. What? Hearing this, even the usually calm middle-aged man couldn't sit still. A young person in their 20s? A young person who can come up with 2 billion to acquire 20% of Longteng Group's shares? Are you kidding me? Are there young people in Jiangzhou with such financial resources? If they can easily come up with 2 billion to acquire Longteng Group's shares, how much is the net worth of this young person? 100 billion? 200 billion, or more? The serious middle-aged man dared not continue thinking. Just now, Jiang Taiyuan went to meet this young person who acquired 20% of Longteng Group's shares. He is going to Longteng Group tomorrow. Wan Shangyang pondered. At this moment, Wan Shangyang was filled with curiosity about this financially powerful young person. If he could make friends with such a person, it would be great. Soon, Wan Shangyang made up his mind. It had been a long time since he visited Longteng Group, he would go tomorrow as well. He would also get to know this young person who acquired 20% of Longteng Group. Such a young person was worth actively befriending. After making a decision, Wan Shangyang contacted Jiang Taiyuan to inform him that he also wanted to go to Longteng Group. Just as Wan Shangyang hung up the phone, the middle-aged man next to him with a serious expression couldn't help but speak up.
Lao Wan, let me meet this young man when there's a chance. He was curious about this wealthy and powerful young man. When did Changranju have such a figure? Don't worry, Lao Su, leave this to me, Wan Shangyang assured him, as it wasn't a difficult matter. Thank you then, the serious middle-aged man, Lao Su, expressed his gratitude. Don't be so formal, Lao Su, do we still need to be like this between us? Wan Shangyang laughed, as he never paid much attention to formalities. A new day arrived, and Yifan, in order to keep a low profile, drove his Ferrari straight to Longteng Group. When he arrived at Longteng Group, Zhang Taiyuan and a group of company executives were already waiting there. Standing next to Zhang Taiyuan was a slightly chubby middle-aged man. When Yifan got out of the car, everyone except the chubby middle-aged man came forward voluntarily. Mr. Yi, hello. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. The executives of Longteng Group stood in front of the company's entrance, politely greeting Yifan. Yifan nodded in response. Mr. Yi, let me introduce you. Zhang Taiyuan came up to Yifan and pointed to the slightly chubby middle-aged man. This is our second largest shareholder at Longteng Group, Mr. Wan. Ha? The second largest shareholder of Longteng Group? Knowing the identity of the slightly chubby middle-aged man, Yifan wasn't particularly surprised. He had already guessed that when even Zhang Taiyuan came forward, only this slightly chubby middle-aged man remained calm, indicating his special status. After Zhang Taiyuan finished speaking, Wan Shangyang stepped forward and extended his hand. Yifan shook hands with Wan Shangyang. Mr. Yi is truly talented and outstanding, Wan Shangyang sincerely remarked. Although Yifan was known to be young, seeing him in person still shocked Wan Shangyang. This Mr. Yi was probably not even 20 years old. To easily acquire 20% of Longteng Group's shares before the age of 20 was truly terrifying. Mr. Wan, you're too kind, Yifan replied. When I first met Mr. Yi, I felt a sense of closeness. I'm a few years older than Mr. Yi, so I'll call you Little Yi brother, Wan Shangyang said. As shareholders of Longteng Group, they were considered part of the same group. To get closer to Yifan, Wan Shangyang deliberately changed the way he addressed him to be more friendly. If Wan Shangyang's words were to spread, it would likely cause a stir in Changranju. The prominent figure in Changranju, the billionaire Wan Shangyang, actively building a relationship with a young man was simply unimaginable. Don't be so polite, Little Yi brother, since the other party was so courteous, Yifan couldn't refuse. Then I'll call you Old Wan brother. Later, accompanied by a group of Longteng Group executives, Yifan and Wan Shangyang entered the Longteng Group together. Wan Shangyang and Zhang Taiyuan acted as guides for Yifan, giving him a tour of the company before heading to the group's meeting room. Zhang Taiyuan presided over the meeting, with the second largest shareholder of the group, Wan Shangyang, speaking first. Wan Shangyang only said a few words, mostly welcoming Yifan. Then it was Yifan's turn, who also said a few words to get through it. After the meeting, Wan Shangyang and Yifan chatted in the office. During this time, Wan Shangyang actively invited Yifan to his house in the afternoon for tea. Wan Shangyang was very enthusiastic, making it hard for Yifan to refuse, so he had to agree. After setting a time, Yifan parted ways with Wan Shangyang. Once Wan Shangyang returned to his villa, he immediately called Lao Su. Lao Su, do you have time this afternoon? I've taken care of the task you asked me to do. I'm inviting Yi Lao Di to come to my house for tea this afternoon. On the other end of the phone, Lao Su thought for a moment. I'll postpone my afternoon plans and come over. Lao Su was curious about this Yi Lao, so he immediately said he would definitely come in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Lao Su arrived early at Wan Shangyang's villa and waited. 10 minutes later, a knock on the door was heard. Wan Shangyang went to open the door himself. As the villa door opened, Yifan came into view. Yi Lao Di is here, please come in. Wan Shangyang warmly invited Yifan in. Upon hearing this, Lao Su also stood up. Lao Su, let me introduce you, this is the Yi Lao I mentioned, Yi Lao Di. Wan Shangyang introduced Yifan to Lao Su. Yi Lao Di, this is my friend, Lao Su. Yi Lao. Lao Su was about to speak, but was interrupted by Wan Shangyang.
Calling him Yi Lao is too formal. Wan Xiangyang said. Yi Lao is talented and remarkable. Lao Su spoke very politely. Let's just be on equal terms if Yi Lao doesn't mind. Yes, that's best. Wan Xiangyang chimed in. Yi Fan was hesitant at first, but Lao Su was too polite, and it was hard to refuse his kindness. Yi Lao Di. Lao Su warmly shook hands with Yi Fan. Su Lao Gu. Wan Xiangyang invited the two guests to sit down. This is a rare Da Hong Pao tea that I managed to get. If it weren't for Yi Lao Di coming today, I wouldn't have been willing to bring it out. Wan Xiangyang poured tea for Yi Fan. Indeed, today I am fortunate to taste the tea from Lao Wan's collection thanks to Yi Lao Di. Lao Su said with deep emotion. While enjoying the tea, the three of them chatted for a while, and their relationship grew closer. Ah, Yi Lao Di is talented and promising. My daughter is about the same age as Yi Lao Di, but her achievements are far behind. Lao Su sighed as he spoke. My niece is also outstanding. Rare talents like Yi Lao Di are hard to come by. Wan Xiangyang said with emotion. When he was about the same age as Yi Lao Di, with the support and connections at home, he barely managed to start a small company with 5 or 6 people. But now, Yi Lao Di can easily acquire shares of Longtum Group. That's the difference. Wan Lao Gu, you flatter me. With Wan Xiangyang's praise, even Yi Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Ah, Yi Lao Di is indeed outstanding. Lao Su also praised Yi Fan. By the way, Lao Su, isn't it almost your niece's birthday? Suddenly remembering something, Wan Xiangyang curiously asked. It's coming soon. Lao Su nodded. Last time on my niece's birthday, I was out of town. This time I will definitely give her a big gift. Wan Xiangyang said. Wan Xiangyang and Lao Su were old friends. If it weren't for the fact that both of their children were daughters, they might have arranged a marriage long ago. You said it. Lao Su said. Of course, on my niece's birthday, how can this uncle not go? Wan Xiangyang said firmly. By the way, Yi Lao Di, why don't you come along then? Lao Su invited Yi Fan. At that time, I will introduce you to each other. As Yi Shu Shu, you should take good care of your niece in the future. Lao Su said deliberately. In order to broaden his daughter's network, Lao Su wanted his daughter to meet this Yi Shu Shu. When Lao Su mentioned his daughter, at Zhangzhou University, Su Meng couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Su Meng, what's wrong with you? Zhao Shuxian asked in surprise. Are you sick, have a cold? No problem, I don't know what happened either. Su Meng shrugged, not sure why she suddenly sneezed. With Wan Xiangyang's villa, Yi Fan couldn't refuse after Su Laogu said so. Alright, I will definitely come when my niece's birthday comes. Then I'll thank Yi Lao Di on behalf of my daughter. Su Laogu offered a cup of tea to Yi Fan instead of alcohol. As the time was almost up, Yi Fan got up to bid farewell to Wan Xiangyang and Su Laogu. Wan Xiangyang and Su Laogu purposely escorted Yi Fan out. By the way, Yi Lao Di, what's your WeChat? Let me add you. Wan Xiangyang suddenly asked as Yi Fan was about to leave. Yi Fan took out his phone and added Wan Xiangyang on WeChat. Seeing Wan Xiangyang adding, Su Lao Di did not actively add, planning to have Wan Lao push him later. After adding Wan Xiangyang on WeChat, Yi Fan finally left in his car. Wan Xiangyang and Su Laogu entered the villa. Lao Wan, don't forget to push Yi Lao Di's WeChat to me. Su Laogu casually said. What? What did you say? Wan Xiangyang pretended not to hear. I said you push Yi Lao Di's WeChat to me later. Su Laogu repeated carefully. What did you say? I didn't hear, maybe my ears have a problem. Wan Xiangyang acted as if he still didn't hear, with an expression suggesting his ears were the issue. With Wan Xiangyang's response, Su Laoji's expression changed slightly. This Lao Wan seemed a bit off. Was he pretending not to hear just now? What was he up to? Lao Wan, what are you trying to do? Su Laogu, who knew Wan Xiangyang very well, asked directly. He. Wan Shangyang smiled mysteriously, not hiding anything. I plan to push the WeChat to my daughter, so she can add Yi Lao Di on her own. Ha! Su Lao Gu said helplessly, Yi Lao Di treats you like an older brother, and you want to be his father-in-law? Well, I have no choice. My daughter has not had a boyfriend in her 4 years of college. She is about to graduate soon, can I not be anxious? Wan Shangyang said helplessly. Even as a billionaire, he felt helpless in such matters. Lao Su, you better not compete with me. The next moment, Wan Shangyang looked at Lao Su warily. My niece is only a sophomore today, still young. My daughter is about to graduate from college. I think Yi Lao Di is outstanding and suitable for my daughter. Wan Shangyang asked, by the way, when you invited Yi Lao Di to your niece's birthday banquet, did you have this idea too? TSK, who thinks as much as you do? Lao Su shrugged helplessly. I really treat Yi Lao Di as a friend, just want my daughter to meet this Uncle Yi. How could I turn Yi Lao Di into a son-in-law? I'm not that kind of person. Lao Su said firmly. That's good, I won't push Yi Lao Di's WeChat to you then. If you need anything, contact me, and I will reach out to Yi Lao Di. Wan Shangyang said vigilantly. Seeing Wan Shangyang's response, Lao Su did not insist further. He truly regarded Yi Lao Di as a friend and had no intention of turning him into a son-in-law. This Lao Wan. On the other side, in the afternoon, Yi Fan returned to school. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had one more class to attend. He made it back just in time. Besides Longtung Group, Yi Fan also received an invitation from a 5-star hotel, Roman International Hotel. Tonight, he could go and have a look, and maybe have a meal there. According to the information he checked earlier, the restaurant at Roman International Hotel was good. Don't think that 5-star hotels are just places to sleep and rest. Many famous restaurants inside domestic 5-star hotels are also well known, such as the Peninsula in Shanghai, and Four Seasons in Beijing, and so on. The restaurant at the Roman International Hotel is pretty good. Well, that's decided then. Let's go to the Roman International Hotel for dinner tonight. Yi Fan finished class and was getting ready to leave. By chance, Yi Fan ran into Su Meng walking over. What are we eating tonight? Su Meng muttered softly, seeming to be troubled by this daily dilemma. Su's senior sister is worried about what to eat for dinner, how about we go together? Yi Fan asked as he happened to run into Su Meng. Ha! At this moment, Su Meng noticed Yi Fan not far ahead. Sure. Su Meng nodded. Since she was worrying about what to eat and Yi Junior brother suggested it, she didn't have to worry anymore. Yi Junior brother, where are we going tonight? Su Meng curiously asked. We're going to the Roman International Hotel tonight, Yi Fan replied. Nearby, Yi Fan's classmates had just finished packing up and were walking out of the classroom. They happened to hear Yi Fan's words. When they realized who Yi Fan was talking to, these classmates were dumbfounded. What? Did they hear that correctly just now? Yi Fan was actually taking Su's school flower to a hotel? The classmates stood there stiffly as if struck by lightning. They were deeply shocked. It was said that the relationship between Yi Fan and Su's school flower was not simple and they might become a couple. They never expected it to develop to this extent. Was Yi Fan so straightforward? They thought Yi Fan's words were just casual. But they never expected Su Meng's next words, which left them even more dumbfounded. Roman International Hotel? Upon hearing Yi Fan, Su Meng replied, It's quite nice there, we can go there more often. As a wealthy heiress, Su Meng had naturally been to the restaurant at the Roman International Hotel several times with her friends. It was said that the chef at the Roman International Hotel was specially invited from the Magic City and had excellent culinary skills. Su Meng thought the food was very good. So she told Yi Fan that they could go there more often if they had the chance. However, Su Meng's words, when heard by the classmates nearby, took on a different meaning. Oh my God? Yi Fan's classmates' perception was further refreshed. What did they just hear? The dignified and aloof school flower Su's senior sister actually said to Yi Fan that a hotel was nice, and even said they could go there more often? Hissing. Taking a sharp breath, they felt like their worldview had collapsed. Was this something a high and cold school flower should say? How come the high and cold school flower in front of them, when facing Yifan, seemed like a girl in love? Is this the taste of love, which can make a high and cold school flower become extremely enthusiastic, of course, only towards one person? Admiration, admiration. At this moment, the classmates were in awe of Yifan. They were all freshmen, having not been in school for long. They hadn't even recognized all the girls in the class, and someone had already won over the high and cold school flower. Why was there such a big gap between people? Sigh. Yifan was really amazing. Not paying attention to these classmates, Yifan and Su Meng chatted as they walked. Yi junior brother, wait for me, I'll go to the dormitory building to change clothes first, Su Meng said to Yifan. Okay. Yifan nodded. Watching Yifan and Su Meng gradually walk away, Yifan's classmates were extremely envious. Master, I bow to you. Please teach me the secrets of pursuing the school flower. On the other side, after parting ways with Yifan, Su Meng went to the dormitory. Opening the door, Su Meng hurriedly walked in and started looking for clothes. Zhao Shuxian had just returned and was putting things away. Seeing Su Meng in a hurry, Zhao Shuxian was curious. Wasn't Su Meng fine during class just now? What happened in this short time they didn't see each other? Su Meng, what's wrong? Zhao Shuxian asked with concern. Nothing, I'm just looking for the outfit I bought before, I'll wear it when I go out later, explained Su Meng. Not long ago, she bought a beautiful set of clothes but hadn't worn it yet. On the way back to the dorm, Su Meng thought for a long time about what to wear later, hesitated for a while, and finally chose it. Who are you going out with later? Zhao Shuxian asked curiously. I'm going out with Yifan later, Su Meng replied while looking for clothes. Huh? With Yifan? Zhao Shuxian suddenly became interested, a strong gossip fire burning. These two, when they first met, were very shy, needing her to mediate between them. Now he has left her behind and started dating on his own. Ah, men. Indeed, once they have a partner, they forget about their own family, forget about their own cousin. She worked hard to introduce Su Meng to him. At that time, he promised to take her out for a big meal. Now, being with Su Meng, he completely forgot about his promise to her cousin. Ah, men are unreliable. What are you going to do? Although she complained a bit about Yifan forgetting to take her out for a meal, Zhao Shuxian was still happy to know that Yifan and Su Meng were going out alone. She was looking forward to the day when Su Meng would call her cousin. He. We're going to the Roman International Hotel, Su Meng casually replied while looking for clothes. Put. Zhao Shuxian, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it out directly. What? Did she hear that right? That guy Yifan is taking Su Meng to the Roman International Hotel? Their relationship is progressing too fast. Su Meng, are you okay, feeling unwell? Seeing Zhao Shuxian spraying water out, Su Meng quickly asked, afraid that Zhao Shuxian was getting sick. It's nothing, Zhao Shuxian quickly shook her head, afraid of ruining the good thing between the two. Su Meng, you should be careful, that guy Yifan is not good, Zhao Shuxian hinted. Although Yifan is her cousin, Su Meng is also her good friend. Now Yifan has won over Su Meng, isn't it too fast? Although she also hopes that Yifan and Su Meng can be together, they have only known each other for half a month. Huh? Hearing Zhao Shuxian's words, Su Meng looked surprised. Is Yi younger brother bad? I think Yi younger brother is very good. Su Meng retorted. She has known Yi younger brother for a while and thinks he has a good character, is responsible, and has courage. Okay, Zhao Shuxian shrugged. Since Su Meng said so, she didn't continue. By the way, Shuxian, do you want to come along? Suddenly, Su Meng invited. Shuxian is Yifan's cousin, and she probably hasn't eaten yet, so they could go together. What? Hearing Su Meng's invitation, Zhao Shuxian almost jumped up. What the heck? Yifan and Su Meng are going to the hotel, why would she go with them? Be a third wheel, eat dog food? She has already eaten enough over the weekend.
And it wouldn't be appropriate for her to go alone.
I'm not going, Zhao Shuxian quickly shook her head.
Okay, Su Meng said somewhat regretfully.
After changing clothes, Su Meng said goodbye to Zhao Shuxian and left.
Watching Su Meng leave, Zhao Shuxian hesitated for a moment, then called Yifan.
What's up, sis?
The phone connected, and Yifan's voice came through.
You brat, I warn you, don't bully Su Meng later, Zhao Shuxian cautioned.
Why would I? I'm a decent person.
Yifan retorted. Decent person, heh. Zhao Shuxian chuckled coldly. She didn't believe Yifan's nonsense. Was Yifan a decent person?
Then there would be no indecent people in the world. Finally, with a firm heart, Zhao Shuxian specifically reminded Yifan, be safe.
Don't worry, sis, I'm pretty good at driving. He had obtained top-notch driving skills from the game, so there shouldn't be any problems. Safety is not a concern.
And you call yourself a decent person?
Goodbye. Zhao Shuxian made a sarcastic remark and hung up the phone.
On the other end, Yifan looked puzzled, wondering what was wrong with his older sister. He had patiently waited for Su Shuejie to have dinner, so why was he not considered a decent person?
Was it because he didn't invite her to eat together, blaming himself? Yifan couldn't figure it out.
Let it go this time, next time I'll invite her out for a meal to make it up to her. Yifan muttered to himself. It was already too late to invite his older sister now, so he decided to do it next time and treat her specially. Shortly after, Su Meng arrived. Taking Su Meng with him, Yifan headed straight to the Roman International Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yifan, as the hotel owner, felt like a stranger. It was only under Su Meng's guidance that he finally made it to the hotel's restaurant. After dinner, Yifan left with Su Meng without meeting the hotel manager. This time, he wasn't there for work inspection, just curious to see this 5-star hotel he had recently acquired.
And to taste the food. It was pretty good.
Yifan was quite satisfied. After dropping Su Meng off at school, Yifan returned to his villa.
The next day, with no classes in the afternoon, Yifan headed straight to the Yilin Entertainment Agency after leaving school. It had been a while since he last visited.
He wondered what the current situation at Yilin was.
Having absorbed part of the interests of the rival Yuan Yin Entertainment Agency, Yilin should be thriving now.
Additionally, Yifan had another reason for visiting Yilin Entertainment Agency, to check on his employee, Bai Hanyan.
He still remembered the challenge worth 15 billion that was to develop Bai Hanyan into a top singer.
If successful, he would receive a 51% stake in the Shanghai Entertainment Group, one of the top 10 entertainment companies in the country, equivalent to around 15 billion. If Yifan could secure this 15 billion, even if he couldn't become the richest man in Jiangzhou, he would definitely be one of the top tycoons in Jiangzhou. Upon arriving at the company, Yifan went straight to the general manager's office.
Mr. Yi, what brings you here? Seeing Yifan, Yang Xuemin, who was in the office, stood up immediately.
Nothing special, just checking on how the company is doing recently, Yifan asked.
Mr. Yi, the company has been developing well recently, and due to the Yuan Yin Entertainment Agency, our Yilin. Yang Xuemin reported to Yifan. Yang Xuemin talked about many things, but the most important was
that the total assets of Yilin Entertainment Agency had increased and were close to 1.1 billion. This was the issue Yifan was concerned about. Yifan nodded in satisfaction.
By the way, how is Bai Hanyan doing recently? Yifan asked curiously. Bai Hanyan is doing well.
She has successfully become one of the top anchors on Shark Live, and we are currently preparing to operate her Douyin account, Yang Xuemin replied. This matter was more in the hands of the company's professionals, so Yifan didn't ask further.
After the conversation, Yifan left.
On the other side, Yifan went to check on Bai Hanyan. It wasn't time for her live broadcast, so Bai Hanyan was in class. Yilin Entertainment Agency had hired professionals to teach Bai Hanyan singing. Seeing Yifan approaching, Bai Hanyan immediately greeted him excitedly.
Mr. Yi.
Bai Hanyan had always been grateful to Yifan. If it weren't for Mr. Yi giving her this opportunity, she would never have been able to realize her dreams. After chatting for a bit, Bai Hanyan invited Yi Fan to have coffee with her the next day. Yi Fan agreed. Bai Hanyan had to go back to class, so Yi Fan didn't continue the conversation. Separated from Bai Hanyan, Yi Fan left the Yilan brokerage company and returned to the villa. He had completed many challenges in the game with a monthly salary of 3,000. I am the richest in the world, some big and some small. After completing the challenges, in addition to the rewards, Yi Fan also gained various experience points and point rewards. Yi Fan had not deliberately checked them. Now, some time had passed, and Yi Fan was curious about how many experience points and points he had accumulated. His player level and mall level should be close to leveling up. Even though the mall was updating daily, the items in the one-star mall no longer caught Yi Fan's attention. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Fan studied the game. First, Yi Fan found the player level and checked it. Player level, LV1, 91/100, Yi Fan had accumulated 91 experience points, only 9 points away from leveling up to become an esteemed LV2 player. At that time, he could buy 2 products in the mall at once. Yi Fan then found the mall level and checked it. Mall level, 1-star mall, 47/50. Yi Fan's mall level was slightly higher than his player level. Now, he was only 3 points away from leveling up to a 2-star mall. Once upgraded to a 2-star mall, not only could the items in the mall increase to 5, but more importantly, the value of the items would also increase several times. This was the most important part. Yi Fan was very curious about what would be in the upgraded 2-star mall. Now, Yi Fan was most looking forward to quickly leveling up the mall and player levels. Just as Yi Fan was about to close the game, a pop-up suddenly appeared. A new challenge had emerged. Challenge released, a brokerage company wants to poach Bai Hanyan. Although Bai Hanyan disagrees, the other party has been persistently trying to retain their employees and protect their 15 billion. Challenge reward, a high-end residential building, experience points +9, mall points +3. Seeing this challenge, Yi Fan suddenly became alert. A company wanted to poach his employee, Bai Hanyan. This was unacceptable. This was related to his 15 billion long-term challenge. After reading the task of this challenge, Yi Fan suddenly noticed the rewards. A residential building was nothing special, probably worth a few billion. Yi Fan wasn't too concerned about that. What he truly valued were the other rewards of this challenge. 9 experience points and 3 mall points. With these 9 experience points, Yi Fan's player level could upgrade from LV1 to an esteemed LV2 player. And with 3 mall points, Yi Fan's mall would also upgrade to a 2-star mall. The value of the items inside would increase nearly tenfold. Compared to a residential building, this was the most important. I should ask Bai Hanyan about this tomorrow. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Tomorrow, Bai Hanyan invited him for coffee to chat about recent events. Yi Fan could take this opportunity to inquire about the specific situation. Even if there were number 15 billion rewards, if another company tried to poach Bai Hanyan and she refused but the other party continued to pester her, Yi Fan wouldn't ignore it. Bai Hanyan was an employee he had promoted. Due to the incident with Ling Sierra last time, Yi Fan felt that Bai Hanyan was a kind and just person, the kind of employee worth nurturing. The next afternoon, Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg to the coffee shop where he had arranged to meet Bai Hanyan. On the other side, Bai Hanyan had already arrived at the coffee shop. She didn't have a car and was afraid of being late, so she came early. She couldn't let Mr. Yi wait for her. This time, to express her appreciation and respect for Mr. Yi, Bai Hanyan deliberately chose a high-end coffee shop she wouldn't normally visit. Bai Hanyan had just sat down not long ago when a very wealthy middle-aged woman walked over. Miss Bai, we meet again, what a coincidence. The middle-aged woman greeted Bai Hanyan proactively with a very coincidental look. Bai Hanyan's expression changed upon seeing this middle-aged woman. Why her again? Was she being followed? Bai Hanyan didn't believe it was a chance encounter. The middle-aged woman's name was Zhang Xiaoran, a director at the Bayan Talent Agency. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaoran suddenly approached her, saying that the Bayan Talent Agency valued her highly and wanted to recruit her.
For this, Zhang Xiaoran even offered generous terms. Although Zhang Xiaoran's offer was generous, Bai Hanyan still refused her. Even though she was now considered one of the top anchors at Shark Live, with many fans. But she knew that she owed everything she had to Yi Zhong's recognition. If it weren't for Yi Zhong, she wouldn't have achieved what she had now. If it weren't for Yi Zhong, she might have already been fired by the company for offending Ling Xier and would still be looking for a job. She was someone who repaid kindness, sincerely grateful to Yifan Yi Zhong. Yifan Yi Zhong had helped her so much, she was willing to repay him tenfold. No matter what conditions the other party offered, she would not agree. Originally, Bai Hanyan thought that by rejecting Zhang Xiaoran would give up. But to her surprise, Zhang Xiaoran not only didn't give up but became even more enthusiastic, contacting her every day. Even if she blocked her, she would change numbers and contact her again. Zhang Xiaoran seemed to have latched onto her, no matter how she tried to shake her off. Director Zhang, I've already told you, I won't leave Yilan Talent Agency. Bai Hanyan said helplessly to Zhang Xiaoran once again. Miss Bai, don't rush to reject me, listen to my conditions first. Zhang Xiaoran sat directly across from her. First, the conditions I mentioned before, double them. As long as you agree, our Bai Talent Agency can offer you a contract worth 30 million, just signed for 3 years. This is equivalent to 10 million per year, very high, and if you endorse games or anything, we only take a 30% cut, 70% of the endorsement fee goes to you. Our Bai Talent Agency will also focus on training you, grooming you into the top anchor at Shark Live, the number one, even breaking into the entertainment industry. Becoming a big star is not impossible. To entice Bai Hanyan, Zhang Xiaoran painted a big picture for her. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Bai Hanyan decisively refused. You must be worried that if you leave Yilan Talent Agency, they will make you pay a huge breach of contract fee. Zhang Xiaoran spoke again. We, Bai Talent Agency, can help you with that breach of contract fee. And you don't have to worry about retaliation from Yilan's boss. We know Yilan's boss, that Yi Zhong has connections, but behind our Bai Talent Agency, there are also influential figures supporting us. Zhang Xiaoran said confidently. Director Zhang, I have no intention of leaving Yilan. Bai Hanyan continued to refuse. Just as Bai Hanyan finished speaking, Yi Fan happened to walk over. President Yi. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Bai Hanyan immediately stood up and greeted Yi Fan. Whom? Yi Fan nodded and suddenly noticed the middle-aged woman sitting across from Bai Hanyan, curiously asking, who is this? Bai Hanyan walked over to Yi Fan's side and explained quietly to him. After listening to Bai Hanyan, Yi Fan understood. So this middle-aged woman was the one mentioned in the game who wanted to poach Yi Fan and take away Bai Hanyan from her talent agency. After Bai Hanyan and Yi Fan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoran also stood up. You must be President Yi, nice to meet you. Zhang Xiaoran greeted Yi Fan, but without fear. Her company's boss, Mr. Dai, is a big shot in Jiangzhou, Pan Tianwen, the younger brother of Mr. Pan. Who is Pan Tianwen? He is a real big shot, with a net worth close to 8 billion. Mr. Yi, I want to poach Bai Hanyan, Zhang Xiaoran suddenly spoke up. Is that so? What does Bai Hanyan think? Mr. Yi, I don't want to leave Yilan. Bai Hanyan immediately spoke up. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoran's face changed. Mr. Yi, this matter is Mr. Dai's idea. Zhang Xiaoran directly brought up their boss, as well as Pan Tianwen behind the Bian brokerage company, to intimidate Yi Fan. Mr. Dai did this because of Pan Tianwen, Mr. Pan's idea. Yi bro? Zhang Xiaoran's words were only halfway through when a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. The group turned to look. Behind them, a slightly chubby middle-aged man was standing there with a smile. Seeing this middle-aged man, Zhang Xiaoran was stunned. My goodness! How did this big shot come here? Zhang Xiaoran covered her mouth, looking incredulous. Such a big shot, not to mention herself, even their boss Mr. Dai wouldn't have the chance to meet him. But now, this big shot was standing right in front of her. Zhang Xiaoran was dumbfounded. Yi bro, what are you doing here?
The middle-aged man, Wan Shangyang, approached warmly and greeted Yi Fan. This middle-aged man was none other than the second-largest shareholder of Longtong Group, Wan Shangyang. Yi, bro. Originally shocked to see Wan Shangyang, Zhang Xiaoran was even more stunned to hear Wan Shangyang calling Yi Fan Yi bro. What? Did she hear that right? The prestigious big shot in Jiangzhou, Wan Shangyang, actually calling Yi Fan Yi bro? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaoran thought it was unbelievable enough for Wan Shangyang to call Yi Fan that way. But the next moment, Yi Fan's words almost made Zhang Xiaoran lose her balance. So it's brother Wan. Yi Fan also took a few steps forward and greeted Wan Shangyang. Brother Wan? This Yi Fan was calling Wan Shangyang brother Wan? And Wan Shangyang showed no sign of anger, but rather seemed pleased. Yi Fan and Wan Shangyang, these two were actually on equal terms. Zhang Xiaoran looked as if she had seen a ghost. Shocked beyond belief. One was a high and mighty big shot worth over 10 billion. The other was a young man in his 20s, the boss of a small company. Two people with such a huge difference in status were actually on equal terms? This was too terrifying. You see, not to mention their boss Mr. Dai, even Pan Tianwen, the boss behind the Bian brokerage company, would have to respectfully address Wan Shangyang as Mr. Wan. But now, this Yi Fan managed to do it. If this matter were to spread, it would probably cause a major earthquake in Jiangzhou. Gulp, gulp. Zhang Xiaoran swallowed nervously. To be on equal terms with the prestigious Wan Shangyang, wouldn't Yi Fan's status be almost the same as Wan Shangyang's? Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaoran almost had a heart attack and fainted. How terrifying! How horrifying! She had just shown disrespect to such a big shot. Zhang Xiaoran's body couldn't help but tremble, cold sweat pouring out. Originally, Wan Shangyang had come here for something today, but he didn't expect to see Yi Fan as soon as he entered. So Wan Shangyang took the initiative to come over and greet Yi Fan. After chatting with Yi Fan for a few moments, Wan Shangyang looked at Bai Hanyan and Zhang Xiaoran. Who are these two? Wan Shangyang asked curiously. This is my employee, and this is someone from the Bian brokerage company, Yi Fan introduced to Wan Shangyang. Knowing Bai Hanyan's identity, Wan Shangyang nodded slightly, then turned to look at Zhang Xiaoran. By the way, I heard you mention Pan Tianwen just now from a distance. What's going on with Pan Tianwen? Clang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoran's heart jumped to her throat. Pan Tianwen, Mr. Pan, has long heard of Mr. Yi's great name and admires Mr. Yi, wanting to pay a visit to Mr. Yi. Zhang Xiaoran's mind raced quickly, and she immediately changed her tone. Is that so? Wan Shangyang was not entirely convinced. I don't care what Pan Tianwen wants to do. If he dares to target Brother Yi, then he's going against me, Wan, and I will accompany him to the end. Wan Shangyang warned. I dare not, Zhang Xiaoran was almost too scared to stand. At this moment, her mind went blank. Thoughts of digging into Bai Hanyan and suppressing the Yilan brokerage company were all thrown out of her mind. Now, Zhang Xiaoran's only thought was to leave quickly and inform Mr. Dai and Mr. Pan. Let the two of them prepare to apologize and make amends to Mr. Yi Fan, or else it would be a disaster. Once Mr. Yi gets angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even without Mr. Yi getting angry, just one word from Wan Shangyang, and they would not be able to leave unscathed. Let's go. Wan Shangyang didn't want to see Zhang Xiaoran and waved her off disdainfully. Thank you, Mr. Wan. Zhang Xiaoran felt like she had been granted a reprieve. However, before leaving, she specifically apologized to Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan. Mr. Yi, Miss Bai, I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai, please forgive me. In the future, I will never appear in front of you two again, so as not to tarnish your eyes. With that, Zhang Xiaoran hurriedly left. Seeing Zhang Xiaoran leave, Bai Hanyan also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she no longer had to worry about being entangled by Zhang Xiaoran. This time, it was all thanks to Mr. Yi. She owed Mr. Yi too much, but how could she repay him? Bai Hanyan felt even more grateful to Yi Fan. By the way, Brother Yi, has anyone added you on WeChat recently? Suddenly, Wan Xiangyang curiously asked.
Added me on WeChat?
Yi Fan thought for a moment and shook his head.
I see. Wan Xiangyang nodded, thinking about his daughter.
He had already given Yi brother's WeChat to his daughter, asking her to add Yi brother on her own initiative.
It would be good to get to know each other.
It seemed that his daughter had not taken action yet. When he got back, he would definitely remind her. Wan Xiangyang thought to himself. Brother Yi, continue with your work, I'll take my leave. Wan Xiangyang had something to do, so after chatting with Yi Fan for a few more moments, he bid farewell. Take care, brother Wan, Yi Fan politely said goodbye to Wan Xiangyang.
After Wan Xiangyang left, Yi Fan sat back down.
At that moment, Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang. Yi Fan looked at his phone and saw a message, monthly salary of 3,000, I am the world's richest person. Ding, resolved the entanglement with Bai Hanyan, saved his employee, saved his 15 billion, challenge completed, congratulations on obtaining a residential building in Modern Garden Community, Building 18, congratulations on gaining 9 experience points, congratulations on gaining 3 points in the mall. As soon as Yi Fan opened the game, a series of notifications came in.
Yi Fan completed the challenge.
First, Yi Fan obtained a building in the Modern Garden Community. Yi Fan was familiar with the Modern Garden Community. Modern Garden was a well-known upscale community in Jiangzhou, with house prices exceeding 2,000 per square meter. In a second or third-tier city, a house price of over 2,000 was already considered high. The building in Modern Garden seemed to be 28 floors, with 6 units per floor, totaling 168 units. In other words, this time, Yi Fan gained over 160 units in one go. Roughly estimated, a modern garden building is worth around 3 to 400 million. The building itself is secondary, the most important thing is that Yi Fan suddenly gained 9 experience points and 3 points in the mall.
With these experience points and points, Yi Fan can finally level up.
Yi Fan first found the player level. Player level, LV1, 100 out of 100, you have met the upgrade conditions, do you want to upgrade? Sure enough, Yi Fan's experience points were exactly 100, so he could level up.
Level up. Yi Fan immediately clicked yes.
Ding, upgrade successful, congratulations on becoming a distinguished LV2 player. The game announced that Yi Fan successfully leveled up and became a distinguished LV2 player. Yi Fan then checked his player level. Player level, LV2, 0/300, to upgrade from LV2 to LV3, 300 experience points are needed. Yi Fan was satisfied. Originally he thought he might need 500 experience points to reach LV3.
He didn't expect it would only require 300 experience points. The game is indeed considerate of players.
Now, as a distinguished LV2 player, Yi Fan can buy 2 items from the mall every day.
Very good. With the player level increased, the next step is the mall level.
Mall level, 1-star mall, 50/50ths, just.
Like before, Yi Fan began to upgrade.
Ding, mall upgraded to 2 stars, number of items in the mall increased to 5, soon, a game prompt came. Yi Fan's game mall successfully upgraded to a 2-star mall. After upgrading to 2 stars, the number of items in it increased from 3 to 5. The value will increase nearly tenfold. Mall level, 2-star mall, 0/150, Yi Fan checked the mall level. To upgrade to a 3-star mall, Yi Fan needs 150 points, similar to the player level. Now, all Yi Fan needs to do is wait. Wait for the mall to refresh at midnight. He can buy 2 products from the mall at once.
He wondered what good things would appear in the mall after upgrading to a 2-star mall. It shouldn't disappoint him. Yi Fan was looking forward to it.
After reading the game, Yi Fan continued chatting with Bai Hanyan. Recently, Bai Hanyan's development has been good, and she already has many loyal fans. Moreover, after professional training from the company, Bai Hanyan's singing skills have also improved a lot. Yi Fan was very satisfied with this progress. I will have Yang Xuemin arrange it as soon as possible, to re-sign the contract with you.
The treatment will definitely not be worse than any other company.
Yi Fan said, and Bai Hanyan, facing the temptation of the Bixian brokerage company, decisively refused.
Moreover, once Bai Hanyan is successfully developed, he will also receive a large reward.
Yi Fan is not a stingy person, so he naturally wants to improve Bai Hanyan's treatment.
Currently, Bai Hanyan's contract is still the same as that of a regular employee. However, her future contract will definitely not be worse than that of the Bixian brokerage company, but will be even better.
Thank you, Yi.
Bai Hanyan expressed her gratitude.
When Yi Fan learned that Bai Hanyan did not have a car, and coincidentally had time, he decided to give her a ride on the way back.
Where do you live? Yi Fan asked casually as he and Bai Hanyan left the cafe. Modern Garden.
What?
Hearing Bai Hanyan's answer, Yi Fan was surprised.
He didn't expect Bai Hanyan to also live in Modern Garden. What a coincidence. He had just acquired a building in Modern Garden. It was a good opportunity to take Bai Hanyan back and visit Modern Garden.
Monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest person in the world, the game is always divine.
It instantly gave him over 160 sets of houses, a building.
This was something Yi Fan had never dared to imagine before. 20 minutes later, Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan arrived at Building 19 in Modern Garden. Bai Hanyan lives here, next to her own building, which is Building 18.
Yi, can you come to my place for a while?
Bai Hanyan suddenly invited.
Yi, don't get me wrong. I was just chatting with Yuer earlier. She knew you were the one who brought me back, so she wanted to invite you upstairs for a while. She wants to personally thank you for helping her rent a shop at Xintai Shopping Center last time, Bai Hanyan explained carefully. Yuer is Bai Hanyan's best friend, and they share this apartment together.
Yuer has long wanted to rent a shop at Xintai Shopping Center to do business.
But she never had the chance. Thanks to a phone call from Yi Fan last time, she was able to easily rent a shop. Yuer has long wanted to thank Yi Fan in person, but she was afraid he was too busy to disturb. Now, knowing that Yi Fan brought Bai Hanyan back, she mentioned to Bai Hanyan that she wanted to thank Yi Fan in person.
Okay. Yi Fan nodded, it's just a short while anyway.
After parking the car, Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan went upstairs together.
When Bai Hanyan opened the door, she was stunned.
Besides her best friend Yuer, there was a 34-year-old woman in the house. This woman was none other than their landlady, Mrs. Qian. Seeing Yi Fan and Bai Hanyan come in, Mrs. Qian glanced at them and ignored them. Instead, she directly said to Yuer, I know you're doing business at Xintai Shopping Center, which is one of the busiest shopping centers in Jiangzhou.
You must have made a lot of money.
I'm not asking for much, just a rent increase of 3,000 a month. Originally, the rent for the two of them was close to 5,000 a month, which was already quite high. This time, Mrs. Qian directly increased it by more than half, which was too much. A rent of around 5,000 is normal in Modern Garden.
If it's 8,000, you could probably rent a nice 200 square meter duplex. Moreover, Mrs. Qian's reason for raising the rent was unreasonable. What's the logic in raising the rent just because you think someone is making money?
And she said it as if it were a matter of course.
No way. Yuer directly refused Mrs. Qian's rude request.
First of all, she had just rented the shop, the business had just started, and she had invested a lot of money without making a profit yet.
And even if she did make money, why should she pay more rent? What does her making money have to do with Mrs. Qian?
If the rent in the neighborhood went up together, that would be one thing, but if she alone was asked to pay more, she would definitely not agree. Mrs. Qian, 5,000 rent is the normal price in Modern Garden, 8,000 is too much.
Bai Hanyan also spoke up.
The rent was already a bit expensive per month, and Bai Hanyan couldn't bear it. But because the security in Modern Garden was particularly good, and it was important for two girls to live together safely, Bai Hanyan didn't move out. Now, Mrs. Qian wanted to raise the rent unreasonably, which was impossible.
He. Mrs. Qian sneered. Well, if you don't agree, then you can move out immediately. I won't rent to you anymore, anyway, the contract is about to expire.
Mrs. Qian acted like a spoiled child. I'll give you 1 day to move out, take all your things with you, or else I'll have someone throw them out.
Hearing this, Bai Hanyan and Yuer became anxious. They had so many things, how could 1 day be enough to move out? And they hadn't even looked at other houses yet. Even if they could move out, they could temporarily stay in a hotel. But what about their luggage and furniture? Where would they put them? The two became extremely anxious and at a loss. "Don't worry, you can stay in my house." At this moment, a sudden voice came. "Ha!" The three people present all looked at Yi Fan. "Even if you move all this furniture, one day is enough," Yi Fan said confidently. It's already past 3 in the afternoon, finished in a day, hee." Mrs. Qian didn't believe Yi Fan's words at all. "Mr. Yi." Bai Hanyan opened her mouth in surprise. "Don't worry, a day is enough time, my house is in the building opposite, number 18. Yi Fan spoke. "When the time comes, which apartment to live in, what style, how big, you can choose freely," Yi Fan said. "A building, the two of them can choose freely." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, several people were puzzled, not understanding Yi Fan's meaning. "Mr. Yi, did you buy several apartments in building 18? Bai Hanyan was the first to react, curiously asking. With Mr. Yi's strength, buying several apartments in one building is a normal thing. Bought several apartments? Mrs. Qian and Yuer didn't know Yi Fan's identity. Hearing Bai Hanyan's words, they both showed surprised expressions on their faces. Is this young man so amazing, buying several apartments in Modern Garden? You know, an apartment in Modern Garden costs over 2 million. Several apartments, quite terrifying. No. Yi Fan shook his head. Seeing this, Mrs. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. How could he buy several apartments? However, just when Mrs. Qian thought Yi Fan was going to say he only bought one, the next second, Yi Fan's words left Mrs. Qian completely stunned. I bought a building. Yi Fan replied calmly. What? What did she hear? At this moment, the room fell into extreme silence. You could hear a pin drop. Did they think their ears were playing tricks on them? Did he just say he bought a building? Not one apartment, or one floor? What did you say, you bought, a building? Mrs. Qian asked, her voice trembling. Yes, I bought all 18 buildings in Modern Garden. Yi Fan nodded. Bought the 18th building? Heavens! Are they hallucinating? Buying a building in Modern Garden, how is that possible? Wanting to buy a building in Modern Garden probably requires several billion. Is this young man's financial power so terrifying that he can easily come up with several billion? Mrs. Qian was too shocked to speak. Earlier, she thought having 2 apartments in Modern Garden was already impressive. But now, she had encountered someone who bought a whole building in Modern Garden. This is too unbelievable. You are Mr. Yi? Yuer spoke. At this moment she guessed Yi Fan's identity. Yes, I am Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded. Let's go, I have time now, we can go see the house together. Yi Fan suggested. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yuer quickly thanked Yi Fan. Mrs. Qian, we haven't moved out yet, so for now, we are the owners of this apartment. We are leaving, please leave. Yuer said directly to Mrs. Qian. In the end, Yi Fan, Bai Hanyan, and Yuer took the elevator and went downstairs. Outside the room, Mrs. Qian stood there foolishly, still not coming to her senses. What kind of person had she encountered? Buying a whole building directly, even TV dramas don't dare to do that. On the other side, just after going downstairs, Yi Fan called Huan Property Company. Previously, this building was managed by Huan Property Company. Now that Yi Fan is the owner of this building, he naturally became a super VIP customer of this property company. Soon, Huan Property Company sent someone, a manager. Some of the apartments in Building 18 have already been rented out. After getting to know Yi Fan, the staff of Huan Property introduced the specific situation to Yi Fan. No problem, just take us to see the houses that have not been rented out yet, Yi Fan spoke. By the way, let's start with the bigger ones. Alright, Mr. Yi, ladies, please follow me. The staff from Tonghuan Property nodded, then led Yi Fan, Bai Hanyan, and others to see the houses.
After looking at several options, Yifan helped the two of them choose a large duplex that they both really liked. This time, they didn't even need to hire a moving company. Facing a super VIP client like Yifan, Tongwon Property Company was eager to please and went out of their way to accommodate him. Upon learning the situation, the staff at Tongwon Property Company assured them that they would take care of everything. Tonight, all the furniture would definitely be moved to Building 18 and everything would be settled. After the property staff left, Bai Hanyan quickly thanked Yifan. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi, for helping us out again."
Bai Hanyan felt very embarrassed.
All she could do was work harder and more diligently to repay Mr. Yi. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yue also expressed her gratitude to Yifan for the last time and this time. The two of them needed to pack up and move, so Yifan didn't stay long and left. Yifan returned to the villa. After dinner, Yifan took a walk in the villa area and happened to run into his neighbor, Mo Mengfei, a stunning mature woman.
Mo Mengfei seemed to have just returned from work and greeted Yifan.
Yifan chatted with Mo Mengfei for a while before returning to the villa. As time passed, it finally reached the early morning hours. Without hesitation, Yifan opened the game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest. At this moment, he was extremely excited to see what items would be available in the upgraded mall. Yifan opened the 2-star mall and took a quick look. Sure enough, with the upgrade of the mall, the number of items had increased from 3 to 5. Yifan started to look carefully. Looking at these 5 items, a brilliant smile appeared on Yifan's face.
The items inside did not disappoint him. They were even better than he had expected.
After this upgrade, the first item made Yifan very excited.
And that first item was a top-of-the-line Bugatti Veyron, priced at 2 yuan. After upgrading to 2 stars, the first item was a top-of-the-line Bugatti Veyron. As a famous supercar, Yifan had naturally heard of the Bugatti Veyron.
The Bugatti Veyron is equipped with an 8.0 LW16 quad-turbocharged engine, with a top speed of up to 434 km per hour. It was definitely considered a top-tier supercar, and there were not many Bugatti Veyrons in the entire country. Even the most basic Bugatti Veyron would cost around 20 to 30 million, while the top-of-the-line version would probably be around 40 to 50 million. In the previous 1-star mall, Yifan received a 5 million Ferrari as his first supercar. Now, after upgrading to the 2-star mall, the value had increased tenfold. Just starting college, Yifan, like many young people, loved supercars. But while others could only admire them on their phones, Yifan could truly obtain and own them.
Collecting supercars was one of Yifan's small hobbies.
Now, with just 2 yuan, Yifan could add a Bugatti Veyron to his collection, which others would need to spend 40 to 50 million to buy. And sometimes, even if you had the money, you might not be able to easily buy a limited quantity Bugatti Veyron. The first item in the 2-star mall really excited Yifan. Very good, very good. After that, Yifan looked at the second item. 3% stake in Shark Live, priced at 3 yuan. Surprisingly, the second item in the mall was a 3% stake in the well-known Shark Live. Even though it was only 3%, it was still quite tempting. This is the famous Shark Live. Once Yifan buys this second product, Yifan will successfully become one of the shareholders of Shark Live. When Shark Live was at its peak, its market value was over 10 billion, even though the market value has dropped now, it is still around 7 to 8 billion.
This 3% stake is worth about 2 billion.
If Shark Live's market value increases in the future, the value of Yifan's 3% stake will be even higher.
Moreover, if Yifan buys it, it will also greatly help the future development of the Yilin brokerage company.
Now, Yifan only needs 3 yuan to buy the 3% stake in Shark Live worth over 2 billion.
Can anyone resist it?
Indeed, after the game upgrade, the products are becoming more and more tempting to Yifan.
The third item, a top manor in Jiangzhou, worth 100 million, selling for 2 yuan, the third product is a top manor in Jiangzhou.
In reality, this manor is worth 100 million, and now Yifan only needs 2 yuan to acquire it.
Many wealthy families in big shots like to build large manors for vacations, family gatherings, and so on. The manor that appears in the mall is one of the top manors in Jiangzhou, with a vast area, resembling a palace. Yifan also likes such a top manor. And it only costs 2 yuan, why not?
Master level singing skills, selling for 1.5 yuan, compared to the other 3 products, the 4th item seems slightly ordinary.
But it is a very good skill. Moreover, this master level singing skill only costs 1.5, very cheap.
When Yifan saw the last item, he widened his eyes. Although the other items are very good and valuable, compared to this last item, they seem average. A building in Tianheng Building, Jiangzhou Financial Center, selling for 8 yuan, looking at this 5th item, also the last item, Yifan couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Tianheng Building, located in the financial center of Jiangzhou, is the most expensive place in Jiangzhou.
It gathers numerous financial companies, commercial banks, and so on.
And Tianheng Building is one of the tallest buildings in Jiangzhou's financial center. There are many large and medium-sized companies in Tianheng Building, as well as some branches of large companies.
To put it simply, the total value of Tianheng Building is around 600 million now. And because of its extremely important location, the value of Tianheng Building is gradually increasing. Not to mention, just the annual rent collected by Tianheng Building is a huge sum, enough for an ordinary person to live without worries for a lifetime. Now, such a 600 million value financial center building has appeared in the mall. What's more important is that in the game, Yifan only needs 8 yuan to acquire Tianheng Building.
It's simply amazing.
After carefully looking at these new products, to be honest, Yifan was very tempted and hesitated for a while. Only children make choices, adults want everything. Yifan wants all 5 of these things, it just takes a few days. Now, he has become a level 2 player, able to buy 2 products from the mall at once. In just 3 days, these products will all be Yifan's. After thinking for a while, Yifan finally made a decision.
Today, Yifan is ready to buy the Tianheng Building in Jiangzhou Financial Center and the Bugatti Veyron first. 24 hours later, he will buy the Top Manor and the 3% stake in Shark Live. Finally, he will acquire the master level singing skills. Top version Bugatti Veyron, selling for 2 yuan, Yifan clicked on the Bugatti Veyron.
Purchase, pay. Ding, purchase successful, congratulations on obtaining the top version Bugatti Veyron, now parked in your garage, please check it out. The game prompted that Yifan successfully purchased the Bugatti Veyron.
This Bugatti Veyron is Yifan's 3rd supercar.
Level 2 players can buy 2 items in the store in one day.
You have already purchased 1 item and can buy 1 more.
Please note the game reminded Yifan that he could still buy 1 more item.
1. Building in the Tianheng Building in Jiangzhou Financial Center, priced at 8 yuan. Yifan chose the last item without hesitation. Ding, purchase successful, congratulations on acquiring ownership of the Tianheng Building in Jiangzhou Financial Center. The acquisition contract has been placed in your study. Please check it. The game brought the news that the Tianheng Building now belonged to Yifan. This time, Yifan spent a total of 10 yuan to purchase a commodity worth 650 million. This shopping experience was really good. Working hard to level up, the benefits after leveling up were huge. Now the 2-star store has so many good things, I wonder what the 3-star store will be like? Thinking of this, Yifan couldn't help but look forward to it. To upgrade the store to 3 stars, 150 points are needed, which is not a lot. Yifan needed to speed up and accumulate points. While Yifan was buying goods, the door of Su Meng's villa was opened. Su Meng's father slowly walked into the house. There was an urgent matter at the company today, as the chairman, he couldn't leave, so he came back so late. Seeing Su Meng's father return.
In the living room, Su Meng's mother hurried over to help Su Meng's father change his coat. Su Meng, go to the kitchen and get your dad a bowl of lotus seed soup. Su Meng's mother spoke.
Okay. Su Meng got up and prepared to go to the kitchen.
Wait, Su Meng, tell the truth, do you have a boyfriend, are you in love? Su Meng had just gotten up when her father asked abruptly.
As Su Meng's father's words fell, the entire villa fell into a quiet atmosphere.
For a moment, the atmosphere became tense.
Su Meng's father looked at his daughter seriously, as if he knew something.
Beside him, Su Meng's mother, who had just taken the coat from her husband, was stunned when she heard her husband's words.
What's going on? How does he know about Su Meng and Yifan's situation?
Su Meng's mother was extremely surprised.
Didn't she know about Su Meng and Yifan's situation?
Because her husband was more serious and somewhat old-fashioned, although Su Meng's mother knew about Su Meng and Yifan, she had not told her husband. She wanted to find the right time to tell her husband about this matter. After all, it was her daughter's first love. Finding a boyfriend. As parents, they naturally had to watch over their daughter. After all, their family was not an ordinary one, in case the other party was after money. Therefore, to become Su Meng's boyfriend, they must pass this test first. Previously, having met Yifan twice, Su Meng's mother had a good impression of Yifan, so she temporarily did not object. But that was it, she had not talked in detail with Yifan, so everything was uncertain. Su Meng's mother's original plan was this: find a suitable opportunity to tell her husband about Su Meng and Yifan. Then let Yifan find a suitable time to visit, and the two of them would talk to Yifan in detail. See what kind of person Yifan really is, and whether he is really good to Su Meng. But now, her husband's words had disrupted all her plans.
How did her husband know? Su Meng's mother was full of confusion and doubt.
On the other hand, upon hearing her father's words, Su Meng was also stunned. For some reason, hearing her father say this, Su Meng subconsciously became nervous, and the figure of Yi Shuedi also appeared in her mind. After a moment of daze, Su Meng finally came to her senses.
No, what was she thinking?
Last time when Yi Shuedi came to her house, she got nervous and made Yi Shuedi hide, making everything complicated. This time, Su Meng was much calmer. She and Yi Shuedi don't have any special relationship for the time being. They are good friends, or closer than good friends, but not quite at the level of being a couple. With this in mind, Su Meng no longer felt nervous and calmed down. At this moment, Su Meng was also very curious why her father suddenly asked.
Could it be her mother? Su Meng couldn't figure it out.
No, Su Meng denied without changing her expression. Not to mention that she and Yi Shuedi are not considered a couple for the time being. Even if they were really a couple, she wouldn't dare to tell her father.
Really?
Su Meng's father questioned, as if he already knew the truth and was waiting for his daughter to confess voluntarily.
Really, Su Meng confidently replied. Well, that's good, Su Meng's father nodded in satisfaction.
Just now, he was testing his daughter, not knowing anything. Recently, he noticed that his daughter was acting a bit unusual, like she had found a boyfriend and was in love. But he wasn't sure, so on the way back, he came up with this trick. Test his daughter. If she feels guilty and confesses, he can continue to ask. If his daughter denies, even better. Su Meng, I don't oppose you dating, but if you find a boyfriend, you must bring that boy back first for me to inspect, Su Meng's father said with a serious tone. He was afraid his daughter would be taken advantage of.
Okay, Su Meng nodded.
Later, she went to the kitchen and served her father a bowl of lotus seed soup. By the way, Su Meng, I recently met a young man with great potential, who at a young age acquired shares of 100 billion group. His future is limitless, Su Meng's father suddenly remembered and said with great approval.
Even Su Meng's father admired Yi Shuedi.
On your birthday, I will invite him over, and then introduce you to this uncle, he said.
Okay, Su Meng nodded in response, not really paying attention.
She wasn't interested in her father introducing her to elders. She knew her father was doing it for her own good, wanting to expand her network. But she really wasn't interested. However, her father's words reminded Su Meng. Her birthday was coming up soon. By then, she could invite Yi Shuedi to come over. After finishing the lotus seed soup, Su Meng's father returned to his room. Seeing her husband leave, Su Meng's mother quickly called Su Meng over. Su Meng, when you have the chance, discuss with Yifan and come over for dinner at home, Su Meng's mother whispered to her daughter. She wanted to tell her husband about Su Meng and Yifan as soon as possible. Then she would invite Yifan over and let her husband test Yifan. Of course, she couldn't tell her daughter that she wanted to test and see if Yifan could be their son-in-law. So, she could only use the excuse of having dinner. But a smart person would understand the meaning without it being explicitly stated.
Su Meng's mother thought Yifan was a smart person.
Huh? Surprised by her mother's words, Su Meng was a bit puzzled. Okay, Su Meng didn't think much of it, thinking her mother just wanted to invite Yifan for dinner, so she agreed. By the way, when inviting Yifan for dinner, make sure to do it when your father is in a good mood, her mother reminded Su Meng. Since her daughter liked Yifan, she naturally supported her daughter. When her husband was in a good mood, he was more likely to accept Yifan.
Okay, I understand, Su Meng nodded.
While Su Meng and her mother were chatting at Yifan's villa, after purchasing 2 items today, Yifan first went to the study. On the desk in the study at this moment, there was a very neatly arranged Tianheng building acquisition contract. Yifan took a brief look and then put the contract away. When he had time, he could go to the financial center to see how his Tianheng building was doing. However, compared to this, what Yifan is most looking forward to and wants to see the most now is the Bugatti Veyron he just acquired. Arriving at the garage, Yifan saw his Bugatti Veyron at first sight. It was like a piece of art. Bugatti pays great attention to the combination of aesthetics and performance, and this Bugatti Veyron is the ultimate combination of beauty and top speed. With the Bugatti Veyron here, it outshines other luxury cars. It is truly a top-notch supercar worth 40 to 50 million. Yifan liked it at first sight. After sitting in it for a brief experience, Yifan got off the car satisfied. Just as Yifan was about to leave, he suddenly realized a serious problem. Yifan found that his garage space was not enough. Currently, Yifan's garage has a Bentley, a Ferrari, a Koenigsegg, and the Bugatti Veyron, 4 cars in total. However, the garage only has 5 parking spaces. As soon as Yifan gets another luxury car, the garage will be full. This is a bit troublesome. How can 5 luxury cars satisfy Yifan when he wants them all? The top manor in the game came just in time. Yifan sighed. Tomorrow, he must buy this top manor first. Since it is a top manor, it should be able to accommodate at least a dozen cars. After looking at his Bugatti Veyron, Yifan returned to the villa and rested. The next day, Yifan drove to school. On the other side, Dai Qing, the president of the buy-in brokerage company, was pacing anxiously. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaoran told him that the plan to poach Bai Hanyan had failed. Not only did it fail, but it also caused a huge disaster. The boss of Yilan Brokerage Company actually befriended the illustrious billionaire Wan Xiangyang. When he heard this news, Dai Qing jumped up from his seat. Who is Wan Xiangyang? He is a well-known billionaire in Zhengzhou, a big shot that even he needs to look up to. But this big shot actually befriended Yifan on equal terms. If Yifan's background is not powerful, would Wan Xiangyang do that? Did he accidentally offend such a big shot as Yifan? Not only that, he also had to poach an employee of this big shot. Isn't this asking for trouble? Since learning about this news yesterday, Dai Qing had been restless, hardly able to sleep. He had been thinking of a solution. But a day had passed, and Dai Qing was still at a loss. Helpless, Dai Qing had to call his brother-in-law, Pan Tianwen. Brother-in-law, something happened. Dai Qing said fearfully. Afterwards, Dai Qing told Pan Tianwen exactly what had happened yesterday. What? Upon hearing this, Pan Tianwen exploded. Idiot, moron, how could you hire such a brainless employee? Pan Tianwen roared. His own nephew's employee actually used him to threaten a big shot who was on equal terms with Wan Xiangyang. Wasn't this digging his own grave? And Wan Xiangyang even specifically pointed him out, making it worse. Pan Tianwen was furious. Brother-in-law, what should we do? Dai Qing asked helplessly. What should we do? How the hell should I know what to do? Upon hearing his nephew's plea, Pan Tianwen cursed directly. After a while, Pan Tianwen calmed down. Now, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. The most important thing was how to resolve this matter and prevent Mr. Yi from getting angry. Brother-in-law? Dai Qing asked again. Immediately find something valuable, we will personally go and apologize. Pan Tianwen ordered. After hanging up the phone, Pan Tianwen opened the safe and reluctantly took out a brocade box, a treasure he had cherished for a long time. Originally Pan Tianwen wanted to keep it all the time, even when friends wanted to see it, he refused. Now, there is no way.
In order not to make Yi Zong angry, he could only reluctantly give this treasure to Yi Zong and apologize. After choosing the item, Pan Tianwen drove directly to Dai Qing's company. He was prepared to discuss with his younger brother-in-law the process of apologizing and making amends. Time passed quickly. This afternoon, Yifan only had one class. After class, Yifan drove his Bugatti Veyron back to the villa. Just as Yifan sat down and hadn't had time to pick up his phone, there was a hurried knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Yifan raised his eyebrows, knowing that not many people lived here. Who could it be looking for him? Curiously, Yifan opened the door and saw two people standing in front of the villa. One had a sharp mouth and a small brother-like appearance. The other was a slender, fair-skinned young man. Are you the owner of this villa? Seeing Yifan open the door, the slender young man did not speak, and the small brother-like person questioned Yifan first. Yes, what's the matter? Well, our Mr. Su has taken a liking to this house and hopes you can sell the villa to him. The small brother explained to Yifan. Want to buy my villa? Why? Yifan asked casually. You don't need to know that. Just tell me, will you sell it or not? The small brother refused to answer Yifan, only asking impatiently. Not for sale. Yifan refused outright. Having lived here for a while, Yifan liked it here and felt a sense of home. Naturally, he would not sell the villa. Moreover, with Yifan, who owned the game 3,000 monthly salary, I am the world's richest, would he ever be short of money in the future? He. Seeing Yifan's resolute refusal, the slender young man looked disdainful. There is nothing in the world that cannot be negotiated, it's just a matter of price. The slender young man confidently said. This villa is worth 50 million. How about this, I'll give you 55 million. The slender young man offered, raising it by 500,000, thinking he was already generous. If it weren't for Mo Mengfei living nearby, he wouldn't have wanted to pursue Mo Mengfei and wouldn't have been able to spend so much money to buy the villa. He had been pursuing Mo Mengfei for a while, and although Mo Mengfei had rejected him many times, the slender young man never gave up. Now, whenever Mo Mengfei saw him, she kept her distance. In order to see Mo Mengfei more often and increase her favor, the slender young man came up with a plan to buy the house next to Mo Mengfei's villa. After becoming neighbors, even if Mo Mengfei didn't want to see him, she wouldn't have a choice. And that's how the scene just now came about. Not for sale. Yifan shook his head. 60 million. Not for sale. 65 million. Finally, the slender young man stated his maximum acceptance level. Kid, don't ask for the moon. 65 million is already a lot. The slender young man scolded Yifan. Not for sale. Yifan calmly shook his head. Kid, do you know who is standing in front of you right now? This is the son of Su Yanghua, the prince of Yuantai Group. Beside him, the small brother couldn't stand it anymore and directly threatened Yifan. Yuantai Group is a well-known company in Jiangzhou, with a market value of around several billion. Su Yanghua is the founder and chairman of Yuantai Group, a well-known figure in Jiangzhou. After saying that, the small brother stared at Yifan, as if wanting to see if Yifan was scared. Yuantai Group, Su Yanghua, I've never heard of them. Yifan shook his head, he really hadn't heard of them. There are so many companies in Jiangzhou, how could he know them all? As for Su Yanghua, Yifan had never heard of him. Upon being spoken to by Yifan in such a manner, the thin young man was directly shaken with anger. Kid, you. The thin young man was just about to speak harshly when a luxury car slowly stopped in front of Yifan's villa. It was a Bentley Mulsanne worth over 6 million, looking very grand. The sudden stop of the Bentley immediately caught the attention of several people. After parking, the driver quickly got out of the car and respectfully opened the door. The first to come out of the car was a middle-aged man in his 40s, followed closely by a man in his mid-30s. After getting out of the car, the two immediately noticed Yifan. Without any hesitation, the two men immediately approached Yifan, extremely polite. Who were these two people? Weren't they busy with their own affairs?
Beside them, the thin man looked displeased, but before he could speak, the two men had already spoken. Dai Ching, the owner of the Beyond Brokerage Company, is here to apologize to Mr. Yi. The man in his 30s took the initiative to speak. He was Dai Ching, the owner of Beyond. Upon hearing this, the thin man was stunned.
Beyond Brokerage Company? Wasn't that a company with good development? The head of a company actually came to apologize to this kid? What's going on?
Just as the thin man was puzzled, another voice came, startling him. I am Pan Tianwan, also here to apologize to Mr. Yi. Beside him, Pan Tianwan also spoke, explaining their intentions.
Pan Tianwan?
The thin man stared in disbelief at Pan Tianwan, his face full of incredulity. As for the thin man's henchman, he was even more shaken with fear.
This man was actually the famous big shot, Pan Tianwan?
The thin man was truly shocked.
Such a big shot, actually coming to apologize to Yi Fan? Oh my god.
You should know, not to mention himself, even if his father saw Pan Tianwan, he would be very respectful.
But now, it was such a big shot who actually came to apologize to this Yi Fan? How could this be?
Thud. In an instant, the thin man's heart was hanging by a thread. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he could guess that Yi Fan's identity must be terrifying.
Otherwise, how could the prestigious Jiangzhou big shot Pan Tianwan personally come to apologize?
The more he thought about it, the more afraid the thin man became.
Just now, he actually threatened Mr. Yi.
Thinking of this, the thin man's vision darkened, almost fainting from fear. Fortunately, his henchman next to him held him up, otherwise, the thin man would have fallen to the ground. I'll take care of something first. After saying this to Pan Tianwan and Dai Cheng, Yi Fan looked at the thin man.
Gudong.
Seeing Yi Fan's sharp gaze, the thin man was directly scared, weak in the legs, falling in front of Yi Fan. Beside him, the henchman's face was also pale, terrified to death.
Still want to buy my villa? Yi Fan asked.
No, Mr. Yi, it's my fault for not knowing my place.
A person like you, I shouldn't be on the same level as you.
The thin man lying on the ground quickly begged for mercy. Now, even if he was given 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare.
Mr. Yi, I was wrong.
The henchman also quickly apologized to Yi Fan.
Don't let me see you in Jiangzhou.
Yi Fan said with a hint. Understood, I will leave Jiangzhou tonight, I will definitely not come back, dirtying your eyes. The thin man quickly assured. At this moment, everything about chasing Mo Mengfei had been thrown out of his mind. Compared to life, everything could be given up. Seeing that Yi Fan no longer paid attention to him, the thin man, with the help of his henchman, apologized while leaving.
He would leave Jiangzhou tonight and never come back. It was too scary.
Just now, he felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Yi Fan, Pan Tianwan, and Dai Ching entered the villa. As soon as he entered, Pan Tianwan took the initiative to apologize to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, this kid actually wanted to poach your employees, it's really audacious. While speaking, Pan Tianwan kicked Dai Ching fiercely a few times. Don't compare yourself to him, we have long heard of Mr. Yi's reputation, but never had the chance to meet. Now that we have met Mr. Yi is truly a talented individual, promising at a young age.
Pan Tianwan began to flatter Yi Fan, trying to please him constantly. Mr. Yi, I was wrong.
Dai Ching also quickly bowed to apologize to Yi Fan.
Mr. Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it.
Pan Tianwan placed the gift he had prepared next to Yi Fan.
Mr. Yi, here is mine too.
Seeing this, Dai Ching also quickly presented his gift. In the future, if Mr. Yi needs anything from Pan, feel free to ask.
Pan Tianwan flattered Yi Fan. There won't be a next time.
Yi Fan replied indifferently.
There definitely won't be. Dai Ching quickly shook his head. Pan Tianwan also expressed that there would absolutely not be a next time.
After both of them came to apologize, Yi Fan did not dwell on the matter. After apologizing, the two of them exchanged a few words with Yi Fan and then left sensibly. After they left, Pan Tianwen and Dai Chang were full of emotion. Perhaps this is what a true big shot is like. Yi Fan's demeanor impressed both of them. As the two left, Yi Fan opened the gifts they had brought. Dai Chang's gift was a package of tea, the premium Taiping Hokue. Taiping Hokue was once known as a national gift tea, and 10 years ago, 100 grams of Taiping Hokue sold for a sky-high price of 200,000. That was 10 years ago, and now the price is probably even more outrageous. Nowadays, it is very difficult to buy this premium Taiping Hokue, even if you have money. This gift was not bad, as previously when others invited Yi Fan for tea, now Yi Fan had a decent tea to offer when inviting others. Compared to Dai Chang's gift, Pan Tianwen's gift was more precious. It was a calligraphy piece by Wen Zhangming. Wen Zhangming, also known as Wen Zhangming, was one of the four talented scholars along with Tang Yin and Tang Bohu. His calligraphy and paintings have now been priced very high. Previously, Yi Fan had seen news that one of Wen Zhangming's works sold for over 80 million. Some of his ordinary works also sold for around 50 to 60 million. It is estimated that this calligraphy piece by Wen Zhangming is also worth millions. Unexpectedly, Pan Tianwen had given such a valuable gift. The value of this calligraphy piece was almost equivalent to Yi Fan's villa. Yi Fan casually hung it up as a decoration. Afterwards, Yi Fan went on to do other things. In the evening, just after Yi Fan had finished dinner, he suddenly received a call from Su Linger. "Brother-in-law, do you miss me?" The phone connected, and Su Linger's clear voice came through. "Who are you? I don't remember." Yi Fan replied directly. "Brother-in-law, how can you say that? I'm so sad, I've been thinking about you all this time." In the phone call, Su Linger's voice carried a hint of complaint. "Is that so?" Yi Fan didn't believe Su Linger's words at all. "Stop kidding, brother-in-law, I have a serious matter to discuss with you." Suddenly, Su Linger's tone changed, and she said very seriously. "A serious matter? Su Linger had a serious matter?" Yi Fan expressed doubt. "Huh, brother-in-law, what do you mean, why can't I have serious matters?" Su Linger said discontentedly. "What serious matter?" Yi Fan asked curiously. "What serious matter? Of course it's about helping you pursue my sister, that's the serious matter." Su Linger replied earnestly. Last time when they parted ways, Su Linger promised to help Yi Fan find a way to pursue her sister. Although it had been a few days, she had not forgotten about it. "Is this what you call a serious matter?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was momentarily unsure whether to praise Su Linger or to criticize her. "What, isn't pursuing my sister a serious matter?" "There is nothing more important or serious than this," Su Linger replied firmly. "Brother-in-law, I've come up with a great idea for you, I guarantee you'll have unexpected gains," Su Linger said mysteriously. "What?" He, I can't tell you now." Su Linger continued to be mysterious, refusing to tell Yi Fan right away. "Let's meet this weekend, I'll tell you then." She had come up with a great idea herself and couldn't just tell her brother-in-law like that. As a cousin, how could she betray her own cousin? She, Su Linger, was definitely not that kind of person. Unless, her brother-in-law offered her some benefits, bribed. Horror. This was a good opportunity, she wanted to fleece her brother-in-law thoroughly. He. This weekend? Yi Fan thought for a moment, he indeed had no plans for the weekend. "Well, that's settled then, see you later, brother-in-law." Before Yi Fan could respond, Su Linger had already hung up the phone. Time passed slowly, and finally it was midnight. Yi Fan immediately entered the game monthly salary of 3,000, I am the richest in the world. After entering the two-star mall, Yi Fan found his target. One top manor in Jiangzhou, worth 100 million, selling for 2 yuan. This was the first item Yi Fan wanted to buy today, a top manor in Jiangzhou. With this manor, the problem of insufficient garage space was solved. A manor worth 100 million could be bought for just 2 yuan, such a great deal. Yi Fan immediately clicked to purchase. Ding purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring one top manor in Jiangzhou. Manor transfer contract. Manor key is placed in the study. Please check. The game prompted that Yifan had successfully purchased it, and also detailed the location of Yifan's manor. The top manor that Yifan had just acquired was located outside Jiangzhou, in a very scenic location. I have time tomorrow, I'll go take a look, Yifan muttered. He was also curious about what this top manor in Jiangzhou looked like. After buying the first item, Yifan could still buy a second one. The second item was the Shark Live Broadcasting shares that Yifan had been eyeing before. 3% of Shark Live Broadcasting shares, selling for 3 yuan. Shares worth over 200 million, only cost 3 yuan. Purchase. Ding purchase successful. Congratulations on acquiring 3% of Shark Live Broadcasting shares. Shark Live Broadcasting share acquisition contract will be delivered by Shark Live Broadcasting senior management within 5 days. Please check. Yifan successfully purchased it. However, this time, the share acquisition contract did not appear directly, but would be delivered by the senior management of Shark Live Broadcasting in a few days. A few days' wait was no big deal. Yifan wasn't too concerned. What he really cared about was that from now on, he was a shareholder of Shark Live Broadcasting, also considered one of the bosses of Shark Live Broadcasting. With this identity, it would be very helpful for the development of the Yilin Entertainment Company. Yifan was very satisfied. In the study, Yifan put away the manor transfer contract. The next day, with the key in hand, Yifan drove his Bugatti Veyron straight to the top manor he had just acquired. After half an hour, Yifan arrived at his destination. This area was a famous wealthy area in Jiangzhou, where many wealthy people in Jiangzhou had their own manors. And the manor that Yifan had just bought was the largest in this area, without a doubt. Yifan parked his car outside the manor. Looking at the huge manor, Yifan was quite satisfied. Not to mention anything else, just the area of this manor was 5 to 6 times larger than his own villa, or even more. Yifan liked the architectural style and so on. Just as Yifan was about to enter the manor, a passing black Audi slowly stopped next to Yifan. Hearing the sound, Yifan turned to look. This car seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The black Audi came to a stop, and an elegant middle-aged man got out of the car. Xiao Chen. After getting out of the car, the middle-aged man greeted familiarly. He never expected to see Yifan here. Oh, it's Uncle Mo. Seeing the elegant middle-aged man, Yifan suddenly realized. He always felt that the car looked familiar, and indeed he had seen it before. This elegant middle-aged man was none other than Mo Hongru, the father of Yifan's neighbor Mo Mengfei. Yifan had met him at Mo Mengfei's house before. At that time, Yifan had a chat with Mo Hongru, who liked and appreciated Yifan very much. Last time, there was a conflict between Yifan's Yilin Entertainment Company and Yuanyan Entertainment Company. It was Mo Hongru who helped, making Ma Jiangwen, the man behind Yuanyan Entertainment Company, apologize to Yifan. Thank you, Uncle Mo, for the last time. Yifan spoke. It's nothing, just a small matter. Mo Hongru waved his hand, not taking it to heart at all. Last time they met, they chatted for a while, and Mo Hongru was very fond of Yifan, giving off a feeling of old friends meeting late in life. He too was once a young man full of ambition, wanting to make something of himself. But in the end, living off someone else's success was quite comfortable, making him half a freeloader. Knowing that Yifan started his business in his freshman year, Mo Hongru admired him a lot. When he heard someone was deliberately smearing Yifan's name, Mo Hongru casually made a few phone calls to some old friends. It was just a small matter resolved with a few phone calls, nothing to be thankful for. By the way, Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? Pointing to the mansion in front of them, Mo Hongru asked curiously. Do you know Mr. Lin? This mansion used to belong to a prominent figure, Mr. Lin, and even he had to be careful with his words when speaking to him. I don't know him, I just bought this mansion yesterday. Yifan explained. I see. Mo Hongru nodded. Since they had met, Yifan invited Mo Hongru to take a look inside. Mo Hongru was also curious about this famous mansion. The two of them took a tour inside the mansion. and even Mo Hongru was impressed by the grandeur and luxury of the mansion.
By the way, Xiao Chen, do you have time now?
Suddenly, Mo Hongru asked mysteriously, as if he had something important to discuss.